Chapter 1101. The arrival of Catastrophe. This divine ability had never before graced the annals of the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign's records. Yet its display might thoroughly overturn the understanding of all the prodigies present. Chen Dongxi was engulfed in a profound dread, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. He yearned to flee but found himself utterly incapable of escape. In this critical moment, Chen Dongxi emitted a ferocious roar, reminiscent of a despairing beast. From the depths of his celestial body, 27 ancient characters began to float into existence, each resembling a miniature sun, illuminating the vast darkness surrounding him. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from Chen Dongxi, as if his very essence had expanded into a truly immortal presence in that fleeting instant when the ancient characters ascended. With every gesture, he wielded unimaginable power, capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. The Tianyan cultural body was Chen Dongxi's innate constitution, a natural gift. In this grand era of potent physiques and chaotic upheaval, countless individuals emerged, endowed with extraordinary fortunes and rapid cultivation speeds from the moment of their birth. Chen Dongxi was among them. His Tianyan cultural body had crystallized within him the 27 ancient characters, each symbolizing a unique force and profound principle. He had already comprehended 6 of them, which were the origins of his 6 celestial arts. However, faced with this dire predicament, Chen Dongxi had no alternative but to unleash all 27 ancient characters, embodying the profound meanings of diverse scripts and cultures, merging them into his very being. With a thunderous roar, he summoned forth an infinite radiance upon his fists, consolidating the totality of the power bestowed by the 27 ancient characters, and launched himself recklessly towards the approaching point of origin, striking with desperate ferocity. In the throes of a final stand, a tremendous mushroom cloud erupted, casting a shadow over the land for miles around, engulfing the earth in a cataclysmic whirlwind. The ground shattered, the heavens trembled, and the very spirits of the 4 corners quaked in terror. Even though this was the second witnessing of such a spectacle, the shock in the eyes of Mo Bai and Cheng Hu was undeniable. In contrast, while the smiling demon seemed indifferent to Lin Chen's status as a sacred vein body, Hong Ling maintained a far more composed facade, though turmoil undoubtedly churned within. As the explosion subsided, the fierce winds that had filled the heavens and earth gradually waned, the dust settling to reveal a colossal pit, dark and unfathomable. Gazing into its depths, one could still faintly hear the echoes of the cataclysmic detonation, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping back and forth across the vast, dark abyss created by the explosion. Not only Lin Chen, but even Cheng Hu and Mo Bai hastened to look, and upon seeing the vast pit, both of them instinctively gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically. Could it be that Chen Dongxi had perished in this single strike? A prodigy thus slain? Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the depths of the dark abyss, causing Lin Chen to momentarily pause. As he cast his gaze downward, he beheld a figure gradually emerging from the edge of the profound pit. This figure, with great effort, embedded his hand into the stone wall, clawing his way out. The moment Chen Dongxi fully emerged, both Mo Bai and Cheng Hu were taken aback. There stood the once refined and elegant Chen Dongxi, now bloodied and battered, his head wounded and drenched in crimson. His legs lay broken, and the frayed ends of his trousers were stained with vivid blood, his hair disheveled. Blood trickled from his forehead, seemingly seeping into his eyes, rendering them a ghastly red. His breath was weak, teetering on the brink of death. Only the arrival of an emperor could offer him hope of recovery. However, in this moment, such a possibility appeared utterly unattainable. His blood-red eyes fixated hatefully upon Lin Long in the heavens above, brimming with uncontainable rage. Chen Dongxi harbored deep resentment. As a being born under auspicious circumstances, he was indeed a true child of destiny, a figure of considerable stature within the human realm, with a future that could not be underestimated. Yet now, he found himself legless, drenched in blood, and grievously wounded, all attributed to the cursed Lin Long before him. Red Ling, save him! Cheng Hu shouted in terror upon witnessing the scene. Red Ling, with an impassive countenance, merely shook her head, indicating her inability to assist. Lin Long seemed to utter the words through gritted teeth, as Chen Dongxi glared at Lin Chen with palpable loathing, declaring, "I shall ensure your demise." The final word, die, was pronounced with chilling intensity. At that moment, an immense surge of power erupted from Chen Dongxi, as he bit into his finger, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. With the power of my blood, I inscribed this blood script, revealing the truth amidst countless words, Chen Dongxi proclaimed, as he traced his bloodied finger upon the ground, crafting a menacing and fearsome blood script, steeped in endless resentment and fury, as if a malevolent spirit hovered above it. As the blood script began to take shape, Lin Chen's pupils constricted, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed an overwhelming force, intent on obliterating the script and thwarting Chen Dongxi. Yet an invisible power surged forth from the incomplete blood script, repelling Lin Chen's attack and rendering him immobile. Chen Dongxi continued to inscribe the blood script. The words etched within were chilling and harrowing, depicting scenes that sent shivers down one's spine. At the very moment the blood script was completed, a peculiar and mysterious radiance flickered to life. The blood, transformed into countless crimson specks, vanished into the ether. In that instant, Chen Dongxi's body crumpled to the ground. His once dark, blood-stained hair now turned pale, and his face, marred by blood, began to show deep wrinkles, aging rapidly. The remnants of his life force ebbed away completely. The enigmatic blood script had been inscribed with the last vestiges of his vitality. As a prodigy, reaching such a desperate juncture, how could Chen Dongxi resign himself to an ignoble end? He had been driven to madness by Lin Chen. Chen Dongxi could never fathom that the youth he had coldly manipulated would ultimately lead him to the gates of the underworld. Yet he too would ensure that this man was cast into the abyss. In his final moments, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. The world fell into an eerie silence. The scene just witnessed was utterly shocking, reminiscent of a true madman. However, the previously silent smiling demon softly remarked, "This is the essence of a prodigy, at the end, willing to sacrifice his own life for vengeance against those who have stripped him of everything. It is both admirable and tragic. There is nothing more precious than the gift of life." Hong Ling remained as indifferent and aloof as ever, her cold gaze fixed on the unfolding events. Throughout, she uttered not a single word. "Lin Chen, you are finished. You are utterly doomed." Cheng Hu glared at Lin Chen, declaring, with the completion of the blood script, "The world will know, there will be no refuge for you. You cannot escape this place. Await the mightiest of retributions." Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. He did not heed Cheng Hu's roar. At the moment Chen Dongxi collapsed, the overwhelming sense of dread within him surged once more terrifying and fervent than before. Even Lin Chen's steadfast heart felt the tremors, as if it might shatter. A calamity loomed, a calamity wrought by the man named Chen Dongxi. This time, it was not a birth, it was an arrival. Chapter 1101. The tremor of the war immortal hall. The southwest region is a land steeped in legend, where formidable beings and unparalleled prodigies have emerged, a true gathering place of strength far surpassing the northeast region. The war immortal hall, in this southwest region, stands as the most formidable power, a coalition of several great races, bolstered by ancient beings who have chosen to join forces, establishing an irresistible dominion over this land. At this moment, within the war immortal hall, in a realm of celestial wonders, an elderly man with white brows, radiating an aura of profound cultural wisdom, sat with eyes closed within this terrifying paradise of caves and caverns. Each inhalation and exhalation emanated an overwhelming, unfathomable energy. The essence of education and enlightenment that exuded from this venerable figure compelled all beings of the world to submit and willingly listen to his teachings. He was a true emperor, a genuine embodiment of imperial stature. However, at that very moment, an unexpected disturbance arose. A scroll of ancient scriptures placed beside the emperor began to flicker with a blood-red luminescence, glaringly bright. This crimson radiance gradually coalesced into a line of text upon the ancient tome. In that moment, it was as if two thunderclaps reverberated through the dark realm. The white-browed elder opened his eyes, his brow furrowing in alarm as he grasped the ancient text. The red glow shimmering upon the scroll instantly transformed into a massive blood-red inscription, hovering before him. A harrowing phrase emerged from the blood writing. Even a formidable being such as this emperor, upon witnessing the blood-red characters, underwent an immediate and profound transformation. He stood upright, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. The heir of the blood sky demon sovereign had resurfaced in the realm of mortals. And this individual had slain my disciple, an ascendant of the third tier of virtual immortality, using merely the first tier of virtual immortality. What a remarkable figure Lin Long is. The heavens shall not allow you to persist. In the Hall of War Immortals, it is rumored that there exists a bell known as the Heaven and Earth Bell. It is said to have been born at the dawn of chaos, when the universe came into existence, possessing the power to exert pressure across vast expanses. Legends suggest that to behold the Heaven and Earth Bell grants one mastery over celestial forces and insights into profound mysteries. However, these tales are but whispers of the outside world. Within the Hall of War Immortals, the upper echelons are acutely aware of what the Heaven and Earth Bell signifies. Its tolling would resonate throughout the entire hall, stirring the ancient powers that dwell within. Regardless of their location, once the bell tolls, they shall hear its call. Thus, the ringing of the Heaven and Earth Bell heralds the impending occurrence of a monumental event that will shake the very foundations of existence. It has been countless millennia since the last tolling of the Heaven and Earth Bell. Now, as the Hall of War Immortals grows increasingly formidable amidst the chaos that looms, the true disciples within are emerging like spring bamboo after a rainstorm, countless prodigies radiating astonishing brilliance. Given this momentum, the majesty of the Hall of War Immortals appears untouchable. On yet another calm day, countless prodigies fell in the northwest region, their rankings fluctuating incessantly upon the Emperor's list. They all shared a singular ambition, to be among the top 10 of the Emperor's list. Yet, at that moment, a resounding series of 3 thuds echoed, as if the very heavens and earth were roaring in unison. The once tranquil Hall of War Immortals erupted into fervor at the sound of those thunderous strikes, akin to water suddenly boiling. This fervor surged among all the high-ranking members of the hall. Who is it that tolls the bell of the heavens and earth at this moment? Do you know that I am contemplating a primordial essence? At this critical juncture, were it not for a matter of great significance, I would certainly not be so lenient. Ah, such a familiar sound. How many years have passed? And now the bell of the heavens and earth has been struck once more. What momentous event has transpired to warrant such a tolling? Could it be that the celestial order is on the verge of a monumental upheaval, or perhaps an ancient relic has awakened, or someone has glimpsed the realms of the great emperors? The bell tolls, and judging by the nature of the situation, it must indicate that a formidable force is preparing to assault our entire war immortal palace. After lying dormant for many years, it is time for me to stretch my limbs. Countless terrifying divine thoughts awaken at this moment. Some are above in the fabled 33 heavens, others at the farthest reaches of the human realm, and still others in the boundless void. Among them are powerful beings long unseen within the war immortal palace. As the bell resonates, the divine consciousness of all the titans within the palace converges upon this place. That little madman, Lin Long, the one who once turned the entire human realm upside down with the sacred vein body, opens his eyes, and a glimmer of divine light seems to flash within them. Even on his typically impassive face, a hint of astonishment emerges. Yet, the imposing divine thought within his mind assures him that this is indeed real. This is rather intriguing. It appears that he has been concealing his true strength, transitioning from the void immortal realm first level to slay Chen Dongxi of the third level. I am familiar with this Chen, who is quite impressive among the prodigies and possesses a formidable physique. Luo Tianxiao once again adopts a demeanor of indifference, yet mutters to himself, Chen Dongxi, you truly are a source of embarrassment. Luo Tianxiao shakes his head and stands upright. At the moment he rises, an invisible aura sweeps forth, compelling the world to bow in submission. Since it has come to this, I shall descend with a clone to observe the broken prohibition platform. Meanwhile, within the realm of the broken prohibition platform, the remnants of the ghostly spirits roar, yet they dare not approach. Held back by an instinctual fear instilled by the oppressive force unleashed during previous battles. The pursuit across the human realm is no trivial skirmish akin to those on the sacred spirit continent. When an ancient powerhouse descends, one is as insignificant as an ant. For even the 2 supreme emperors behind you cannot shield you. Yu Yi casually remarks, though it is hard to discern whether his words reflect fear or trepidation. The eruption of the titans across the human realm paints a terrifying tableau. How can a mere first-level void immortal contend with such grandeur? Lin Long, you are utterly finished. Mo Bai declares, as though expelling a sword, deeply embedding it into Lin Chen's heart. Let us depart. There is no need to concern ourselves. Others will come to deal with him. Hong Ling states lightly, her gaze never once resting upon Lin Chen, as if indifferent to his existence. In an instant, Her form transforms into a crimson tempest, surging toward the depths of space. The smiling demon also casts a lingering glance at Lin Shun before turning and vanishing into the depths. In the vast expanse of the world, only Lin Shun remained, enveloped in profound silence. The mere recollection of such a scene sends shivers down one's spine. An inescapable dread began to fester within him. At that moment, Lin Shun suddenly raised his head, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I refuse to believe that the heavens can thwart me. No one can. With a swift motion, Lin Shun drew the ancient bronze sword from his back and plunged it fiercely into the ground. Instantly, a tremendous explosion resonated, and the earth erupted into a myriad of fractures, rapidly splintering in all directions, followed by a thunderous shattering that shook the very foundation of the land. He would not yield. Chapter 1102. The roar of the grinning demon. The news of the grinning demon and Lin Shun heading towards the broken forbidden platform sent ripples of shock through the upper echelons of the northeast domain. They could scarcely fathom the outcome of a clash between the man from 5 years ago and the reckless Lin Long. Figures such as Chun Ziguan, Yan Zi, and Feng Zi closely monitored the situation at the broken forbidden platform, fully aware of the implications of this battle. Should the young madman emerge victorious, a radiant future awaited him, prompting even formidable powers like the Flame Emperor and Wind King to consider forging alliances with Lin Long. The bloodstained massive stone door at the broken forbidden platform concealed countless spies from various factions. Days had passed without any news, leaving them puzzled and perplexed about the unfolding events. At that juncture, the sky suddenly transformed. Dark, ominous clouds surged forth, shrouding a 1,000-mile radius in darkness, rendering the world obscured. Just moments ago, the sun had shone brightly, but now, one could not see their own hand before their face. The dramatic shift in the heavens instilled terror among the spies hidden at the broken forbidden platform, as they sensed an overwhelmingly dreadful aura emanating from the clouds, causing their very souls to tremble. The ground itself began to quake, manifesting a true celestial phenomenon. In that fleeting moment, the supreme powerhouses of the northeast domain could not contain their shock, their towering figures rising from the endless void, eyes radiating divine light as they gazed towards the broken forbidden platform. On this day, the high-ranking officials of the powerful factions in the northeast domain were in a state of frenzy, their expressions betraying their astonishment, for they had never anticipated such a grand spectacle unfolding at the broken forbidden platform. What on earth had transpired? Almost simultaneously, the thought crossed the minds of the high-ranking figures across the northeast domain. Within the confines of the broken forbidden platform, Lin Shun's face was chiseled and resolute, his eyes ablaze with an inexplicable, formidable flame. Deep within the forbidden platform lies the remnants of the great Emperor of Forbidden, which may very well be my last glimmer of hope. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he looked toward the place where several prodigies had simultaneously vanished. At this moment, his mind was devoid of any distractions. The impending calamity had imposed an immense sense of pressure upon him. Yet, at this very instant, Lin Chen chose to reveal himself, casting aside that overwhelming burden entirely. In the world of martial arts, drinking and killing are merely for the thrill. Lin Chen, you too seek suffering, laughed Xue Li, his voice devoid of any fear, embodying a reckless spirit that mirrored Lin Chen's own. In a flash, Lin Chen executed the unity of man and weapon, merging seamlessly with the Xuanshang Monarch Tower. The entire ancient tower, crafted of glazed bronze, transformed into a projectile, hurtling into the depths of the forbidden platform space with a speed reminiscent of a ferocious beast taking flight. A violent gale swept past Mo Bai, Cheng Hu, and Hong Ling, causing them to instinctively display expressions of bewilderment. Upon glancing upward, they beheld the glazed tower radiating an astounding velocity, racing into the depths. Cheng Hu, momentarily taken aback, couldn't he help but smirk sinisterly. Is Lin Chen truly driven to a dead end? He believes that fleeing to the depths of the forbidden platform will grant him safety. No matter how far he escapes, he cannot evade the wrath of that formidable being. Mo Bai coldly spat out 2 words. Foolish. Enough noise, Hong Ling interjected, her demeanor as noble and aloof as ever. The depths are the remnants of the great Emperor of Forbidden. If we can acquire his residual techniques, it would be perfect. As for the little madman Lin Chen, he cannot escape his fate. Her words were resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The smiling demon cast a contemplative glance at Hong Ling, sensing an unusual connection between her and the little madman. The madman's previous actions had long betrayed him. Now, in this transformed state, the ancient power was on the verge of descending. Was she truly so composed, observing Lin Chen's impending demise? Cheng Hu felt a flicker of excitement within, keenly aware of the shift in Hong Ling's attitude. It seemed that the revelation of the little madman being of the sacred vein had drastically diminished his standing in her eyes. Moreover, he had one less rival to contend with. The space of the forbidden platform was a place of remnants, serving as the core of the entire forbidden platform's operation. The 99,999 manifestations of worldly power were commanded by the previous man known as the Emperor of Forbidden, ceaselessly maintaining the operation of the Grand Array. However, it was also rumored that within this forbidden platform lay the ultimate treasure left behind by the Emperor of Forbidden. This constituted Lin Chen's singular opportunity. So this is the reality of the depths, Lin Chen mused, his gaze sharpening as he soared at breakneck speed. He soon discerned, nestled in the innermost recesses of that space, a colossal palace forged from ancient, obsidian-like stone. Upon that grand palace, etched marks seemed to resonate with the heavens and the earth, forming an enigmatic and mysterious power. The oppressive aura emanating from it dominated the vast expanse, akin to the stabilizing needle of the seas. The palace, forged from dark stone, bore three grand characters: Duanjin Hall. Indeed, Duanjin Hall exists here, just as chronicled in the records of the sect. Cheng Hu and the others ascended swiftly, matching Lin Chen's pace. Upon sighting Duanjin Hall, Cheng Hu could not contain his laughter, exclaiming that the hall was intentionally left by the Emperor of Duanjin to find his successor. Moreover, it was rumored that within the hall, the Emperor had bequeathed an extraordinary treasure. As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in Cheng Hu's eyes as he subtly glanced at Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen appeared contemplative, surveying the magnificent ancient stone edifice. "Everyone, I shall proceed first," Lin Chen declared, and as they marveled, he let out a mighty cry, unfurling his wings and soaring toward the stone hall. The moment Lin Chen plunged into the hall's entrance, a terrifying torrent of fierce energy erupted like a celestial net from within, each strand imbued with a bone-chilling essence, rushing towards him with lethal intent. This was the bone-corroding energy. A direct hit could assail one's very bones, rendering it immensely formidable. Even a being at the third transformation of the virtual immortal realm, having coalesced into an ethereal body, would find it arduous to withstand this bone-corroding wind. Cheng Hu could not help but burst into laughter, deeming Lin Chen a fool for his reckless advance. It seemed he was eager to flirt with death. Cheng Hu secretly wished for Lin Chen to meet his demise at that moment. Unfazed by the world's affairs, "I am a free spirit," Lin Chen bellowed, filled with the essence of freedom, as he danced amidst the overwhelming torrent of bone-corroding energy, his movements intricate and elusive, evading the tightly interwoven onslaught. However, despite his agility, he could not deny the precariousness of his situation. The unpredictable trajectories of the bone-corroding wind nearly struck him multiple times, leaving him in an awkward predicament, unable to advance or retreat, ensnared within the tempest. Cheng Hu's grin widened at the sight, relishing in Lin Chen's plight. "Let you be arrogant. Let you be reckless. The bone-corroding wind, huh? Now you shall truly suffer. Just wait for the formidable beings to come for you," he mused, reveling in the thought of Lin Chen being captured by such powers. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hong Ling produced a token, flicking it with her finger. Instantly, the token erupted in boundless radiance, enveloping the entire stone hall like a vast net. The rampant bone-corroding wind vanished in an instant, and the more terrifying prohibitions that had yet to be unleashed dimmed entirely. Trapped within the bone-corroding gale, Lin Chen suddenly found himself liberated, emitting a deep, resonant howl before casting a lingering glance at Hong Ling and dashing into the forbidden hall. Cheng Hu gazed at Hong Ling in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Do you realize what you are doing? You are aiding him, Hong Ling. How can you act so?" A wave of intense jealousy surged within Cheng Hu, his discontent nearly exploding within him. The woman he admired had never treated him with such kindness before. "We cannot enter without removing these obstacles," Hong Ling replied coldly, not sparing Cheng Hu a glance, transforming into a streak of crimson light and shooting into the grand hall. Mo Bai, lost in thought, maintained his icy demeanor but said nothing, following closely behind. Only the smiling demon offered Cheng Hu a benign smile, which, at that moment, appeared to Chen Hu as a mocking sneer. Damn it, how infuriating. Chen Hu erupted as he witnessed the others enter the hall, an overwhelming celestial radiance emanating from him. His hands swiped at the air, his eyes glowing crimson, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and explode in response to his fury. A sanguine light flickered in Chen Hu's eyes as he fixated on the forbidden hall, his form remaining immobile. The ancient powers will soon descend. Linlong, your demise is imminent. Haha. At that moment, Hongling will surely belong to me, Chen Hu. With a terrifying gaze, Chen Hu muttered to himself, I shall await the arrival of those ancient beings, guiding them forth, and reaping significant rewards. Hongling, you shall never escape my grasp. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed an invisible force pressing down upon him, a binding power that restrained his consciousness, magic, and strength in layers. In the past, when facing the fearsome evil lord, he had experienced a similar scene, rendered powerless as if an ordinary mortal. To find himself subjected to such invisible forces once more, within the forbidden hall, felt like a descent into complete helplessness. To his surprise, the hall of the forbidden emperor harbored such constraining powers, suggesting impending doom. Upon entering, Mo Bai's aura diminished to that of an ordinary person, clearly suppressed. The smiling demon nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, there was one exception. Hongling, wielding a token, was enveloped in the radiant glow emitted by it, adorned with layers of crimson celestial energy, akin to wearing armor, her power remaining unbound. Hongling seized this opportunity to eliminate him. Mo Bai instantly recognized Lin Chen's vulnerability, swiftly drawing his ancient sword and speaking in a chilling tone. Now was truly the perfect moment to slay Lin Long, for he had become an ordinary mortal, just like Mo Bai. With a mere gesture, Hongling could bring him to his end. The noisy Lin Chen's pupils suddenly widened, and the scars crisscrossing his chest slightly sank, as his muscles expanded towards either side, emanating a terrifying aura of death, akin to an enraged god of demise. A surge of invisible power immediately struck Mo Bai, causing his body to recoil as if struck by lightning, his face etched with profound disbelief. Even the smiling demon couldn't help but slightly alter his expression while gazing at Lin Long. What was that imposing force that erupted from Lin Long just now? You are making noise. I could easily end you, Lin Chen coldly declared, retracting his earlier aura. He had once been sealed during his training with his third uncle, converting the fury within him into a powerful force, a manifestation of a particular supernatural ability. Although Lin Chen's strength was far diminished compared to before, he remained formidable. Having honed his skills in the land of death for 2 years, mastering the rumored aura of death, had he truly become enraged, he could have easily annihilated Mo Bai. Pay him no mind. Hongling cast a dispassionate glance at Lin Long, seemingly devoid of any interest in Lin Chen. She emitted a beam of celestial light that enveloped Mo Bai, calmly stating, Come with me. Mo Bai touched his chest, feeling the blood within still trembling. He took a deep breath and glanced at Lin Chen before transforming into a beam of celestial light, following closely behind Hongling. The grand hall was both magnificent and immense, constructed entirely of stone, imparting an ancient and primal ambience. Within this hall, there were 4 doors, each adorned with intricate, shimmering patterns of prohibitions, as if crossing through them would transport one to another realm. In the center of the hall stood a stone statue, exuding an archaic aura, depicting an ethereal middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance. These 4 doors were undoubtedly extraordinary. Lin Chen observed the doors intently, closely tracking Hongling's movements. Noticing her grasping a token as she boldly entered one of the portals, prompting Mo Bai to follow her into another. Once they entered, the portal they had traversed vanished from sight. Haha, brother Lin Long, there are still 2 portals left. Why don't we each take one? The smiling demon suggested, maintaining a facade of composure throughout. Lin Chen, oblivious to the thoughts of this man who had concealed himself for 5 years, merely nodded and replied, Please, go ahead. I, a dying man, have no such demands. The smiling demon gazed deeply at Lin Chen before proceeding to the right portal. Upon reaching the entrance, he slightly lowered his head, his voice taking on a somber tone. Lin Long, I admire you. Though this is merely my personal opinion. You remind me of my former self, an ordinary individual dismissed by many, deemed without a future, as if one's success or failure were predestined. Yet, I refuse to believe that. In the eyes of the smiling demon, an overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly surged forth, as formidable as a slumbering, unparalleled tiger of wrath. The heavens do not entirely forsake humanity. If fate seeks to abandon me, I shall undoubtedly carve my own path. Amidst the myriad of existence, the divine cannot orchestrate every destiny. There will always be a route that belongs to me. Each word resonated with a thunderous gravity, emanating from the smiling demon, embodying a tenacity akin to Lin Chun's indomitable spirit. It resembled a tenacious ant, defiantly roaring against the whims of fate. Chapter 1103. This time, it's truly over. Lin Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to witness the smiling demon step into the portal. Disappearing from sight, the hall echoed with the remnants of the smiling demon's voice, leaving Lin Chun contemplative. The earlier aura that enveloped the smiling demon stirred deep reflections within him. He envisioned an ordinary mortal, standing before the celestial prodigies born of heaven's will. A mere firefly overshadowed by the brilliance of stars. As the offspring of a supreme being, such a constitution must bear immense burdens. How intriguing, within him. I perceive my own reflection. Lin Chun sighed softly, his gaze fixed upon the remaining portal, inexplicably hesitant to take a step forward. Was entering this portal truly a beacon of hope? He lingered, acutely aware that each decision he made could irrevocably shape his future. It was a choice between life and death. The truly authentic often eludes our recognition, Lin Chun murmured to himself. For reasons unknown, he steeled his resolve. He intended to tread a path distinct from others. His eyes began to scrutinize the vast stone hall, absorbing every painting and minute detail with piercing clarity. Ultimately, Lin Chun's gaze settled upon the stone statue, that of the broken Ban Emperor, a middle-aged man, his aura ethereal, eyes gazing into the boundless void, his expression inscrutable. It is you, Lin Chun mused, a cold smile gracing his lips, as he unleashed a powerful punch towards the statue of the broken Ban Emperor. An invisible force, akin to the might of the heavens, surged forth, immense as a mountain, crashing into the statue. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The statue remained utterly unmoved. Lin Chun's heart quickened. This statue was indeed peculiar. Yet at that moment, the previously inscrutable expression on the statue shifted abruptly. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curving into an almost imperceptible smile. Lin Chun's complexion changed dramatically, as an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. When he beheld the statue of the broken Ban Emperor, whose emotionless visage suddenly bore a hint of a smile, he felt a chilling sense of peril rise abruptly from the depths of his being. He moved swiftly, yet the statue of the forbidden emperor seemed to surpass him in speed, as if it had awakened from the depths of endless time. It extended a hand, reaching towards Lin Chun, whose form was retreating rapidly. This hand resembled an eternal grasp, and Lin Chun found himself utterly powerless to resist, becoming ensnared within its grasp. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the forbidden platform, where the blood-stained pillars stood, the heavens and the earth shifted. A 10,000-mile radius was enveloped in an overwhelming pressure, causing ferocious beasts to cower beneath and cultivators to tremble in fear. The entire northeastern domain underwent a cataclysmic transformation. At that moment, the high-ranking leaders of the northeastern region began to stir in unison, as terrifying thoughts surged from all directions, intertwining within the tumultuous events unfolding at the forbidden platform. What was happening? What great calamity had transpired? The elder of heart extinction abruptly stood, his expression shaken. Rarely losing composure, he was indeed flustered this time. He sensed the situation at the forbidden platform with clarity. It was evident that the Battle Immortal Palace had ulterior motives. Did they intend to dominate the northeastern realm? The Emperor of Demons wore a solemn expression. I do not know what has occurred, but I am aware that the heavenly bell has been struck, and the reason lies within the forbidden platform. Could this be related to the smiling demon and Linlong? Impossible. The elder of heart extinction waved his hand dismissively. What power do they possess to rouse so many leaders of the Battle Immortal Palace, and even disturb the heavenly bell? Since that is the case, let us go and see, the Emperor of Demons replied calmly. With a series of sounds, 4 figures emerged from the enormous dark cloud that had cast a shadow over a 10,000-mile area, causing the heavens to change color. Leading them was an elder clad in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk, whose ancient and tranquil aura resembled that of an ordinary old man. The three figures behind him exuded an overwhelming imperial pressure that shook the 10,000-mile expanse, causing the very fabric of space to tremble in terror as they appeared simultaneously. These four figures were powerful leaders from the Battle Immortal Palace, each a formidable presence. Ancient Text Emperor, is this the place you spoke of? The Taoist-robed elder inquired. Although he did not emanate a world-shattering aura, his calm demeanor positioned him as the foremost among the four emperors. The figure known as the Ancient Text Emperor, an elder with white brows, directed his gaze towards the blood-stained pillar. Indeed, it is here. There will be no omissions. Humph. So this is the domain of the Forbidden Emperor, another emperor remarked, seemingly harboring a judgment about the elusive figure who seldom engaged in worldly matters and was rarely seen. Preferring solitude, many have set their sights upon this place. Another emperor, a middle-aged man radiating profound imperial might, as if an unmatched sovereign had descended, proclaimed. His eyes flickered with 1 billion golden lights, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld him. This is a grand emperor of the imperial lineage, whose aura surpasses that of the ancient emperors and another great sovereign by far. Let us gather and behold. The master of the Battle Immortal Hall, an elder clad in a Taoist robe, spoke with a tone of indifference, as if unaffected by all that transpired. In an instant, figures emerged in this terrifying expanse. First appeared the Elder of Heart Extinction, the leader of the Demon Emperor, followed by the venerable Lei Dao Emperor, the master of the Thunder Saint, and the Emperor of Flames, along with the Emperor of the Wind King organization, all descending together. Each one was a formidable titan, instilling awe across millions of miles. Upon their arrival, these emperors respectfully clasped their hands in greeting to the Taoist elder, acknowledging the immense power required to attain the position of master in the Battle Immortal Hall. Do not feel constrained, let us be succinct. We have come to the northeastern territory for the sake of the little madman, Lin Long, the elder declared straightforwardly. The presence of Lin Long stirred a palpable reaction among the assembled emperors, for they were well aware of the recent upheaval he had caused in the northeastern territory. Though his antics were noteworthy, they had not yet warranted the attention of the emperors. Yet, the overwhelming presence of the Battle Immortal Hall for Lin Long was quite extraordinary. The Lei Emperor cast a glance at the Elder of Heart Extinction and the leader of the Demon Emperor. What is the true identity of Lin Long that has prompted the Battle Immortal Hall to sound the alarm? He inquired, his expression unwavering. If the Battle Immortal Hall regards him with such significance, then it spells grave trouble. For Lin Long is the disciple of the blood-heavenly demon sovereign, the embodiment of sin. The ancient emperor spoke coldly, each word resonating like thunder in the moment. Lin Long was rumored to possess the sacred vein physique and was once a disciple of the blood-heavenly demon sovereign. Had they misjudged? The expressions of the gathered emperors shifted dramatically, astonished beyond measure. They had not anticipated that, beneath their very noses, the shadow of that man from millennia ago would resurface in their minds. Prepare for battle, commanded the Taoist elder. 3 formidable individuals are approaching. 3. The ancient emperor was perplexed. Isn't Lin Long supported by only 2 supreme emperors? The 2 supreme emperors will be your concern, the Taoist elder replied, his countenance grave. The other individual has transcended into that realm. Should he choose to intervene, it would be dire indeed. I must pay him a visit. He is unlikely to involve himself, he murmured to himself before vanishing from sight. As this revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the northeastern territory, 2 terrifying auras suddenly erupted from the farthest reaches of the void, akin to titanic beasts, rivaling the rolling dark clouds that loomed ahead. At this moment, a region within the northeastern territory underwent a profound transformation, morphing into a fierce battlefield for the emperors. The roar of their confrontation resonated throughout the entire northeastern territory. On the Isle of Lei, within the Red Thunder Pavilion, the resonant voice of his revered master echoed in Chen Dongxi's mind, causing his countenance to transform dramatically. As a holy son, he was expected to remain unperturbed, yet at that moment, he found himself unable to suppress his emotions. The notion of the sacred pulse body weighed heavily upon him. He comprehended all too well what it signified. It meant that the entire realm of humanity would become his adversary. Suddenly, Chen Dongxi felt as though all strength had drained from his body, and he sank into his seat, resembling a deflated balloon. He could never have anticipated such a conclusion. All his efforts had inadvertently served to bolster the enemies of humanity. Surely, The higher echelons of the demon god organization must be reveling in their triumph. A bitter smile crept upon Chen Ziguan's lips. He had once admired Lin Chun, recognizing in him a remarkable talent, endowed with both courage and strength. Yet, fate had condemned him with a physique that destined him to become the bane of the human realm. How could he possibly contend against such a fate? No matter how resplendent one might be, death was the only outcome that awaited him. At that moment, Chen Qingchong poked his head in, noticing Chen Ziguan's despondent expression, and immediately inquired with concern, "Brother Ziguan, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Observing Chen Qingchong's earnest demeanor, Chen Ziguan parted his lips slightly, managing to force out a smile. "I'm fine." "Oh." Chen Qingchong nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Ziguan, it has been several days. Is the duel between Lin Long and the smiling demon nearing its conclusion? I have a strong feeling that Lin Long will surely prevail." "Why do you say that?" Chen Ziguan asked, momentarily taken aback. "Because my elder brother Lin Long always performs magnificently at critical moments, turning the tide in his favor," Chen Qingchong exclaimed. His face flushed with fervor, the thrill of victory coursing through him. Perhaps, Chen Ziguan thought, his heart heavy with bitterness. This time, it truly was over. In the chapter 1104, titled Master's Enemies, at the forbidden platform, the heavens quaked. The three titans of the battle immortal hall stood aloft in the firmament, their eyes radiating an unparalleled murderous intent. The emperor of the heavenly royal clan led the charge, his imposing aura rivaling that of the heavens themselves, instilling dread across the ancient realms. On the other side, at the edge of the sky, two figures approached. One, a youth clad in a Taoist robe, bore a gentle smile, while the other, a man draped in a flowing crimson robe, exuded a breathtakingly fierce presence. "Fierce Emperor. See, Sovereign, you possess remarkable skills, daring to shield that sacred pulse body." The heavenly royal clan's emperor sneered at the two, his regal aura emanating with celestial authority. Unperturbed by their presence. "Do you not understand your crimes?" "Crimes?" The fierce emperor's gaze fell upon the three emperors, a predatory grin splitting his face, akin to that of a bloodthirsty beast. "I am not the sacred pulse body. That is merely your fabrication." Desiring to take action against him, one must first overcome our challenge. Even in the face of imminent death, the ancient text emperor remained defiant. As he contemplated the demise of one of his disciples, an invisible fury surged from the depths of his heart. With the emergence of the sacred vein body, the entire battle immortal palace was already in a state of fervor. The Four Seas Taoist offered a slight smile, stating that disbelief was their own affair. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to inform them that should they harbor intentions against him, they would be the first to oppose such a notion. His identity was beyond the reach of individuals like themselves. Preposterous identity. The emperor of the heavenly clan erupted in anger. "Ancient text emperor, you shall directly breach that forbidden space. We shall handle these two supreme emperors." Among the three, only the ancient text emperor possessed the weakest strength, being a mere ordinary emperor, while the other two had already ascended to the realm of supreme emperors. The confrontation between two supreme emperors would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. The mad emperor, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself forward, delivering a strike towards the ancient text emperor with a hand as colossal as a planet, capable of shattering all beneath it into dust. The ancient text emperor felt a chilling terror, recognizing that he was not of the same caliber as the mad emperor. "Step aside." The emperor of the heavenly clan made his move, his form suddenly expanding into a colossal figure that seemed to fill the heavens and the earth. Countless golden specks emerged from his body, each resembling an emperor. Billions of luminous points erupted, bathing the entire realm in a radiant golden hue. With a deafening roar, the heavens dimmed, the sun and moon lost their light, and the earth sank. On that day, the entire northeastern domain was enveloped in a tremendous rumble. The battle pressure emanating from the forbidden platform instilling fear in countless souls, evoking a deep sense of dread within them. The emperor of the heavenly clan, alongside another ancient titan from the battle immortal palace and the mad emperor, engaged in a breathtaking battle, shattering the void in all directions and causing the earth to sink as they unleashed unimaginable power. This was the clash of four supreme titans. However, all of this had been meticulously orchestrated by the battle immortal palace. The conflict between two supreme emperors deterred the inhabitants of the northeastern domain from intervening, let alone offering refuge to Lin Long, who they sought to eliminate. "Humph," You dare to slay my disciple, you wretched body of sin. I shall not spare you. The ancient text emperor hovered in the void, gazing at the bloodied stone gate. With a flick of his finger, an ancient radiance erupted from his hand, hurtling towards the stone gate. Immediately, a muffled explosion resonated from the bloodied stone pillar, the magnitude of which was almost unfathomable. The stone pillar began to crumble in layers, fracturing continuously until a massive breach erupted in the air. Through the gap, one can observe the entirety of the severed forbidden space, where numerous combat platforms are arrayed, forming a grand formation that encircles this restricted area. However, the moment the ancient emperor's finger struck, over 100 of these platforms were utterly shattered, reduced to ruins. Luo Tianxiao appeared here at some point, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the scene. If the space were to open, Lin Lungli's demise would be imminent. Lin Shen felt himself being drawn in by an immense force, one that brooked no argument. As he relaxed momentarily, his entire being tensed up instantly, his eyes chilling, resembling a leopard on the brink of fury. He quickly assessed his surroundings, only to find himself standing in a pitch-black void, within which a circle of runes occupied a vast expanse. Lin Shun propelled himself forward, colliding with the circle of runes, only to be rebounded with force. His gaze turned even colder. This circle of runes constituted a constraint, an imprisonment that he could not hope to break with his current strength. Great Emperor of Severance, since you are present, why not reveal yourself? Lin Shen stated calmly, devoid of any trace of fear. After all, he had encountered numerous emperors and had even witnessed beings of the caliber of the evil sovereign, leaving him with little trepidation towards emperors. The body of sin, after all these years, has resurfaced. A voice imbued with a hint of magnetism resonated. As a middle-aged figure materialized before Lin Shen, his hollow eyes devoid of color fixating on him. The pursuit from the giants of the human realm. I presume you are not far from death. Lin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. It seemed that the great Emperor of Severance had witnessed all that transpired within the forbidden space. As an emperor, must you speak so incessantly? Speak plainly if you have something to say, Lin Shen replied coldly, regarding the great emperor with disdain. Such a good temper. The great Emperor of Severance clapped his hands in apparent genuine admiration. You, young man, are rather likable. However, you are ultimately a wholly vain body. Even I, in my youth, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the blood sky demon sovereign. His words sent a chill down Lin Shen's spine. Which emperor had been bullied by the blood sky demon sovereign? Once upon a time, a figure known as the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms emerged from the sacred spirit continent. Lin Shen had initially hoped to glean a semblance of hope from the remnants left by the great Emperor of Severance. Yet here stood an enemy of the blood sky demon sovereign. Even the great Emperor's words struck Lin Shen with an icy dread. What transgressions did your master commit? The color drained from Lin Shen's face as he pondered, realizing that encountering an emperor meant confronting an enemy of his master. These grievances, must they be borne by you? Lin Shen clenched his teeth, remaining silent. In this instance of calamity, I observed a pallor settling upon the countenance of Blood Li, yet Lin Shen abruptly interrupted him. Lin Shen's gaze was fixed intently upon the great Emperor Duan Jin, addressing him directly. Master's adversary, Duan Jin, what is it that you seek? Speak plainly. It is said that within the sacred vessel resides a treasure born of the convergence of heaven and earth. The Blood Sky Demon Lord once possessed such an artifact, regrettably shattering it in the end. Were I to acquire that treasure, it is conceivable that I, the great Emperor Duan Jin, could ascend to the ancient realm. This notion greatly entices me. The eyes of the great Emperor Duan Jin suddenly turned frigid, as if the boundless void around him mirrored his chilling emotions. I wish for your demise. The final word transformed into an overwhelming decree of death, enveloping Lin Shen as if the last glimmer of hope amidst the calamity were to be abruptly extinguished. Chapter 11:05. Suppression. Cheng, who remained ensconced within that space, his gaze coldly fixed upon the colossal stone hall. What he yearned for most fervently was to see Lin Shen slain. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed when suddenly a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the space, akin to countless heavenly thunderclaps erupting in unison. The might of the war immortal hall's power was undeniable. Cheng, whose complexion changed dramatically, an overwhelming joy illuminating his face. A fissure appeared in the entire expanse, through which scenes of utter devastation could be glimpsed outside. The aura emanating from beyond nearly caused Cheng, who to collapse to his knees. To his astonishment, figures of the ancient text emperor and Luo Tianxia emerged from within this space. As the ancient text emperor stepped forth, an awe-inspiring imperial might radiated from him, enveloping the vast area. With a thud, Cheng Hu immediately knelt heavily upon the ground, his expression filled with elation as he addressed the ancient text emperor. I am Cheng Hu. I am indeed Cheng Hu. Both the ancient text emperor and Luo Tianxia turned their gazes towards Cheng Hu, who was subdued beneath their imposing presence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cheng Hu, possessing a significant reputation within the War Immortal Hall, was aware of the adversarial relationship with his disciple Chen Dongxi. Where is Linlong? Luo Tianxia, resembling a celestial being, inquired coldly of Cheng Hu. The ancient text emperor also posed a question. Where is Linlong, that sinner? Cheng Hu's expression shifted to one of intense agitation. He had finally reached this pivotal moment. Linlong, your doomsday is inevitably approaching. A sense of foreboding coursed through the hearts of the Four Seas Taoist and the fierce emperor simultaneously. They had not anticipated that the might of the War Immortal Hall would be so astutely calculated, arriving precisely as four figures. With the final emperor poised to strike at Linlong, layer upon layer of murderous intent and confinement sought to ensure that Lin Shun would find no refuge, leaving him with no place to rest in peace. In the eyes of the fierce emperor, a terrifying bloodlight emanated, as if he were on the verge of a furious outburst. Should this continue, it would take but a fleeting thought for Linlong to meet his demise. The fierce emperor was consumed by wrath, yet he found himself obstructed by two supreme emperors, unable to intervene. Within the ranks of emperors, there exists a hierarchy. Attaining the status of a supreme emperor renders one exceedingly difficult to slay. Battles can extend for 10 days and nights, a not uncommon occurrence. Thus, the fierce emperor and the Taoist of the Four Seas could only watch helplessly. The Taoist's voice, cold as ice, echoed, revealing the immense fury even within his heart. A mere first transition in the void immortal realm had managed to provoke two supreme emperors, one of whom was accompanied by the terrifying old monster from the Battle Immortal Palace. What an oppression this was! At that very moment, within the ranks of the Demon God organization, the Elder of Heart Annihilation erupted into laughter, his voice reverberating throughout the Demon God Palace. Who would have thought? Who could have imagined that Linlong was a sacred pulse body? It seems his induction into our Demon God organization as a demonic rogue is indeed a stroke of fortune. Expelling him would surely earn us the gratitude of the Battle Immortal Palace. Many prominent figures glinted with crimson in their eyes, well aware of the underlying causes of the previous rogue incident and its connection to the tyranny of the Elder of Heart Annihilation. However, it now appeared that their earlier belief that offending two supreme emperors was a mistake had proven to be entirely accurate. The Battle Immortal Palace, a dominant force in the southwestern domain, was intertwined with countless prominent figures. This incident even drew the attention of one of the most enigmatic palace masters among the rumored leaders of the Battle Immortal Palace, underscoring the significance they placed on Linlong. Consequently, the Demon God organization would undoubtedly reap various benefits from this affair. Heaven has blessed our Demon God organization. Seizing this opportunity, we shall take decisive action against those who have recently shown an eagerness to act. The aura of the Emperor of Command radiated with the might of dominion, as if the clash of countless weapons heralded an impending battle. At this moment, the seemingly tranquil Thunder Island, surrounded by the ancient, unchanging, and terrifying Thunder Array, remained enveloped in a formidable natural defense. Even emperors would likely hesitate to breach its sanctum. It was yet another calm day. However, at that instant, the serene waters surrounding Thunder Island erupted with a series of thunderous explosions, monstrous waves crashing forth, sweeping in all directions with a ferocious momentum, as if several dragon kings were thrashing about in the depths of the sea. Suddenly, four figures materialized upon the ocean, their demonic aura soaring and murderous intent palpable, sending shivers down the spine of all who beheld them. The tranquil Thunder Island suddenly became tumultuous, as an overwhelming and terrifying pressure filled the air, brimming with an aura of bloodshed. This force caused the natural thunder array formed over the island to crackle and flicker with lightning. At that moment, countless cultivators on Thunder Island turned their gazes toward the roiling, tumultuous sea. Upon catching sight of four figures emerging from the waves, the eyes of the island's practitioners instantly narrowed, feeling a chill enveloping their limbs as turbulent waves of anxiety surged within their hearts. These were the 4 leaders of the demon god organization. Why had they personally descended upon Thunder Island, exuding such a murderous intent? Did they intend to declare open war against Thunder Island? The leader, Demon Emperor, and the Elder of Heart Extinction, what could their intentions be? Did they dare to forcefully intrude upon our territory? The formidable beings within Thunder Island were stirred into action, with the first to step forward being Chen Dongxi's master, the Thunder Gentleman. This middle-aged man seemed to carry within him an immense power, as if he harbored countless bolts of thunder that could obliterate vast stretches of land with a mere tremor of his form. Beside the Thunder Gentleman stood the unyielding Chen Dongxi, along with several other supreme figures of Thunder Island, all focusing their intentions on the unfolding scene. The Demon Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the Thunder Gentleman. You are well aware of the matter at hand. We have come to investigate Thunder Island, as we suspect that Lin Long is concealed within your ranks. He is a being of sin. And do you dare to shelter such a wretched entity? At this proclamation, a great uproar erupted across Thunder Island, leaving even Chen Qingchong bewildered. How could Lin Long, the disciple of the Blood Heaven Demon Sovereign who once turned the human realm upside down, be a being of sin? This was inconceivable. The very person they had previously aided, their guest elder, was indeed the notorious being whose existence could incite a collective uprising among the world's great powers. Lin Long was currently engaged in combat at the Forbidden Platform. What business did this have with our Thunder Sovereign? The Thunder Gentleman, unwavering, calmly retorted. I could just as easily suspect that Lin Long has been captured by your demon god organization and is being concealed from the world. In response, Elder of Heart Extinction raised his hand and produced a token that radiated an overwhelming pressure, emblazoned with a colossal character for war. This character seemed to stand as an eternal mark across the heavens and the earth. We wield the War Immortal token, granting us the authority to investigate. Should you choose not to cooperate, you will be opposing the War Immortal Hall. Elder of Heart Extinction, with resolute determination, displayed the War Immortal token, revealing the foundation of their claims. All of this can only be attributed to your close association with Lin Chun, the forces of the Thunder Sect. The expression on Lei Junzi's face shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that the adversary would be so thoroughly prepared. It seemed that the demon god organization was indeed intent on taking advantage of the chaos, as he had foreseen. If they were allowed to thoroughly investigate Thunder Island, there would be no need for any further force to launch an assault. What secrets would remain hidden? They would indiscriminately open all the restrictions on your weapon pavilion, forbidden grounds, and technique pavilion, leaving no stone unturned. Should any suspicious items be discovered, the demon god organization reserves the right to confiscate them for investigation. The commanding presence of the demon emperor, imbued with an imperial authority, left no room for doubt. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the cultivators on Thunder Island changed dramatically. The hidden giants of Thunder Island seethed with anger, yet in this moment, they could only endure. Even Lei Junzi's countenance altered, and Chen Dongxi clenched his fists in fury, retorting vehemently, "You old bastards should not overstep your bounds. Do not think that Thunder Island is so easily squashed. If they were to open the weapon pavilion and the various forbidden grounds, exposing everything, then Thunder Island could no longer be regarded as such. It would surely collapse into ruin. Which little wretch dares to speak to me in such a manner?" The demon emperor fixed his gaze upon Chen Dongxi, his voice laced with authority. "I suspect this child is a manifestation of sin, sowing discord between our demon god organization and your Thunder Island. He must die. Better to err on the side of caution than to let him escape." Before the entirety of Thunder Island, the demon emperor did not hesitate to declare his intent to eradicate their own. Chen Dongxi's expression shifted again, realizing that in just a few exchanges, he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, pressured by the formidable onslaught of the opponent. The many cultivators of Thunder Island were filled with unbridled rage, yet they had not yet recovered from the overwhelming shock. They could hardly fathom that the esteemed Lin Long was, in fact, the legendary body of sacred veins, a being sought after for extermination by various powers across the continent. Lei Junzi's expression fluctuated before he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a cold smile gracing his lips. "You may enter," with a sweeping gesture. It seemed that countless beams of radiance vanished from the skies above Thunder Island, leaving the once menacingly restricted areas devoid of their terrors. The Elder of Heart Destruction wasted no words. His immense and terrifying imperial might enveloped all of Thunder Island, his consciousness soaring freely through its many hidden secrets. The three demon emperors behind him watched with cold smiles, feeling a sense of vindication. Humph, Lei Junzi, you truly possess remarkable tactics. The Elder of Heart Destruction opened his eyes, coldly regarding Lei Junzi. I did not expect you to anticipate this moment, tidying everything up so swiftly. Now tell me, where is Lin Lung hidden? Upon hearing the Elder's words, the demon emperors could not help but change their expressions, astonished that Lei Junzi was so cunningly calculated. Having accounted for even this, a group of disciples from Thunder Island were instantly filled with joy, astonished by the formidable strength of their island master. However, at that very moment, a sudden and furious roar echoed through the air. How dare you falsely accuse Brother Lin Lung of being the sacred vein body? The hearts of Lei Junzi and Chen Ziguan sank immediately. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, only to see Chen Qingcheng's face flushed red. Akin to a furious beast stepped on its tail. The four demon emperors fixed their gaze upon Chen Qingcheng. The leading demon emperor took a decisive step forward. His eyes locked onto Chen Qingcheng, a cold sneer escaping his lips as his voice thundered like a storm, resonating throughout Thunder Island. So it is. The devouring magic of the sacred vein body can alter one's aura and consume the essence of others. This young man's demeanor strongly suggests he is Lin Lung. We must swiftly expose this sinner's true identity before all. Each word from the leading demon emperor dripped with murderous intent, impossible to evade or withstand. Armed with the battle immortal command, the four demon emperors became overwhelmingly formidable, their words capable of sealing one's fate. Many powerful figures seethed with silent fury. Yet they could only harbor their anger, permitting the demon organization to reign supreme over them. They understood well that this was the demon organization's tactic to suppress their entire Thunder Sovereign. Chen Qingcheng's expression shifted, but for reasons unknown, an unnamed force surged within him. Bolstering his spirit, he roared defiantly at the four demon emperors, "You shall not slander me here. I am Chen Qingcheng, and no one can take my place." Brother Lin Lung has long been battling the grinning demon at the forbidden platform. He cannot possibly be the sacred vein body. As he spoke, a commanding voice erupted in his mind, violently shaking his brain and momentarily rendering him speechless. Cease your sophistry. The leading demon emperor, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, unleashed two beams of demonic light from his eyes. These beams, akin to supreme demonic hands, ensnared Chen Qingcheng in midair. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. One emperor's mere presence was sufficient to crush a mere virtual fairy. The many supreme beings observing this scene, along with the cultivators of Thunder Island, could not help but be moved. Even Chen Ziguan's expression twisted, unable to maintain his previously calm and aloof demeanor. Leading demon emperor, elder mind extinguish. What is your true intention? Do you truly believe that the Thunder Sovereign organization is easy to bully? Lei Junzi's voice deepened, resonating like distant thunder, stirring the hearts of those present. What we desire is of no concern to you, Elder Mind Extinguish replied with a chilling smile. Chapter 1106, The Decapitation, Part 1. At this moment, at the Forbidden platform, Emperor Forbidden suddenly made his move, catching Lin Shen completely off guard. Yet the situation had already been set in motion. He seemed to be at the nadir of his fortune, encountering the adversary of his former master amidst a catastrophic fate. A predicament that was utterly dire. The imposing figure of the Emperor of Forbidden Laws pointed a finger at Lin Shen, unleashing an invisible force that erupted from his fingertip like concentric circles of runes, cascading down upon Lin Shen. In that instant, Lin Shen's countenance shifted dramatically. What is the essence of prohibition? It entails the restriction of movement, the curtailment of action, the suppression of the laws of nature, and the confinement of power. The gaze of the Emperor of Forbidden Laws upon Lin Shen was akin to that of a puppeteer observing a marionette, poised to strike at any moment, leisurely and unhurried. Engaging in a dispassionate discourse, Lin Shen's complexion paled, for at that moment he felt utterly immobilized, as if his strength had sunk into a fathomless abyss, leaving him devoid of sensation. His body no longer obeyed his commands, ensnared within an intangible constraint, no longer belonging to him. In essence, he was left with merely the flicker of his spirit, while everything else slipped from his grasp. The concept of restriction is among the most arcane phenomena in existence, capable of binding ancient beasts and primordial powers. The Emperor's gaze resembled a still pond, To restrain another's spirit is the hallmark of the most formidable of techniques. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The ability to confine even the spirit was profoundly terrifying and utterly insane. The great imprint of the restrained heart. The Emperor of Forbidden Laws began to form hand seals, and at that moment, the aura emanating from him became ineffably chaotic, as if his every movement was intertwined with the very fabric of the cosmos. An invisible force surged forth from his hands. Lin Chen's expression shifted drastically, as he immediately sensed an overwhelming suppression upon his consciousness, akin to an unending barrage of mountains crashing down upon him. As the peaks of this oppressive weight multiplied, his entire being felt unbearably heavy, as if his mind were on the verge of fracturing. Consciousness, the essence of thought, was no longer his own, as his body had been rendered a vessel of confinement. Should his consciousness become ensnared, it would spell his absolute demise. Who laments the capriciousness of fate? Burdened by insurmountable challenges that induce despair? Even the mightiest of emperors cannot escape the grasp of decay. All is merely an ephemeral dream. Rather than struggle in this agony, why not succumb to an eternal slumber? A somber voice resonated within Lin Chen's consciousness, imparting a drowsy sensation, as if everything spoken were irrefutable wisdom, compelling one to heed its counsel. Why rage against the inevitable when death is inescapable? Yet, in that very moment, a sudden eruption of blinding white light surged forth from his previously subdued consciousness, akin to a tempest rising from a dead sea. This radiance became overwhelmingly brilliant, revealing a figure within, howling defiantly at the heavens. I am the forge hammer. With each strike, I extinguish suffering, obliterate dangers, and give birth to the path of existence. Unfazed by worldly affairs, I am born free. In the face of despair, one must strive to survive. In adversity, one must learn to flourish. A peculiar expression flickered across the visage of the Emperor of Severance, as he beheld the rekindled spirit force, unable to suppress his astonishment at the impossibility of it all. Suddenly, a terrifying white light erupted as if birthed from the very essence of infinity, and Lin Chen's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the boundless void. All things were annihilated. The great Tao extinguished, life and death dissolved, leaving only the solitary sage to endure. The existence known as the Great Seal of the Forbidden Heart was utterly shattered by Lin Chen, who emanated a dazzling white light, transforming his form into a diminutive sun that illuminated the entire sky. The Emperor of Severance found himself illuminated by this abrupt surge of white light, forcing him to retreat several steps, his eyes seemingly unable to open, filled with profound disbelief. A sovereign, confronting an entity of the virtual immortal realm, wielded a terrifying hand seal, yet could not inflict harm. Do you think it's so simple to subdue my heart, Emperor of Severance? Lin Chen regarded him with an air of calm, for the 2 years spent on the path of death were etched indelibly in his memory. His resolve was beyond the comprehension of others. The expression of the Emperor of Severance finally settled into tranquility as he gazed at Lin Chen from the distant void. So your will has reached such heights. It seems my great seal of the Forbidden Heart has yet to attain the power to forcibly suppress you. My realm is woefully insufficient. However, though you can resist my consciousness, you too cannot escape death. Is that so? Lin Chen retorted with a cold smirk, an intense white light suddenly erupting from his being. The Heavenly Saint King's seal activated, amplifying his aura tenfold. The ancient sacred court flickered within his brow, and the pressure emanating from him forcibly shattered the intangible weight that had restrained him. Although Lin Chen's displayed strength could not entirely break free from the binding force, he could at least move slowly beneath its vast oppression, a significant improvement over his previous state of complete immobilization. Emperor of Severance, if I am not mistaken, this is merely a fraction of your will, one that has been tempered through the ages. Your strength is fundamentally lacking. Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the Emperor, his eyes sharp as those of a wolf. If you possessed such formidable power, I would have long since been reduced to a pile of bones. The Emperor of Severance stood amidst the expansive void, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he observed Lin Chen. And so what if you have realized this? What difference does it make? Only that it leads to the slaying of an emperor. Lin Chen bellowed, rising into the air as he bent his fingers. A wave of terrifying energy coalesced at his fingertips, the will of the 5 divine arts merging into a singular point of existence. From this point emanated an aura of unfathomable terror, capable of shaking the very foundations of the world and instilling fear across the realms. In truth, your remarkable talents are indeed extraordinary, capable of conceiving such arcane techniques. However, here, as you attempt to wield your divine powers, the Emperor of Severance scoffs coldly. Gesturing with a sweeping hand, the Earth's gravity is ensnared in a formidable spell, and an inky black chain immediately traverses from the boundless void, enveloped in countless enigmatic runes. This chain swiftly encircles Lin Shun within a 10-mile radius, unleashing a torrent of restraining force that engulfs him entirely. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Shen's body resonated with a series of explosive sounds. His fingers, which clutched the original point, could no longer maintain their grip and fell limply. The original point he held was propelled into the distant void, followed by a deafening explosion echoing from afar. His entire being felt as if it had been infused with celestial iron, rendering him unbearably heavy, to a degree that instilled a profound terror within him. Even the physique honed by the trials of the heart demon Catastrophe was nearly pushed to its limits, burdened by an overwhelming weight that rendered each breath laborious. The gravitational restraint is akin to an existence of its own, a form of sorcery capable of transforming the surrounding area into a realm of crushing gravity. Increasing the weight of every object within by countless multiples, Bloodly remarked gravely. Gasping for air, Lin Shun felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he could distinctly hear the slow rhythm of his heart beating under the oppressive force. The very flow of blood within his veins felt agonizingly sluggish. Everything was decelerating. Yet, Lin Shun harbored no doubt. Should this continue, his body would inevitably shatter into oblivion. Lin Shun, do you comprehend that despite the strength of your will, without commensurate power, it remains but an empty boast? In this vast world, fraught with peril, personal strength is the true path. The Emperor of Severance regarded Lin Shun, crushed beneath the weight of the gravitational restraint, with cold indifference. As Lin Shun's skin began to fissure, blood seeping forth, his magical essence was rendered impotent under the relentless pressure. Blood flowed from the cracks in his forehead, staining his face, as he gritted his teeth, glaring with the fury of a wild beast. Is that so? I refuse to perish so easily. Lin Shun rasped through clenched teeth, extending his hand forward. With each inch he moved, his entire arm erupted with explosive force. Gradually, he began to shift within this terrifying domain of gravitational restraint, explosive sounds emanating from his form, with blood gushing forth, rendering him a living embodiment of crimson. Such a resolute will. Yet what does it matter? The Emperor of Severance looked down upon Lin Shun, declaring that without power, one is rendered utterly useless. You have reached the end of your road. Awaken the essence that lies within your body. Lin Shun's blood-red eyes fixated on the broken restriction Emperor, as if to say, do you believe you are worthy to witness the essence within me? I, Lin Long, have proclaimed that I shall unearth a glimmer of hope from this impending calamity. No one can obstruct me, not even an emperor. With a sudden roar, Lin Shun unleashed a ferocious power from his previously constrained body within the gravity domain. This unexpected surge of energy erupted toward the broken restriction Emperor with astonishing swiftness, seemingly materializing from nowhere. Yet, the gravitational restraints remained relentless. As Lin Shun attained such terrifying velocity, one of his legs was obliterated, reduced to mere blood mist. Its very bones shattered to fragments. Despite the devastation of his leg, Lin Shun's face contorted in a fierce grimace, his voice a relentless roar as he pushed himself off the ground with one leg, propelling himself toward the broken restriction Emperor in his quest for survival. No one could impede him. With his right leg also exploding into smithereens, Lin Shun's body lost the support of both legs and plummeted to the ground. At this moment, he was alarmingly close to the gravitational restriction. If only he could endure a little longer, perhaps he might evade the consequences of his own actions. The broken restriction Emperor observed the scene with a cold gaze, shaking his head with a subtle sigh. Yet, as Lin Shun's legs shattered and he fell to the ground, he gritted his teeth, blood cascading from his forehead, veins bulging. His bloodied hands pressed against the void, and his body shot forth like a flying sword, wings unfurling with sudden ferocity. With his legs obliterated, blood gushing forth, and his entire being drenched in crimson, Lin Shun transformed into a veritable hellish Azura, rising from the abyss of torment, eyes wide with fury as he launched a fist toward the broken restriction Emperor. The broken restriction Emperor merely pointed a finger, and a circle of forbidden script materialized from the tip. This singular gesture met Lin Chen's fist, and inexplicably, a tempestuous force erupted from the emperor's finger, shattering Lin Chen's left arm into dust. "You are finished," declared the broken restriction emperor, standing with arms folded behind his back. A piercing howl escaped Lin Chen's lips, his body engulfed in excruciating pain. In that moment, both his legs and left arm lay shattered, his mind overwhelmed by an incessant torrent of agony, as if it were on the brink of succumbing to a void of nothingness. However, he resolved to survive. He must endure, and he could no longer live in such a pitiful manner. He was Lin Chen, destined to carve his own path, unimpeded by the presence of others. Thus, he must fight to live. With a fierce roar, Lin Chen summoned his strength amidst the explosive pain radiating from his arm. In an instant, a resounding clang echoed as an ancient bronze sword was unsheathed, falling into his bloodied grasp. With a wild and ferocious expression, he brandished the sword, striking down with ferocity that left the Emperor of Broken Restrictions in astonishment. For reasons unknown, the sword unleashed a terrifying aura, awakening an ancient essence. As it descended, it appeared capable of cleaving through chaos itself, slicing through the realms of yin and yang, the entire bronze sword roaring in response. The Emperor of Broken Restrictions wore a look of sheer disbelief as the sword cleaved the void above his head, exposing the stone hall above. To his shock, half of his shoulder and arm were brutally severed, revealing a labyrinth of dark, intricate runes within his body. At that moment, a gentle white light erupted from the bronze sword, casting a warm glow upon Lin Chen. In an instant, he felt an invigorating warmth coursing through him, as if the sword had undergone a transformation, imbued with an inexplicable charm. "Did you think I had suffered too greatly before?" Lin Chen smiled faintly, gazing at the ethereal bronze sword, his voice barely above a whisper. He had come to realize that he had fully embraced his own madness. The Emperor of Broken Restrictions, incredulous, beheld his severed half, still caught in shock. After a lengthy pause, he finally fixed his gaze upon the bronze sword pulsating with divine resonance, muttering, "The spirit of the sacred source, forged into a sword. One strike can cleave the heavens, two can shatter the earth, and three can unravel chaos. What manner of object is this?" Lin Chen was taken aback by the Emperor's words, realizing he was referring to his bronze sword. It seemed that the sword was no ordinary weapon. It was a fragment of the sacred spirit continent's essence, something the other emperors failed to discern. How could the Emperor of Broken Restrictions perceive its true nature? The implications of his words hinted at something profound. "Lin Chen, you have earned my consideration. I am aware of the calamity that looms over you. Hence I have prepared 2 gifts for you," the Emperor declared, surveying his own dismembered form. He let out a long howl, the imprint of the infinite heart. "If your 5 divine senses merge into one, their power will be unparalleled." With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot into Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen shuddered, instantly perceiving the presence of 2 supreme martial arts emanating from the radiant light. These martial arts encompassed the will of the great Emperor of Breaking Restrictions, among others, exhibiting unparalleled strength. One was a technique for utilizing divine consciousness to vanquish foes, while the other was the incompletely realized forbidden heart of the Great Thousand Seal, a creation not even accomplished by the great Emperor. Each of these techniques possessed unique merits, rivaling celestial arts. Naturally, should Lin Chen delve deeply into their essence, their power would undoubtedly amplify. At that moment, the entire void began to tremble uncontrollably, resonating with explosive sounds that shook the heavens. In the depths of the cosmos, a commanding voice of an emperor reverberated, calling out Lin Lung's name. Chapter 1108. Could it be him? Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The ancient power had finally descended. Presently, he had merely acquired the forbidden heart of the Great Thousand Seal and another ancient Tao technique, rendering him incapable of evading the pursuit of formidable beings. The inevitable conclusion loomed, a dead end awaited him. Trust in all things. The heavens will surely bestow fortune amidst dire peril, the great Emperor of Breaking Restrictions said with a faint smile. I shall delay the Emperor outside for a brief moment, granting you the final sliver of time. Lin Chen's heart weighed heavily as he nodded solemnly, cupping his hands in respect towards the great Emperor. I am profoundly grateful. Esteemed elder, I reiterate, there is no such thing as absolute death in this world, Lin Chen. You must have faith in yourself. However, You must remember to keep your distance from the ancient coffin within you, the great emperor abruptly stated, uttering a peculiar warning. Before he could elaborate, an explosive sound erupted from outside once more. The great emperor of breaking restrictions paused momentarily before transforming into countless runes of restriction, vanishing into the enigmatic void. In an instant, frantic voices echoed outside, gradually dwindling into silence. The entire void seemed to solidify, engulfed in darkness for miles around. Lin Chen's expression fluctuated wildly. The individual who had previously sent him a warning to stay away from the bronze coffin now reappeared before him. This was the very person who had been pursued by his third uncle and the elder with the black eyes, yet had managed to escape. Could it be that this great emperor of breaking restrictions is the one who warned him? Yet, how could such a mere emperor evade the watchful eyes of his third uncle and the elder with the black eyes? Furthermore, to comprehend the power of the bronze coffin, a mere emperor would be indulging in a delusion. Was everything predestined? A bizarre thought flickered through Lin Chen's mind, as if the entire situation had become increasingly enigmatic, requiring him to unravel it himself. But to decipher these mysteries, survival was imperative. The mysterious informant's hopes lay within these two techniques, and he sensed a flicker of life within himself, a chance he had persistently overlooked. Lin Chen murmured to himself, "Walk my own path, walk my own path, walk my own path." He closed his eyes, his mind clear and untroubled, forgetting the chaos surrounding him. Time, he knew not how much remained. However, Lin Chen was acutely aware that this moment would determine his fate, as well as reveal the nature of life and death. Meanwhile, within the realm of forbidden space, a colossal and terrifying array of dark runes, seemingly numbering in the millions, ensnared the entire stone hall, exuding an ethereal aura. This was the final stratagem of the enigmatic emperor of forbidden restrictions. The detestable ancient text emperor struck the massive stone edifice with a forceful palm, managing to dismantle only a few of the restraints, which darkened his countenance. He had not anticipated that the emperor of forbidden restrictions would resort to such a tactic at the very last moment. Cheng Hu's heart was also heavy with frustration. He had been poised to eliminate Lin Long, only for this unforeseen spectacle to unfold. Let you live a while longer, Cheng Hu seethed inwardly. In the unique void surrounding the statue of the Emperor of Forbidden Restrictions, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. At this critical juncture, with catastrophe looming, he cast aside concerns about the Emperor's identity and immersed himself in the two arcane arts imparted to him. His intuition guided him to believe that the hope of surviving this calamity lay within these two techniques taught by the Emperor. The first, the Forbidden Heart of the Great Thousand Seal, was an unparalleled forbidden art conceived by the Emperor of Forbidden Restrictions. Although it had yet to be fully developed, it could not directly pressure the spirit of an individual with overwhelming mental prowess. Instead, it could unleash thousands of formless seals to suppress another's consciousness, effectively binding their heart and mind. This technique was undeniably formidable. If fully realized, even the mightiest adversary would become a soulless puppet at the mercy of its wielder. The second technique, the Mind Convergence Seal, was directly imparted by the Emperor, who recognized Lin Chen's potential. This seal could amalgamate the powers of Lin Chen's 5 Cs of consciousness into a singular, transcendent mental imprint, directly imposing suppression on the consciousness of others. Mental assaults, once a common method of combat long ago, were fearsome and could inflict trauma without regard for the opponent's strength. However, such techniques had dwindled in practice, leading to a scarcity of practitioners skilled in mental cultivation. The Mind Convergence Seal, however, was perfectly suited to Lin Chen's 5 Cs of consciousness. Choosing to first comprehend the Mind Convergence Seal, Lin Chen focused intently. My heart, my intent, my essence, my life, my soul converge as one, all directed towards the source. All gathered, a myriad of convergence. As he absorbed the essence of the Mind Convergence Seal, a stream of profound words flowed from his lips, and at that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into the 5 Cs of consciousness, channeling their energies toward a singular point. His body assumed a peculiar posture, tilting his head and raising his hand above, forming seals that resembled the character for heart atop his head. Chapter 1109. The roar of Chen Qingchong. At this moment, Lin Chen's 5 vast seas of consciousness erupted in a tumultuous roar, akin to a mighty river cascading in all directions. With exceptional comprehension, Lin Chen swiftly discerned the underlying principles of the Heart-Mind Convergence Seal. It resembled a series of expansive rivers flowing upon the earth, each a tributary diverging from an ancient, primordial river. The heart-mind convergent seal serves to channel these tributaries back to their ancestral source. Time slipped away unnoticed as Lin Chen's body resonated with thundering roars. Reminiscent of the ocean's fury, the 5 seas of consciousness merged into a singular entity, and the seal in Lin Chen's hand grew increasingly profound, shimmering with radiant brilliance. As the 5 seas unified, Lin Chen's spirit returned to its origin. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and let out a powerful shout, rising to his feet. Behind him, a vast, ethereal ocean materialized, its waves brimming with golden waters. With a mere thought, Lin Chen commanded the golden sea to spread forth, exuding an overwhelming force. Though its essence remained intangible, a manifestation of spiritual assault. Having achieved the transformation of his 5 seas of consciousness into a golden sea, Lin Chen immediately began to cultivate the Forbidden Heart Grand Seal. This technique elucidates the mobilization of spiritual power, forming it into a unique hand seal infused with intent, ultimately crystallizing the art of consciousness. The 4 demon emperors descended upon the entire Thunder Lord domain with fierce determination. Brandishing the battle immortal command and seizing the advantageous position of time, place, and people to challenge the Thunder Lord Island. No one on Thunder Island dared to utter a word. Even the Thunder Gentleman found himself at a loss for words, his heart brimming with unexpressed fury. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, the Heart Annihilation Elder slowly uttered 2 words, resonating like a decree that summoned the forces of heaven and earth. Chen Qingchong's body became uncontrollable, advancing like a mere puppet towards the Heart Annihilation Elder. The commanding demon emperor sneered, suggesting that this individual was likely a sacred vessel. He warned that any who dared to act would be guilty of harboring a sacred vessel, a crime they surely understood. With that, he waved the battle immortal command, its brilliance blinding, causing the gazes of many powerful figures present to gleam with murderous intent. Kneeling before the advancing Chen Qingchong, the Heart Annihilation Elder bellowed, unleashing a force akin to Mount Tai that immediately bore down upon Chen Qingchong. His entire being seemed to lose control, compelled to kneel. No, I cannot kneel. I absolutely cannot kneel. Chen Qingchong's face flushed crimson as explosive sounds erupted from his body. His skin ruptured, blood spattered, and his bones trembled. In his mind, a vivid image emerged. Lin Chen, amidst the torment of a heart-wrenching agony, threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Such grandeur, such audacity. How could he achieve that? Why could I, Chen Qingchong, not do the same? If I were to kneel, would I not become the subject of that man's ridicule? Absolutely not. I shall not submit to his scorn. The Elder of Heart Annihilation cast a surprised glance at Chen Qingchong, who was being crushed under an overwhelming weight of pressure, his body resembling a bloodied figure, yet he still struggled to remain upright. With a cold smirk, he uttered the words kneel, which transformed into 2 immense, invisible mountains. Pressing down upon Chen Qingchong, a deafening explosion resonated as he was forced to the ground, his face, defiant even in its bloodied state, appearing grotesque. Under such immense pressure, resistance was futile. Chen Ziguan's eyes were laced with crimson, his fists bulging with veins, yet he found himself immobile, unable to act. Not only Chen Ziguan, but a group of Lei Zun cultivators witnessed this scene, their hearts burdened with a colossal weight of fury, yet they too could not move. Make me kneel. Chen Qingchong's voice emerged as if squeezed through clenched teeth, his bloodshot eyes defiantly meeting those of Elder Heart Annihilation and the 3 demon emperors. From somewhere within him surged an inexplicable strength, his face contorting in rage. I tell you, Brother Lin Long will come back, and when he does, it will be your misfortune. His roar echoed throughout the sea, a soul-wrenching cry. Chen Ziguan's pupils constricted slightly, a wave of chilling dread washing over him at the realization that this declaration could spell doom for Chen Qingchong. However, at that very moment, as Chen Qingchong unleashed his earth-shattering roar, Lin Chen's figure stood abruptly, his aura tranquil and unyielding, his eyes devoid of any light, resembling a soulless puppet. A lock, a heart, a ban, a dream. A heart devoid of memory, and a dream spans a millennium. This voice seemed to transcend 1,000 years, whispering through the mundane world. Lin Chen appeared to awaken from a dream that had lasted a millennium, his eyes reflecting a weary confusion, unaware of how the world had transformed. The Great Barrier Heart Seal was indeed extraordinary, merging his consciousness with his spirit, forming thousands of seals to directly suppress others' minds, rendering them as mere shells of their former selves. Lin Chen spoke slowly, having emerged from the state of slumber. The time required to comprehend this Great Barrier Heart Seal far surpassed that needed for the Heart Induction Seal. However, the two arcane techniques of consciousness are nearly extinct in this world, and both require an exceptionally formidable mind. The 5 C's of consciousness, born from the very essence of heaven and earth, seem to have been tailor-made for Lin Chen. Yet, he had been unaware of their potential and could only explore their depths tentatively. Now, even though he has comprehended these 2 techniques, he remains unable to transcend his tribulation. As Lin Chen senses the tremors resonating within this space, it becomes evident that formidable beings outside are forcefully shattering the prohibitions left by the broken restriction emperor. Judging by the intensity of the quakes, it is clear that this space will soon collapse. At this moment, however, he finds himself utterly at a loss on how to navigate through this tribulation, as if confronted by an impenetrable darkness, leaving him clueless on how to proceed. The entire scenario of the tribulation resembles stagnant waters, devoid of any hope. Calm, unhurried, and composed, Lin Chen murmurs to himself, his gaze tranquil. Having practiced the forbidden heart of the Great Thousand Seal, his mind has grown more serene. The ancient waves remain undisturbed. There is always a way out for those who persist. The smiling demon has forged a path of terror without relying on physical prowess, leading Lin Chen to believe that a path of survival exists for him as well. Yet the question remains, where is it? It must be acknowledged that the current predicament has thoroughly confounded Lin Chen, rendering him incapable of action. Yet, at this very moment, the ancient bronze sword behind him stirs slightly, emanating a mystical resonance, as if conveying a message. During Lin Chen's period of comprehension, a special power radiating from the bronze sword has completely restored him, leaving no trace of injury. "O ancient sword, what do you wish to convey?" Lin Chen gently caresses the bronze sword, attuning himself to the vibrations emanating from it, and suddenly, he is struck by a revelation. "Are you referring to the hand of my master?" This bronze sword is forged from the essence of the sacred spirit continent and crafted by his third uncle. Its divine resonance transcends Lin Chen's understanding. However, now that the bronze sword has mentioned his master's hand, could it be that the glimmer of hope lies within the grasp of the Blood Sky Demon Lord? Lin Chen expresses his gratitude to the bronze sword and immerses himself in the vast ocean of his golden sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, the hand of the Blood Sky Demon Lord emerges from within. Previously, Lin Chen had utilized one hand, and this particular hand was gifted to him by the Ice Emperor. Preserved until now, with a resounding boom, an immense sound reverberates, and an ancient, terrifying aura sweeps across the golden sea of consciousness, causing it to roar in response. The magnificent and authoritative voice of the Blood Sky Demon Lord resonates within Lin Chen's mind. "Now is the time for my emergence. The sacred pulse body must face a tribulation. I have encountered one myself." The voice emanating from the bones is still imbued with an overwhelming dominion, making it impossible to gaze directly upon. Lin Chen is taken aback, realizing the immense strength of the Blood Sky Demon Lord, who had long since orchestrated everything. Thus, it can be inferred that the catastrophic tribulation I face is an inevitable trial that one must endure as a vessel of the sacred vein. The sacred vein, a manifestation of celestial will, harbors within me an ancient entity, the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign, whose voice resonates like an echo from the depths of antiquity, ethereal and capricious. My tribulation as a vessel of the sacred vein will be surmounted through the aid of this entity that has accompanied my existence. With my guidance, you shall navigate this calamity with greater ease. It has dawned upon Lin Chen that the bronze ancient coffin is intrinsically linked to his sacred vein. Only now does he grasp the significance of this connection. However, if its existence is contingent upon him, why then must there be a soul transaction? Furthermore, Lin Chen is still indebted to the bronze ancient coffin for his previous encounter with the evil lord, a debt he has yet to disclose. Nevertheless, a stirring within Lin Chen arises as he contemplates the method to transcend this tribulation as articulated by the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign. "I implore you to impart your wisdom, O Sovereign," Lin Chen beseeches, clasping his fists in reverence. Suddenly, a radiant beam erupts from the skeletal hand, morphing into an intricate pattern that unveils a chaotic realm, imbued with enigma and profound mystery. Lin Chen recognizes at once that this is the sacred realm within him. By entering the sacred realm, one could traverse to a clandestine world. It was through this very entity that I once gained entry into the sacred realm and subsequently that enigmatic world. Once there, one must attain the stature of an emperor to return to the mortal realm. The blood sky demon sovereign speaks with an air of authority. Once one becomes an emperor, the mortal realm shall tremble at your presence. The revelation that such monumental secrets lie within the sacred realm sends a tremor through Lin Chen's heart. As the discourse concludes, the voice of the blood sky demon sovereign fades into silence, and tranquility envelopes the sea of consciousness. The skeletal hand falls eerily still, leaving only Lin Chen, whose heart is tumultuous with surging waves of emotion. Through the sacred realm, one may journey to another world, become an emperor, and return. Have I truly been driven to such a desperate state of escape? Lin Chen's thoughts coalesce as he channels the essence of the sacred breath from his dantian. Instantly entering the vast, chaotic expanse of the sacred realm, a world brimming with secrets. Immersed in this realm, he endeavors to fathom its mysteries, soon sensing an elusive thread of energy resonating with profound depth. By grasping this essence, he surmises he may enter the mysterious world spoken of by the blood sky demon sovereign. The ambition to enter, attain the rank of emperor, and return ignites within him. Yet an inexplicable frustration resurfaces in his heart. From the moment he chose to reveal his strength, he had resolutely decided against living a life of constraint. This time, fleeing to another realm felt akin to retreating with his tail between his legs. Yet, apart from this course of action, what other choices did he possess? I have proclaimed my intention to forge my own path. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze erupted with a dazzling brilliance within the holy realm. This time, I will not shy away. I shall venture into another world and return as an emperor. What of the Ice Emperor? What of Qingro? What of Hongling? There are numerous matters I cannot abandon. The path I seek is the one that resonates within my heart, and even if it leads to a fateful calamity, I shall not be deterred. Lin Chen roared towards the heavens, his will soaring, defying destiny. Countless individuals in the mortal realm sought to bring about his demise. Yet he resolutely chose to act contrary to fate, determined to live boldly before his adversaries. Boom! The entire holy realm trembled abruptly. An immense sanctified aura surged forth, continuously flowing into Lin Chen's dantian. The figure within his dantian mirrored Lin Chen in every aspect. This sudden transformation captured Lin Chen's attention, causing him to momentarily pause, then erupt into a thunderous laugh. Ha! At last, I have discovered a way to overcome this fatal calamity. The mortal realm shall not impede my progress. What I desire is my own will, and that is my true path. The gravitas that once enveloped Lin Chen dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming aura of dominance, reminiscent of a sovereign among mortals. The sense of impending calamity that had weighed upon him was utterly shattered by the powerful will surging within him, unyieldingly overcoming adversity. Chapter 11:11. The creation of Lin Chen had never anticipated that. After the blood sky demon sovereign left behind a safeguard and guided him on how to navigate through his tribulation, he would unexpectedly uncover an alternate path, one that would upend all conventional thoughts, fully unleashing the mysteries of the sacred vein body. Lin Chen, what have you discovered? Shueli inquired, momentarily taken aback. The sense of congestion within him vanished, confirming that Lin Chen had indeed found a way to evade this imminent calamity. Lin Chen calmed his emotions, his eyes flashing like lightning against the dark night sky. All mysteries lay within the sacred vein body. Shueli felt a sense of bewilderment. Did the sacred vein body conceal further profound secrets? Lin Chen focused entirely on the sanctified aura within him. The essence that resided in his dantian had coalesced into a small figure, whose features and aura were identical to Lin Chen's. In earlier discussions about the intricacies of the sacred essence, it had been stated that this essence embodies all aspects of one's existence, brimming with enigma and capable of penetrating myriad prohibitions. As Lin Chen's spirit stirred, the essence figure immediately soared from his dantian. Wearing a smile as it gazed upon Lin Chen, its countenance resolute, exuding an aura indistinguishable from Lin Chen himself. The essence of heaven and earth infused into Lin Chen's being. With a grand gesture, he conjured a miniature black hole through the transformative power of his devouring magic, which coalesced around the essence of the saint. In an instant, The ambient spiritual energy surged into this essence, causing it to swell like an inflated balloon. What was once a diminutive figure now grew to match Lin Chen's own stature. Lin Chen, observing this phenomenon, couldn't help but laugh heartily, while Bloodly gazed in bewilderment at the two Lin Chens confronting each other. An uncanny sensation stirred within him. If the saintly body cannot survive in this world, then I shall sculpt one with my own hands, Lin Chen declared. As he beheld the replica of himself, his spirit soared with exuberance. His wings of devouring unfurled, embodying freedom and the essence of dual will. With a mere thought, Lin Chen activated his powers, causing his wings to vibrate wildly. Streams of black inscriptions flowed from them, transforming into a river that surged into the saintly essence before him. With a thunderous sound, the saintly Lin Chen trembled, his eyes radiating profound wisdom. Countless black inscriptions coursed through his body, resembling flowing veins. These inscriptions coalesced upon his back, and with a resounding pop, a pair of magnificent, obsidian wings unfurled, his devouring wings. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Chen's countenance brightened with uncontainable joy, feeling invigorated. His earlier conjectures were now validated. The saintly Lin Chen was a manifestation of all he had created, imbued with his understanding of the devouring magic. Upon infusing this power into the saintly essence, the devouring wings were immediately realized. Yet, as Lin Chen infused the devouring magic into the saintly Lin Chen, the wings behind him trembled, losing their dark luminescence and now shimmering with a pearlescent glow, embodying freedom, transformed into the wings of liberation. Bloodly's face contorted in shock. Are you attempting to create a doppelganger? Incorrect. It is more than merely a doppelganger, Lin Chen proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. From the moment of his revelation, he had acted with both decisiveness and an undeniable aura of dominance. The devouring magic was emblematic of the saintly body, yet to become a being of flesh and blood, one required his essence. Lin Chen pierced his finger, allowing drops of his profoundly mysterious blood to flow into the saintly Lin Chen's form. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds echoed as the saintly Lin Chen's body began to materialize. The spiritual energy in his gaze intensified, becoming vivid and lifelike, as if on the verge of becoming a true human being. With a mere thought, Lin Chen summoned a skeletal remnant of the celestial lineage, which seamlessly integrated into his being. This skeletal fragment, a remnant from his previous foray into the Holy Spirit continent, although not particularly formidable, nonetheless served its purpose. The techniques of Tai Ching Jiushu, the Hand of Futu, the Fist of Futu, the Heavenly Calamity Yamasutra, the Heavenly Sage King's Seal, all these profound arts were unceremoniously infused into the body of the saintly breath Lin Chen, causing an eruption of enigmatic scriptures and a multitude of extraordinary manifestations within him. Lin Chen relinquished all these formidable powers without a trace of reluctance, including the mighty Heavenly Sage King's Seal. However, he remained the true essence, for the Holy Realm was not something he could forsake. It was the very source of his sacred lineage. I am Lin Chen, proclaimed the saintly breath entity standing before him, its eyes shimmering with brilliance and wisdom, gazing at the true Lin Chen and expressing gratitude for its creation. At the moment of the saintly breath Lin Chen's emergence, a profound thunder resonated through the heavens and earth, fleeting yet impactful, awakening many ancient powerhouses from their slumber, their expressions filled with astonishment. Yet, the myriad changes arising from this event were unbeknownst to Lin Chen. Determined to forge his own path, Lin Chen steadfastly pursued his unique journey. The saintly breath Lin Chen radiated an array of intricate energies, and upon its birth, it astonishingly embodied the true King realm. After all, it was born from the amalgamation of Lin Chen's numerous wills. In essence, whatever Lin Chen had experienced, this entity had too. Lin Chen, you must not act recklessly. What if it devours you? Bloodly exclaimed in horror, understanding that the saintly breath contained the entirety of Lin Chen's essence. In other words, should the saintly breath Lin Chen venture forth, it would be akin to the true Lin Chen himself. If Lin Chen were to be consumed, he would vanish entirely from the realms beneath the heavens. That will not happen, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. The saintly breath is merely an extension of myself. The holy realm resides within me, and it shall always heed my command. This is akin to the avatars of great powers. With a mere thought, it can fully merge into my being. The saintly breath is even more profound, indistinguishable from my true self. Lin Shan harbored no concerns regarding betrayal or backlash. After all, his sacred body was a unique existence across the world, with the holy realm within him serving as the source of the saintly breath. The Lin Shan before him possessed its own wisdom and was wholly subservient to him, erasing any fears of insurrection. Furthermore, the saintly breath Lin Shan could cultivate independently, and should it ascend to the status of an emperor, Lin Shan could fully absorb it into himself, thereby becoming an emperor as well. This was the formidable nature of the saintly breath, an aspect so terrifying that even the blood sky demon sovereign failed to perceive its potential. Similarly, this is the crux of breaking through this catastrophic calamity. Lin Shan recalled the profound words spoken by the enigmatic emperor of the Forbidden, which enlightened him. The heart-mind induction seal and the forbidden heart of the vast universe were tailor-made for his identity transformation, allowing him to become the true heir of the emperor of the Forbidden. Brother Xingxi, Lin Shan greeted with a bow, smiling. What orders do you have amidst this fateful tribulation? As he gazed upon Xingxi Lin Shan, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. Every gesture, manner of speech, and disposition mirrored his own. With such a doppelganger stepping into the world, who would dare to doubt it was not Lin Shan? Moreover, it was paramount that Lin Shan had forsaken the devouring sorcery, the heavenly Saint King's seal, and the holy court, although remnants of the holy realm lingered within him. Even if a primordial powerhouse descended, they would not perceive him as the fabled sacred vein body. In essence, Lin Shan had fully transformed into Lin Long, a prodigious figure endowed with the legacy of the Emperor of the Forbidden. Now, you need not do anything. First, become Xingxi and return to the Holy Realm. At that time, I shall place you in a certain location within the human realm. Lin Shan extended his hand towards Xingxi Lin Shan, his gaze intense. I hope you can carve out a sky of your own. That is inevitable. I, Lin Shan, shall thrive in the face of adversity, and so shall you, brother. This human realm will inevitably tremble due to the sacred vein body. Xingxi Lin Shan also reached out, clasping Lin Shan's hand firmly, as an unparalleled aura surged from both of them. Meanwhile, the battle between the four supreme emperors had nearly obliterated a vast expanse of sky, transforming it into a hell on earth, the explosive sounds reverberating throughout the entire northeastern domain. The conflict between supreme emperors could not swiftly yield a victor. The four directions of cultural Tao, all things heed the teachings. The ancient literary emperor appeared to transform into an emissary of enlightenment, pointing towards the stone palace entwined in swirling black prohibitions. An aura of supreme culture surged forth, and it seemed as though millions upon millions of characters flickered incessantly upon the prohibitions. Boom, boom, boom. The massive stone palace resounded with 3 explosive echoes, and the remaining prohibitions finally vanished at that moment, revealing the original visage of the palace. Cheng Hu's expression grew slightly animated. Indeed, 2 disciples from my war immortal palace are present within, along with a demonic prodigy. The ancient literary emperor immediately sensed various mysteries, his gaze fixed upon the statue, a cold smile forming. So it is, mere trivialities, the body of sin. No one can save you. With a mighty grasp, the ancient literary emperor summoned an intangible force from the heavens, and the statue of the emperor of the Forbidden shattered, unveiling a small, pitch-black space. As the statue crumbled, a gap appeared in that dark expanse, revealing Lin Shan sitting cross-legged within. Luo Tiandao cast his eyes upon Lin Shan. Cheng Hu leaped up in an ecstatic frenzy, roaring with fervor, "This is Lin Long, the embodiment of sin. We must swiftly eliminate this wretch." His thunderous cries immediately captivated the attention of 4 supreme emperors, halting even their fierce battle in an instant, as their divine consciousness converged upon Lin Shan. Within Cheng Hu's heart, a tumultuous blend of hatred and elation surged forth. "You, Lin Long, who have been so arrogant and haughty, your demise is nigh." Chapter 1112, The Turn of Fate. Lin Shan, seated in the confined space of the barrier, seemed to sense something amiss. His eyes suddenly opened wide, radiating 2 beams of divine light that shot toward the ancient Emperor Guwen and his companions hovering in the sky. Upon observing, Lin Shan noted that the ancient Emperor Guwen appeared unaffected by the peculiarities around him. However, when his indifferent gaze fell upon Luo Tianxia, Lin Shan's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. How is it that this fellow has also arrived? Such piercing eyes. This youth is indeed remarkable. The presence of an existence as formidable as the ancient Emperor Guwen could discern much from one's eyes and aura. while he marveled inwardly. The predominant feeling was still one of murderous intent. Embodiment of sin, do you not kneel? The imperial might emanating from Emperor Guwen surged skyward, reverberating throughout the stone hall like an ancient celestial mountain, crashing down upon Lin Shun. Boom! Lin Shun felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, his body cracking and popping under the immense pressure, as if it would be crushed to dust. In response, he roared, "Who are you? And why do you seek to kill me? What sin have I committed?" As he bellowed, the profound energy of the forbidden heart imprint coursed through him, awakening an ancient aura within the stone hall that entirely countered the colossal imperial might. Though he had attained the first stage of the void immortal realm, it was still insufficient to withstand such divine authority. The aura of the barrier, Emperor Guwen remarked coldly. It seems you have inherited the legacy of the broken barrier emperor. However, that will not hinder my ability to capture you. You shall be delivered to the battle immortal palace for judgment. With a flick of his finger, Emperor Guwen unleashed an ancient character that surged forth like a dragon or tiger, merging with the fabric of the universe. As it entered Lin Chen's body, his pupils shrank in fear, rendering his magical and physical powers utterly immobilized, completely sealed away. He found himself losing control, levitating towards Emperor Guwen, who effortlessly seized Lin Shun as if he were a mere chick, subduing him with an overwhelming display of power. This is bad. Witnessing this scene, the ferocious Emperor Kwangming's face contorted with an unbridled murderous intent, shaking the very heavens, as he seemed poised to unleash his wrath. Hold on. The Four Seas Taoist immediately transmitted a message to the mad emperor, his expression grave. Do you not see that Lin Shun remains completely unfazed? Observe how he responds. He is not so easily defeated. With this admonition, the turbulent wrath enveloping the mad emperor dissipated, as his gaze fixated on the ancient literature emperor capturing Lin Shun. Having subdued the mad emperor, for Seas Taoist, there is no need for further conflict. The supreme emperor of the heavenly sovereigns intoned, his eyes ablaze with the essence of countless monarchs, scrutinizing Lin Shun, instilling a sense of being thoroughly exposed. The ancient literature emperor seized Lin Shun and ascended, his countenance indifferent, offering no words. At that moment, 3 torrents of blinding radiance surged from the stone hall, revealing the emergence of the scarlet silk, immobile, and the grinning demon. The auras of the trio had undergone a monumental transformation, particularly that of scarlet silk, whose depth was now unfathomable. Esteemed predecessors, both Scarlet Silk and Immobile acknowledged. Having anticipated the situation without a hint of disarray, bowing respectfully to the trio above. At this juncture, Cheng Hu beheld Lin Shun captured like an ordinary mortal, ripe for annihilation. He instantly broke into a sinister grin. Lin Shun, how the mighty have fallen. Where is your arrogance now? The punishment palace of the sinful body awaits you, promising torments that will render existence unbearable. Lin Shun regarded Cheng Hu with a serene expression, his voice resonant. Cheng Hu, I am unaware of what you speak. I am the sacred vein body. Spare me your mockery. Both Cheng Hu and Immobile widened their eyes, taken aback by Lin Shun's obstinate defiance even in such dire straits. Immobile retorted coldly, Lin Shun, it is all over. No amount of bravado can alter the fact that you are a sinful body. Cheng Hu sneered, now that death looms, you tremble in fear. Had you foreseen this moment, would you have acted differently? He referred to Lin Shun's earlier audacity in slaying Chen Dongxi, a time when he was brimming with confidence, now reduced to a pitiful state. Cheng Hu, Immobile, Lin Shun's countenance darkened with fury. What treachery drives you to frame me as a sinful body? I merely seized the spotlight, garnering Scarlet Silk's favor. Yet you choose to oppress me thus. Lin Shun's outrage was palpable, feigning a righteous indignation that seemed genuine. Even the ancient literature emperor and the other 2 supreme emperors were momentarily perplexed. Could it truly be, as Lin Shun claimed? After all, they had not witnessed the manifestation of his sacred vein body's prowess. Cheng Hu trembled with rage, while Immobile could only watch coldly, perplexed by the unfolding scene. The mad emperor and the Four Seas Taoist exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Despite being captured, Lin Shun continued his defiance, proving utterly futile. The grinning demon, unable to suppress his amusement, sighed inwardly, appreciating Lin Shun regardless of his true nature as the sacred vein body. Yet, the circumstances dictated that this individual was unlikely to escape his tragic fate. Silence all of you. The supreme emperor of the heavenly clan spoke coldly to Lin Shun. inquiring whether he was the sacred vein body. The Lord of the Hall would soon arrive to conduct a thorough verification. Even if he had the assistance of ancient powers, he could not escape his fate. As the two supreme emperors and the ancient literary emperor scanned Lin Chen's form, they found nothing amiss. However, the sacred vein body was extraordinary. Their inability to detect it did not imply that Lin Chen was not one. "Thank you, Senior, for clearing my name," Lin Chen said. Deeply moved, bowing slightly to the supreme emperor of the heavenly clan, his face radiating joy. The expressions of the fierce emperor and the sea sovereign twisted in irritation. What was Lin Chen trying to achieve by stalling? Haha. Cheng Hu laughed boisterously, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Lin Chen. "The Lord is coming soon. Let's see how long you can maintain this charade." "Damn it, Cheng Hu, you are slandering me. Once my name is cleared, I will surely strike you down." Lin Chen's countenance darkened, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him, as if he had been provoked. Cheng Hu was equally enraged, taken aback by Lin Chen's obstinacy and his audacious demeanor that seemed to convince others. Just as he prepared to unleash his fury, a soft voice resonated from the heavens, echoing from all directions. "If he is the sacred vein body, I shall verify it." At the moment the voice rang out, the expressions of the sea sovereign and the fierce emperor shifted, filled with solemn respect and immense caution. Both felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The ancient being had arrived, and what would become of Lin Chen now? "Greetings, Lord of the Hall," everyone, including the previously silent Luo Tianxia, bowed in unison. An elder clad in a Taoist robe materialized in this realm, and none knew how he had come. Seeing the Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall, Lin Chen immediately called out, his face full of grievance, "Lord, you must restore my innocence." Cheng Hu and Mo Bai could not help but laugh in rage. At this critical juncture, Lin Chen remained defiant. The fierce emperor and the sea sovereign exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Was this youth truly so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Even with their protection, they had no confidence in confronting this elder. The robed elder nodded, ignoring Lin Chen, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, an unusual dragon-shaped stone floated above Lin Chen's head. This dragon stone appeared to be from ancient times, its surface mottled and its aura ancient, resembling a living creature, bestowing an invisible pressure upon the heart. The heavenly dragon stone startled the sea sovereign. This stone could detect all auras. Even if the sacred vein body hid its terrifying essence, once it was sensed, it would unequivocally reveal itself as such. Though the sea sovereign and the fierce emperor maintained their composure, turmoil brewed within their hearts. The devouring demonic arts could only be learned by the sacred vein body in this world. The heavenly dragon stone could discern all martial auras, rendering concealment futile. In the past, the blood sky demon sovereign revealed his identity through his own actions, a terrifying physique that had been speculated by ancient powers to exist in legend. Later, the blood sky demon sovereign, utilizing the power of devouring magic, continuously altered his identity, which was ultimately revealed by the aura of devouring detected from the celestial dragon stone. "Lin Long, your time has come," Cheng Hu cackled ominously. Yet, Lin Chen remained undaunted. The celestial dragon stone hovered above his head, releasing a tremendous golden light that enveloped him. In that instant, a resounding roar of an ancient dragon echoed from the stone. "There is a reaction," thought the supreme emperor of the heavenly clan, alongside another supreme emperor and the ancient text emperor, all feeling a profound shock. Even Luo Tianxia couldn't help but gaze at the celestial dragon stone, while the ancient text emperor's face darkened with murderous intent. "Haha, Lin Long, you have played your part." Cheng Hu could not contain his raucous laughter. The fierce emperor and the four seas Taoist readied themselves, their expressions taut. "This aura is that of a forbidden power, along with the presence of the demon path sovereign and the Buddha path sovereign, as well as the first kill emperor." The master of the Battle Immortal Hall was momentarily taken aback, spitting forth a string of words that alluded to the aura of the annihilation of secrets. How is this possible? The master of the Battle Immortal Hall, usually composed, was visibly shaken and let slip an expletive. "Master, should we swiftly incapacitate this child?" The ancient text emperor, noticing the master of the Battle Immortal Hall's change in demeanor, couldn't help but inquire. "Shut your mouth." The master of the Battle Immortal Hall bellowed at the ancient text emperor, regaining composure and calmly fixing his gaze on Lin Chen. "From this moment on, you shall be my disciple of the Battle Immortal Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, present this token to report to me." With a mere flick of his finger, The master of the battle immortal hall sent an ancient token into Lin Chen's being, emanating an aura of ancient authority, inscribed with the words, "Disciple of the master of the battle immortal hall." Without seeking Lin Chen's consent, the master laid down this decree and cast a glance at the ancient text emperor, expressionless as he stated, "This child possesses the ancient broken prohibition body, destined by the heavens, tied to a significant matter. His identity is not to be debated. Although you have erred, you have also rendered merit. So I shall not hold it against you." As his words faded, the master of the battle immortal hall took a decisive step, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals exchanging glances. The fierce emperor and the Four Seas Taoist looked at each other, stunned by the rapid developments. Could it be that the celestial dragon stone has faltered? How did Lin Chen become the broken prohibition body? Even the smiling demon, Cheng Hu, and Mo Bai were left momentarily speechless, yet they had no grounds to doubt the previous detection by the celestial dragon stone and the master of the battle immortal hall, who could elucidate the unfolding events for them. "Master," Cheng Hu exclaimed in panic, "this must be a mistake. There has to be a misunderstanding." He had witnessed it with his own eyes. Could it be false? Yet, there was no trace of the master of the battle immortal hall remaining. "Senior, please release Lin Chen," he implored, his demeanor calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful, addressing the ancient text emperor. The great Emperor Guwen promptly assisted Lin Chen in breaking free from his restraints. Given the reaction of the master of the battle immortal hall and his subsequent actions, Guwen had discerned the remarkable nature of this youth. Realizing that Lin Chen might indeed bring about significant upheaval within the hall, this thought filled Guwen with a sense of relief. Had he followed through on his earlier collision with the heavenly bell, the ensuing misunderstandings would have placed an immense burden on him. As soon as Lin Chen was liberated, he turned towards Cheng Hu with a smile that resembled that of a devil, an ominous harbinger of doom. Without uttering a word, Lin Chen launched a powerful punch at Cheng Hu, the force akin to a thunderous storm, exuding unparalleled dominance. The situation shifted dramatically. In the midst of his stupor, Cheng Hu was utterly unprepared for the turn of events. As Lin Chen's fist approached, he let out a furious roar, declaring it impossible for such a fate to befall him, and vowed to force Lin Chen's true form to reveal itself. With celestial energy cascading down, Cheng Hu transformed into an ethereal body, ready to confront Lin Chen's strike. The impact sent Lin Chen hurtling backward, his body quaking under the force. The disparity between his demonic physique and Cheng Hu's celestial form was palpable. "Cheng Hu, even at death's door, you still boast. You merely sought to ensnare me," Lin Chen proclaimed, his voice echoing with authority. The essence he wielded surged forth, a mere amalgamation of three martial wills, its might not as terrifying, yet still formidable. The power of Cheng Hu's celestial form swept across the battlefield, undaunted, as he enveloped himself in radiant celestial light, delivering a titanic blow infused with the essence of the celestial path. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, unleashing his essence to collide with Cheng Hu's celestial force, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that forced him to retreat. The great Emperor Guwen and the two supreme emperors showed no inclination to intervene, while Luo Tianxiao merely observed with a detached demeanor. The matter of the sacred pulse body was shrouded in mystery. With Lin Chen now elevated to the status of the battle immortal hall's disciple, any defeat of Cheng Hu could only be attributed to the latter's inadequacy. The disparity between a mere transcendent immortal and a third-tier transcendent immortal was evident, making the bias of the great powers unmistakable. Yet, the Taoist of the Four Seas and the ferocious emperor remained in a state of shock, still grappling with the implications of Lin Chen's escape from the probing of the heavenly dragon stone. Could it be that he relied upon the bronze ancient coffin? That seemed implausible, for the coffin had emitted no sign of movement whatsoever. Meanwhile, the smiling demon and Mo Bai were left speechless, particularly Mo Bai, who found it exceedingly hard to believe. They could scarcely fathom how Lin Lung accomplished such feats. Could it be that what they perceived was merely an illusion? Yet that seemed implausible. How had Lin Lung managed to escape? It was inconceivable. Mo Bai shook his head vigorously, coldly asserting that this would inevitably force a revelation. He remained steadfast in his belief, much like Cheng Hu, that Lin Lung was undoubtedly a vessel of sin. The divine tiger's celestial technique unleashed by Cheng Hu manifested in full force, as he brazenly cleaved through the remnants of the explosion. Seizing the moment while Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, his hands transformed into colossal golden tiger claws, imbued with the might of the divine tiger, sharp enough to rend the heavens. The air trembled in response as he lunged towards Lin Shun, leaving behind massive claw marks in the void. In response, Lin Shun promptly enacted the fusion of man and weapon, merging with the Xianshang Royal Tower. A torrent of formidable might erupted, enveloping the tower in a protective aura akin to a domain. However, the divine tiger's strike rent the sky asunder, rendering the protective field futile. The twin tiger claws tore into the Xianshang Royal Tower, resulting in a cacophony of explosions as the edifice sustained grievous damage, fracturing under the assault, forcing Lin Shun to relinquish the state of fusion. The disparity in power at the third transformation of the virtual immortal realm was immense, and Lin Shun found himself quickly overwhelmed. Haha, Lin Lung, what has become of you? Cheng Hu laughed heartily, his hands gesturing wildly as the power of his celestial form surged forth, relentlessly driving Lin Shun back and subduing him completely. Why do you not reveal your true identity and come to slay me? You appear as nothing more than a pitiful wretch. Quickly, unleash your sinful form. Suddenly, Lin Shun's wings of freedom unfurled behind him, alternating in hues of white and emerald green, leaving Mo Bai and the smiling demon momentarily stunned. However, Lin Shun paid them no heed and deftly evaded Cheng Hu's relentless onslaught, his gaze icy as he regarded Cheng Hu. Yet, Mo Bai and the smiling demon were profoundly bewildered. Why had the once dark devouring wings transformed so swiftly into these wings of freedom? Cheng Hu, you have ensnared me, and yet you remain oblivious to the consequences. Your reckless desire for my demise has thoroughly enraged me. Now, no one can save you. Lin Shun formed seals with his hands, unleashing torrents of dark radiance filled with the essence of profound restrictions. What a joke! Since you refuse to reveal yourself, I shall end your life here. Cheng Hu, infuriated by Lin Shun's defiance, erupted with celestial energy, as though an unparalleled divine tiger was breaking free within him, roaring towards the heavens with its maw wide open, as if to rend the sky apart. The divine tiger's roar technique was unleashed, fully awakening his innate powers, with the intent to annihilate Lin Shun in one decisive blow. Within him resided the spirit of a majestic divine tiger, imparting various celestial techniques. When he unleashed his true potential, the divine tiger and his form became one, wielding the formidable might of the divine tiger, an extraordinary force that should not be underestimated. However, at the moment when Cheng Hu displayed his divine tiger roar, the ancient text emperor let out a cold snort within his heart, thinking that there was no way to kill the disciple of the Battle Immortal Palace with such a move. He had already discerned the current situation and would not allow Lin Shun to perish at Cheng Hu's hands. Cheng Hu launched a straightforward punch, devoid of any flamboyance. Yet this strike was akin to the claw of a divine tiger, every movement reminiscent of the majestic beast. The divine tiger could roar at the heavens, shaking myriad beasts with its power, shattering the earth. Lin Shun's eyes suddenly radiated with an electric brilliance as he formed a grand seal in his hands, intertwining his fingers and flipping them outward. A force reminiscent of towering mountains descended upon Cheng Hu, erupting from the seal with relentless vigor. Forbidden Heart, Great Seal. Lin Shun roared, and as he flipped the seal outward, the golden power from his consciousness transformed into colossal mountains of divine awareness, relentlessly crashing down upon Cheng Hu's consciousness like an unseen avalanche, summoning over 1,000 mountains of awareness imbued with the strength to suppress the mind. Mo Bai sensed a peculiar wave, a slight sting in his own consciousness, when he suddenly witnessed Cheng Hu, transformed into a divine tiger, explode in a flurry of energy. His body erupted in a cascade of power, and astonishingly, his tiger-like eyes turned completely white, leaving him suspended in midair, stunned. This cataclysmic mental assault thrust Cheng Hu into a brief state of consciousness void, though it did not render him an imbecile or trap him in a 1,000-year slumber. It provided Lin Shun with a significant opportunity. The immense power of the suppressive force revealed that this individual was indeed the rumored banished body, capable of striking at even an emperor if the mental power reached a certain level. Such a physique was undeniably formidable. With such potent mental prowess, it was said that the sacred vein body also possessed formidable consciousness, yet only the banished body could rival its brilliance. No wonder there had been misunderstandings. The ancient text emperor's heart trembled, and the two supreme emperors could not help but express their astonishment. However, their lingering doubts were dispelled at this moment. Lin Shun felt a wave of fatigue wash over his mind, a consequence of excessive mental exertion, yet he gritted his teeth, his face a mask of determination. The three great martial wills coalesced into his fist as he struck directly at Cheng Hu's heart. Despite Cheng Hu's celestial body providing protection, the sheer force of the blow sent him reeling, causing blood to spurt from his 7 orifices, leaving him gravely injured. While Cheng Hu did not perish, he was severely wounded, his internal organs displaced, blood staining the ground crimson. Lin Chen's expression remained impassive. A mere mortal's wrath can splatter blood for 3 feet. Chapter 11:14. Who dares to make a move? Cheng Hu, a third transformation figure in the void immortal realm, though momentarily dazed by the blow, still retained his celestial body mode and the divine tiger manifestation. Despite Lin Chen's punch containing the essence of the 3 martial wills, it failed to kill Cheng Hu. It only resulted in him bleeding from the 7 orifices and sustaining serious injuries. However, to the ancient text emperor and others, this was already an extraordinary feat. The disparity between the first and third transformations of the ethereal beings is well understood. Cheng Hu, in a fit of rage, pointed accusingly at Lin Shun, his mouth spewing blood, his face contorted in anguish as he roared, "You despicable creature! You are indeed the embodiment of sin. Spare me your pretense. You cannot escape judgment. No matter what you do, you cannot evade it." However, it was not Lin Shun who responded this time, but the great emperor of ancient literature. With a single utterance, he unleashed the might of the heavens, rendering Cheng Hu speechless. The great emperor spoke coldly, "Enough. Whether he is the embodiment of sin has already been decreed by the Hall Master. To question me is to question the Hall Master. I will take you back to the Battle Immortal Hall immediately to face your punishment." Cheng Hu's complexion drained of color, and even by appeared pallid. What method had Lin Shun employed to deceive even their Hall Master? Yet, all had become a foregone conclusion. Any further attempts to target Lin Shun would only lead to futility. "This incident has disturbed our young friend, Lin Shun," remarked the 2 supreme emperors, approaching him with benevolent gazes. The great emperor of ancient literature nodded in agreement, a wry smile on his face as he said, "This is entirely my fault. I have failed in my teachings. If there is blame to be placed, let it fall upon this old man." "Not at all. I would not dare to," Lin Shun replied, regaining his composure, his face adorned with a respectful smile. "The 3 esteemed seniors are exemplars for us all. I hold you in the highest regard. A few petty individuals merely wish to stir trouble, but they are of no consequence to you." The great emperor of ancient literature and the other 2 supreme emperors nodded, their impression of Lin Shun improving. The fierce emperor and the Taoist of the 4 seas exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly, and instead of feeling relieved, an odd sensation arose within them, as if Lin Shun had grown increasingly cunning. "Congratulations, junior brother," Luo Tianxia remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind him, addressing Lin Shun with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, senior brother. I hope you will continue to guide me in the future," Lin Shun replied with a smile, though a hint of something enigmatic lingered in his laughter. Luo Tianxia nodded and departed with the great emperor of ancient literature and the other 2 supreme emperors, while Hong Ling, Mo Bai, and Cheng Hu were also taken away. Thus, this farce concluded in such a manner. "Brother Lin Shun, you have truly opened my eyes," the smiling demon said, regarding Lin Shun with deep admiration as he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Chen's expression turned grave as he waved his hand dismissively. "Brother smiling, truth cannot be feigned, and falsehood cannot be made genuine. I, Lin, am imbued with righteousness. How could I possibly be the sacred vessel of sin?" The smiling demon chuckled softly. "I merely hope that in the future, Brother Lin Shun will not hold grudges against our demon god organization." Lin Shun returned to his usual demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. The smiling demon had indeed assisted him significantly in this matter, and Lin Shun respected the smiling demon's indomitable spirit, feeling a kinship with him as a kindred spirit. Once the smiling demon departed, only the 2 supreme emperors remained. Lin Shun observed their peculiar expressions and offered an awkward smile, but before he could utter a word, he was swiftly apprehended. Thus, the superlative battle that had kept the entire northeastern domain in a state of trepidation came to a close. At this moment, within the Thunder Lord's domain, Chen Qingchong remained kneeling, the immense pressure forcing him to submit despite his indomitable spirit. His body was drenched in blood, resembling a figure of crimson as he knelt. The cultivators of Thunder Island focused intently on this supreme powerhouse, their fists tightly clenched, a murderous intent surging forth. Yet, beneath their fierce exterior, they trembled in fear, for they could only watch, their hands tied. Any action could worsen the situation for Thunderlord. I wonder how long you can endure before revealing your true form. The Supreme Commander stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of dominance. I acknowledge your formidable will, yet I find it hard to believe that you can withstand the approach of death. Their treatment of Chen Dongxi was merely a means to teach Thunderlord's forces a harsh lesson. The four emperors of the demonic path were in no rush to eliminate Chen Dongxi. The presence of a fool charging forward presented them with a golden opportunity to inflict severe humiliation, compelling others from Thunderlord's faction to emerge, thereby facilitating their complete eradication. Chen Dongxi roared within, his fingers digging into his flesh, teetering on the edge of losing control. Each additional minute that Chen Dongxi remained kneeling was a torment for him. Still unwilling to concede your pride? The Elder of Heart Extinction sneered at Chen Dongxi. Then a wave of lethal energy enveloped him, his hands sweeping towards Chen Dongxi, conjuring countless shadowy palms that struck towards Chen Dongxi's face. The resounding slaps echoed through the air as Chen Dongxi's head swayed like a rattle, blood erupting from his mouth with each impact. At that moment, the sound of these slaps seemed to resonate as the only eternal truth in the world, striking deep into the hearts of the cultivators on Thunder Island, igniting a burning pain across their faces. Chen Dongxi's eyes bulged with rage, barely able to contain his fury, on the brink of eruption when suddenly, a commanding voice reverberated in his mind. Chen Dongxi, hold your temper, or all that Chen Dongxi endures will be in vain. This admonition jolted Chen Dongxi back to reality. Yet his eyes remained bloodshot, akin to a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Since he refused to acknowledge it, the Elder of Heart Extinction paused, regarding the bloodied visage of Chen Dongxi with a cold smirk. Then I shall render you powerless. As the Elder's words fell, Chen Dongxi's pupils contracted in horror, letting out a desperate cry, no. The leaders of the demonic faction exchanged knowing glances, finally unable to restrain their mirth. Without hesitation, the Elder of Heart Extinction struck towards Chen Dongxi, a single palm capable of shattering mountains, let alone a mere Chen Dongxi. In that instant, the minds of all Thunderlord's cultivators went blank. However, at that critical juncture, a chilling and thunderous voice erupted. You dare to move? This sudden proclamation struck like a thunderclap, causing a flicker of divine light to ignite in Chen Dongxi's murky, nearly closed eyes. The Elder of Heart Extinction could not help but pause, and soon he beheld Lin Chen clad in a long robe of purple and gold, his chest bared, revealing two scars that were slightly indented, appearing particularly grotesque. An aura of malevolence intertwined with an air of dominance enveloped him, as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm. With the appearance of Lin Chen, a veritable bombshell was dropped amidst the tense atmosphere. The four emperors of the demon path, along with the formidable beings within the Thunder Sovereign Organization and all the cultivators present, were left in a state of profound shock. How audacious it was for Lin Chen, a body of sacred veins, to personally descend into this fray. Did he not realize that at this very moment, the ancient powers of the Battle Immortal Palace were in pursuit of him? Even the reputed lord of the Battle Immortal Palace had descended. And yet he dared to reveal himself, brazenly flaunting his presence here, courting death with such reckless abandon. Lin Chen, how did you come to be here? Chen Dongxi, who had been in a fit of rage, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's arrival. His expression shifted dramatically. You are the embodiment of sin. What brings you here? Do you seek your own demise? This furious outcry from Chen Dongxi was not a denunciation of Lin Chen, but rather a plea for him to comprehend his precarious situation and flee. Brother Dongxi, I have come to seek justice for Chen Dongxi, Lin Chen declared, his presence formidable and unyielding as he confronted the four demon emperors. You four are truly audacious, daring to openly slander me as the embodiment of sin. Do you understand the crimes you have committed? Are you aware of the dire consequences of your actions? With righteous fervor, Lin Chen assumed the role of a principled official, boldly taking the initiative to accuse the four demon emperors. These were figures of immense power, revered as great beings, and yet here stood Lin Chen, a mere first-level void immortal and a so-called embodiment of sin, daring to challenge them. What madness had overtaken him? The cultivators from Thunder Island could only twitch at the corners of their mouths, realizing that the moniker of Little Madman was well-earned. "You dare to accuse us, the demon emperors?" one of them exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his features. "Though I am unaware of how you managed to arrive here. Do you comprehend the ramifications of being labeled as the embodiment of sin? How dare you level accusations against us?" "Humph, what embodiment of sin?" Lin Shan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an unyielding spirit as he advanced upon the 4 demon emperors. "I, Lin Shan, embody righteousness and integrity. How could I possibly be the embodiment of sin? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey to make such baseless accusations? Such slanderous offenses? Can you truly bear the weight of them?" At this moment, even Lei Junzi could not suppress the twitch at the corner of his mouth. He initially believed that Lin Lung's appearance would herald some earth-shattering event, yet upon arrival, he found himself engaged in trivial antics. The 4 great demon emperors dared not slander Lin Chun. However, their respective factions had simultaneously received directives from the Battle Immortal Hall, and the Demon God organization was actively assisting in the investigation under the orders of the Battle Immortal Hall. How could you claim they were defaming you? This is an indisputable fact. Without further ado, the Elder of Heart Obliteration, upon witnessing Lin Chun, dismissed any need for conversation. His eyes seemed to emit countless demonic lights, directly aimed at Lin Chun. The movements of one at the Emperor level could effortlessly obliterate a first-tier void immortal, as simple as crushing an ant. The Elder of Heart Obliteration had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Lin Chun. He sought only to eliminate Lin Lung. A terrifying, thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the surrounding seas into tumultuous waves. Suddenly, before Lin Lung, a figure materialized, draped in a crimson robe, with an open chest exuding an ancient aura of dominance. The demonic light unleashed by the Elder of Heart Obliteration struck this figure, resulting in a clash that produced sparks, which quickly dissipated into nothingness, causing no harm whatsoever. The emergence of the Mad Emperor caused immediate concern among the 4 demon emperors, with even Lei Junzi and the hidden giants showing signs of alarm. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Mad Emperor transcended ordinary emperors, having ascended to the realm of the Supreme Emperor. The Elder of Heart Obliteration and the ruling Demon Emperor were both taken aback. Yet the Elder soon sneered, his voice laced with malice. "Mad Emperor, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You protect a being of sin, a body of transgression, which is intolerable by the laws of heaven. Should you dare to shelter him, even as a Supreme Emperor, you shall not escape your demise. What I do is not for you to judge. Should you continue to prattle, I will end your life," the Mad Emperor roared, his voice resonating like the sound of an explosion in the ears of the Elder of Heart Obliteration and the other demon emperors, causing a cacophony that left them reeling, their expressions shifting dramatically. Such audacity! Yet this was merely the arrogance of undeniable strength. They could do nothing against the Mad Emperor. "Can we not discuss this civilly?" A voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed. A figure appeared, stepping upon clouds, exuding a transcendent aura. The 4 demon emperors and the formidable beings among the Thunder Lords could not suppress their astonishment. Another Supreme Emperor had arrived. The emergence of 2 Supreme Emperors signaled a resolute intent to protect Lin Lung, despite the arrival of these 2 Supreme Emperors causing the Elder of Heart Obliteration, the Mad Emperor, and the ruling Demon Emperor to retreat in awe. Their stance remained unyielding. They brandished the Battle Immortal token, declaring fiercely, "This individual is marked for death by the Battle Immortal Hall. As Supreme Emperors, you are aware of the consequences. Once this matter is unveiled, even the Supreme Emperors shall be powerless. You too, step aside swiftly and surrender this child to our Demon God organization." Lei Junzi and many formidable Lei Zun figures have discreetly changed countenance, sighing inwardly. Although this child enjoys the protection of 2 Supreme Emperors and possesses unparalleled strength, alas, being a sacred vein body, he is destined to meet a tragic fate. The Elder of Heart Destruction speaks truth. Even with the guardianship of 2 Supreme Emperors, it proves futile. The frenzied and formidable Emperor made his move with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, the energy involved unfathomable. A bright crimson handprint immediately appeared upon the faces of the Elder of Heart Destruction and 3 other demon emperors, resonating with a crisp sound. The numerous Lei Zun cultivators were left astounded. This madman was indeed deserving of his reputation, directly engaging in combat over a mere disagreement. What troubled these powerful beings further was the implication that these 2 Supreme Emperors were resolutely determined to protect the sinful body, positioning themselves against the battle immortal palace. The 4 demon emperors stood there in a daze, having been momentarily stunned by the sharp slap. At this juncture, Chen Qingchong, bloodied and battered, rushed towards Lin Shun. Collapsing against him, breathless and pleading, "Brother Lin, quickly, flee. There's no need to worry about us." Lei Junzi felt a surge of righteousness, wanting to pull Chen Qingchong back, yet refrained from acting due to the presence of the 2 supreme emperors. "Do not worry." Lin Shen's gaze turned increasingly frigid. "Trust me, everything will be fine." Chen Qingchong managed a faint smile before collapsing completely. Lin Shen shot a glance at Chen Ziguan and handed Chen Qingchong's form to him. With a resolute stride, Lin Shun's cold eyes fixed upon the 4 demon emperors. "You accuse me of being a sinful body while taking this opportunity to attack the Lei Zun forces, proclaiming your intent to slay me. What punishment do you deserve for such transgressions?" His hair bristled with fury, and each word he uttered resonated with the weight of thunder. The 4 demon emperors had come to capture Lin Shun, yet at this moment, it seemed as though Lin Shun were the one interrogating the demon emperors. One of the demon Dao leaders quickly regained his composure, seething with rage. "Lin Shun, you and the 2 supreme emperors should not be so arrogant. I will immediately send word to the battle immortal palace. Let us see how you maintain your bravado when your end draws near." As he spoke, the leader's hand grasped the token of the battle immortal palace, shattering it with a swift motion, sending his intent into the depths. It would not be long before the leaders of the battle immortal palace sensed the situation and descended as supreme figures. "Haha." The demon Dao leader laughed coldly, fixing his gaze upon Lin Shun. "You are finished. You all are finished." Lei Junzi and other leaders of the Lei Zun forces could not help but sigh inwardly. Despite their admiration for Lin Shun, regardless of whether he truly was a sinful body, it seemed inevitable that he would meet an untimely demise. The earlier slap had merely provided a fleeting satisfaction. "Perhaps you are a touch too arrogant," Lin Shun remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The 4 demon emperors were momentarily stunned, and the numerous experts of the Thunder Sovereigns were equally taken aback. Was this the final struggle? Lin Shun suddenly produced an object, and the characters inscribed on the token seemed to radiate a blinding golden light at that moment. "Disciple of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall." Upon the emergence of this token, the expressions of the 4 demon emperors and the many experts of the Thunder Sovereigns drastically changed. How could this be possible? The aura emanating from it was undoubtedly authentic. Yet how could the sinful body of Lin Lung become a disciple of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall? Chapter 11:16. The grinning demon bestows eyes. The token, exuding an ancient and formidable pressure, became the focal point of all present. The 5 characters, imbued with an ancient weight, were extraordinarily eye-catching. The token of the Battle Immortal Hall, and moreover, belonging to the disciple of its Lord. How could this be? How could a being of the sinful body possibly become a disciple of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall? Yet, this token was undeniably genuine. How could this be? Despite their keen intellects, they could not fathom the reason behind this astonishing scene. The Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall could never take a holy vain body as a disciple. The only explanation was that Lin Lung was truly not a holy vain body. Chen Ziguan read the inscription word by word, each syllable seemingly infused with immense power, leaving the listeners in awe. This sudden revelation far surpassed their expectations, rendering them utterly speechless. The 4 demon emperors were still reeling from the shock and had yet to regain their composure. Just then, a massive rift in the sky tore open, and an elder with white eyebrows emerged, exuding an air of scholarly wisdom, as if he were an educator of the world. The ancient literature emperor of the Battle Immortal Hall. Upon seeing the ancient literature emperor, the 4 demon emperors felt as though they had encountered a savior. The elder of hard extinction quickly remarked, "Ancient literature emperor, this young man is the sinful body Lin Lung. The sinful body is intolerable by heaven and earth. Yet he is protected by 2 supreme emperors. Please hasten to communicate with the Battle Immortal Hall and apprehend him." The ancient literature emperor's brow twitched. He had initially intended to return to the Battle Immortal Hall when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the intent of the token. This prompted him to recall the matter of the Demon God organization, leading him to rush here, albeit with some concern. Clearing his throat, the ancient literature emperor glanced at Lei Junzi before addressing the elder of hard extinction. "I apologize. This matter arises from the error of my disciple, mistaking Lin Lung's broken forbidden body for a holy vain body." The ancient literature emperor, with his keen insight, immediately noticed the peculiar atmosphere between Lin Shun and the four demon emperors. He added calmly, by the way, I should inform you all that Lin Lung has been personally accepted as a direct disciple by our Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall. The expressions of the four demon emperors changed dramatically. A broken, forbidden body mistaken for a holy vain body. How could this be? The many powerful figures of the Thunder Sovereign factions were equally stunned, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Lung was indeed the legendary broken, forbidden body. Clearly, they were aware of what a broken, forbidden body entailed, a terrifying constitution that would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beings as a disciple. However, the audacity with which the demon god organization previously oppressed them stemmed from Lin Lung being a body of sin, providing them with a pretext to harass them. Yet now, Lin Lung has turned the tables, presenting an unexpectedly favorable outcome, and has even become the direct disciple of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Palace, enjoying the protection of two supreme emperors. What manner of anomaly have the demon god organization now offended? I shall take my leave. The ancient text emperor, naturally, would not involve himself, swiftly confiscating several battle immortal orders from the demon god organization before vanishing from this realm. At this moment, the entire world remains profoundly silent. You four, are you aware of your crimes? The first to speak was Lin Shun, who boldly accused the four demon emperors, his voice resonating with authority. How dare you label me, a direct disciple of the esteemed Lord of the Battle Immortal Palace, as a body of sin and attempt to oppress the esteemed Lord Lei? What, pray tell, are your true intentions? Are you attempting to utilize the name of the Battle Immortal Palace against Lord Lei? The expressions of the four demon emperors shifted drastically. Lin Lung invoked the name of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Palace, thereby exerting pressure upon them. How dare you use the banner of the Battle Immortal Palace to confront us? They thought, frustration evident. Ha ha, Lord Lei, boomed Lei Junzi, laughter echoing as he stepped forward, eyes alight with thunderous energy. Did you not just claim that Lin Lung is a body of sin? Now, under the orders of the Battle Immortal Palace, I have ample reason to suspect that you are in collusion with this body of sin, using the name of the Battle Immortal Palace to strike against our esteemed Lord Lei. A figure like Lei Junzi understood the importance of seizing the moment, launching an attack while the four demon emperors found themselves in a precarious position. Moreover, Lin Lung, accompanied by two supreme emperors, observed with a cold smile. At this moment, the entire Lei Zun island erupted with a cacophony of excitement, faces glowing with exhilaration as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Each individual, without exception, experienced a release from the previous feelings of humiliation, and the sight of the four demon emperors faltering before them brought immense satisfaction. At this juncture, Chen Ziguan felt a peculiar emotion stir within him. He increasingly recognized that the young man before him was truly extraordinary. Just when everyone believed he was on the brink of destruction, he executed an astonishing turnaround, consistently leaving them in awe. You were right. Chen Ziguan smiled at the bloodied Chen Qingchong in his arms, though his gaze turned cold. The four demon emperors were now filled with a desire to beat their heads against the wall, realizing that they had been instantly overturned by this Lin Lung. The most terrifying aspect was that the current identity of Lin Lung was one that even the demon god organization could not afford to offend. Moreover, this individual was the very enemy they thought they had defeated. Who could have predicted that the once insignificant existence, akin to an ant in the virtual realm, would cause such monumental upheaval? Now what to do? Even the four demon emperors felt a throbbing headache. Lin Lung would not let them off easily, and the Lei Zun forces certainly would not either. At that moment, a voice resonated from afar. Lin Lung, consider this a favor owed to me. Shall we put this matter to rest? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and they beheld the smiling demon approaching from the distance. The expressions of the four great demon emperors turned to one of astonishment upon seeing him, while the countenance of the elder of hard extinction darkened subtly. This incident was indeed a fault of our demon god organization, and I hope that you, esteemed Lin Lung, will show leniency. The smiling demon cast a profound glance at Lin Lung, his face etched with immense sincerity and regret. All eyes turned to Lin Lung, for he now held the weight of authority in this situation. With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Lung remarked, since you have spoken, let us consider this matter settled. The grievances between myself and the demon god organization are likewise resolved. I trust certain individuals will refrain from futile schemes. The elder of hard extinction and the demon emperor leader exchanged glances, their faces betraying displeasure. as Lin Chen's veiled insinuations were clearly directed at them. Despite their dissatisfaction, they could only endure, for their methods fell short even against this young boy. Lin Chen added, "This incident has not only affected me. The greater impact lies with the forces of Lei Zun. You are aware of their situation, and as for how they handle it, I leave that to your discretion." The Elder of Heart Extinction's face paled instantly, and he exclaimed in fury, "Lin Long, you are overstepping your bounds." As a dignified emperor, it was already exceedingly difficult for him to apologize to a junior, and now he was being coerced into offering apologies to Lei Zun as well. Lin Long's arrogance was indeed excessive. Silence. Lin Chen's eyes blazed with indignation, radiating an aura that instilled no fear in the Elder of Heart Extinction. "Were it not for you, I would not hesitate to take action against your demon god organization." At that very moment, an aura of an unparalleled sovereign emanated from Lin Chen. Reminiscent of the time he had unleashed a massacre upon the major factions of the human realm on the Holy Spirit continent. It is worth noting that he was once merely a minor void king who had shattered the powers of the human realm. The intensity of his presence astonished Lei Junzi. While numerous titans nodded in quiet acknowledgement, recognizing that Lin Long was indeed extraordinary, such an aura was not something an ordinary individual could exude. The Elder of Heart Extinction was shaken. Lin Chen's words rang true, had it not been for the smiling demon interceding. One could only speculate what audacious actions this so-called little madman might have taken against their demon god organization. "Lin Long, I understand now," the smiling demon chuckled, disregarding the Elder of Heart Extinction's sentiments. He promised Lei Zun a multitude of benefits, each representing a significant fortune. Chen Ziguan nodded in agreement, signifying his approval. Regardless, following this incident, the influence of Lei Zun's faction would undoubtedly rise dramatically and flourish. "Lin Long, this belongs to you. I now restore it to its rightful owner." Before the watchful eyes of all, the smiling demon revealed an eye that emerged from his forehead, imbued with profound mysteries and inscribed with countless demonic scriptures. As if the very offspring of the demonic path had manifested, captivating all in attendance. The Eye of the Demon God, The Return of the Smiling Demon, Chapter 1117. July 7th of the following year. The smiling demon's act of returning the Eye of the Demon God utterly surpassed the expectations of both Elder Heart Extinction and the Demon Emperor. Many formidable beings of the Thunder respected this development with great confusion. The Eye of the Demon God is immensely powerful, and the smiling demon's decision to return it to Lin Chen seemed entirely unnecessary. It is worth noting that Elder Heart Extinction had previously set an elaborate trap during the furious rampage of the demon spirit to seize it entirely. Now, the smiling demon's assertion that he would simply gift it away was unfathomable. Elder Heart Extinction was filled with rage, shedding his previous demeanor. The aura of the Emperor rose dramatically, shaking the very air around him. How could the Eye of the Demon God be given away? It is a relic of the Demon God organization, a treasure of our lineage. Ultimately, Elder Heart Extinction remained an emperor, regardless of the strength of one's aura. Should an emperor become enraged, it could lead to the demise of countless lives. Only by ascending to the rank of emperor could one be deemed a true powerhouse in this realm. The smiling demon must not proceed with this act. The ramifications of the eye are too grave to bestow upon this youth. At this moment, the demon emperor also spoke, his words devoid of any semblance of negotiation, resonating instead as a command, a decree from a sovereign to his subjects. The legends left by the ancient demon gods were not dismissed lightly by Elder Heart Extinction and the other emperors. Such tales often contained a mixture of truth and myth, fueled by their own convictions. However, given the origin of these legends, they held the potential for realization. And the Eye of the Demon God was a formidable power in its own right, capable of unleashing devastating might when harnessed through celestial arts. This artifact was a coveted treasure, long sought after by practitioners of the demon path. Even emperors found themselves drawn to it. Yet, in their pursuit of nurturing new prodigies, they could not simply take it for themselves. Thus, when the smiling demon proposed to return the eye to Lin Chen, it compelled the two emperors to intervene. No matter how weak the current situation appeared, they were both still emperors, significant figures who had seized the opportunities that the heavens had offered. In that moment, the smiling demon disregarded the proclamations of the two emperors, boldly advancing to grasp the eye, which shimmered with terrifying profundities and power, suspended in his hand, and extended it toward Lin Chen. Elder Heart Extinction and the Demon Emperor exchanged glances, their expressions tightening. Lin Chen laughed heartily, extending his hand to clasp the smiling demon S in a firm grip. In an instant, a blinding surge of dark energy erupted from their joined hands, radiating outward in all directions. The eye of the demon god had once again returned to Lin Chen's being. Haha, the eye of the demon god is back. This smiling demon isn't so bad after all, Bloodly exclaimed, his laughter ringing with joy. Due to Lin Chen's astonishing actions, the lethal powers within him had diminished significantly. The return of the eye would catalyze a qualitative leap in the strength of the reincarnation demon map, once it was properly restored. However, it was imperative to delay the restoration of the reincarnation demon map to avoid inciting unnecessary attention from the formidable figures of the demon god hierarchy. Upon the eye returning to Lin Chen, he immediately exerted his formidable powers to confine it, preventing any extraordinary phenomena that might attract the gaze of powerful practitioners of the demon path. The expression on the face of the elder Zenmi darkened to an iron hue as he coldly spat out 3 words, unfilial son. At that moment, the smiling demon turned his head calmly to regard the elder Zenmi, stating, I have my own path to seek, my own journey to pursue. Why must you be so obstinate? Even though I am born ordinary, I believe there exists a grand avenue in this world that belongs to me. Suddenly, a radiant brilliance erupted from the smiling demon, manifesting countless golden and black blossoms that shimmered around him, as if the very heavens and earth resonated with the chant of the formidable forces of Buddhism and demonic arts. The countenance of Lei Junzi shifted abruptly, and many powerful figures within the Thunder Sovereign organization narrowed their eyes. Even the elder Zenmi and the demon emperor were momentarily taken aback. Then, the demon emperor burst into laughter, exclaiming, Heavenly flowers descend. A remarkable genius shall emerge from my demonic god organization. The heavens shower flowers in celebration. This is a testament to something significant. The elder Zenmi, observing the smiling demon bathed in the dual blossoms of demon and Buddha, displayed a countenance of fluctuating emotions as he paced back and forth. Finally, with a cold snort, he turned and tore through the void, departing. Lin Chen let out a sigh, recognizing the elder Zenmi's formidable nature. While others may not have noticed, he could clearly see the fleeting joy and pride that sparkled in the elder's eyes. Ultimately, the smiling demon had managed to validate his existence. Lin Chen cast a profound glance at the smiling demon, pondering the grand stage of the future, hoping they would not be adversaries. On this day, the northeast region was once again tumultuous. The news of Lin Long becoming a disciple of the Battle Immortal Hall's master spread like wildfire throughout the northeast, revealing his forbidden body. This time, Lin Long's brilliance completely overshadowed that of the so-called Holy Sons, causing countless individuals to gaze upon him in awe. Even those who harbored deep-seated resentment toward Lin Chen found themselves daunted by Lin Long's terrifying radiance, their thoughts of confrontation swiftly extinguished. Chapter 11:18. Dominance. However, many ambitious youths were incensed, questioning why such an arrogant individual could achieve such monumental success. Was arrogance and tyranny truly the path to becoming a prodigy or a powerhouse? Lin Chen lingered within the Thunder Sovereign's realm for a day, and it was not until the following day that Chen Qingchong fully recovered from his serious illness that he took his leave. The restored Chen Qingchong was markedly different. Embodying a sense of rebirth, his brilliance subdued, yet his will unwavering. Yet, upon awakening, he remained stubbornly red in the neck, engaging in heated debates with Lin Chen, adamantly refusing to acknowledge the events of that fateful day. Chun Ziguan, having experienced this ordeal, became more resolute and decisive, his brilliance beginning to unfold like a nascent hero, exuding an air of authority and a distant vision in his endeavors. The bond between Lin Chen and the Thunder Sovereign deepened, becoming inseparable. To a certain extent, it was also due to that enigmatic talisman of destruction, the Thunder of Doom, that an inexplicable bond was established. However, now, within the burgeoning blueprint of Lin Chen's plans, the Thunder Sovereign was also included. Before departing, Lin Chen made arrangements with Chun Ziguan and Chen Qingchong to reconvene at the Battle Immortal Palace. Yet, due to Lin Chen's unique status as a disciple of the palace's master, he would be heading to the Battle Immortal Palace much sooner than these holy sons. As he was leaving, Lin Chen left 2 words with Chun Ziguan and Chen Qingchong, words that stirred an unexpected excitement in the usually reserved Chen Ziguan. Those two words were dominate. With Lin Shan's current prowess as a transcendent immortal, he found himself better prepared for the trials of the 12 heavens than before. Nevertheless, the pressure only intensified with each tier. He could scarcely fathom what awaited him at the pinnacle. The colossal ice palace loomed like a behemoth against the horizon, with swirling snowflakes rendering it even more ethereal. Without a map, Lin Shan would never have discovered this place. What brings you here? Shui Linglong looked down at Lin Shan with her customary indifference. Congratulations on becoming a disciple of the Battle Immortal Palace. Your name must have spread widely within its halls by now. Little madman Lin Shan. Haha. These were trifles. Lin Shan could easily discern the disdain in her tone. Indeed, he had been rather ostentatious. This was a stark contrast to his former self. Yet, how could Shui Linglong comprehend that his flamboyance was merely a guise to mask his true identity? Each step was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The reason for my visit today is to verify something. The Ice God Palace is on the verge of hosting a grand ceremony. Lin Chen's gaze deepened. Shui Linglong paused momentarily before responding. This must be information from D. Ro. Indeed, a ceremony will be held. Is this my only opportunity? Lin Chen pressed on. I do not know. What do you know then? I do not know. And what do you know? I know. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. How could this woman be so frigid, akin to the previous Ice Emperor? Yet, recalling the Ice Emperor's rare, stunning smile warmed his heart. When will the ceremony take place? Lin Chen inquired again, adding with conviction, surely you know this. If you remain silent, I would advise against venturing into your Ice God Palace once more. Lin Chen adopted an unruly demeanor, unwilling to relent until he received an answer. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Shui Linglong's eyes. Had it not been for her master's orders, she would have already struck. July 7th next year. With that, Shui Linglong turned and walked away, no longer acknowledging Lin Chen. Lin Chen gazed at the magnificent palace amidst the snowy expanse, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Wait for me, Ice Emperor, on July 7th next year. I, Lin Chen, shall shake your entire ice palace. With that, he turned and strode away, his purple golden robe billowing in the snow. A woman clad in white stands atop the pinnacle of the Ice God Palace, silently gazing at the imposing figure bathed in shades of purple and gold. In the ethereal realm of the Battle Immortal Palace, a mysterious entity known as the Master of the Battle Immortal Palace reclines in a chair beneath a wondrous grapevine. This grapevine, rooted in the enigmatic soil, is a vibrant green, with each golden purple grape seemingly absorbing energy from the mystical world around it, embodying the extraordinary. A voice, both distant and ethereal, resonates through the air, questioning why such importance is placed upon a mere discontinued body. This voice, capable of directly conversing with the master of the Battle Immortal Palace, undoubtedly belongs to a remarkable being. Indeed, another voice proclaims that with the advent of the Great Physique era, various supreme bodies, such as the Supreme Body and the Emperor Body, are continuously emerging. Although the discontinued body is formidable, it hardly warrants such regard. The ethereal voice interjects, pondering whether it is truly a sacred vein body. Uncertain if the artifact associated with the sacred vein body might disrupt the natural order. The Tianlong stone, after all, is not omnipotent. Both voices belong to ancient powers, the true relics of the Battle Immortal Palace. Their descent into this realm is prompted by the resonating bell of heaven and earth, coupled with the peculiar actions of the master, inciting their curiosity to seek answers. The elder in the Taoist robe, embodying the will of the reincarnation demon map, the first killing emperor, and the supreme Buddha king, muses that these three aspects alone are sufficient to merit the designation of his direct disciple. Indeed, these three wills are extraordinarily significant. Who knows what schemes the three esteemed beings have devised? It is implausible that any one of these wills could stir the world, let alone all converge upon a single individual. Does this child, then, possess a monumental destiny, favored by the three supreme wills? The ancient voice cannot help but inquire. What kind of destiny does this child embody? Another voice prompts, pray tell, what destiny does this child possess? The elder, sipping his celestial tea, transforms from a languid demeanor to one of grave seriousness. He perceives the character of destruction associated with the ancient glyphs, recognizing that with the onset of chaos, this terrifying entity is gradually emerging. You should be well aware of what the appearance of the glyph of destruction and the entity signifies. Indeed, It appears their lineage has not perished, a surge of murderous intent infusing the ethereal voice. The second voice responds with solemnity, acknowledging that such a destiny indeed merits the child being accepted as a true disciple, to be nurtured and guided. Should others attempt to seize this opportunity, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, both venerable beings of the Battle Immortal Palace sense the weight of this ominous development. Thus, whether he is a sacred vein body becomes inconsequential. When that entity reigns supreme, true chaos shall ensue. Even if he is of the sacred vein body, it matters little as long as that entity can be vanquished. The Taoist elder rises with resolve, emanating an aura that causes the entire microcosm to tremble. The elderly figure instilled fear even in the hearts of the renowned sea wanderer and the formidable war emperor. You speak the truth, thus. Even if he possesses the sacred vein physique, it matters not. We must meticulously conceal this young one's aura, otherwise, it may reveal certain clues. Meanwhile, in the enigmatic northeastern region, the young child has indeed become remarkable. The dragon sovereign, gazing intently at Lin Xun, lamented, "How is it that someone of your caliber has been accepted as a true disciple by the Lord of the War Immortal Hall? Has he lost his vision?" Since their last parting, the aura of the dragon sovereign had grown considerably stronger, subtly hinting at a resurgence to his former prowess. Recently, the dragon sovereign had heard of Lin Xun's exploits, acknowledging him as a bearer of the sacred vein, a fact he wholeheartedly endorsed. Initially, upon hearing the news, the dragon sovereign was nearly overwhelmed with joy, but who could have anticipated that Lin Xun would undergo such a miraculous twist of fate, transforming into a severed forbidden body and, to his astonishment, becoming a disciple of the Lord of the War Immortal Hall? Lin Xun cast a disdainful glance at the dragon sovereign and remarked, "Are you not reaping benefits by following me now? Humph. As long as I speak a few flattering words in front of my master, your rewards will surely follow." At this point, Lin Xun deliberately paused. The dragon sovereign's expression shifted repeatedly, and after a protracted moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Lin, whatever you command, I shall dutifully heed." Bravely forging ahead, without reservation. How utterly distasteful, Lin Xun rolled his eyes. "You are, after all, a being of the true immortal realm. Must you not possess some dignity?" The dragon sovereign nearly spat blood in exasperation. "Damn it, isn't this precisely what you little rascal desired?" However, after some contemplation, the dragon sovereign recognized that aligning himself with Lin Xun was indeed fortuitous. Others might not grasp the significance of being a disciple of the Lord of the War Immortal Hall, but he, the dragon sovereign, was well aware. "Protect me," Lin Xun commanded, his gaze sharpening. "I shall attempt to perceive the realm of the second transformation of the virtual immortal." The dragon sovereign inwardly scoffed, thinking, "You have only just ascended to the first transformation, and now you aspire to reach the second? Do you truly consider yourself a genius?" Nevertheless, he obediently provided protection for Lin Xun, wishing to avoid the torment that this little rascal might inflict upon him. The smiling demon's gift of vision served as a resolution to a portion of his karma, alleviating the burdens within his heart. Lin Xun mused silently, a smile gracing his lips. The emergence of a figure like you from the demon god organization is indeed a stroke of fortune. He refrained from dwelling on sentimentality and swiftly immersed himself in the tranquility of his thoughts. The eye of the demon god, long suppressed by Lin Xun, surged forth eagerly the moment its seal was lifted, unleashing an influx of profound demonic scriptures that permeated every inch of Lin Xun's being. The astonishing phenomenon of the 4 seasons of demonic path immediately manifested above his head, as a terrifying power began to unfurl from the center of his brow, resonating throughout the surroundings and instilling dread in the hearts of all demonic entities. The eye of the demon god, which had always been under Lin Xun's control, now seamlessly merged with his essence, integrating into the demonic map. This was merely the first step. He promptly commenced the fusion with the enigmatic demonic map suspended within his spatial domain. At the center of the 6,000 luminous points, one particular point flickered with blinding radiance, causing the eye of the demon god to hum with excitement, as if it had finally found its true home, darting like a beam of demonic light towards that radiant point. At the moment the eye of the demon god returned to its rightful place, the reincarnation demonic map erupted with an unparalleled torrent of pure and immense demonic power, enveloping Lin Xun's entire spatial realm and washing over his body completely. Lin Shen felt his entire space tremble in response. Before him, an ancient phantom of the demon god emerged from the reincarnation demonic map, appearing as if summoned from the endless river of time, seated in meditation with an indistinguishable form. Yet, at that very moment, the head of this supreme demonic apparition bore a scarlet eye that suddenly opened. Instantly, the light within the entire space dimmed, as the wills of the Slaughter Emperor and the Buddha Master swiftly faded. An overwhelming tide of primal demonic energy surged through the space, shaking it to its core. The Dragon Emperor, who was safeguarding Lin Shen, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and instinctively looked down. His gaze fell upon the immense spatial wall behind Lin Shen, where colossal waves of demonic energy began to materialize, coalescing into scales that adorned the entire space with demonic armor. The power of this moment was truly extraordinary. One could only fathom the formidable strength that would emerge from such a spatial force. Witnessing this spectacle, even the Dragon Emperor could not suppress a tremor of astonishment. Chapter 1120. A startling transformation in an unknown realm. A fierce emperor clad in a crimson, open-chested attire could not contain his boisterous laughter, his mirth resonating through the very fabric of heaven and earth, a testament to his unbridled joy. Beside him, the Taoist of the Four Seas wore a smile that blended admiration, awe, and a hint of shock. Good, good, the fierce emperor exclaimed thrice, his expression brimming with delight. He could hardly believe that this young man had accomplished such an extraordinary feat, utterly dispelling any notion that he was merely a holy vessel. The mere thought was terrifying. The Four Seas Taoist could not help but smile knowingly, failing to discern the method employed by this young lad, who exhibited no trace of devouring or the aura of the heavenly Saint King seal. This little fellow indeed inspires awe. Both the fierce emperor and the Four Seas Taoist initially believed that Lin Shen would fully utilize the bronze ancient coffin at this critical juncture, shaking the very foundations of the mortal realm. However, to their astonishment, everything transpired rather uneventfully, smoothly sailing by while reaping tremendous benefits, an achievement beyond the capabilities of even the Blood Sky Demon Lord. Before long, it would be time for us to depart. The Four Seas Taoist remarked, "We have lingered in the mortal realm for too long. It is time to leave. This lad's wings have now grown strong, and henceforth, his journey lies solely in his own hands." The two supreme emperors could not remain indefinitely to shield Lin Shen. Indeed, it was essential to venture to the 33 heavens to seek further opportunities for breakthrough. The fierce emperor's eyes seemed to ignite with bolts of lightning, instilling a sense of dread. Let us leave this talisman behind. From here on, everything will depend on him. The Four Seas Taoist chuckled softly, his form becoming ethereal, as if he transformed into an endless sea, vanishing into the expanse of the cosmos. A talisman hovered in this unknown realm, rising and falling. Meanwhile, on the Holy Spirit continent, the elder with black eyes gazed at his third uncle with uncontainable laughter. That lad is remarkable. He has forged a path that even the Blood Sky Demon Lord had not anticipated, nor had you. The third uncle took a leisurely sip of water, a hint of satisfaction gracing his visage. The sacred vein body is profound and mysterious. Even I cannot fathom its intricacies. Who knows what secrets lie within? His emergence signifies that he has embarked on a path distinctly different from that of the Blood Sky Demon Lord. The elder with black eyes nodded, adding, or perhaps, he has enveloped the Blood Sky Demon Lord's path. The calamity of fate has passed, yet it does not guarantee a smooth road ahead. Countless aspirants seek to become emperors, and heroes abound. Great willpower, wisdom, and fortune are ever abundant. One must endure countless tribulations. The third uncle mused. These times are far removed from the era when emperors walked the earth in abundance. The elder with black eyes remained silent. Who can truly articulate the myriad hardships? Nevertheless, the passing of great calamity is ultimately a boon. A smile graced the third uncle's face, unreserved in his praise for his disciple. The elder with black eyes chuckled. My young one will soon emerge as well. I wonder if Lin Shen remembers. I am curious about the sparks that will fly when these two children meet. The third uncle did not respond, pondering silently. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black pieces on the stone plate suddenly erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of black energy, coalescing into what resembled a black hole. Reincarnation, endless cycles. In that instant, as the eye of the demon god returned to its rightful place, Lin Shan felt a myriad of profound insights, and his understanding of this reincarnation demon map deepened significantly. Before him, 6,000 luminous points on the cycle of rebirth map seemed to form a harmonious circle, revolving around a singular, ominous point of magical energy at its center. The emergence of this diagram brought forth an awe that compelled all demons to bow in submission. The power of the cycle of rebirth map had undergone a transformative change, elevating it to a realm previously unattained. The second transformation of the void immortal's celestial root involves the condensation of a root of celestial Tao within the fabric of space itself. This root signifies the first step towards becoming an immortal. To achieve this, one must glean the essence of celestial energy from the obscured realms. Lin Shan felt a profound clarity. The return of the magical eye had unveiled deeper mysteries to him. He sensed that within this world, the atmosphere was saturated with spiritual energy, while the celestial energy resided solely in the heavens above. His consciousness merged with the vastness, allowing him to perceive it with unparalleled clarity. Countless streams of celestial energy cascaded from the firmament towards the mortal realm, resembling a grand waterfall cleansing the entirety of existence. The ethereal celestial energy descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Shan's being. The power within his consciousness transformed into an intangible wave, akin to a colossal hand reaching into the heavens. With a single grasp, he seized strands of celestial energy. Within the golden expanse of Lin Shan's consciousness, a slender thread of celestial energy quivered, emanating waves of extraordinary profundity and strength. With merely a thought, he could unleash this thread, transforming it into a blade of formidable prowess, far surpassing the capabilities of mere spiritual energy. Alas, Lin Shan lamented, his comprehension was insufficient, and he could only absorb a minuscule fraction. Despite his efforts, he remained distanced from the second transformation of the void immortal. Even with the full force of his consciousness, he could only extract a mere whisper of celestial energy from the cosmos. To amass enough celestial energy to condense a celestial root and establish it within his own domain seemed an insurmountable task, fraught with uncertainty about the passage of time. Upon witnessing Lin Shan's awakening, the Dragon Emperor True Immortal scoffed disdainfully, remarking on his audacity, "You overestimate your abilities." The second transformation of the void immortal marks a pivotal threshold in the fifth transformation of the void immortal realm. Crossing it is no trivial endeavor. Lin Shan, undeterred by the Dragon Emperor's condescension, raised a finger, from which a strand of celestial energy emerged. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. Condensing the celestial root in the second transformation of the void immortal is a challenge for me." However, the moment the Dragon Emperor laid eyes on this strand of celestial energy, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice filled with incredulity. "You have already begun to absorb celestial energy? What in the heavens is happening? How can this little rascal manage to draw in celestial energy so swiftly? This is astonishing." The Dragon Emperor could hardly contain his despair. It had been less than a month since this individual had advanced to the first transformation of the void immortal. Should he successfully absorb celestial energy, a minor breakthrough would allow him to condense a celestial root and enter the second transformation of the void immortal. No, it's fine, the Dragon Emperor reassured himself internally. This brat will surely encounter obstacles that will delay him for at least a decade or so. Lin Shan cast a disdainful glance at the Dragon Emperor True Immortal, too indifferent to engage with such an undignified figure of the true immortal realm. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs and exhaled softly, directing his gaze toward the west, preparing to head to the battle immortal palace. Yet, as he took a step forward, his expression suddenly transformed, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. "How is this possible?" Bloodly exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Chapter 11:21. The Red Palace enemy. Lin Shan felt an overwhelming sense of congestion rising within his spirit. This sensation seemed formless and shadowless, emerging from the depths of the unknown, capable of influencing one's emotions, inducing feelings of unease, agitation, and panic. As though a colossal boulder were pressing down upon him, an ominous premonition of impending catastrophe, more ferocious than before. The astonishment shared by Lin Shan and Bloodly stemmed from the abrupt resurgence of this foreboding sensation of doom. Lin Shan had previously learned from the enigmatic Emperor of Severed Prohibitions and the Blood Sky Demon Sovereign that his last calamity was unique to the sacred vein body. an ordeal that, once overcome, would not recur. Yet, inexplicably, that oppressive feeling surged once more. This time, the intangible sense of crisis was even more intense. Even Lin Chun's formidable willpower faltered momentarily, as a wave of subconscious annoyance began to rise within him. "Brother, what is happening?" Lin Chun in the sacred realm seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and exclaimed in alarm. Wasn't he the calamity of the sacred vein body already overcome? Why is it resurfacing now? Lin Chun found himself unable to answer his own question. He felt as though countless icy ants were crawling over him, instilling an unnerving chill. A sense of anxiety that was almost maddening. As this feeling enveloped him, dark energy began to flow from his dantian, exuding an intensely malevolent aura. It was as if an overwhelming evil entity within him had erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! A massive pressure surged forth from Lin Chun, catching the Dragon Emperor True Immortal, who was beside him, off guard. He was instantly propelled away by this tremendous force, rolling several times upon the ground. Furious, the Dragon Emperor True Immortal rose, glaring at Lin Chun as he bellowed, "What are you doing now? Why this inexplicable fluctuation again?" Previously, Lin Chun had unleashed a terrifying pressure that had frightened him to the core. Now, it seemed the phenomenon had returned. But as the Dragon Emperor True Immortal finished his shout and looked closely, he was momentarily stunned. He observed dark energy seeping from Lin Chun's entire being, which filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Lin Chun's expression shifted erratically, at times furious, at times joyful, and at times grotesque, presenting a truly terrifying visage. This is not merely a malevolent force akin to a heart demon. The Dragon Emperor True Immortal immediately regained clarity of mind, opening his mouth wide to unleash a thunderous roar. This formidable voice reverberated like the roar of a dragon, resonating deeply within the hearts of those who heard it. Lin Chun, struck as if by a sudden blow, awoke instantly. Before he could express his gratitude, he sensed that the sinister energy within his dantian threatened to overwhelm him. His expression shifted dramatically as he invoked the ancient six-character true word and the great Buddha seal of good and evil to suppress it. Seated in meditation, Lin Chun formed hand seals, and countless rays of Buddha light flickered around him, embodying the dual forces of good and evil in a profoundly mystical manner. Under the influence of the great Buddha seal, the six-character true word emitted a golden radiance, akin to a resplendent sun, within which an ancient monk appeared, solidifying his presence in Lin Chun's dantian. The rampant sinister energy trembled beneath the suppression of the six-character true word, swirling restlessly like a feral beast howling in rage. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Chun's forehead as he hastened the formation of his seals, tirelessly channeling the six-character true word until he successfully subdued the malevolent force. In an instant, clarity returned to his mind. Lin Chun exhaled deeply, sitting on the ground, feeling a profound sense of exhaustion wash over him. He had narrowly escaped being consumed by the dark thoughts within him, teetering on the brink of madness. "Lin Chun, what on earth were you doing?" The Dragon Emperor True Immortal exclaimed, visibly displeased. "Do you have any idea how you just sent me flying? You were moments away from losing yourself to madness. By the heavens, following you feels more perilous than accompanying an emperor." "Thank you," Lin Chun replied in a subdued tone. The Dragon Emperor True Immortal paused, looking to the sky, taken aback by this unfamiliar side of the usually wild Lin Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed and out of his element, and chose to remain silent. The impending calamity was far more terrifying than before. What on earth had transpired? This question reverberated in Lin Chun's mind. Logically speaking, had he not already transcended the calamity associated with his sacred vein physique? Why had it resurfaced? At this moment, the overwhelming sense of dread in Lin Chun's heart dissipated. Yet the earlier scene lingered ominously in his thoughts. He had come perilously close to losing control. "Lin Chun, though I am unaware of what has transpired, you must exercise utmost caution moving forward," Shueli stated with unwavering conviction. "The re-emergence of this calamity is certainly no trivial matter." "I understand," Lin Chun nodded, his gaze sharpening with a cold glint. No matter the adversity he faced, he was resolute in his determination to survive. In the War Immortal Palace, the dominant force of the southwestern domain of the human realm, stood the myriad races and powerful factions of this region. The unique and unparalleled position of the War Immortal Palace in the southwestern domain was irreplaceable. The War Immortal Palace was nestled in a mysterious locale, not within a specific area of the southwestern domain, but rather existing within 10 distinct small worlds. To gain entry into the Battle Immortal Palace, one must first reach the renowned land of seeking immortality in the southwest region. As the name suggests, this land of seeking immortality is a place dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and enlightenment in the ways of the immortal. It is said that in ancient times, a practitioner traveled great distances to arrive at the true immortal gate, commencing their journey towards transcendence at its base. Hence, this location has earned its title as the land of seeking immortality, standing as one of the most illustrious forbidden zones in the entire southwest region. Upon entering the land of seeking immortality, one is greeted by the sight of 10 celestial portals, resembling stars, suspended in the air, illuminating the entire expanse with a brilliance that renders it perpetually bright, akin to daylight throughout the 4 seasons. These 10 portals, akin to celestial bodies, appear to form a grand formation in an unseen manner, connecting the entirety of this small world in a cyclical pattern. Each of these 10 small worlds is referred to as a hall, with each hall presiding over its own domain. The masters of these 10 halls, known as the Hall Masters, wield significant authority within the Battle Immortal Palace. Among the 10 halls, the most formidable is the Battle Immortal Hall, presided over by Lin Chen's master, who is the central figure of the Battle Immortal Palace. The halls of Fanyan, Red Palace, and Purple Shortage represent the 3 major factions among the true disciples of the Battle Immortal Palace, boasting countless prodigious true disciples. Notably, these 2 factions are established within the Fanyan Hall, a testament to its extraordinary status among the 10 halls. At this moment, within the Red Palace, an unprecedented fervor has erupted, as numerous true disciples have congregated here. Have you heard? It is rumored that the master of the Battle Immortal Palace has accepted a personal disciple. It is said that each of the 10 hall masters will take on 3 disciples, yet the master of the Battle Immortal Palace has chosen only one. This individual is named Lin Long, who stands backed by 2 supreme emperors and has rapidly risen to prominence in less than half a year, creating chaos throughout the northeast region. I have perused his records, and indeed, this individual is exceptional. However, being merely at the initial stage of the void immortal realm, even with the broken forbidden body, he is only of upper-tier stature. What makes him so remarkable? A true disciple expressed their confusion. Who knows? The last time the celestial bell tolled was due to this individual. It was believed that he was a body of sin as per the legends. But it turned out to be a misunderstanding. He is actually a broken forbidden body. Strangely, he was accepted as a true disciple of the master of the Battle Immortal Palace. Cheng Hu's severe injuries were indeed a consequence of this individual. Chen Dongxi was even slain by him. Such ruthless methods. It is said that this individual has a fondness for the Red Silk Fairy and shares an inexplicable relationship with her. How outrageous. Our Red Silk Fairy is beyond his reach. Indeed, we must ensure that such a person does not tarnish the reputation of our Red Silk Fairy. On this day, Lin Chen entered the Battle Immortal Hall among the 10 halls. In an instant, the Red Palace erupted in fervor due to Lin Chen's presence. Within the Red Palace, Lin Chen has swiftly become the #1 adversary, his name resonating throughout the 10 halls. Chapter 1122, A Declaration of Dominance, a Result of Might. Young rascal, how is it that you have only just arrived for a day, yet the other 9 halls are already in an uproar? The elder in the robe of Dao glared at Lin Chen with irritation, exclaiming, if you end up causing trouble for the others, that will be of no concern to me. Should you bring me shame, I may very well have to give you a beating myself. Observing the elderly man's exuberance, Lin Chen felt a surge of frustration, gritting his teeth. If you hadn't mentioned it, who would have known I was here? He retorted bitterly. The elder, stroking his beard, displayed no sense of humility, instead responding boisterously, you are the proud disciple of the master of the Battle Immortal Hall. How could your presence not be known? It would be utterly dull otherwise. Who knew you, troublemaker that you are, would incite such animosity throughout the entire Red Palace in just a single day? With a gleam of pride, the elder seemed oblivious to his own missteps, as though he had accomplished something monumental. If you weren't my master, I would undoubtedly beat you one day, Lin Chen hissed through clenched teeth. The elder's eyes widened in mock astonishment. If I were not your master, I would surely slay you, you little troublemaker. In that moment, the 2, one large and one small, stared at each other, each unwilling to relent. Humph, I won't waste time with you, you little rascal, the elder said nonchalantly. Lin Chen, In this battle immortal hall, there are 10 halls, each hall master accepting 3 true disciples. I have only accepted you, so do not bring me disgrace. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Shan replied, as long as you do not embarrass me, I shall not embarrass you. How could I, the master of the battle immortal hall, bring disgrace upon myself? The elder protested. Lin Shan, scratching the bump on his head, was at a loss for words, thinking how that old rogue could not outmatch him in argument. He slapped himself on the forehead, wondering why it hurt so much. Is this truly the master of the battle immortal hall? Why does he behave like such a rogue? A transcendent being indeed. Even his speech is profound, imbued with the essence of the great truths, remarked the dragon's sovereign true immortal. Gazing in the direction the elder had departed, filled with excitement. Lin Shan's lips twitched. He supposed it could be seen as profound wisdom. However, his expression soon turned icy, as sharp as blades. Since the entire 10 halls were already stirred up, why not add fuel to the fire? In the Fanyang Hall, the Red Palace sprawled within this small world, vast and expansive, resembling a grand metropolis. The entire city radiated a rosy hue, akin to a massive ruby. Intricately linked to the heavens of the Fanyang Hall, bridging the realms of yin and yang, imbued with the essence of creation, exuding an overwhelming aura of mystery that was utterly formidable. Within the Red Palace, individuals of various races flowed in and out, a multitude of disciples bustling about. The disciples of the Red Palace were held to rigorous standards. Only those who were inner disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall could be accepted into the Red Palace. Like the outer disciples and the apprentice disciples, no matter how talented and persevering one might be, the Red Palace would never extend its branches to Linlong. I shall ensure your demise. A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, revealing Cheng Hu, his face twisted with malice, lying within a medicinal cauldron. Enveloped by clouds of ethereal vapors that contained countless miraculous elixirs nurturing his form. Below, the inner disciples of the Red Palace shuddered, their hearts gripped by fear. They could not help but wonder about the prowess of this newly appointed disciple of the Battle Immortal Hall, who, despite only possessing the strength of a mere first-level ethereal immortal, could reduce Cheng Hu to such a state. Report the situation to me. What is the current state of affairs? Cheng Hu inquired darkly, casting a stern gaze upon one of the disciples. The disciple immediately approached with utmost respect, relaying, "It seems that rumors of Lin Long's alleged romantic involvement with Fairy Hong Ling have circulated, as well as the incident regarding Chen Dong, which has elicited a significant reaction. Presently, the atmosphere within the Red Palace is one of intense animosity towards Lin Long. Furthermore, it is rumored that the third young master has openly declared his intent to confront Lin Long, aiming to suppress him. The third young master has made his stance known. These 3 are suitors of Hong Ling. We should not be surprised," Cheng Hu remarked, a rare sinister smile gracing his face, causing those below to tremble even further. Within the 10 halls of the small world, there exist 3 formidable factions, with the Red Palace being one of them. The third young master is one of the 3 outstanding talents among these factions, each possessing immense strength and charming demeanor, thus earning the title of the 3 young masters, wielding considerable authority within the Battle Immortal Hall. The words of these 3 young masters will undoubtedly inflict significant harm upon Lin Long. Just wait, Lin Long. Cheng Hu's expression darkened as he laughed coldly. This is merely the beginning. I shall help gather more enemies for you, ensuring you live in subjugation within the Battle Immortal Hall. At that moment, a disciple rushed in hastily from outside, breathless and eager to report. Lin Long. The disciple struggled to articulate his excitement. What? Did he issue a public apology? Cheng Hu could not resist rising, laughing heartily. Under such scrutiny, even if you, Lin Long, are formidable, you cannot withstand the onslaught of the masses. And no, the disciple swallowed hard. He openly declared that he came to the Battle Immortal Hall for none other than Fairy Hong Ling and Fairy Ziqing, boastfully claiming that both of these women are his, and none shall escape his grasp. What? Cheng Hu's face contorted in disbelief. Has Lin Long truly descended to such madness? He dares to covet both celestial maidens and brazenly announce that they shall be his? How utterly insane. It is known that within the Battle Immortal Hall, Ziqing and Hong Ling are renowned celestial beings, cherished as the dreams and goddesses of countless true disciples. In the 10 halls of the small world, innumerable disciples, cultivators, and leaders reside within. Today, I was initially taken aback by Lin Long's unexpected presence. which incited considerable animosity among the majority of the Red Palace's inhabitants. The three prominent young masters boldly proclaimed their intention to spar with Lin Long, leading many to presume he would retreat in the face of such challenges. However, who could have anticipated that Lin Long would audaciously declare his ambition to claim the favor of the two celestial maidens? This bold proclamation reverberated throughout the entire realm of the 10 halls, shaking its very foundations. How dare Lin Long, a mere mortal, harbor such arrogant aspirations towards the illustrious Ziqing and Hong Ling, whom I revere as my goddesses? Even I, with my own desires, have refrained from uttering them. Yet he has the gall to voice such contemptible thoughts. How utterly disgraceful. A mere first-tier celestial being, so presumptuous. Does he truly believe the War Celestial Hall is devoid of worthy competitors? Such insolence, to aspire to win the hearts of two celestial maidens. How foolish. Initially, those disciples who wished to ignore Lin Long found themselves incensed by his brazen declaration. Their collective fury ignited. This level of arrogance is intolerable. It simply cannot be allowed to stand. In an instant, a significant number of the true male disciples within the 10 halls regarded Lin Long as an enemy, a thorn in their side. The mere mention of Lin Long's name became synonymous with disdain. This audacious declaration bore an equally audacious consequence. The three young masters, accompanied by a throng of disciples, charged towards the War Celestial Hall's domain. Chapter 1123. Acting like a coward, the so-called small world is a creation of the Emperor, imbued with mysteries beyond Lin Chen's comprehension. Within the 10 halls, the War Celestial Hall holds paramount importance. Within its small world lies untold power and potential. However, Lin Chen's designated area to explore is but a solitary city, sparsely populated by elderly figures and elders. This city exudes an air of simplicity, reminiscent of mundane, earthly towns. As for other regions, they are deemed forbidden lands to Lin Long. Upon entering these small worlds, individuals possess special identity tokens, enabling them to activate teleportation arrays to traverse to other realms in search of their desires. These tokens also facilitate their return to their respective factions. This old coot must be doing this on purpose. Residing in such a city, devoid of abundant spiritual energy, raises questions about how one is expected to cultivate. Lin Chun was on the verge of erupting in frustration. He had heard tales of places like the Fanyang Hall and the Tianxian Hall, where spiritual energy surpasses that of the outside world by nearly tenfold, and where prodigious treasures abound, available to disciples who complete tasks. Yet, within the War Celestial Hall, there is naught but silence and the company of taciturn elders. Lin Long, the dragon monarch true immortal, solemnly cautioned him, suggesting that this could be a form of training bestowed by his master. Others yearn for such opportunities, which are exceedingly rare. Thus, he ought to be satisfied. The dragon monarch true immortal began to impart wisdom to Lin Long. The young man is truly insatiable, harboring envy and jealousy within his heart. Yet he still chooses to complain. Lin Chun, at a loss for words, could not be bothered to engage with the dragon emperor. This fellow had evidently been completely subdued by the Taoist-robed elder, losing his own thoughts. Seated in his ancient, quaint residence, Lin Chen's mind was incessantly immersed in cultivation. While the sacred breath he had projected into the northeastern region of the human realm had long been established. Although the sacred breath could cultivate autonomously, any advancement related to it necessitated the presence of Lin Chen's true self. Within the vast expanse of the sacred realm, teeming with an abundance of sacred breaths, it was impossible for only one sacred court to exist. Lin Chen pondered privately, aware that there were still divine abilities yet to be unearthed. However, no matter how he perceived it, all he could see in the sacred realm was an endless expanse of white, composed entirely of sacred breath. Lin Chun understood very well that if he could sense the presence of any divine ability in the sacred realm, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. Regrettably, his previous comprehension of the sacred court had been purely fortuitous. Understanding divine abilities within the sacred realm could only be achieved by waiting for the right moment. As Lin Chun focused on condensing the sacred breath, a shiver ran through him, prompting him to once again reach out with his consciousness into the nebulous sacred realm. The immense space of the sacred realm responded to Lin Chen's intent, immediately releasing a mass of sacred breath that cascaded into Lin Chen's dantian, forming the shape of a small figure. However, this figure remained vague and indistinct. and Lin Shen found himself unable to draw more sacred breath from the sacred realm to fully forge this sacred breath figure. Heavenly heavens! Could it be possible to condense another sacred breath figure akin to the last one? Bloodly exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this could mean the creation of a clone. It should be so, Lin Shen thought, unperturbed, instead contemplating that the last time he fully condensed the sacred breath figure was during his ascension to the void immortal realm. This time, it seemed he would also need to elevate his realm to achieve this. The void immortal realm, the true immortal realm, and beyond that lay the great emperor. Each of these realms was divided into 10 transformations, with each transformation presenting a different challenge and insight. Did this mean he could potentially condense 9 clones? Lin Shen was taken aback by the thought. The sacred breath clones were indeed formidable, inheriting the will of the individual and possessing wisdom. The power was simply extraordinary. If he were to condense 10 clones and allow them to cultivate alongside him, would his cultivation speed not surpass that of others tenfold? Moreover, these 10 clones could seek their own fortunes, each bringing diverse opportunities for growth, which would then be reintegrated into his own being, resulting in an unimaginable surge in power. It suddenly dawned on Lin Shen that the profound mysteries of the sacred breath he had previously understood were indeed a breathtaking existence. This was truly terrifying. Bloodly evidently reached the same conclusion, remaining silent for a considerable time before breaking into a smile. No wonder the sacred vein physique is pursued across the entire human realm. It is entirely understandable. Lin Shen, you have truly embarked on an extraordinary path. Bloodly could not help but express his admiration. It seems imperative to swiftly ascend to the second transformation of the ethereal realm and condense the celestial roots. Lin Shen's expression sharpened. If the sacred essence within his dantian required an elevation in his realm for complete consolidation, then his sole focus must be to enhance his cultivation. Just then, within this ancient city, a brilliant radiance erupted from a remote ancient teleportation array, and waves of powerful auras surged skyward. Lin Shen felt a tremor, acutely perceiving the scene unfolding at the teleportation array. A delicate, ethereal voice resonated forth, reverberating clearly in various corners of the ancient city. The elderly residents merely glanced up before returning their murky gazes. Approximately 20 figures descended upon the only area in the War Immortal Hall where one could move freely. Remarkably, each of these individuals possessed a realm surpassing that of the true king. Among them were the Blood Killers, the Celestial Monarchs, the Dark Fallen, the Thunder Clan, and others. But leading the group were 3 elegant young masters. Their attire exuded an air of grace, with long hair cascading over their shoulders and faces strikingly handsome. These were the 3 renowned young masters of the 10 halls of the War Immortal Hall. On that day, when Lin Shen had made his bold declarations, the 3 young masters could hardly contain their fury and had rushed forth. Lin Shen took a determined step, soaring from his ancient residence, unabashedly emanating an unparalleled sovereign aura that pressed upon the 3 young masters, instantly capturing the attention of many disciples who perceived him as an extraordinary individual. Indeed, as the sole disciple of the War Immortal Hall's master, Lin Shen was not to be underestimated. Before the trio could utter a word, Lin Shen boldly inquired, displaying no trace of fear in the face of the approaching 20 disciples. "Brother Lin Long, I have long admired your esteemed reputation," replied the young master in the center. Clad in a golden-trimmed robe, despite the regal light shimmering in his eyes, indicative of his celestial monarch lineage, he bore no airs of superiority, instead radiating a warm and approachable demeanor. This was the White Jade young master. "Brother Lin Long, a gentleman does not seize another's desires. Your words seem rather excessive," interjected the figure beside White Jade, a young master known as the Poetic Ming, who bore a 2-meter-long ancient brush on his back. With a chuckle, the gentle water young master unfurled his enigmatic azure fan with a nonchalant grace, saying nothing, yet his laughter carried a hint of coldness. The gathered disciples regarded Lin Shen with curiosity, uncertain of his impending reaction. Many secretly scoffed, anticipating amusement, convinced that the 3 young masters' aggressive demeanor would instill some trepidation in Lin Shen. Lin Shen furrowed his brow and scrutinized the trio with palpable impatience, waving his hand dismissively. "What are you 3 behaving like a bunch of women for? If you wish to strike me, just say so. I offer you this opportunity. Come at me together." His final words rang out like a thunderclap, aimed squarely at the 3 young masters. This left the 3 prominent young masters momentarily stunned. while their disciples collectively turned to stone, gazing at Lin Lung in disbelief, rendered speechless for a time. Chapter 1124, An Urgent Mission. Within the heavenly mysterious palace, known for its 10 halls, there exists the illustrious Tianxia sect, one of the 3 major forces comprised of true disciples. The name itself hints at its renowned founder, Luo Tianxia, a formidable prodigy ranked among the top 10 on the emperor's list. The Tianxia sect was established by Luo Tianxia, primarily drawing members from the imperial clan. For instance, one of the 3 young masters, the esteemed by Yu Gongzi, is affiliated with this sect. Naturally, it also accommodates powerful beings born of the great fortune of heaven and earth. Among them is the esteemed Ziqing, a figure of equal renown to the enchanting Hong Ling Xianzi, and a crucial ally to Luo Tianxia. Luo Tianxia's recent endeavors have proven quite intriguing, as he has stirred the northeast region and is now causing a commotion in the Immortal Palace. A man clad in a white battle robe chuckled, his white eyes fixated on the woman before him, unable to hide his awe at her stunning beauty. The woman, with her flowing blue hair and azure eyes, adorned in a fitted gown with delicate purple stripes, accentuated her graceful figure exquisitely. Her arms, occasionally revealed from the gown, showcased her fair skin, captivating all who beheld her. She exuded a soft, almost fluid essence, evoking a sense of tenderness. This was none other than Ziqing, or Qingro. Ziqing pursed her red lips, remaining silent and engrossed in an ancient scroll in her hands. The man in white, unfazed, shrugged and remarked, Ziqing, I fail to comprehend why you are so drawn to these ancient texts, particularly those concerning the sinful body. Last time, Lin Lung was also revealed to possess such a body, yet it was a mistaken identification. Ziqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she replied softly, I am merely curious about this aspect. The man in white grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It is said that the 3 young masters have located Lin Lung. This Lin Lung is truly audacious, demanding a battle against all 3. Their composure was nearly lost, and they are now en route to the war sentence hall for a duel. This is a duel sparked by you. Do you not wish to witness it? Not interested. Ziqing shook her head, her exquisite, pale visage conveying no emotion, as she remained focused on the ancient scroll. The man in white sighed inwardly, undeterred by her indifference. Since her arrival at the Immortal Palace, Ziqing had maintained this demeanor, rarely stirred by any single matter. Yet, paradoxically, every move she made stirred his heart. Very well, I shall go and ascertain Lin Lung's capabilities, he said, bidding farewell to Ziqing before vanishing from the fragrant palace. As the man in the white battle robe departed, Ziqing relinquished the ancient scroll in her grasp. In her azure eyes, ripples of emotion surfaced, evoking a sense of tenderness, while a subtle anguish graced her fair and delicate visage. Her hand pressed tightly against her heart, a pang of longing resonating within her. Why is it that in solitude, thoughts of you bring forth such heart-wrenching pain? Brother Lin Chun, where art thou? The Hall of War Punishments. One of the 10 great halls. Within this realm, a formidable aura of punishment and the spirit of combat permeated the air, stirring the warrior's intent within those who entered, igniting an insatiable desire for a grand and exhilarating battle. In this hall, a renowned battleground existed, where disciples resolved their grievances through combat, and where life and death contracts could be signed for ultimate confrontations. The 3rd young master was thoroughly incensed by Lin Chen's audacity. He had not anticipated the young madman to be so brazen. Without delay, the 3 young masters engaged Lin Chun in a duel, accompanied by a throng of disciples. As they made their way to the Hall of War Punishments and ascended to the battleground, numerous disciples had already gathered, eager to witness the clash between Lin Lung and the 3 prominent young masters. For Lin Lung had recently stirred quite a commotion, and many were curious about his battle prowess. The battleground, suspended in the sky, spanned thousands of miles, crafted from a unique, obsidian stone. It was encircled by chains that emanated an invisible force of confinement. Surrounding it were spectator stands, already filled to capacity with no fewer than 100 disciples. Among them, the man in the white robe observed the scene with keen interest. Lin Lung, this is of your own making, remarked the young master Ming, his tone cold. Young master Bai Yu sighed, casting a glance at Lin Lung. Why must you be so arrogant? Lin Chun regarded the 3 with indifference, unperturbed by the multitude of eyes upon him. With a raised brow, he declared, I am indeed this audacious. If you find me displeasing, then strike me. His audacity was met with incredulity. The three young masters were all in the third transformation of the virtual immortal realm. Did Lin Chen truly believe himself a peerless prodigy, daring to challenge three established masters with such arrogance? Many in the stands erupted in laughter, finding Lin Chen's demeanor utterly infuriating. Not only was he asking for trouble, but he also exhibited a demeanor that seemed to invite it. "Then I shall oblige," declared the more temperamental Ming, his lips twitching at Lin Chen's audacious plea. He radiated celestial light as he stepped forward, the enormous brush at his back levitating, and with a swift motion, he aimed it at Lin Chen, unleashing a deadly stroke. With the invocation of the tenfold killing arts, he unleashed a thunderous celestial technique, its force overwhelming. As the brush descended, celestial energy erupted from its tip. From all directions, a sudden surge of murderous intent arose, enveloping Lin Chen like an ominous net, leaving him no avenue for escape. With a resounding roar, Lin Chen unfurled his wings, instantly embodying the essence of freedom, soaring amidst the deadly aura that surrounded him, unbound and deftly evading the various lethal strikes. He launched a powerful punch towards Ming from the sky. In his left hand, he wielded benevolence, and in his right, malevolence. This singular punch encapsulated the profound essence of good and evil, transforming Lin Chen's strike into that of the Supreme Buddha, radiating golden light and illuminating the surroundings. The truth of good and evil flowed within, drawing onlookers into its profound depths. The celestial light enveloped Lin Chen, protecting him as Ming executed a surprising maneuver. Advancing rather than retreating, a torrent of celestial radiance erupted from his being as he braced himself against Lin Chen's punch, colliding with force. The two were momentarily shaken, the overwhelming energy swirling like a tempest in the sky. With a single stroke, Ming, undeterred, wielded a great brush, resembling a dragon emerging from the sea, and fiercely slashed at Lin Chen. In an instant, countless strands of celestial energy descended, forming a colossal stroke imbued with supreme intent, targeting Lin Chen. The murderous intent from Ming was indeed formidable. Lin Chen's body radiated boundless golden Buddhist light, as if a multitude of venerable monks were chanting in unison. With a punch that evolved into the ultimate truth of good and evil, he unleashed the Buddha's fist in a relentless barrage. The arena echoed with fierce explosions. As the two clashed like mythical dragons, each strike terrifying in its might, Lin Chen, through his profound mastery, withstood Ming's ethereal techniques. The other two young masters, yet to engage, observed with growing seriousness, astonished by Lin Chen's remarkable prowess. The onlookers felt a shiver of awe. Each move Lin Chen executed contained overwhelming will and power, rivaling that of a third-tier ethereal adept. It became evident that this audacious individual possessed significant backing, emboldening him in his arrogance. However, one could not help but wonder if he had indeed overstepped the bounds of hubris. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen invoked the ancient dual wills of Buddha and demon, intertwining them into a radiant spectacle that vibrated throughout the realm. While Buddha and demon traditionally stood apart, at this moment, their union unleashed boundless power, transforming into a divine fist that descended with ferocity, embodying both demonic and divine qualities. Ming's expression shifted, as did the countenances of the other two young masters. The Buddha-demon divine fist, merging the highest wills of both realms, unleashed a force of unparalleled magnitude. This reckless young man, Lin Chen, was far more formidable than anticipated. Determined to take action, they resolved that Lin Chen must be subdued here today. Otherwise, his unbridled arrogance would surely lead to greater chaos in the future. The young master Baiyu and the young master Qing swiftly communicated their thoughts and reached a consensus. Since this Lin Long audaciously sought to test their combined strength, they deemed it permissible for him to attempt it. The two illustrious young masters immediately unleashed their formidable aura, akin to dragons and tigers, pressing menacingly towards Lin Long. The atmosphere became electrified, as many disciples stood in stunned silence, astonished that Lin Long possessed such remarkable power, compelling the three masters to join forces. The so-called Buddha-demon divine fist was indeed formidable. Lin Long was undeniably exceptional, deserving of the title of prodigy. The scene erupted with fervor, and the battle intensified in an instant. However, at that moment, a talisman suddenly descended from the heavens. emitting a commanding voice and a terrifying ancient resonance that enveloped the entire small world of the battle punishment hall. An urgent task was announced, mandating an immediate cessation of all combat and activities as the emergency task was to be executed. An ancient power radiated from the talisman, forcefully pushing Lin Chun and the three young masters apart. Lin Chen's expression momentarily froze, mirrored by the startled faces of the three young masters. The surrounding disciples were rendered speechless, and even those with fiery tempers could not help but exclaim in frustration, questioning the timing of such an urgent task. Many disciples began to voice their complaints, as they had anticipated witnessing the three young masters overpower Lin Long, only to be interrupted by this urgent mission. The so-called urgent task was employed by the Battle Immortal Hall to address unforeseen emergencies. Once proclaimed, all disciples above the inner sect level were required to mobilize according to their elders' and masters' directives. At this critical juncture, the urgent task was unexpectedly issued. Alas, it seemed that the heavens did not wish for Lin Chen to display his prowess. As the three young masters were about to speak, Lin Chen decisively interjected, his face adorned with an air of arrogance and unyielding confidence. His voice rang clear among the gathered disciples. In that case, I shall spare you three for now. Once I have executed the urgent task, I shall return to deal with you three cowards. With that, he turned and strode away, his back exuding defiance. The term coward stung the three young masters, who were subjected to scornful disdain. Despite their composure, they could not suppress the twitching of their lips and the clenching of their fists, filled with a desire to pummel Lin Long for such insolence. The majority of the disciples felt an overwhelming frustration, their eyes blazed with indignation. Were it not for the announcement of the urgent task, they would not have tolerated such arrogance. The man clad in a white battle robe glanced at Lin Chen's departing figure, shook his head, and remarked coolly, "It is nothing extraordinary. To seek the favor of the Ziqing fairy in such a manner is but a dream for the deluded. Youth often revels in youthful recklessness." He turned away, leaving no lingering gaze behind. Chapter 1125, Oddities and Exhaustion. As the urgent task was announced, it immediately stirred all disciples within the small world of the 10 great halls. Even the battle between Lin Chun and the three prominent young masters came to an abrupt halt. Consequently, Lin Chen's brazen demeanor incited deep resentment among numerous disciples, who found themselves powerless to retaliate, leaving them with a profound sense of frustration. In the War Immortal Palace, within the ancient city, Lin Chun rubbed his temples. Unable to suppress a faint sigh, his previous arrogance entirely dissipated, replaced by an unusual weariness etched upon his brow. It is truly a burden to you. Having shattered the internal blockade, once, he held the potential for unrestrained will. Now, to prevent others from uncovering the truth, he must conceal his former self, completely transforming his identity. Ludley could not help but speak, for he understood Lin Chen well. Lin Chen was not inherently an arrogant individual. His ostentatious actions were merely a facade to mask his true nature. It is essential to acknowledge that the sacred breath Lin Chun had created was intended to embody the sacred vessel, and thus, his alter ego, the little madman Lin Long, could not be identical to him. All these actions were mere veils of disguise. There was no need for further elaboration. Surely, that old man never truly believed in me. Everything was merely a performance for those powerful beings to observe. Lin Chun mused inwardly, resolutely determined to embody the little madman Lin Long, unafraid and brazenly arrogant. Though this was not the essence of Lin Chen's character, living in the present, yet compelled to alter his nature, the prolonged act of being the little madman Lin Long had left Lin Chen somewhat fatigued. Alas, in this world, there was no room for the sacred vessel. If he sought even a glimmer of hope, he was destined to endure far greater hardships than others. To masquerade as another, without the slightest flaw, was undoubtedly a tormenting endeavor. Haha, not bad, young one. Quite audacious, reminiscent of my own youthful days, the elder in Taoist robes remarked, appearing in the courtyard unannounced. A pleased smile gracing his features. Just a mere first transition into virtual immortality, and you nearly compelled young Master Sherming to utilize his innate powers. Quite impressive. You possess a fraction of my former vigor. Lin Chen's lips twitched in response, rolling his eyes. You may praise me, but please refrain from invoking your past. Indeed. The Taoist elder chuckled awkwardly. By the way, what is the nature of this urgent mission? Lin Chen's expression turned slightly disdainful. As far as I know, The true disciples of other palaces provide their protégés with treasures and resources. Yet you have given me nothing. Are you truly that stingy? I am merely training you. You little rascal, the elder replied with a serious demeanor. This urgent mission was prompted by unforeseen circumstances, hence the issuance of an emergency order. The elder's countenance grew grave. You must ensure the successful completion of this task. Upon observing the solemn demeanor of the robed elder, Lin Chen could not restrain his astonishment and inquired about the mysterious task at hand. The elder slowly revealed that there had been a betrayal within the Bloodslaughter clan. A shocking revelation, given that it is one of the 5 great clans of the human realm. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by this news, and after a pause, he remarked that such a betrayal could only be orchestrated by a being of ancient prowess. He questioned how such a monumental conflict could involve them. Indeed, it was a being of ancient might, the robed elder continued, his gaze profound. However, this ancient power had instigated a cataclysmic battle within the Bloodslaughter clan and had since fled to the land of fallen immortals, leaving the clan in a precarious position. Lin Chen inquired further about this land of fallen immortals. Beside him, the Dragon Emperor True Immortal respectfully explained that it is one of the renowned forbidden regions in the southwestern domain, comparable to the seeking immortal land of their own war immortal hall. The distinctive feature of this land of fallen immortals is that individuals of the true immortal realm who enter are likely to meet their demise, with very few survivors. Understanding dawned upon Lin Chen. The Bloodslaughter clan feared the power of this forbidden land, hence their reluctance to engage in open conflict. He rolled his eyes and noted that if the ancient power had taken refuge there, it was likely to meet its fate, rendering any investigation moot. However, the elder clarified that the urgent mission assigned to the usual disciples involved eliminating the traitorous members of the clan, and he intended to give Lin Chen a unique task. The elder's expression sharpened, as if peering into an endless void. Seeing the elder's grave demeanor, Lin Chen scoffed, asking what manner of task awaited him and what vengeance it entailed. The elder urged him to investigate the reasons behind the betrayal, sensing something amiss in the circumstances. Confused, Lin Chen noted that while all disciples of the War Immortal Hall had received urgent missions to eradicate the traitorous Bloodslaughter members, his assignment was merely to uncover the reasons for the betrayal. It was evident that the robed elder suspected there was more to the story. Lin Chen, though internally amused, wondered if he would indeed cross paths with the Bloodslaughter people again after such a prolonged absence from the human realm. The elder assured him that he would send 2 companions along for the journey. Lin Chen's expression soured momentarily at this news, but the elder calmly added that it would be the purple-green immortal and Baijing Temple who would accompany him. Ignoring the mention of Baijing Temple, Lin Chen quickly realized that the elder was aiding him by sending the purple-green immortal. Disrespectful in your old age, Lin Chen glared at the elder, but then broke into a smile, though I must admit, I like it. The elder then winked at Lin Chen in a rather mischievous manner, asserting that ultimately, the success of the mission rested upon Lin Chen's own capabilities. Losing my dignity would compel me to break your legs. Lin Chen, covering his head, coaxed and deceived the old man away. He then stood transfixed, gazing at a flower in the courtyard. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how, in that royal world, Luo Tianxia had descended like a deity, forcefully taking Qing Ro away from him. That moment felt akin to a ripping, and even now, the mere recollection would send pangs of pain through Lin Chen's heart. At long last, he was to see Qing Ro again. His expression was peculiar, a blend of bitter laughter and anticipation. Alas, this encounter would be as the little madman. An ominous fate churned within him, its terror unknown. The future was unimaginable. Lin Chen understood he must conceal his true self and maintain the guise of Lin Long, the little madman. The present struggles and exhaustion would have to be swallowed in silence. As for the long-held desires of his life, they would await fulfillment until his wings had fully developed. At that time, no one would stand in his way. Chapter 1126. I am the man of your future with the urgent mission announced. The atmosphere within the Battle Immortal Hall shifted dramatically. Countless disciples rushed to claim their tasks and set forth towards the land of fallen immortals. Within a certain region of the Battle Immortal Hall, the Hallmaster remained seated beneath a grapevine, leisurely sipping his tea. The recent rebellion of the Bloodslaughter clan's ancient powers was indeed peculiar. However, with their headquarters located in the 33 heavens, the ancient powers had fled to the land of fallen immortals, now under the watchful eyes of numerous factions who dared not unleash their might against them. A distant voice echoed, suggesting they sought our assistance to eliminate the ancient power. The robed elder scoffed, setting down his cup. The ancient powers are not so easily dispatched. Yet, he had sustained severe injuries. They believed the battle immortal hall was under their control, free to act as they pleased. Little did they know, we had already begun to take notice. Another voice sighed, expressing hope that the Bloodslaughter clan and that incident were not interconnected. Otherwise, matters would grow troublesome. Regardless of any connections, at this critical juncture, caution was paramount. The robed elder's countenance remained calm, devoid of any tremors. Regardless, I have secretly dispatched Lin Lung and Ziqing to commence a covert investigation. This situation is far from ordinary. The two voices fell silent, seemingly acquiescing to the elder's words. The elder lifted his cup and took a delicate sip. At that moment, there was no trace of a rogue in his demeanor. The secret mission had long been initiated. Lin Chen sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting developments. Suddenly, an aura descended from the heavens. Lin Chen opened his eyes to see a man clad in white battle robes appear in the courtyard, exuding an air of valor in every gesture. He was not of any race from the myriad realms, but an ordinary human, born with an enigmatic and formidable physique endowed by fate. Moreover, Lin Chen could not discern the depth of this person's cultivation, uncertain of which realm they had attained. Bai Jing Temple, a prominent figure amongst the higher echelons of the Heavenly Gate, remarked to Lin Chen with a faint smile, devoid of disdain or excessive scrutiny, embodying an air of nonchalance. Let us proceed. Lin Chen composed himself and exited the Battle Immortal Hall alongside Bai Jing Temple. The pair swiftly traversed the Grand Formation and were transported to the outskirts of the land of seeking immortals, their actions unnoticed by anyone. Upon their exit, they instantly altered their attire, concealing their identities. Where's the Purple Qing Fairy? Lin Chen could not suppress his curiosity, recalling that this mission initially involved the three of them. Yet now, only the two remained. Bai Jing Temple regarded Lin Chen with a knowing smile. Given your earlier brazen declaration, it is well within the Purple Qing Fairy's character to find such displays rather distasteful. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly, but maintained a composed demeanor. That may not necessarily be the case. I am determined to succeed. However, do you also harbor an affection for the Purple Qing Fairy, Bai? Of course. Bai Jing Temple rolled his eyes at Lin Chen, his smile unwavering. I can candidly tell you that the majority within the Heavenly Gate are enamored with the Purple Qing Fairy, yet she has never shown interest in any prodigy. Your ostentatious behavior may render you a thorn in the side of certain individuals. His words held an implicit warning, subtly advising Lin Chen to avoid unnecessary troubles. Thank you for your counsel, Brother Bai. I believe I can win her heart with sincerity, Lin Chen replied, brimming with confidence. Bai Jing Temple scoffed inwardly. He had witnessed countless prodigies, yet the Purple Qing Fairy had consistently turned them away. What makes you think you will earn her favor? Returning to the matter at hand, Bai Jing Temple stated, the matter of the Immortals' fall has drawn the attention of many powerful factions. Numerous figures have infiltrated the area seeking information. We must proceed with caution, operating from the shadows to avoid detection by any force. Do you understand? Thank you for the warning, Brother Bai. Lin Chen nodded and clasped his hands in respect. Bai Jing Temple truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy, unlike others such as Cheng Hu, who had begun to harbor biases for various reasons. However, human hearts are inscrutable, and Lin Chen had already formulated his thoughts. This location, being a refuge for the rebellious Bloodkill clan, would indeed serve his purpose. The Immortals' Fall, one of the several forbidden zones in the southwestern realm, was rumored to claim the lives of any immortals who dared to enter. As the name suggests, only those of true immortal stature would face dire peril within. It was said that an emperor had entered and subsequently vanished without a trace. The ancient might of the Bloodkill clan, after their rebellion, had wisely sought refuge in this perilous domain. After a day's journey, Lin Chen and Bai Jing Temple arrived at the entrance to the Immortal's Fall. Before them lay a canyon that seemed to connect to the heavens above, flanked by towering, boundless peaks, shrouded in a blanket of white mist, rendering any discernible form indistinct. From a distance, the canyon before me appeared as a celestial veil, obscuring the expanse between heaven and earth, rendering all paths futile and insurmountable. Yet amidst this vast whiteness, a narrow passageway emerged, barely sufficient to accommodate three individuals side by side. At the terminus of this canyon path lay an expanse of white, shrouded in mystery, impervious to even the most intricate of sight techniques. Upon reaching Beijing Temple, a gravity settled in the air as figures began to enter the passage one after another. Lin Shun observed numerous cultivators transform into streaks of radiant light, darting into the constricted corridor, a diverse assembly of races among them. Ziqing is over there. We must hasten to join her, Beijing Temple directed, pointing towards a more secluded area. Following his gaze, Lin Shun beheld a large stone, atop which stood a woman cloaked in black robes, her form entirely concealed, rendering her shape and visage indistinguishable. Yet, Lin Shun felt an inexplicable familiarity. The woman in black seemed to sense his gaze, extending her delicate hand to lift her hood, revealing cascading blue hair that danced in the wind, and a visage so exquisite it could eclipse the very heavens. Her pair of blue eyes shimmered with an ethereal allure. Ziqing has arrived, she spoke, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. Haha, this is Lin Long, Beijing Temple began, but his introduction was abruptly halted as Lin Long strode forward, directly approaching Ziqing. His gaze unabashedly fixed upon her. I am the man destined to be yours, he declared, his voice rising to mask the tremor that betrayed his inner turmoil. This proclamation was replete with arrogance and longing, echoing the deepest sentiments residing within Lin Chen's heart. Beijing Temple's lips twitched in dismay, realizing that this rogue had entirely disregarded his words. Ziqing regarded Lin Long with an unperturbed expression, softly replying, I am sorry, but I shall not be yours. Oh. Lin Long observed her striking features with keen interest. When I say it will be, it will be. Just you wait. With that, he turned away with effortless grace. Ziqing, you need not pay him any mind, Beijing Temple admonished, casting a disapproving glare at Lin Long. I warn you, while you may admire her, do not harass her. For I believe many will not overlook your transgressions. Am I that sort of person? She will come to seek me out, Lin Long replied, a proud expression adorning his face. Beijing Temple, exasperated, chose to disregard the overly arrogant man. Let us depart, he urged. Ziqing's blue eyes fixed upon the passage, noting that nearly 100 disciples from the Battle Immortal Hall had already entered, along with several dozen from other factions. Very well, let us go. Beijing Temple and Lin Long agreed, and the three of them simultaneously nodded before transforming into 3 luminous streaks, darting into the narrow passageway, vanishing into the enveloping white mist. This is another realm, where the vast sky is interwoven with endless white mist, within which the ancient brilliance of the great Tao flickers faintly, extending infinitely without a hint of an end in sight. Beneath this misty expanse, the entire land exudes an aura reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. One can clearly observe dark red mottled spots emerging from certain patches of earth, remnants of ancient blood, stained by the passage of time. A sense of chaotic desolation emanates from the land, exerting an irresistible influence upon those who tread upon it. The term immortals fall aptly signifies the place of the immortals' demise. On this land, countless saints and powerful beings have met their tragic fates, their wills struggling within this terrain, crafting a scene akin to an ancient battleground. The occasionally revealed deep, bottomless ravines emanate a chilling aura that sends shivers down one's spine. To my astonishment, my strength has been suppressed to the second transformation of the void immortal realm. Beijing Si gazed at his own form in disbelief, as if an invisible force from the heavens had surged into his being, rendering him unable to summon any immortal energy. His immortal body had been sealed. I too, Ziqing remarked solemnly. It appears that the immortals' fall not only signifies the demise of immortals, but also enforces a suppression of power upon those who enter, relegating them beneath the level of immortals. No wonder those at the true immortal realm perish upon entering. It is likely due to this suppression of strength. Beijing shrugged. Accepting the reality. Let us use this token to communicate. We shall separate to investigate. Should any anomalies arise, notify each other immediately through the token. Beijing Si produced 3 silver-white jade tablets, adorned with ancient patterns, imbued with a profound aura. These special small artifacts allow for the transmission of spiritual thoughts. Should any token shatter, all involved would sense it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shun cast a glance at Ziqing before propelling himself forward with great speed. Beijing Si and Ziqing nodded in mutual understanding, each soaring off in separate directions. As Lin Shun advanced, he immediately sensed something amiss, feeling an indistinct, invisible killing intent lingering in the air. With his transcendent power of perception, he was keenly aware of it. Who was following me? Lin Chen pondered, racking his brain to recall anyone who might harbor animosity towards him. He halted midair, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like lightning. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, revealing none other than young Master Shi. In that moment, Shi's expression was frigid, as though he were gazing upon a mortal enemy. You lie in ambush here. Shi, Lin Chen exclaimed upon seeing Shi's appearance, unable to suppress his words. Confusion clouded his mind. Why did Shi harbor such animosity towards him? Could it be due to Hongling? This seemed implausible. How could a distinguished prodigy seek to take his life over such a trivial matter? My true name is Chen Shi, the young master spoke coldly. I presume no one has informed you that I am the brother of Chen Dongxi. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. Chen Dongxi's brother has eliminated Chen Dongxi, and now another brother has emerged. If your brother did not intend to harm me, would I have taken his life? Lin Chen coldly regarded Chen Shi and remarked, I am a person who believes in repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shi launched a fierce attack against Lin Chen, wielding a colossal brush that surged with immense celestial light. In an instant, he drew a stroke and a dot, causing the heavens and earth to be engulfed in a tempestuous storm. A phantasmal figure resembling the character for human charged violently towards Lin Chen. With this strike, a formidable technique was unleashed, a stroke and a dot that embodied the vast will of humanity, encapsulating the essence of humanity in a mere 8 characters. Although Chen Shi's cultivation was forcibly constrained to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, the lethality of his combat skills surpassed even that of his third transformation period. A stroke and a dot transformed the very fabric of reality. This individual was a notch stronger than Chen Dongxi, a testament to his innate power. Lin Chen's demon eye within his brow opened, revealing the ancient character that resided within Chen Dongxi. But this character was far more potent than the 27 ancient characters of Chen Dongxi. In the hierarchy of beings, only the supreme could be deemed truly formidable. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen summoned a massive demonic image behind him. An ancient shadow radiating an aura of unparalleled supremacy that dimmed the heavens and caused all creation to tremble. Upon the shadow's head, a crimson eye abruptly opened, unleashing a torrent of power that surged forth towards the formidable character of human. The overwhelming gusts of wind swept in all directions, stirring the cosmos. Yet Lin Chen soared upward with unyielding resolve, manifesting the 3 great wills of Buddha, demon, and kill behind him, illuminating the sky with blinding black, gold, and demonic light. All things in the world converge into a singular point. From that point, the universe is born. The 3 martial wills coalesced into his fist, radiating an immense and tempestuous strength, as if it were the primordial fist capable of cleaving the heavens asunder. Chen Shi's pupils constricted, his body tensing as he sensed an overwhelming danger. The character for human in the celestial framework, with its stroke and dot, stood resolute. Chen Shi roared in fury, a profound light erupting from his being as the ancient character within him fully manifested, a stroke and a dot embodying supremacy. As Lin Chen's fist descended, it unleashed a force akin to the collapse of celestial mountains, resonating with a cataclysmic explosion. Chen Shi's countenance shifted dramatically, fear finally etching itself onto his face. Yet at this moment, he found himself powerless against the might of that fist. The ancient character for humanity that had emerged from Chen Shi shattered like glass, his body unable to withstand Lin Chen's blow, splitting apart and exploding into the void of existence. A single strike annihilated Chen Shi, who had been forced down to the second transformation of the void immortal realm. It was sheer folly for him to challenge Lin Long, who at that moment was overwhelmed by the tribulations of his inner demons. There was no need for divine intervention. A single blow was sufficient to obliterate him, leaving his very essence shattered. What is this? After Lin Chen shattered Chen Shi's corporeal form, he discovered a vast and pure essence of celestial energy emanating from within, remarkably pristine and devoid of any impurities. I comprehend now, within the forbidden land of the immortals, their powers had been ruthlessly suppressed to the second transformation of the void immortal realm. Chen Shi, originally a being of the third transformation, had his celestial energy condensed into an extraordinarily dense sphere. Lin Chen's countenance brightened with joy. Such concentrated and untainted celestial energy was precisely what he needed to absorb in order to refine his celestial roots. "Allow me to partake," Lin Chen exclaimed, swallowing the formidable celestial energy with a single gulp. Instantly, his body swelled like an inflated balloon, transforming him into a towering giant of 4 to 5 meters in height, his veins visibly throbbing as if they might burst at any moment. The sheer magnitude of the celestial energy, originally belonging to Chen Dongxi at the third transformation, was far too great for Lin Chen, who was merely at the first transformation of the void immortal realm, to absorb all at once. Drawing upon the power of the ocean through the 5 seas convergent seal, Lin Chen roared as his golden consciousness sea erupted with formidable force, systematically compressing the celestial energy within him. With a thunderous sound, a blue sphere of celestial energy materialized in his golden consciousness sea, the size of a human head. Yet, within this seemingly modest sphere lay an immense reservoir of energy, equivalent to that of a third transformation void immortal's celestial power. Haha. I am now fully prepared to ascend to the second transformation of the void immortal realm. Lin Chen laughed heartily, astonished at the unexpected boon he had gained within the forbidden land of the immortals. With the compressed celestial energy now residing in his consciousness sea, he was poised to elevate to the second transformation. Just as this thought crossed Lin Chen's mind, he felt a tremor from the ancient bronze sword at his back. His expression shifted slightly as he drew the sword, which was now enveloped in a crackling aura of thunder. The ancient character of destruction inscribed upon it vibrated ominously, radiating an energy reminiscent of annihilation. What is happening? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, acutely aware that the bronze sword, infused with the essence of destruction, seemed to resonate with something profound. In that instant, his pupils constricted sharply. A terrifying feeling of impending doom surged from deep within him, spreading like a flood. A fatal tribulation. Yet, as Lin Chen's countenance shifted, this overwhelming sensation of impending doom receded like a tide. Sweat beaded on his brow. The last time he had encountered such a sensation, it had nearly driven him to madness. Although this occurrence was fleeting, it served as a foreboding omen. Moreover, the reaction of the ancient bronze sword towards this celestial realm of the fallen immortals raises profound questions about what lies within, evoking such deep sensations within him. He felt compelled to investigate this sudden omen, which undoubtedly bore a connection to his impending tribulations. Lin Chen's expression became grave, as he began to discern the mystical link that caused the ancient character Mia to emanate unusual phenomena. At that moment, an irate voice erupted, reverberating through the surroundings. "Lin Long, you possess remarkable audacity to have slain Chen Dongxi. How dare you murder a fellow disciple?" Chapter 1128. Suspicion. The abrupt shout startled Lin Chen, prompting him to swiftly turn his gaze towards its source. There, he beheld 3 figures, drenched in a sanguine glow, descending with palpable murderous intent. These were 3 prodigies of the blood-killing clan, each radiating immense power, presumably existing at the third transformation of the immortal realm. However, the circumstances of this celestial realm had evidently constrained them to their current state. These were not rebellious members of the blood-killing clan, but rather esteemed disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall. "Who are you?" Lin Chen inquired, observing the 3 with a keen eye. Their aggressive demeanor left no room for doubt. They had come specifically because of him. "Humph. You need not concern yourself with our identities. But it is undeniable that we are disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall," the foremost figure of the blood-killing clan sneered. "We witnessed you mercilessly slay our fellow disciple, and you are truly deserving of death. Indeed, do you comprehend the grave sin of killing a disciple of our sect?" Another added, his bloodthirsty aura flickering ominously. "Confess swiftly, and you may yet preserve your life." Lin Chen regarded them with cold indifference. "Isn't it rather coincidental that upon my slaying of Chen Dongxi, you 3 appeared? Could it be mere happenstance?" However, Lin Chen's instincts suggested that there was something amiss. He could not be swayed by such trivial notions of fate. After all, caution in all matters was far more profound than believing in the ephemeral. "Did you not see that Chen Dongxi sought to kill me? I acted in self-defense, and thus he met his demise." Lin Chen remained unperturbed, displaying no hint of remorse, and directed a chilling smile at the 3 prodigies, enunciating each word, "Do not provoke me." The 3 prodigies of the blood-killing clan exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in displeasure. They were esteemed talents, yet here they stood, threatened by a mere first transformation immortal. However, they refrained from erupting in fury, intent on not allowing Lin Shun to escape unscathed. Yet, at that moment, another voice resonated, causing Lin Shun and the three blood-killing prodigies to pause in surprise. They beheld Bai Jingxi approaching with an imposing demeanor. Upon seeing Bai Jingxi's approach, Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. "Did you not depart? What brings you back?" Bai Jingxi regarded him with disdain. He was not concerned that Lin Shun would secretly follow Ziqing. Otherwise, he would not have turned back. Sensing the rising tension, he understood the situation at hand. "I see you've stirred up trouble again," he remarked dismissively, before swiftly addressing the matter at hand. He could discern from the aura that the three prodigies of the blood-killing clan had come seeking confrontation. The three distinguished members of the blood-killing clan promptly bowed their hands in respect towards Baijing Temple. The leader introduced himself, stating, "I am Luo Bufan. I have long admired the esteemed reputation of Brother Bai." Luo Buqian and Luo Buyao, the other two members, displayed utmost reverence, their prior arrogance vanishing without a trace. Lin Shun felt a pang of unease. It seemed that Baijing Temple was far more formidable than he had initially surmised. So, it is the three brothers of the Luo family, all of whom rank among the top 100 prodigies on the immortal list. "What brings you here to trouble Linlong? Could one of you elucidate the reason?" As Baijing Temple spoke, it emanated an aura of unparalleled martial prowess. Instilling a sense of pressure in the atmosphere, Luo Bufan proceeded to enumerate Lin Chen's transgressions, citing personal grievances and suggesting that Chen Shiming's actions were merely a manifestation of uncontrolled animosity. Although excessive, such behavior was deemed understandable and not worthy of death. Even the incident involving Lin Long absorbing the celestial energy from Chun Long was brought to light. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed further, realizing that these individuals harbored deep-seated enmity towards him. "Lin Long, your actions have gone too far," declared Baijing Temple, gazing sternly at Lin Chun. "Even though you are a disciple of the War Immortal Palace Master, you must adhere to the rules." The three brothers of Luo immediately fixed their eyes on Lin Long. Lin Shin responded with a cold smile and directly conveyed to Baijing Temple through thought transmission, "I sensed something amiss with a secret treasure on my person just moments ago. This matter is undoubtedly related to the blood-killing clan. Considering how well-informed these three prodigies are, they must have been waiting for an opportune moment. They anticipated that Chen Shiming would come to kill me, and once I retaliated, they would reveal themselves. Do you not find this suspicious?" Baijing Temple was taken aback. "Are you implying that these three prodigies have been incited to target you? Indeed, it is likely that something nefarious has occurred to draw the attention of my treasure. Coupled with the encounter involving the ancient powers of the blood-killing clan, it is evident that there are hidden agendas at play." Lin Shin paused, choosing not to elaborate further. "I understand. However, should you harbor any deceitful intentions, you shall bear the consequences." Baijing Temple comprehended the gravity of the situation, but did not miss the opportunity to mock Lin Long. "The Luo brothers are all ranked within the top 100 of the immortal list in the War Immortal Palace. You certainly have a knack for attracting trouble. Were you not to intervene, I would have dispatched all three of them," Baijing Temple asserted, regarding the three prodigies with an air of authority. "This matter is within my purview. I shall ensure that justice is served to Chen Shiming. You may depart to fulfill your tasks." The three members of the blood-killing clan were taken aback, exchanging glances, surprised by Baijing Temple's chosen course of action. "Rest assured, leader, Baijing Temple has long been infatuated with the purple-blue fairy. Given Lin Long's haughty demeanor towards her, Baijing Temple will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to diminish Lin Long's standing. He shall reap no rewards," Luo Buqian conveyed telepathically. "Yet, this is not our objective." Luo Bufan gritted his teeth, feeling a reluctance in his heart. However, sensing the increasingly frosty gaze of Baijing Temple, the three brothers could only nod in agreement, watching helplessly as Lin Long was escorted away by Baijing Temple. Before Lin Shin departed, he did not forget to display a bloodthirsty smile at Luo Bufan and his companions. However, the presence of Luo Bufan and his companions made Lin Shin increasingly cautious. The undercurrents within the Immortal Fall were anything but ordinary. It appeared that someone had already set their sights on him. Lin Shin pondered the reasons behind this fixation, but could not fathom them. For now, he could only follow the reactions of the extinguishing character talisman to seek the source of its agitation. In a state of half-belief, Baijing Temple questioned, "No one is causing you trouble now, so spare me the suspense." He found it hard to believe that Lin Long could accomplish anything significant. In response, Lin Shun felt the tremors of the extinguishing character talisman and pointed towards a direction, stating, "Over there." Bai Jing Temple followed Lin Chen's gesture and immediately perceived a faint yet overwhelming aura of blood coalescing in the air, resembling a vast, ethereal sea of blood. Bai Jing Temple's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Is there truly a rebel stronghold? Chapter 1129. The invisible killing intent through the fluctuations of the extinguishing character talisman. Lin Shun was certain that the location was indeed the source of the disturbance. The ancient powers of the blood-killing clan had rebelled, concealing a substantial number of their kin within this immortal-esque fall. Such a large congregation of the blood-killing clan was not uncommon. The Battle Immortal Hall and other factions surged into this area, seeking the gathering places of the blood-killing clan in hopes of communicating with their higher-ups to uncover certain secrets. However, recent intel revealed that these blood-killing clan members had ruthlessly slain numerous disciples, suppressing all to the realm of the second transformation of the virtual immortal. If one were besieged by a group of blood-killing clan elites, even the true disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall would meet a bitter end. Indeed, this is the place. Lin Shun furrowed his brow in contemplation. What could possibly cause the extinguishing character talisman to resonate so? You must understand, this is no trivial matter. Bai Jing Temple remained skeptical. Lin Shun cast a glance at Bai Jing Temple and raised another question. What about the Luo brothers you mentioned? They are ranked within the top 100 of the immortal rankings, correct? Bai Jing Temple was momentarily taken aback, regarding Lin Shun with an odd expression. You don't even know this. I was not informed, Lin Shun replied sheepishly. Since his arrival at the Battle Immortal Hall, he had been in constant turmoil. And with that old fellow being a hands-off manager, how could he possibly be aware? The immortal rankings are the standings among the true disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall. This list is based on the annual martial arts competition and is fundamentally different from the Emperor rankings, Bai Jing Temple explained. As long as you advance in the immortal rankings, the Battle Immortal Hall offers a plethora of rewards. The higher you rank, the more substantial the rewards. Ah, I see. Lin Shun mused. That's quite a clever tactic. So, what rank do you hold, and what benefits does it entail? This is no secret. I am within the top 30 of the immortal rankings, and the sect has rewarded me with a quasi-Dao artifact that has survived 3 great calamities. Bai Jing Temple remarked nonchalantly. Lin Shun's heart was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the Battle Immortal Hall was quite generous. A reward, bestowed upon one who has endured 3 significant tribulations, renders the preceding 10 items mere inferior artifacts. The 3 sons of the Luo family are ranked 89, 90, and 91, respectively. Bai Jing Temple observed Lin Chen's expression, eager to discern his thoughts, and interjected, stating that the individual ranked 85 could easily surpass their combined efforts. The disparity between ranks indicates such a vast difference in strength. Lin Shun, not forgetting to inquire, asked about the standing of the esteemed Shiming. Within the span of 2 centuries, I believe your prowess could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 brothers of the Luo family, or perhaps fall slightly short, Bai Jing Temple remarked incisively. Lin Shun opted for silence. Are you pondering whether someone has set their sights upon you? Bai Jing Temple inquired nonchalantly. Lin Shun nodded, acknowledging that being assigned to execute this clandestine mission suggested Bai Jing Temple's keen insight. Let us proceed inside, Bai Jing Temple advised, cautioning him not to conflate personal matters with their mission. Lin Shun nodded in agreement, but Bai Jing Temple added, you and I are rivals in love. Do not expect my assistance. Lin Shun felt a wave of frustration. It appeared Bai Jing Temple had already sensed his earlier maneuvering. Nonetheless, Bai Jing Temple was indeed a forthright individual. First, informed Ziqing, Lin Shun produced a communication talisman. Unnecessary, Bai Jing Temple immediately interjected, his countenance grave. The venture we are undertaking carries immense peril. There is no need to summon her. We can manage alone. Lin Shun was taken aback by Bai Jing Temple's evident concern for Ziqing, as well as his meticulousness. Nodding in agreement, he channeled his magical energy into the talisman. Bai Jing Temple's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of fury, his presence imposing. What are you doing? Do you wish to bring her harm? You dare to speak of wanting to be her man while acting so recklessly? Each word resonated like thunder, leaving a profound impact on the soul. Bai Jing Temple's anger was palpable. He had always detested such behavior. If you do not summon her, she will harbor resentment towards you upon learning of this situation. Lin Shun remarked casually. She is a woman of delicate exterior, yet proud spirit. After all, How else could she have faced the relentless pursuit of the heavenly mechanism master with her life? Bai Jing Temple paused, then replied coldly, "But what if she encounters danger? If she were to be harmed, what purpose would I serve?" Lin Chen scoffed, his gaze icy, his demeanor transformed into one of formidable resolve. Some events, once occurred, must never be repeated. Bai Jing Temple was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, his heart a tumult of emotions. He seldom overlooked the flaws in Lin Chun's words. Ziqing approached gracefully, her form enchanting, her blue eyes veiled yet serene. "What has transpired?" she inquired upon arrival. "Based on my insights from a secret treasure, this area is likely to have encountered a significant issue." Lin Chen indicated towards the vast expanse stained with blood. Ziqing nodded thoughtfully. "Then we should investigate. However, this is a gathering place for the Blood Clan. Unless we possess some means of concealment, it is advisable to remain here and await further information." Her words were clearly directed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen burst into laughter, his gaze intensely fixed on Ziqing. "You care about me?" Bai Jingxi's lips twitched, while Ziqing, with an expressionless demeanor, softly remarked, "To be alive is the greatest blessing." With that, she transformed into a shadow of azure, darting into the sea of blood light. Lin Chen offered a smile to Bai Jingxi before turning and soaring away. At the sight of the immortal's fall, a sense of frustration permeated the air. "Damn it, Bai Jingxi's sudden interference has ruined our plans entirely," Luo Bu-kun seethed. Luo Bu-fan, with calm crimson eyes, stated, "Although this young man has stirred quite a commotion recently, and is indeed a body capable of breaking restrictions, effortlessly slaying young Master Shiming, it would be quite simple to crush him in our eyes. However, we did not anticipate Bai Jingxi's appearance. Could it be that Lin Long is connected to the Heavenly Gate?" Luo Buyao furrowed his brow. "That seems unlikely." Luo Bu-fan shook his head. "If that were the case, how could Lord Luo Sheng secretly instruct us to deal with this youth and force him to relinquish his treasures?" "That makes sense." Both Luo Buyao and Luo Bu-kun nodded in agreement. Yet, Luo Buyao then inquired, "What shall we do now that our plans have fallen through?" "I have already reported to Lord Luo Sheng in secret. Dealing with this insignificant Lin Long, we merely need to find the right opportunity, and it will be effortless." Luo Bu-fan's expression radiated immense confidence. The rewards promised by Lord Luo Sheng must be ours. At that moment, a flicker of strange light danced within Luo Bu-fan's blood-red eyes, akin to a flame, only to extinguish in an instant. "What is happening?" Luo Buyao and Luo Bu-kun immediately sensed the shift, their hearts tightening. The previously calm visage of Luo Bu-fan suddenly morphed into one of profound shock. How could this be? Lord Luo Sheng is actually taking action personally. The expressions of Luo Buyao and Luo Bu-kun shifted dramatically. Lord Luo Sheng, ranked 10th on the immortal list. In a pitch-black location of the immortal's fall, figures cloaked in black stood, seemingly melding into the darkness, formless and shadowy, like phantoms. "Young master, we have received credible intelligence that Lin Long has entered the immortal's fall. He clashed with young Master Shiming and killed him. The third young master of the Luo family has come to seek vengeance against Lin Long, but Bai Jingxi intervened and left with Lin Long." One of the black-cloaked figures reported respectfully to a youth completely shrouded in darkness. "Oh, this is becoming interesting. The third young master of the Luo family is inexplicably targeting Lin Long. Clearly, someone is orchestrating this," the youth sneered. "It seems that the interest in Lin Long extends beyond just us." The group of black-robed figures remained silent. "However, even if Luo Tian descends, he cannot prevent me from becoming king," the youth murmured, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an overwhelming fire. "In this intricate web, Lin Long, you cannot escape." Throughout the immortal's fall, an undercurrent surged, an invisible aura of murderous intent staining the land where countless powerful beings had shed blood. Chapter 1130. Lin Chen's shock. A vast expanse of crimson hovered in the air, emanating a faint, ominous energy. The expanse of blood red stretched for countless miles, and one could only wonder at the enormity of the slaughtering blood clan that could conjure such a phenomenon. Even Bai Jingxi, the illustrious figure ranked 30th on the immortal list, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing it. With a resounding shout, Bai Jingxi summoned a magical artifact resembling a vessel, forged from ancient wood and having endured the tribulations of the heart demon cataclysm. Upon stepping into it, he vanished without a trace, his presence completely obscured, rendering him undetectable even to Lin Long. The mystic heavenly purple feather robe enveloped Ziqing in a resplendent purple glow, bestowing upon her an air of unparalleled nobility. An unseen force radiated from her, cloaking her in mystery as she too disappeared from sight. The heart demon cataclysm-grade magical artifacts they wielded were truly formidable. The disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall were indeed extravagantly wealthy. Bloodly's eyes turned crimson. He could scarcely fathom the tribulations he had endured to attain the status of a heart demon cataclysm entity. Yet here were two disciples, each brandishing artifacts that had withstood such trials. And it was evident that Bai Jingxi and Ziqing possessed more than just these singular items. There likely existed even more sophisticated and potent artifacts at their disposal. Lin Chen found himself reminiscing about Emperor Duck. With a rueful smile, he lamented that those from humble beginnings could never rival such individuals. Upon his return, he resolved to seek out that old rascal to procure a formidable artifact for himself. However, he quickly channeled the ancient art of hidden immortals, transforming into an amalgamation of darkness, melding seamlessly with the void of fallen immortals, becoming utterly elusive. Bai Jingxi and Ziqing expressed their astonishment, unable to discern Lin Chen's astonishing display of mystical art. Goodness, Lin Long, such high-level concealment techniques are typically the domain of the Dark Clan. Did you perhaps pilfer this from some prodigy of theirs? Bai Jingxi mused in wonder. Found it, do you believe me? Lin Chen retorted, a playful grin on his face. I don't believe it. Both Ziqing and Bai Jingxi replied in unison. To be honest, neither do I, Lin Chen chuckled. But that is indeed the truth. That Uncle Yun Lin gifted it to me, so what difference does it make? The trio swiftly soared toward the heart of the Blood Clan territory, their speed remarkable. Before long, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon a vast range of undulating mountains, where flashes of crimson light sliced through the landscape. Within these mountains, the Blood Clan had established their stronghold, crafting living quarters and maintaining vigilant patrols. Any sign of an intruder would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the vast mountain expanse. As they entered the territory of the Blood Clan, the ancient bronze sword upon Lin Chen's back trembled violently, crackling with the energy of thunder, as if ready to unleash a tempest upon the Blood Clan denizens. Had it not been for Lin Chen's forceful restraint, the burgeoning tension would likely have erupted, drawing the attention of the blood-killing clan. Indeed, Lin Chen's heart quivered. The issue lay precisely here. What is the situation? Ziqing inquired. Lin Chen nodded, transmitting his thoughts to the two, affirming that the problem indeed resided in this vicinity. His secret treasure resonated with an intensified sensitivity, yet I believe we must delve deeper. Venturing further would only heighten the danger, Bai Jingxi remarked, urging everyone to exercise caution. Upon Lin Chen's cursory inspection, he estimated that this mountain range extended for approximately 20,000 miles, with the blood-killing clan's presence enveloping this vast expanse. Although those formidable members of the clan had been suppressed to the second transition of the virtual immortal realm, the aura they exuded, an intangible pressure, remained unchanged. Particularly within such hierarchically structured races, the deeper one ventured, the closer they approached the strongholds of the blood-killing clan's elite. As Lin Chen suppressed the increasingly intense reactions of the bronze ancient sword, the eye of the demon god within his brow began to operate discreetly, piercing through various barriers from atop a colossal peak and revealing an ancient palace standing resolutely above. The eye of the demon god certainly lived up to its reputation. Bai Jingxi remarked with unreserved admiration. This palace, concealed beneath formidable restrictions, could not be sensed without overwhelming ocular techniques or other means. Suddenly, the bronze ancient sword behind Lin Chen trembled violently, crackling with thunderous energy, as if it might unsheath itself at any moment. The sword's tip levitated autonomously, pointing towards the immense palace. There is indeed a significant problem. Lin Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. The bronze ancient sword was a fragment of the origin of the Holy Spirit continent, while the ancient character of extermination was intertwined with a mysterious celestial mandate. Both treasures had sensed the severity of the situation. What should we do now? There are at least over 10,000 members of the blood-killing clan here. Predominantly at the second transition of the virtual immortal realm, Lin Chen queried, now able to ascertain that the situation was indeed dire, profoundly so. Our mission is to uncover the reason behind this rebellion of the blood-killing clan, ideally identifying the ancient powerhouse leading it, Ziqing stated, her gaze fixed upon the palace. Since there are issues here, we must investigate thoroughly. Bai Jingxi nodded, suddenly realizing that Lin Lung's earlier assertion held merit. This woman possessed an inherent pride that was deeply rooted. Although he believed he was quite fond of Ziqing, he had never considered that in comparison to Lin Lung. He hardly knew this seemingly soft-spoken woman at all. All right, Lin Chen affirmed. If that is the case, I shall wield the secret treasure. You two remain concealed while I probe their depths. Bai Jingxi and Ziqing responded almost in unison. No, that is far too perilous. This place is essentially a blood-killing clan army. Should we be exposed, we would stand no chance against them. To comprehend the current situation, there are indeed tens of thousands of bloodthirsty beings, nearly all of whom possess the strength of the second transformation of the void immortal. If they were to revolt collectively, it would result in a truly cataclysmic sea of blood. How could a solitary Lin Chen withstand such chaos? It is utterly impossible for a second transformation void immortal to capture me. An overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from Lin Chen, akin to a sovereign gracing the world. Unafraid of any challenges. At this moment, there was no other recourse. You must swiftly withdraw. Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing appeared indifferent, seemingly influenced by the formidable presence radiating from Lin Chen, and said nothing further, quietly retreating into the distance. From afar, Lin Chen gazed upon the colossal palace shrouded in secrecy, as the ancient bronze sword behind him vibrated with a resonant hum, bathed in thunderous energy. In an instant, Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, exuding a murderous intent. Let me see what lies within that incites the bronze sword's transformation. With a firm grip, he unsheathed the sword. The immense destructive thunder transformed into an unparalleled force, coalescing into a vast sword energy that cleaved toward the grand palace. With this strike of lightning, it seemed as though the entire palace would be obliterated into nothingness. With a single strike that reverberated across the land, the thunderous energy annihilated myriad techniques. A resounding boom echoed as the lightning sword energy struck the palace, enveloping it in a tempest of thunder, rendering the structure akin to a divine palace of lightning. Suddenly, the entire mountain range trembled violently. This cataclysmic roar sent shockwaves through the nerves of countless bloodthirsty beings. Within the palace, the air was filled with a cacophony of furious roars, laced with an undercurrent of fear. A torrent of formidable energy surged forth from the palace. Yet beneath the tempest of destructive thunder, Lin Chen perceived not only this overwhelming force, but also a familiar presence. Upon recognizing this entity, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. He finally understood the reason behind the bronze sword's agitation. As Lin Chen was engulfed in astonishment, the entire mountainous region erupted in turmoil. With countless bloodthirsty beings entering a frenzied state, their murderous aura tearing through the heavens. Chapter 1131. Penetrating the enemy lines. Lin Chen never anticipated that after such a lengthy interval, he would once again encounter such an aura. Within the thunderous sea enveloping the palace, roars of anger and a hint of terror resonated, while interwoven within the destructive thunder were strands of black energy. An embodiment of boundless malevolence swirling within, relentlessly crushed by the annihilating thunder. Lin Chen had previously encountered such dark energy in the tomb of the Celestials on the Holy Spirit continent, where a being referred to as a demon resided. The unfeeling fairy had informed Lin Chen that this terrifying demon had descended upon the Holy Spirit continent thousands of years ago, bringing forth a catastrophic disaster. However, this matter was collectively suppressed, and few were aware of it. The emergence of such malevolent entities elucidated why the ancient character for destruction would tremble. How could there be such malevolence? Could it be that a demon lurks here? Lin Chen was filled with trepidation, for the power of demons was overwhelmingly formidable. The demon he once battled was, in truth, indestructible. Had he not possessed the ancient talisman of annihilation and the sacred court, he would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand such a force. Yet, as Lin Chen's thoughts raced, he beheld a sudden eruption from the palace, where dozens of immense celestial arts surged forth, intertwining to create a vast sea of blood, crimson deities, and blood-colored war gods, overwhelming the heavens and vibrating the earth as if a mighty hand descended upon him with lethal intent. This commotion roused all the cultivators within the palace, who immediately sensed Lin Chen's presence and unleashed unparalleled killing techniques, akin to a tempest, leaving the onlookers in shock. This is perilous. There are no fewer than 30 formidable beings within the palace, Bai Jing Temple remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty, pondering the nature of that dark aura. Observing Lin Chen's composed demeanor, it was evident he possessed some insight. Now, it was a matter of watching how he would evade this assault. Lin Chen's hair stood on end as his wings of freedom unfurled, and he traced intricate, ethereal paths through the sky, deftly evading the terrifying onslaught of divine killing techniques. Akin to a deity of liberty dancing amidst chaos, rendering all spells impotent against him. The formidable figures of the blood-killing clan concealed within the palace seethed with rage, astonished that Lin Chen could slip away like an eel, evading their every spell. Meanwhile, the mountains trembled beneath them. As countless members of the blood-killing clan perceived the aerial conflict, their faces contorted with fury, blood surging within them as they uttered various threats of annihilation and charged toward Lin Chen with great haste. From a distance, it appeared as if 4 or 5 massive blood-red river dragons surged toward his figure. A throng of bloodthirsty clan members whose sheer presence could send shivers down one's spine. It was this very evasion technique that he had previously employed against the 3 young masters. However, it seemed that even such a method would struggle to escape the relentless pursuit of so many blood-killing clansmen. Bai Jing Temple quickly assessed the situation, declaring the necessity to rescue him. Ziqing, with a grave expression, acknowledged that Lin Chen, aware of the origin of the dark aura, must possess many secrets that could not be allowed to perish. Bai Jing Temple's previously calm visage suddenly turned solemn and frigid. Yet, at that moment, a wave of spiritual consciousness surged into the ears of Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing, reassuring them, "Do not worry about me. I am unharmed. I must confront those blood-killing clansmen personally, otherwise, I cannot uncover certain truths. Do not interfere." Both Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing were momentarily taken aback. Given the precarious situation, how could he still wish to delve into secrets? Was he not afraid of death? Suddenly, Lin Chen let out a piercing howl, his aura erupting. As he vibrantly flapped his wings and charged headlong into the encroaching tide of blood-killing clansmen, advancing rather than retreating, ready to unleash a punch that could shatter the heavens. Lin Chen's wings trembled as he adeptly evaded the torrent of terrifying divine powers surging towards him, targeting several members of the Bloodslaughter clan directly. The amalgamation of 3 martial wills coalesced upon his mighty fist, which he unleashed with tremendous force. In an instant, 3 beings of the Bloodslaughter clan were obliterated, reduced to a crimson rain, their blood essence spheres cascading to the ground, accompanied by their distorted and howling wills. These members of the Bloodslaughter clan were confined to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, lacking an immortal body, rendering them utterly incapable of resisting Lin Chen's onslaught. The demise of 2 or 3 members of the Bloodslaughter clan ignited a furious response from the surrounding throng, unleashing a barrage of countless magical artifacts, divine powers, and innate blood rains, all converging in a furious tempest aimed at Lin Chen. Amidst this overwhelming assault, Lin Chen's wings vibrated as he soared through the chaos, resembling a deity of war descending from the heavens. The ancient bronze sword in his grasp danced with lethal precision, delivering relentless blows as if he sought to annihilate every adversary in his path. With each swing of the sword, his body became drenched in blood. Yet he pressed on with unwavering determination, evading the colossal barrage of attacks with the continuous flutter of his wings. Blood essence, be absorbed into the holy realm. Sacred breath. Refine it all. Lin Chen inhaled the blood essence, which others deemed perilous, transforming it into nourishing sustenance for his sacred breath. The blood essence of the Bloodslaughter clan contained immense energy and will, perfectly suited for his devouring magic to assimilate and engulf. Some even harbored traces of boundless immortal aura, remnants of their past as 3rd and 4th transformation virtual immortals. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens, its terrifying potency causing Bai Jing Temple to change countenance. 300 members of the Bloodslaughter clan ascended, synchronizing their mystical energies as Lin Chen was momentarily disoriented, seemingly coalescing into a singular entity. They aimed to unite and form a grand formation to unleash a devastating assault on Lin Chen. You think you can form a formation to obstruct me? Not a chance. Lin Chen's gaze was fierce as he vibrated his wings, extending his hand towards the ascending Bloodslaughter clan members. Behind him, an ancient demonic tapestry unfurled in an instant, exuding an unparalleled supreme aura. Lin Chen raised his bronze sword, which immediately erupted with countless bolts of lightning, intertwining to form a vast sea of thunder. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth were enveloped in a flurry of demonic snowflakes, each flake concealing a seated demon entwined with boundless lightning. As this grand snowfall cascaded down, the 300 Bloodslaughter clan members found themselves ensnared, emitting thunderous explosions as each was subjected to tremendous assault, shattering the entire formation. With a sweeping motion of his sword, Lin Shun unleashed the forbidden heart of the Great Thousand Seal from his mind, instantly striking down 3 or 4 members of the Bloodslaughter clan, their eyes rolling back as the sword energy transformed from destructive thunder, soared skyward. This beam of sword energy, akin to a great dragon, cleaved a pathway for Lin Shun. The essence of flesh and blood has sufficiently empowered Shengshi Lin Shun to ascend. Lin Shun, glancing at the throngs of bloodthirsty beings surging toward him, hesitated not for a moment. He immediately invoked the fusion of man and instrument, unleashing the Xianshang Monarch Tower, which erupted forth, soaring skyward. This place is no longer safe. We must depart swiftly. Upon bursting forth, Lin Shun promptly communicated with Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing. Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing wasted no time. They activated their profound arts, moving silently toward the distant horizon. Yet, within the palace, an unexpected roar of fury reverberated, declaring that he must not escape, he must not. This wrathful voice resonated with an authority akin to the highest decree. Instantly, the multitude of bloodthirsty beings surged forth like a swarm of locusts, pursuing Lin Shun relentlessly. The entire massive army of the bloodthirsty clan erupted in chaos, an endless tide of sanguine energy roiling in the sky. Tens of thousands of these beings coalesced into a formidable blood river, leaving desolation in their wake, rendering all things lifeless. The simultaneous uprising of thousands shook the heavens, instilling terror in all around. After a thunderous shout, Lin Shun unleashed the full force of his human instrument fusion, the power of his heart demon calamity erupting. His speed akin to a meteor streaking across the firmament, astonishingly swift. Bai Jing Temple, in a rare moment of exclamation, cursed under his breath, his complexion turning pale. The sheer magnitude of the approaching army was overwhelming. No matter how well they concealed themselves, they would inevitably be swept away. Moreover, even the formidable Bai Jing Temple, ranked among the top 30 on the immortal list, harbored no absolute confidence to contend with such a vast blood-colored legion. If Lin Shun had not fled this way, would we have been implicated? Ziqing, her countenance icy, inquired. Beneath her, countless beams of azure light surged forth, coalescing into a vivid dragon that seemed to hail from the ancient past. This azure dragon roared mightily, bearing Ziqing's form as it surged forward with the grace of an oceanic voyage. We are a team. We must share in both adversity and fortune, Lin Shun declared earnestly, adding, with both of you here, I feel secure. Ziqing's expression darkened ominously, as if the usually gentle nature within her was on the verge of eruption. Bai Jing Temple, meanwhile, maintained a grim visage, silently vowing that should the opportunity arise, he would thoroughly punish this reckless youth to relieve his own vexation. The army swept forth, a miasma of murderous intent shaking the heavens, blood energy swirling in the firmament. Countless prodigies who had infiltrated this land of fallen immortals were struck with astonishment. In their hearts, a shared thought coursed through. Who was this prodigy, so formidable as to provoke such a vast bloodthirsty army and yet manage to escape? The land of fallen immortals was a vast lake, its surface shrouded in a misty veil, all remaining eerily tranquil. However, upon closer observation, one can discern the ethereal white mist hovering above the lake's surface, seemingly surging towards a destination, only to be expelled once more, enveloping the vast expanse of nearly 100,000 miles of this immense lake. It resembles the rhythm of human respiration, an inhalation and exhalation, each accompanied by a breath released and drawn back. Suddenly, within the towering forests bordering the lake, several silhouettes emerged. These figures hailed from diverse races, confirming the veracity of the legends inscribed on the map. One individual of the Darkfall tribe exhibited profound excitement, his face flushed with anticipation. If they could locate the fabled divine herb, their fortunes would be irrevocably transformed. A young man with 6 arms radiated fervor, convinced that the divine herb lay hidden within the depths of the Taiji tidal lake, and none could contest his claim. His eyes sparkled with a frenzied intensity, while an aura of cold menace permeated his being. In an instant, the once jovial team erupted into discord, each member filled with murderous intent, prepared to eliminate those they had previously regarded as brothers. The sudden surge of hostility shattered the tranquility of the Taiji tidal lake. A deep, thunderous roar reverberated from the waters, akin to a thunderclap, striking fear into the hearts of those locked in a tense standoff, leaving them stricken with terror and disbelief. The atmosphere among them fell into a profound silence, none daring to release even a whisper as they exchanged wide-eyed glances of horror. After a prolonged pause, a pale-faced youth spoke, his throat constricting as he swallowed hard. The divine herb is beyond our grasp. An undercurrent of tension surged, a palpable menace filling the air within the enigmatic realm of the immortal's fall. Abruptly, news erupted like wildfire, sweeping through the land. The divine herb was rumored to be located in a place known as the Taiji tidal lake, possessing the power to alter the very fabric of reality, transcending all known limits, hence its designation as the divine herb. Historically, it is said that a millennium ago, a miraculous herb named the life and death elixir appeared. An emperor, beset by calamity, was torn asunder, his essence shattered, and all believed him to be lost. Yet, when all hope seemed extinguished, a celestial light descended, and the earth trembled as drums resounded, revitalizing the emperor's form to stand once more amidst the cosmos. This exemplifies the divine herb's extraordinary power, capable of resurrection, altering the course of destiny, its might unfathomable. Even in the mortal realm, the occurrences of such herbs are exceedingly rare, each appearance inciting fierce contention among powerful factions. Thus, the realm of the immortals' fall ignited with fervor. Realizing the divine herb had manifested, Lin Long would undoubtedly embark on an exploration. We could seize the opportunity to venture towards the Taiji tidal lake and procure the divine herb. As for the maps that require a guide to navigate, provide them to him. The young member of the Dark Clan stood with his hands behind his back, his pallid complexion devoid of any color, evoking an unsettling chill. In this venture, we must remain vigilant regarding Luo Sheng. We must succeed decisively, seize the divine elixir, and hunt Linlong. Remember, swift resolution is imperative. The longer we delay, the more figures from powerful factions will converge upon us. As his words faded, he vanished into thin air, but from the heavens above, the ominous rumble of thunder reverberated. From all directions, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The divine elixir had emerged, inciting fierce competition among the great factions. Our clan's resources cannot be compared to theirs. We must employ cunning strategy, allowing them to engage in mutual slaughter. Let us boldly advance and see if we can secure even a fragment of divine favor. Humph! Who can hinder my grasp of the divine elixir? I must quickly dispatch individuals to gather intelligence and ascertain how many are stirred by the arrival of the elixir. Its emergence is of great significance. The lake must harbor countless dangers, and we must be thoroughly prepared. As the winds surged and clouds swirled, the entire realm of the fallen immortals erupted in chaos. Simultaneously, in the northwestern territory, within a grove near the site of the fallen immortals, a series of gut-wrenching screams echoed, a cacophony reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. Within the thicket, a rotund man twisted his hips, grinning as he surveyed a group of youths, stripped bare. Taking a bite of his greasy chicken leg, he sneered. "What are you blocking for? Do you think this emperor would be interested in your bodies?" The youths trembled at the memory of the rotund man's earlier transgressions, hastily shaking their heads in denial. No, no. How could the emperor possibly be interested in us rough men? Surely, he prefers those exquisite beauties that resemble celestial beings. With that, the youths relinquished their hold, exposing their nakedness. Ugh, how utterly repulsive. The rotund man quivered in disgust, his expression sour. Your grotesque forms have blinded this emperor. Do you think I would ever be attracted to you? Or do you believe you could entice me? The youths were struck by a sense of dread and despair. As the horrifying screams resumed throughout the grove, they would forever remember the scene of being mercilessly whipped by a grotesquely lewd man, laughing as he struck them with a long whip. Oh my, this is getting out of hand. My apologies, I did not intend for this to occur. May you all forgive me. Time to enter. The rotund man wiggled his backside and swaggered towards the narrow canyon. Meanwhile, a throng of female disciples surrounded a strikingly handsome youth. His complexion was exquisite, and every movement exuded an air of nobility that left the women starstruck. I am still Xia, unchanged by name or nature. You may inquire with that little madman Lin Long. It was I who brought him along in the northeastern territory, enabling him to make such an impression there. The youth's demeanor was commanding. As long as Lin Long was present, he would have to respectfully address him as Big Brother. Wow. Xia is so impressive. Oh my, I adore Xia. Under the enchanting moonlight of this evening. Dear Xia, why not share a delightful night together? Xia, when shall we witness the remarkable prowess of your younger brother? I have heard he possesses formidable skills. A throng of female disciples jostled around the young man, whose gaze was filled with an ethereal gleam, his heart soaring with exhilaration. Yet, he maintained an appearance of righteous composure, seemingly untempted by beauty, further intriguing the female disciples and intensifying their enthusiasm. The proximity of their soft forms nearly elicited an involuntary gasp from him. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged, and the leading young man, upon witnessing the scene, bellowed furiously, "How dare that scoundrel, who has dared to harass my sister, show his face here? Brothers, let us go and cut him down. Kill him. Last time, I sent him a warning, and this time, I demand blood for blood." What? You too, Lao Si? You were exposed? Boss, spare me your pretense. I saw you applying ointment. Scoundrels, you both have been exposed, yet that wretch claimed to have only targeted me. The young man, drenched in cold sweat, swiftly disentangled himself from the throng of female disciples, exclaiming, "Ladies, until we meet again." He vanished in an instant, leaving his pursuers dumbfounded, only catching a glimpse of him darting towards the shrouded white mist in the distance. Chapter 1133. Great elation suddenly. Figures began to emerge from the forest. By the mist-enshrouded lake, silhouettes appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura, their eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. The once tranquil Taiji Tide Lake was now alive with voices. A multitude of prodigies gathered around, with many disciples from the Battle Immortal Hall present, alongside figures from various other factions, all congregated as if for a grand assembly. Indeed, the vast white mist of the lake exhaled and inhaled, infused with spiritual energy and subtly resonating with the essence of the immortal path, a truly remarkable sight. The divine herbs lay hidden within, yet no one dared to approach. A terrifying beast lurked within the lake, having claimed the lives of several bold prodigies just hours earlier. It was no wonder that the gathered crowd remained motionless, apprehensive of the fearsome creature dwelling within. Do not fret, surely some renowned prodigies from the immortal rankings will arrive upon hearing the news. Countless discussions ensued among the crowd, their hearts yearning for the divine herbs concealed within the Taiji Tide Lake, but they were compelled to refrain from provoking the dreadful beast. Suddenly, a group emerged from the woods, led by a man with flowing crimson hair, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as vacant as a puppet's. Though he was suppressed to the second transformation of the void immortal realm, the aura he exuded instilled fear in all present. Trailing behind him were nearly 20 members of the Bloodline clan, including the 3 brothers of the Luo family. Upon seeing this individual, the faces of the gathered prodigies changed dramatically. What is happening? Even Luo Sheng, ranked 10th on the immortal rankings, has appeared. With him here, what chance do we have? How terrifying. The allure of this miraculous elixir is truly formidable, drawing even the illustrious Luo Sheng into its orbit. It seems this divine remedy is destined to be within Luo Sheng's grasp. Who could possibly rival him? The once exuberant young talents now found themselves shrinking back, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength, despite all being at the same level of the second transformation of Void Immortals. The name of Luo Sheng carries an unassailable weight. Brother Luo Sheng, it has been a while. A voice, chillingly cold, resonated in the air. All eyes turned in unison to behold a young man cloaked in black robes, his pale visage partially revealed, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Accompanied by a throng of similarly clad figures, he emerged from the thicket. The talented youths collectively gasped, their expressions shifting rapidly. What is this? Even the scion of the Dark Clan has arrived? He is reputed to be the most likely candidate to become the next emperor of assassins. My goodness, he is here too. It is said that the Dark Clan's progeny had effortlessly defeated the 11th rank prodigy of the Battle Immortal Hall. For Luo Sheng to achieve victory over the 11th rank would demand immense effort. The two are nearly evenly matched, and with both of them present, a fierce clash is inevitable, perhaps even a glimmer of hope for acquiring the divine elixir. The emergence of such formidable figures left the young talents in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or weep. Yet, It seemed that the wisest course of action was to observe the unfolding drama in silence. Luo Sheng, having noticed the scion of the Dark Clan, merely smiled indifferently, exposing himself to the sunlight. Do you look down upon me, or have you merely overestimated your own capabilities? What does it matter to be exposed? The Dark Clan scion retorted, who decreed that those of the Dark Clan cannot bask in the sunlight. I am well aware of your intentions here. Abruptly, Luo Sheng's blood-red hair billowed, exuding a terrifying aura that caused the nearby young talents to pale and instinctively retreat several steps in fear. Dark Clan scion, let me make this clear. Even if you harbor designs on Linlong, you must abandon them. The consequences are far beyond what a mere scion of the Dark Clan can bear. The surrounding youths were taken aback. Linlong? The Dark Clan scion has designs on Linlong? Haha, the Dark Clan scion laughed, his voice like the chilling winds of winter, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. I have no interest in anything else regarding him, nor should you think to threaten me. I simply wish to take what I desire, and should you attempt to obstruct me, I will not hesitate. Tension thickened in the air. In an instant, the two prodigies at Tai Chi Tide's Lake were locked in a deadly standoff, causing the expressions of the surrounding talents to shift dramatically. Two great prodigies vying for Linlong. What is happening? It seems Linlong has been excessively arrogant, offending many along the way. This promises to be quite the spectacle. With one Luo Sheng and the Dark Clan scion, even 10 Linlongs would be swiftly dispatched. I have long harbored disdain for that fellow now. With two great prodigies turning against him, I find myself rather pleased. Who could blame that scoundrel for his arrogance? Now, retribution has come, and we are poised to witness the unfolding drama. Originally, everyone had come seeking the divine elixir. But little did they know that these two fearsome prodigies were here to vie for the reckless Linlong. This spectacle brought immense joy to the onlookers, who secretly chuckled in anticipation of the imminent eruption from Linlong. The audacious fellow had once exhibited such arrogance at the Battle of the Immortal Palace. Now, with two formidable talents lying in wait, how could he continue to act so brazenly? At that moment, a sudden and swift sound of breaking air pierced the sky, revealing 3 figures racing towards the Tai Chi Tidal Lake. At the forefront, standing atop an ancient bronze tower, was Lin Shun, radiating an aura of brilliance. Linlong has arrived. Numerous prodigies immediately discerned Lin Chen's silhouette, causing the vicinity of the Tai Chi Tidal Lake to erupt in fervor, akin to a pot boiling over. Many among the crowd, who harbored grievances against Lin Shun, flushed with excitement. With two great talents laying a trap, did Lin Shun not come seeking his own demise? Linlong, the holy son of the Dark Clan, and Luo Sheng simultaneously recognized Lin Chen's approach, while Bai Jingxi and Ziqing were disregarded entirely. The two great prodigies sprang into action like terrifying projectiles, hurtling towards Lin Shun. Prepare to meet your end. Both the holy son of the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng roared in unison, their speeds reaching a terrifying velocity, exuding an aura that instilled both fear and exhilaration among countless onlookers. In the midst of their rapid flight, Bai Jingxi was suddenly taken aback upon witnessing the two formidable figures launch themselves into the air, her complexion paling as she bellowed at Lin Shun. What have you done to offend such powerful beings? You've barely arrived, and already 2 individuals ranked 10th on the immortal list are targeting you. Even Bai Jingxi found herself overshadowed by the might of Luo Sheng and the holy son of the Dark Clan. Regret filled her heart. Linlong was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Lin Shun was momentarily stunned, not anticipating an assault from the holy son of the Dark Clan and this fearsome prodigy of the blood-killing clan. Yet, in an instant, he grasped the critical nature of the situation, and instead of succumbing to fear, he erupted in laughter, proclaiming, "Heaven is assisting me." The gathering of prodigies at the lakeside were utterly perplexed. What could possibly be going through Lin Lung's mind that he still found amusement in such dire circumstances? Simultaneously, both great talents unleashed their unparalleled divine abilities, magnificent in their scope. The powers radiated different hues, neither being a method of killing but rather a technique of capture. Blood-red hands and a shroud of dark light surged towards Lin Shun, causing the very air to tremble. "You shall not seize me," Lin Shun bellowed, his presence overwhelming. The 3 martial wills fused seamlessly, delivering a punch imbued with the force of a collapsing mountain, crashing against the 2 capture techniques and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion as both divine abilities shattered. However, The figures of the Holy Son of the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng descended like ancient titans, charging towards Lin Shun. Haha, Holy Son of the Dark Clan. Blood-killing clan. I'm afraid I shall not entertain you any longer. Allow me to present you with a grand gift. Lin Shun laughed heartily, unfurling his wings and plummeting towards the ground with astonishing speed. Bai Jingxi and the fairy Ziqing followed closely behind. As the two illustrious figures, Luo Sheng and the Dark Clan's Holy Son, simultaneously sneered, they couldn't help but question whether Lin Lung truly believed that his strength, ranking 10th on the immortal list, was sufficient to evade their grasp. In an instant, the might of these two prodigies surged once more, radiating like twin miniature suns that illuminated the heavens with their brilliance. Both were poised to unleash their formidable powers. However, at that very moment, a deafening roar echoed from the horizon, so thunderous that even the two great talents, along with the myriad other exceptional beings by the lakeside, turned their gazes in its direction. What they beheld nearly caused them to leap in shock, their faces paling to an ashen hue. A massive torrent of crimson surged forth, teeming with countless bloodthirsty warriors from the Killing Blood clan, cascading towards the two prodigies with overwhelming force, shaking the very skies above. Below, Lin Shun's laughter grew increasingly audacious and arrogant. At this juncture, Luo Sheng and the Dark Clan's Holy Son felt as though they had been dealt a resounding slap, engulfed not only by frustration but also by a seething rage. They had been utterly outmaneuvered by Lin Shun. Faced with the terrifying onslaught of the Killing Blood clan, even these two once mighty figures could only muster their courage, activating their divine powers to flee in utter disarray, their former grandeur completely vanquished. They resembled two battered and drenched dogs, fleeing in desperation. In the midst of this chaos, the more than 200 exceptional beings by the lakeside wore expressions of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment when the two prodigies would subdue the audacious Lin Shun. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming tide of the Killing Blood clan's army, their faces transformed in an instant, turning a sickly green. Even the Dark Clan's Holy Son and Luo Sheng, whose powers rivaled those of the 10th rank on the immortal list, found themselves in a state of utter disarray, retreating towards the crowd. The army of the Killing Blood clan was not targeting these two individuals. Their sights were set squarely on Lin Shun. As Lin Shun darted into the throng of exceptional beings, the two prodigies followed suit, only for the massive legion of over 10,000 bloodthirsty warriors to roar towards the 200 onlookers. "Oh no, this is the end," one exclaimed. "What calamity has Lin Shun unleashed, drawing such a multitude of the Killing Blood clan upon us? Quickly flee. Why are we still lingering here?" Another cried, "Curse you, Lin Shun." The 200 exceptional beings immediately erupted into a frenzied escape. Yet, Lin Shun trailed them like a specter, the vast army of the Killing Blood clan closely behind, unleashing their formidable spells upon the fleeing crowd. "Ah, do not follow me." One prodigy, spotting Lin Shun's mischievous grin, felt a chill of terror wash over him as the onslaught of divine spells descended upon him. Lin Shun had vanished from sight, leaving him with a pallid visage. "Heh, Lin Shun, your trickery knows no bounds," Bai Jingxi chuckled as he followed closely behind Lin Shun. "I dare say, you've managed to offend every single one of these exceptional beings in one fell swoop." Lin Shun let out a cold snort. What did it matter if he offended anyone? His own survival was paramount. He directed the legion towards the two celestial prodigies, who were still intent on him, as if they were tired of living. Without hesitation, Lin Shun unfurled his wings of freedom, locking onto the Dark Clan's Holy Son and Luo Sheng by the chaotic lakeside. With a powerful flap, he soared toward the two. A massive wave of bloodthirsty warriors erupted behind him, roaring as they charged forward with a terrifying bloodlust. "Ha, my esteemed friends, were you not quite interested in me? Here I am, presenting myself to you on a silver platter. I trust you will be capable of receiving me." Lin Shun laughed heartily, dashing toward the location of the two prodigies. As Lin Shun approached, accompanied by the formidable legion of bloodthirsty warriors, the two prodigies' expressions twisted in disbelief. Gone was their previous determination to capture Lin Shun and deliver him to his doom. They turned on their heels and began to flee. Their trusted followers, equally terrified, followed suit. "Hey, where are you two running off to?" Lin Shun bellowed from behind, then turned to the approaching horde of bloodthirsty warriors, declaring, "I must inform you that these two are my elder brothers. Should you dare to confront me, my brothers will surely rend you limb from limb." The bloodthirsty warriors erupted in a frenzy, their bloodlust intensifying, not only enveloping Lin Shun, but also casting a shadow over the two celestial prodigies and their followers. The faces of the Dark Clan's Holy Sun and Luo Sheng turned a ghastly shade of green as they shouted at the pursuing warriors, "We are not his brothers. We are his enemies. Do not be fooled by his words." No sooner had they spoken than hundreds of divine abilities rained down upon the two prodigies and their retinue like a meteor shower, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. "Lin Shun, I shall not let you escape unscathed." Faced with the onslaught of divine techniques, even Luo Sheng and the Dark Clan's Holy Sun found themselves helpless, as their loyal followers were now entangled in the attack and compelled to retaliate. The two prodigies unleashed their formidable powers, crushing the wave of incoming bloodthirsty warriors with unparalleled ferocity. Their followers joined the fray, unleashing their abilities to hold back the 1,000-strong legion. In the midst of the chaos, Lin Shun seized the opportunity to stealthily eliminate several bloodthirsty warriors, igniting the wrath of countless others. In a flash, he escaped, blending into the ranks of the two prodigies, brazenly taunting the enraged, bloodthirsty warriors. "You lot should be wary. My brothers are right here, and they could wipe you out in an instant. Now be gone." The bloodthirsty warriors, incensed by Lin Shun's audacious words, grew even more furious, unleashing a torrent of vicious threats. They transformed into a colossal sea of blood, surging towards the two celestial prodigies with overwhelming force. The Holy Sun of the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng were both on the verge of spitting blood from anger, their desire to crush Lin Shun into oblivion almost overwhelming. However, with over 100 prodigies charging at them, they found themselves utterly restrained, unable to maneuver. Despite their extraordinary combat prowess, they were being relentlessly battered by the multitude of bloodthirsty adversaries, retreating in disarray. "Brothers, do your best. They dare to bully your little brother. You must stand up for me." Lin Shun did not forget to bellow, his expression one of righteous indignation, inciting further ire among the bloodthirsty clan, causing their attacks to become even more vicious. "Hee, my brothers, hold them off for me. I'll be right back." As he glanced back at the nearly enraged Holy Sun of the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng, Lin Shun flared his wings, chuckling mischievously before vanishing without a trace, leaving the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng's men seething with fury, blood spilling from their mouths. In an instant, a terrifying cold nightmare swept across the vicinity of the Taiji tidal lake. Wherever Lin Lung went, he resembled a god of death, causing all to retreat in fear. The anguished cries of countless prodigies and the overwhelming aura of killing intent shattered the tranquility of the Taiji tidal lake. "Lin Lung, I find your demeanor rather despicable." Bai Jingxi couldn't help but remark, his lips twitching before bursting into hearty laughter. "You laugh rather shamelessly yourself," Ziqing added with a smirk. Lin Shun chuckled heartily, never expecting that his frantic escape would lead him right into the midst of his enemies, surrounded by such a multitude of prodigious talents. Lin Shun was not a chivalrous person. Encountering so many allies, he was more than willing to share his troubles. However, among these 200 prodigies were Luo Sheng, the Holy Sun of the Dark Clan, and their personal guards, wielding extraordinary lethality. In a mere short while, thousands of bloodthirsty warriors had perished, and Lin Shun reveled in absorbing a significant amount of their essence. At that moment, every cultivator present wore a dark expression as they engaged in the carnage. Suddenly, a deep, ominous roar reverberated from the depths of the lake shrouded in mist, seemingly imbued with a sense of displeasure and aversion. Lin Shun, Bai Jingxi, and Ziqing were immediately shaken, as if struck by lightning, the sound instilling an uncontainable sense of oppression within their hearts. Lin Shun sensed the presence of a monstrous beast within the lake. With so many powerful figures gathered here, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. "There are divine herbs here," Ziqing exclaimed, startling them. "I have just received reports from the Tianxia sect that this Taiji tidal lake is guarded by a fearsome creature, harboring divine herbs within." "Divine herbs?" Lin Shun gasped, recalling the ancient texts he had perused, which depicted divine herbs as legendary entities, their effects unparalleled and astonishing. This place, where celestial beings had fallen, was indeed a cradle for divine herbs. No wonder these prodigies had convened here. However, the deep, ominous roar not only sent tremors through the hearts of the prodigies present, but it also caused the bloodthirsty warriors to undergo a drastic change in countenance, as if they had encountered something exceedingly terrifying, prompting them to flee in all directions. The formidable and bloodthirsty Killblood clan, once filled with an air of menace, has now vanished without a trace, leaving behind a landscape of astonished and disheveled prodigies. Lin Shun and Bai Jingxi stood in stunned silence. But Lin Shun suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. As anticipated, the killing intent emanating from the Holy Son of the Dark Clan and Luo Sheng was overwhelming, their voices resonating like roars from the depths of hell. It wasn't just Lin Shun who felt this. Over 200 other prodigies quickly caught on, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent directed squarely at Lin Shun, gritting their teeth and cracking their knuckles in collective fury. "Curse it! I knew following you would lead to trouble," Bai Jingxi, who had been laughing heartily moments ago, now turned pale at the sight of the approaching prodigies. How could they possibly withstand such an onslaught, especially with two among them possessing the might of those ranked 10th on the immortal list? "Hurry and tell us what to do," Ziqing coldly inquired. "Brother Bai, do not speak so harshly. You were just as merry moments ago," Lin Shun retorted, his brow drenched in sweat. He had not anticipated that a mere roar from the lake's ferocious beast would send the Killblood clan fleeing. Now, faced with the wrath of all these prodigies, he found himself at a loss. "Die!" one prodigy bellowed, the cry echoing like thunder. The wrath they were about to face was nothing short of a storm. Chapter 1135, Provocation and Arrival. Bai Jingxi observed the advance of the 200 prodigies, and despite being ranked 30th on the immortal list, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Regret flooded his mind as he pondered how he had ended up alongside the troublesome Lin Shun. It was merely a misunderstanding, he thought. Lin Shun, drenched in cold sweat, hastily clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward the furious prodigies. "Brothers, surely you possess the magnanimity to overlook such trivial matters. I, Lin, have great admiration for your generosity." "Generosity? You expect us to be magnanimous after being charged by tens of thousands of Killblood clan practitioners? Spare me the nonsense," one retorted. The Holy Son of the Dark Clan stepped forward first, his aura menacing. "Quickly surrender the Killblood clan members, and I may spare your life." "Humph," Luo Sheng interjected. "The massacre of our disciples is an unforgivable sin. Admit your guilt, and I will ensure your survival." Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He had no direct conflict with either the Holy Son of the Dark Clan or Luo Sheng, yet both seemed intent on his demise. Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? "I possess my own powers, which I shall not relinquish to you. The slaying of disciples was an act of self-defense. I bear no guilt," Lin Shun replied with a cold smile. "Push me too far, and you shall not fare well either." A menacing aura began to radiate from Lin Shun, causing a wave of unease among the prodigies who had previously been filled with righteous indignation. After all, Lin Shen's exploits in the northeast region had been nothing short of astonishing, each time turning peril into fortune, instilling a sense of dread within them. "What shall we do now?" Ziqing asked. "You are no match for the two great prodigies, nor can you intimidate the over 200 present." "Indeed, Lin Shun, you have led us into a dire predicament." Bai Jingxi gritted his teeth, filled with frustration. The recent defector from the Bloodkill clan exhibited an ancient malevolence, a sinister energy typically associated with beings known as demons from primordial times. Lin Shun suddenly declared, "This is the intelligence I have acquired. This matter does not concern you. Continue your investigation, for the emergence of demons signifies grave consequences." Bai Jingxi was momentarily taken aback. However, Ziqing nodded without hesitation. "I comprehend your intent, but first, tell me your plan." "It is quite simple," Lin Shun replied through gritted teeth. "If I am cornered, my only recourse will be to plunge into that lake." Despite the perilous beasts lurking within, he believed there might still be a glimmer of hope. Ziqing and Bai Jingxi fell silent, but at that moment, the Saint of the Dark Clan swiftly extended his hand, unleashing a flurry of chilling light that coalesced into a radiant hexagram, enveloping Lin Shun's figure with overwhelming force that sent shivers down one's spine. In response, Lin Shun let out a resounding roar, his spirit soaring as if he had transformed into the ancient emperor of killers. With a single punch, he unleashed the supreme art of slaughter, shattering the radiant hexagram into fragments, exhibiting extraordinary might. The formidable ancient techniques of the hidden immortal were indeed remarkable. However, in your hands, they were akin to a servant grasping a precious seal, a sheer waste. The Dark Clan Saint sneered, his form morphing into a bolt of lightning. Instantly appearing before Lin Shun, his speed so astonishing that even Jingxi could not help but narrow his eyes. With a pointed finger, the Saint of the Dark Clan invoked a lethal strike that seemed to slice through the infinite void, exuding a breath from distant epochs, enigmatic and unfathomable, aimed at annihilating all that is void. Lin Shun felt a tremor course through him as darkness enveloped the space, and countless shards of cold light erupted like a constellation, converging upon the Saint of the Dark Clan, delivering a titanic blow. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the Saint appeared to succumb to an instinctual dread, his formidable presence waning as he staggered backward. At that moment, Luo Sheng also advanced, spanning the vast heavens, and unleashed a palm strike directly at Lin Shun. A blood-red hand surged forth, seeming to embody an infinite life force, shattering the cosmos with unparalleled ferocity. In a moment of unity, Lin Shun merged with the Xuanshang Monarch Tower, emanating boundless Tao energy. The forces of wind and fire swirled around him, while the power of his inner demons roared forth, surging upward to clash with the blood-red hand, pulverizing it into nothingness. In this instant, Lin Shun stood resolute, confronting 2 of the top 10 prodigies on the celestial rankings. 5C's Convergent Seal, Great Thousand Heart Restriction Seal, Unleash. Lin Shun soared forth from the tower, a tempest of golden waves surging within his mind. The formless seal of his consciousness descended like a torrential downpour, bombarding the mental realms of the 2 prodigies. Even they, faced with such a ferocious onslaught, momentarily faltered, rendered immobile. Now is the opportunity. Jingxi bellowed. Good and evil reside within the heart. The supreme demonic path manifests. The first emperor of killers arises. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Shun unleashed a ferocious punch towards the 2 prodigies, as 3 distinct martial wills erupted forth, transforming into golden Buddhist radiance, black demonic snow, and dark golden killing rain, suddenly enveloping their forms. The 3 ancient wills, having evolved, wielded tremendous power, causing the faces of the 200 cultivators present to pale in unison. The prowess of the young madman Lin Lung was indeed extraordinary. However, at that moment, the 2 outstanding talents had already regained their senses. They were no ordinary beings, and their momentary stupor was but fleeting. Upon awakening, they were immediately confronted with a formidable threat, their expressions turning grave. Even if you stand at the 10th position on the celestial ranking, what of it? You may have pressured the Void Immortal's second transformation, but I am unperturbed, Lin Shun declared, as the ancient bronze sword behind him soared into the air, swirling with destructive thunder, drawing the attention of all, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. Is that so? The 2 prodigies simultaneously sneered, facing the onslaught of the 3 ancient wills. The holy son of the Dark Clan thrust forth his hand, bellowing, Dark Moon Celestial Blade. As his words resonated, an ancient and overwhelming aura surged from his being, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. A dark golden crescent moon hung above, within which lay a black-bladed sword. Boom. As this sword emerged, it descended with ancient Daoic energy. The mere ancient pressure emanating from the blade was akin to a colossal punch from a primordial giant, shattering the 3 immense ancient wills in an instant, obliterating them with ease. The very space of the fallen celestial realm trembled involuntarily. This is bad, Bloodly exclaimed as Lin Chen's expression shifted. He immediately shouted, "This weapon has endured 5 major tribulations, nurturing wisdom, and is on the verge of becoming a low-grade Tao artifact. You are no match for it. Flee." Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen unfurled his wings of freedom, preparing to escape towards the lake. However, at that moment, Luo Sheng grasped with his hand, his gaze ablaze with a sanguine light. The Blood Law Ruler, a blood-drenched measuring tool, immediately shot forth, descending with Daoic energy, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The 200 cultivators below all changed their expressions. The ruler flew above Lin Chen's head, an invisible Daoic might suddenly cascading down upon him. Another terrifying artifact, having withstood 5 major tribulations and nurtured wisdom. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen instantly felt an invisible explosion reverberate around him, as if he were ensnared in layers of binding. His wings of freedom could not stir under the oppressive force. He found himself immobilized, a terrifying spectacle indeed. The Blood Law Ruler had ruthlessly suppressed Lin Chen. The 200 cultivators below were filled with fervor. This was the strength of the 10th on the celestial ranking. With a single strike, Two artifacts that had endured 5 major tribulations were unleashed. The mere pressure rendered the young madman incapable of movement. By Jing Temple's expression slightly altered, Lin Lung had only reached the first transformation of the void immortal. In terms of background and strength, he could not contend with the existence of the 10th on the celestial ranking. At that moment, the holy sun of the Dark Clan had risen, enveloped in a vast darkness, standing beneath the dark golden arc of the crescent moon, resembling an icy sovereign from the heavens. Looking at the subdued Lin Lung, he spoke coolly, "Quickly surrender the slaughtering of the heavens, and I shall take my leave. Even though you are the disciple of the Lord of the War Immortals, I shall not take your life. However, I would not hesitate to allow the sacred blade to render you a cripple, causing your cultivation to regress." As soon as his words fell, the black dagger within the dark golden crescent hummed ominously, an invisible force locking onto Lin Chun with an icy intensity, poised to strike as if eager to extinguish his life. "Confess your sins, and it shall suffice," Luo Sheng said coldly, standing beside the celestial blood law gauge, looking down upon Lin Chun with an air of authority. Unfortunately, the oppressive aura emanating from the celestial blood law gauge was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering Lin Chun incapable of breaking free, especially with the sacred blade lurking in the distance. What was most terrifying was that this was merely the pressure. Should it unleash its supreme essence, the devastation it could cause would be catastrophic. In that moment, both prodigies exuded an intimidating presence, causing the hearts of the over 200 cultivators below to race with anticipation, eager to witness the downfall of the audacious Lin Chun, longing to see him receive his just deserts. Trapped beneath this oppressive force, Lin Chun felt a suffocating sensation enveloping him. However, he managed to endure it. Relying on his formidable heart demon body, he suddenly lifted his head, hair billowing, casting a cold gaze at the two prodigies. His words emerging like thunder from clenched teeth, "I refuse." In an instant, both the Dark Clan's holy sun and Luo Sheng narrowed their eyes, a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupting from them like a cataclysmic wave, sending a chill through the hearts of the cultivators below. These two prodigies were not merely attempting to intimidate Lin Chun, they were utterly serious. With a wave of his hand, the Dark Clan's holy sun released a surge of killing intent, and the black dagger within the dark golden crescent immediately hummed to life, locking onto Lin Chun. Preparing to strike with lethal resolve, Lin Chun felt the tension course through his body, the ancient bronze sword at his back vibrating ominously, ready for a desperate struggle. However, just as the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent and coldness, two discordant voices suddenly rang out. "Damn, this guy has so many treasures. If you kill him, it would be a waste. Let me seize his treasures first before you take his life." "What the hell? How dare you bully my little brother? You seek death, don't you? I haven't even had the chance to woo his wife yet." The two prodigies were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, someone dared to challenge their authority. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a handsome young man and a rotund figure clad in golden robes appeared in their line of sight. As soon as the young man and the fat figure encountered one another, they instantly recognized each other, and a wave of murderous intent surged forth. "How did you? You fat bastard, and up here? Damn it. How did I run into you again, you freak?" Everyone was astonished, having not anticipated that the one who had just boldly confronted the two prodigies would now be on the verge of a brawl. Lin Chun found it both amusing and exasperating. He had never expected that at such a moment, Cece and the Duck Emperor would make their appearance. "I'll deal with you later, you fat bastard." With a fierce glare, Cece fixed her gaze on the Dark Clan Saint and Luo Sheng, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "What is this nonsense? Is it acceptable to bully my little brother?" Both the Dark Clan Saint and Luo Sheng furrowed their brows, unfamiliar with the name of Cece. "Forget about him. Let us deal with Lin Lung first." The Dark Clan Saint sneered, the Dark Moon Heavenly Saint blade emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. As the winds howled and the heavens trembled, preparing to unleash an unparalleled killing technique. "Umph, the treasures he possesses belong to me. None of you can seize them." The Duck Emperor struck with ferocity, his entire being radiating golden light, a majestic presence, though the lewd smile at the corner of his mouth instantly shattered the solemn atmosphere. The Duck Emperor transformed into a lewd monk, a resplendent golden Buddha light rising around him, resembling a conch shell entwined with infinite Buddhist scriptures. He took a deep breath and blew into the conch. The entire realm echoed with the chants of innumerable Buddhist monks, akin to ferocious waves crashing against the rocks, vibrating with an unfathomable might that forcibly suppressed the aura of the Dark Clan Saint Blade and the Blood-Red Ruler. Both the Dark Clan Saint and Luo Sheng were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this lewd fat man possessed a treasure of such potency. However, it was still insufficient to hinder them. "Stop dawdling, you corpse demon," the Duck Emperor roared, sensing a more terrifying aura rising from the Dark Clan Saint Blade. If unleashed, it would truly be catastrophic. Enough with the nonsense. Cece leaped into the air, her arm instantaneously exuding boundless authority, transforming into a gigantic white beast's paw as if emerging from the primordial chaos, carrying an inexplicable pressure, and struck down upon the Blood-Red Ruler. Crack! The Blood-Red Ruler trembled violently under her blow, emanating an infinite sense of shattering, profound and ancient, combining with the might of the conch to shake the ruler's aura. What an opportunity! Lin Chen's expression sharpened, his eyes glimmering with icy light, as the ancient bronze sword surged with unparalleled pressure. The martial will melded into the sword, and with a single stroke, it aimed to shatter the heavens. The three great wills of the demonic path, the Buddhist path, and the killing path fused together, enveloping the bronze sword, merging with the destructive thunder, the power reverberating throughout the realm. Lin Chen's sword struck fiercely at the weakened aura of the Blood-Red Ruler, causing astonishment among the over 200 observing cultivators. Boom! The Blood-Red Ruler quivered, and the aura surging from within was violently torn apart by this strike. In that instant of tearing, Lin Chen immediately activated his freedom wings and shot towards the distance. "Cece, Duck Emperor, stop showing off!" Lin Chen shouted at Cece and the Duck Emperor, who were posing dramatically. "Haha, boss, fly towards that lake. It is our only escape route. And I have a way to block the pursuit of these two prodigies." Cece quickly transmitted her thoughts to Lin Chen, laughing heartily, a hint of excitement flickering in her demeanor. At last, they would reunite once more. The blood-red measuring rod buzzed ominously, as if it had provoked the wise entity within. Sensing a surge of wrath, the Dark Clan's Holy Sun and Luo Sheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in surprise. They had not anticipated Lin Long's formidable combat prowess. Yet, the notion of escaping from the grasp of these two unparalleled prodigies seemed utterly impossible. The chilling terror emanating from the two supreme quasi-artifacts sent shivers through Lin Chen and the great Emperor Shishiya, who wasted no time in propelling themselves at their utmost speed towards the vast white mist enveloping the Taiji tidal lake. "What shall we do?" Bai Jingxi inquired urgently, as the sudden turn of events unfolded with alarming rapidity. After all, the lake concealed horrific beasts. Following closely, the crux of this mission rested upon Lin Long. A flicker of illumination ignited within Ziqing's gaze, her eyes fixated upon the handsome youth fleeing ahead. This youth was familiar to her. Bai Jingxi and Ziqing soared into the air, pursuing the retreating figures behind them. There is no escape. The Dark Clan's Holy Sun growled, his murderous aura manifesting. The black blade suspended within the dark, golden crescent moon began to pulsate with an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding void to tremble. A colossal aura of Tao converged from all directions. With a ferocious swipe, the blade cleaved through the swirling white mist. With a thunderous sound, the heavens and earth seemed to change hue, as a chasm spanning 1,000 meters tore through the lake, slicing through the mist. A strand of terrifying blade light surged forth, embodying supreme Tao might, roaring towards the front. The unmatched aura of Tao unleashed by the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm was indeed fearsome. "Good," Luo Sheng applauded, as the blood-red measuring rod resonated with a dreadful might, clearly poised to unleash its own supreme aura of Tao. In that instant, Lin Chen, the great Emperor Yaya, Bai Jingxi, and Ziqing felt their hairs stand on end, an overwhelming sense of crisis flooding their hearts. Turning to look, they beheld a blade of light that seemed eternal, cleaving through the great lake and the mist, advancing towards them. With a single stroke, all things were annihilated, leaving nothing in its wake. "By the heavens, we are doomed," the great Emperor Yaya exclaimed, his plump frame tensing as he cursed in a fit of panic. "Demon, unleash your power forthwith. If you delay, I shall command you to act." Without hesitation, Shishi unleashed a tremendous pressure, transforming himself into a figure of sovereign might. He bellowed at the tranquil lake, "Arise quickly, shield our forms." His command resonated like a decree, crashing down into the lake with the force of thunder. Instantly, the placid waters within 100 miles began to roil violently. Within the depths, a haunting growl reverberated, and an immense wall of ice surged upwards, shimmering with ethereal light, forming a protective barrier over the lake's surface. With a resounding boom, the unparalleled blade of divine might struck the ice wall, producing a tremendous explosion that shattered the structure into countless shards, which then sank into the lake. Yet, the overwhelming force was ultimately thwarted. Beijing Temple and Ziqing were left in shock, and upon glancing down, they beheld the vast lake enveloped in dense white mist, where a colossal beast subtly emerged, exuding an aura of supreme dominance. How could this young man command such a ferocious creature? Beijing Temple's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Who exactly was Linlong? To possess such terrifying power? Thank you for holding them off. We shall discuss matters later, Shishi stated without further ado, swiftly darting into the thick fog. The Duck Emperor, observing Shishi's retreating figure, muttered under his breath, "What a flamboyant creature." However, the immense beast in the lake let out a low growl that startled him, prompting a swift retreat to follow suit. As Lin Chun watched the figures of Duck Emperor and Shishi disappear, warmth flooded his heart. He never anticipated such an outcome. The feeling of reuniting after such a prolonged separation stirred a passionate fervor within him. Had they not arrived, he might have unleashed his holy breath by now. Fortune seemed to favor him this time, especially with the presence of divine herbs in play. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips. He had made a mental note of this enmity. The Dark Clan's holy son unleashed a thread of unparalleled might, wielding immense power with Luo Shang by his side. Even with Lin Chun and his companions, escape seemed implausible. The strength represented by the 10th position on the immortal rankings was formidable indeed. Had it not been for his suppressed cultivation, Lin Long could have easily dispatched them in an instant. Suddenly, the massive ice wall and the ominous roar emerging from the lake caused the expressions of the two prodigies to shift dramatically. What was transpiring? Over 200 prodigies jumped in surprise, bewildered by the unfolding scene. The chilling roar that resonated moments ago sent shivers down their spines, leaving them in a state of disarray. They lamented Lin Long and his companions, trapped in a dire situation, their misfortune compounded by the terrifying beast lurking in the lake. Indeed, it was a manifestation of karmic retribution. Even the wild child Lin Long could face his downfall. Surely, the esteemed Ziqing and Beijing Temple would emerge unscathed, as fortune always favored those of their caliber. Amidst the hazy white mist, a terrifyingly tall shadow flickered into view, radiating an intensely ferocious aura that enveloped the two prodigies and the over 200 cultivators by the shore. Instantly, the cultivators trembled, sensing an overwhelming chill that ignited their panic. Who dares disturb the lords within the lake? This shall be the moment of your demise, growled the colossal beast, its form gradually emerging from the mist as the waters of the lake surged violently, and the white fog of the heavens rushed to reveal its fearsome physique. Over 200 monks were immediately struck with a profound sense of dread, their hearts thunderously tumultuous. The two prominent figures were no exception, their expressions instantly petrified. As the holy son of the seasonal beasts of the Dark Clan proclaimed, it was rumored that this entity governed the power of the four seasons, a force so formidable that even the emperors trembled in its presence. Although it had been suppressed to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, its might was not to be underestimated. His words once again sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such a terrifying existence not only spared Lin Long and his companions, but also offered them protection. Unbeknownst to all, the massive, menacing form sprawled in the lake exuded an oppressive aura akin to that of a towering mountain, instilling a sense of insurmountable fear among the assembled cultivators. The expression of Luo Shang darkened as well. With the emergence of the seasonal beast, how could he pursue the divine herbs in Lin Long's lake? Even he, ranked 10th on the immortal list, felt an insurmountable sensation in the presence of this ancient beast. Ha ha ha, the expressions on their faces must be more grotesque than tasting excrement. Shishi boasted arrogantly. With me, Master Shi, present, who would dare to act recklessly? Utter nonsense. They are clearly intimidated by my imperial authority, retorted the Duck Emperor. Oh, you gluttonous fool, do you wish to test the power of the seasonal beast? Shishi shot a sidelong glance, a look of absolute control on his face. The Duck Emperor's face flushed crimson, his desire to retort stifled. With a huff, he shifted his posture. reminding himself that a person of great stature should not stoop to quarreling with a mere demon. Upon utterance of the term seasonal beast, Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing exchanged a glance, each reflecting the profound shock in the other's eyes. Clearly, they were aware of the nature of this powerful entity. Well then, Shi, Duck Emperor, what brings you to this place? Lin Chen's face revealed a rare smile as he secretly transmitted a message to the two. Currently, my identity is Lin Long, do not expose me. Shi tossed his flowing hair and responded telepathically, I have long heard of your exploits. With the formidable emperor and the Taoist of the Four Seas supporting you, I surmised it must be you. I came here seeking you. Now, an obscure aura emanated from Shi, his presence at the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm suggesting significant gain since arriving in the human world. Moreover, the earlier summoning of the seasonal beast confirmed his identity. It was said to be one of the three supreme beasts among the creatures. I am here to deliver the message of the Demon Empress to the human realm. Upon mentioning the Demon Empress, the Duck Emperor's expression soured. Do you think I willingly sought you out? I am not keen on receiving a beating. Lin Chun chuckled inwardly, realizing that the plump fellow still held a grudge over the thrashing he received in the Holy Spirit continent. Nevertheless, he could not deny that the warmth of reuniting in a foreign land was truly heartening. He wondered how Xiongding, the violent king, and Lin Xiuhan were faring in the human realm. Once we brothers gather again, we shall revel in merriment and forge great achievements together, Lin Chen declared, an aura of dominance radiating from him. Your name is Cici, is it not? The silent Ziqing finally spoke, a mysterious glimmer flashing in her watery eyes. You are his younger brother. You must know where your elder brother is and how he fares. Is he well? After articulating these words, Ziqing cast a contemplative glance at Lin Chen. The devouring demon technique is reputed to be capable of altering myriad fates. Could this individual be the one who consistently conjures miracles, possibly evading the scrutiny of the battle immortal palace lord? Bai Jing Temple perceptibly noted the sudden softness in Ziqing's demeanor as she spoke, and could not suppress a moment of astonishment while gazing at the youth. Who could this elder brother be, who just moments ago had displayed such formidable prowess? Surely, his elder brother must be even more extraordinary. Are you not aware of the current state of affairs in the human realm? Do not worry, he is well. Once he has amassed sufficient power, he shall return. Cici said with an ethereal expression, playfully winking. In his absence, I can take care of you. Ziqing's gentleness vanished in an instant as she replied coolly. When I encounter your elder brother in the future, I shall relay your words to him verbatim. Cici's mouth twitched, and Lin Chen's expression mirrored his discomfort. For he was right beside them. What is the situation in this lake? It is rumored that there is a divine herb here, Lin Chen interjected. Returning to the matter at hand. The potency of such a herb should not be underestimated. Acquiring it would be a tremendous boon for my current circumstances. Bai Jing Temple's eyes gleamed with fervor as they observed the tranquil entry into the lake, knowing they were among the few who could lay claim to the divine herb. I am not certain. Let the Four Seasons celestial beast clarify, Cici remarked, closing his eyes as if to commune with the beast. Before long, a deep, resonant voice echoed ominously. This time, I protect you solely because of his exceptional circumstances. They have been momentarily deterred by me and do not dare to move. However, I cannot hold back these 200+ cultivators, along with 2 prodigies, for long. If you have questions, now is the time to ask. Cici brimmed with enthusiasm, disdainfully glancing at the rotund figure, who could do nothing but sulk under the pressure of the situation. Thank you for your benevolence, esteemed elder. I am now aware of the circumstances. May I inquire if there is indeed a divine herb here? Lin Chen asked directly, clasping his hands in respect. Bai Jing Temple and Ziqing listened intently, particularly the Duck Emperor, whose eyes sparkled with a greenish hue at the mention of the divine herb. Within the Tai Chi tidal lake lies a misty Tai Chi mountain, where a divine herb does indeed exist. However, like myself, it is innate. Only those destined may obtain it. With your current strength, do not harbor any delusions of forceful acquisition, the Four Seasons celestial beast stated. At this, the Duck Emperor's eyes glimmered even more menacingly, drool cascading from his lips as he thought, a divine herb. I must secure it. The group collectively cast disdainful glances. The Four Seasons celestial beast had already declared that only the fated could claim it, yet he remained undeterred in his excitement. Let us proceed to that mountain, then. Lin Chen spoke, receiving unanimous nods from the crowd. Just as he prepared to set forth once more, an unexpected change arose, and a sense of unease surged within him, akin to a sudden heartbeat that throbbed fiercely before subsiding. Yet it sounded a great alarm in Lin Chen's mind. The ancient bronze sword at his back trembled slightly, with flashes of lightning appearing intermittently. Instantly, Lin Chen felt a jolt. The sword's unusual movement signaled the resurgence of a calamity. As if the formidable voice of the Four Seasons celestial beast echoed in his mind, carrying a tone of warning, regardless of your identity. I must inform you that within the ethereal Tai Chi mountain ahead, a member of the Bloodslaughter clan lies concealed. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, confirming his suspicions. He immediately spoke to halt the advance of the group, relaying the situation, causing varied expressions to emerge among them. I will first employ my eye technique to ascertain the number of Bloodslaughter clan members on Tai Chi Mountain. If it is a more terrifying legion of the Bloodslaughter clan, we must take a detour. Lin Chen's demeanor was grave, despite the allure of divine herbs. The presence of a large army would pose a significant danger. Eye of the demon god, grant me vision to pierce through endless illusions. A crimson demonic eye opened on Lin Chen's forehead, instantly penetrating the boundless mist, revealing a vast lake at its center. In the midst of the lake, a colossal peak rose from the water, reaching into the boundless white fog, evoking an unmistakable sense of Tai Chi's ethereal nature, the very embodiment of Tai Chi Mountain. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Within Tai Chi Mountain, there was no overwhelming aura of blood, indicating that while a member of the Bloodslaughter clan was present, they were not numerous. Through the eye of the demon god, he discerned a single Bloodslaughter clan member seated cross-legged upon a large black and white stone, emanating an enigmatic pressure. At that moment, the Bloodslaughter clan member suddenly opened their tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth as they smiled at Lin Chen from a considerable distance. Startled, Lin Chen swiftly closed his eye of the demon god, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his expression one of shock. Lin, what was the outcome? Bai Jing Temple inquired immediately, noting Lin Chen's pallor, a sense of unease gripping him. It is not as dire as it seems. There is only one Bloodslaughter clan member. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, regaining his composure. However, this individual must be a formidable figure within the clan, possessing immense strength, as I just detected. Oof. What if they are powerful? They've been suppressed to the second transformation of the Void Immortal. I, Shi Yi, could send them flying with a single slap, Shi proclaimed with bravado. Using the eye of the demon god could have exposed me, Zi Qing interjected unexpectedly. I did not mention anything earlier. You all heard nothing, right? Regardless, with so many of us joining forces, even the 10th on the immortal ranking would be vanquished. Shi chuckled, scratching their head. Haha. Wasn't someone just saying they would slap the opponent to death? Dadi laughed gleefully. Fatty, if you keep talking, I will toss you into the lake to feed the fish. Shishi's neck flushed with anger. The absurdity of the situation was unbearable, and this annoying fatso was relentless. Lin Lung and Bai Jingxi are both eccentric characters. These two fellows are indeed a pair of lively spirits. However, Cici's assertion holds some truth. With such a singular figure in question, there is little to fear. The Four Seasons celestial beast. What level of cultivation does this individual possess that you allowed him entry? Cici inquired with a serious demeanor. The Four Seasons celestial beast is the guardian deity of this realm. How could such a being permit someone to enter? If that divine medicine fell into his hands, how would we survive? This individual was once the Supreme Emperor. The Four Seasons celestial beast interjected calmly. Cici, the Duck Emperor, Bai Jingxi, and the others were instantly struck dumb. Lin Chen's expression also shifted dramatically. The Supreme Emperor? Could this person be the one from the Judgment Clan? Just moments prior, they had conspired to unite and confront the Supreme Emperor. Yet, at that instant, the sudden voice of the Four Seasons celestial beast resonated in Lin Chen's mind. You possess the extinction ancient talisman, a nemesis to evil auras. Allow me to kindly advise you. Should you venture to the Tai Chi mysterious mountain, exercise caution. Those few words sent a tremor through Lin Chen. The extinction ancient talisman, one of the 13 ancient seals, emanates a destructive thunder, serving as a bane to malevolent energies. In past confrontations with the evil lord, even he held a deep-seated fear of the extinction ancient talisman. The Four Seasons celestial beasts claim that it is a nemesis to evil immediately enlightened Lin Chen, as if a momentous thunderclap had pierced the chaos of his thoughts. A nemesis, a nemesis. If one seeks invincibility, one must eliminate one's adversaries to attain perfection. Suddenly, Lin Shun recalled the frenzied pursuit by the Blood Clan army, a cold sweat cascading down his back. No wonder they were so enraged. They sought to annihilate their sworn enemy. Thus, it became clear that Lin Shun was the arch-nemesis of the Supreme Emperor residing at Tai Chi Mysterious Mountain. At that moment, the prior smile of the Blood Clan's Supreme Emperor, as he opened his eyes to glare at Lin Shun, resurfaced vividly in his mind, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 1138. Blood Emperor and Celestial Sun, let us depart swiftly. We must leave this place at once. Realizing the gravity of the situation and sensing that spine-chilling aura, Lin Shun shouted urgently, startling everyone. Lin, what is the matter? Bai Jingxi inquired, puzzled. That Supreme Emperor is at Tai Chi Mysterious Mountain. We have not gone there. Is there a threat here? The Duck Emperor and Cece jolted, their bodies emanating a terrifying, mysterious light as they shot off into the distance without hesitation. Don't worry about anything else. Just flee. Lin Shun bellowed, unfurling his wings of freedom, as his sense of impending danger grew immensely. However, at that instant, countless crimson pillars erupted from the surface of the lake, forming a sanguine column array. Before the Duck Emperor, Cece, Lin Shun, and the others could make their escape, the rows of blood pillars swiftly enveloped them. Lin Shun's heart sank. This is bad. A guest approaches from afar. Why not come and meet? A commanding voice resonated from the distance, instilling a sense of psychological terror in all who heard it. The countenance of Beijing Temple immediately shifted dramatically, as the profound pressure and resonant voice reverberated through their very souls, undoubtedly emanating from the Supreme Emperor of the Tai Chi Mysterious Mountain. Even the expressions of the Duck Emperor and Cece turned ashen. Below, the lake instantaneously transformed into a vast sea of crimson, as if a monstrous maw had opened, surging forth with a terrifying velocity, threatening to engulf the 5 individuals in an overwhelming tide. In a swift motion, Lin Shun and the others found themselves before the Supreme Emperor of the Blood Slaughter clan atop the Tai Chi Mysterious Mountain. Lin Shun's body tensed, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of oppression that left him drenched with cold sweat. The supernatural abilities exhibited by this Blood Slaughter clan were nothing short of otherworldly, having drawn them into this realm in the blink of an eye. Even the voice of the Supreme Emperor Beijing Temple trembled as he spoke, finally comprehending why Lin Shun had insisted they depart earlier. The presence of this Supreme Emperor had fixated upon them. Mother, for the love of all that is sacred, summon your esteemed predecessor. The Duck Emperor gazed at the youthful figure before him, his face a mask of terror, despite the amiable smile adorning the youth's visage. It induced an overwhelming pressure even upon the usually brazen and lewd figure of the corpulent man. You think I don't want to? Cece's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she regarded the young man, lamenting that the elder of the 4 seasons beast would only assist her this once. With no assurance of a second opportunity, the Duck Emperor felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly collapsing in despair. The mere presence of one Supreme Emperor was enough to instill fear, and now they faced an existence that transcended even that. Do not be alarmed, the youth, with his long, raven hair and a warm smile, spoke. The crimson light in his eyes emanated an air of crystalline nobility. You must be from the Battle Immortal Hall. You may address me as the Blood Emperor Prince. As he spoke, each word was imbued with an enigmatic power that flowed into their souls, instilling a sense of tranquility, peace, and gentility. They felt as though they were in the presence of a benevolent elder brother, devoid of the anticipated tempestuous pressure. The Duck Emperor and Cece exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility that this Supreme Emperor bore them no ill will. The anxiety they had felt moments ago began to dissipate, and a sense of relief washed over them. I have encountered the Blood Emperor Prince before. Beijing Temple was the first to regain composure. Sensing the Blood Emperor Prince's demeanor, he exhaled a sigh of relief and conveyed telepathically to Lin Shun, Brother Lin, your earlier reaction was excessive. I sense no malice from the Blood Emperor Prince. Lin Chen's expression shifted. At that moment, unexpectedly, Ziqing stepped forward and addressed the Blood Emperor Prince, esteemed one. I come in the name of the Lord of the Battle Immortal Hall to investigate the matters concerning your treacherous kin. Should you disclose the secrets, I will relay your words to the Lord, perhaps securing a glimmer of hope for your people. The reincarnation of the celestial maiden Ziqing was indeed extraordinary. The Blood Emperor, the celestial sovereign, erupted into hearty laughter, exuding an extraordinary presence as he took the initiative in confronting the Supreme Emperor. Curious about the hidden intricacies, one might wonder if you could withstand the weight of such revelations. The Blood Emperor remained remarkably gentle, alluding to secrets yet to be revealed, leaving both the Duck Emperor and the West-West White Capital Temple in deep contemplation. This Supreme Emperor truly embodies an approachable demeanor. West-West, with a sly grin, remarked, "What you say is indeed profound, esteemed elder. However, I have no desire to intrude. Might I inquire if you could allow us to depart?" Ziqing, seizing the moment, boldly faced the Blood Emperor, asserting, "I hope you comprehend the current predicament. Being trapped in this realm of fallen immortals is hardly a solution." Chuckling, the Blood Emperor suddenly extended his hand, pointing at Lin Chun, and said, "I wonder what this young brother thinks. I harbor no ill will toward you. Why then do the veins on your forehead bulge, sweat cascade, and your eyes betray a hint of murderous intent?" Lin Chun clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding, glaring intently at the Blood Emperor, retorting, "They may be unaware of your intentions, but I certainly am. Why feign innocence here?" Bai Jing Temple's expression shifted. Such words could indeed ignite the wrath of a Supreme Emperor. The Blood Emperor laughed heartily, then waved his hand, dismissing Lin Chun and addressing West-West directly. "Oh, the sacred beast, you pose a good question. In truth, if you wish to leave, it is quite simple. One must remain behind." A chill ran through the hearts of the Duck Emperor, West-West, and Bai Jing Temple. If one were to stay, it could only be Lin Chun. The thought of Lin Chun remaining to face a Supreme Emperor with murderous intent seemed utterly impossible. West-West immediately flashed a bright smile, rubbing her hands together, and said, "Esteemed elder, why must you retain us mere mortals? Instead, how about this? Your magnanimity could spare us this time. Surely, such a gracious elder would acquiesce." "I am not here to negotiate," the Blood Emperor interjected, his gentle smile concealing an undeniable authority. "I am merely informing you of your fate." The Duck Emperor, West-West, and Bai Jing Temple found themselves momentarily speechless. For some reason, the gentle words conveyed an overwhelming aura of dominance that left them unable to refute. Indeed, a Supreme Emperor need not indulge in lengthy discussions with them. Lin Chun, gazing calmly at the Blood Emperor, declared, "I shall go with you." West-West, Duck Emperor, Bai Jing Temple, Ziqing, hasten your departure from this place. The secrets at play here exceed your grasp. With resolute strides, Lin Chun moved forward, his presence as steadfast as an iron tree. The decisions of a Supreme Emperor were beyond their capacity to resist. The Duck Emperor and West-West grew frantic. How could they bear to watch Lin Chun step into the inferno? Even Bai Jing Temple was taken aback, though he remained uncertain of the unfolding events. He instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation. "Leave quickly. I am the one he seeks. This matter does not concern you," Lin Chun exclaimed fiercely, an aura of undeniable authority emanating from him. He bore the ancient talisman of destruction, marking him as the Blood Emperor's target. How could he possibly let himself go? The only option was to drive them all away, unleashing his utmost power, gambling everything to see if he could seize that slender chance of survival. Their presence here was a complete hindrance to Lin Chun. "Let us go, let us go. Move immediately," she shouted, her eyes wide with urgency. "I refuse to believe that my little brother will perish. We must leave." With a thunderous roar, she pulled Duck Emperor, preparing to depart. Though Bai Jing Si felt a pang of sorrow, he hesitated no longer and, alongside Ziqing, ascended into the air, ready to flee. "Stop!" Blood Emperor Tian Zi suddenly bellowed. The four figures froze as if struck by lightning. "What I seek is not you, but her," he declared slowly, and the words resonated like thunder. Everyone turned to see his finger pointed directly at Ziqing, and shock rippled through the crowd. Lin Chun's mind buzzed with disbelief. How could it be? The target of Blood Emperor Tian Zi was not himself, but Ziqing. Duck Emperor, Shi, and the others shared expressions of astonishment. They understood Lin Chun's intentions all too well. It was implausible that he would let this go easily, yet the Supreme Emperor's focus was on Ziqing. "This cannot be," Bai Jing Si exclaimed, as if a painful memory had been stirred. "You can take anyone, but not Ziqing. I will take her place. What qualifications do you possess?" Blood Emperor Tian Zi replied, his expression impassive. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from him, making the entire Tai Chi Miao mountain tremble. The once genteel Blood Emperor Tian Zi vanished, transforming into a primordial powerhouse whose might overshadowed the realm. With his oppressive aura, all bowed in submission. Boom, boom, boom. Duck Emperor, Shishi, Lin Shun, and Bai Jingxi felt as though they were crushed beneath an ancient mountain. This overwhelming force drove them back 10 miles, their bones seemingly shattering under the weight, as if they could be annihilated at any moment. Bai Jingxi's complexion turned pale, blood spewing forth as his heroic spirit dissipated entirely. The reincarnation of Ziqing, tied to an ancient secret. Once I possess her, I, Blood Emperor Tianzi, will carve a new path. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he embodied the Supreme Emperor, his aura commanding reverence, causing Tai Chi Miao Mountain to tremble before him. Ziqing maintained a calm demeanor, surprised that Blood Emperor Tianzi had targeted her. However, facing such an ancient being of unparalleled power, they could not contend with his authority nor escape the grim fate of being captured. Bai Jingxi clenched his fists tightly, yet, confronted with the Supreme Emperor, despite his reluctance, he felt utterly powerless. This was the chasm of strength. But could he bear to watch as Ziqing was taken away? This was a Supreme Emperor. What right did he have to snatch someone from his grasp? Bai Jingxi's fingers dug painfully into his flesh, his expression contorted with agony. Yet he could not move an inch. Before him stood the king above countless corpses of Supreme Emperors. Though in anguish, he dared not act. At this moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A figure brandishing a bronze ancient sword descended like a divine warrior, unleashing a sword strike imbued with thunderous radiance towards the imposing Blood Emperor, whose very presence reverberated through the heavens and earth. This audacious individual was none other than Lin Shun. Amidst the astonished gazes at Beijing Temple, Lin Shun dared to confront a Supreme Emperor. Destined One, I harbor no ill will towards you, yet you seem intent on seeking your own demise, remarked the Blood Emperor, standing with arms crossed, displaying utter disdain for Lin Shun's assault. The terrifying pressure emanating from him formed an invisible domain, dominating the surroundings. Lin Shun's strike felt as though it had struck an impenetrable barrier, rendering him suspended in midair, unable to advance despite exerting all his strength. This was the magnitude of the authority held by a Supreme Emperor. The expressions at Beijing Temple shifted dramatically. How could Lin Shun be so reckless as to challenge a Supreme Emperor? Only the Duck Emperor and Cece comprehended the situation. How could Lin Shun abandon that woman? Humph. Blood Emperor, although you are a Supreme Emperor, you are likely constrained by the restrictions of the fallen immortals, possessing only the strength of a mere virtual immortal in the second transformation. Lin Shun remained unperturbed, his voice booming. Otherwise, would you still be engaging in such idle chatter with us? The Blood Emperor regarded Lin Shun with a cold gaze, the pressure radiating from him capable of upheaving the world. Do you realize whom you are attempting to assassinate? A Supreme Emperor. His piercing eyes locked onto Lin Shun's, and he spoke each word with the weight of mountains. A Supreme Emperor embodies absolute power and strength across the mortal realm. For instance, the madman Meng, who descended with an avatar, effortlessly slaughtered a member of the demon god organization, which dared not utter a single word. Such is the essence of a Supreme Emperor, transcending ordinary emperors. The emergence of an emperor is enough to stir the four corners of the world, compelling countless beings to bow in submission. What audacity! A mere virtual immortal in the second transformation dares to challenge a Supreme Emperor. Lin Shun, do not let your arrogance exceed its limits. Beijing Temple quaked with trepidation. Who would possess the audacity to confront such power? The repercussions would be dire. To attain the status of a Supreme Emperor is exceedingly challenging. What gives you the courage and confidence to challenge him? Suddenly, Lin Shun erupted in raucous laughter, exuding an indomitable spirit. What if you are a Supreme Emperor? You may be the king of heaven, but I, Lin Shun, shall cleave you with a single strike. As his voice resonated, a terrifying divine light surged forth from the ancient bronze sword, reminiscent of primordial forces capable of tearing apart chaos. With a single sweep of the sword, he maneuvered fluidly amidst the overwhelming pressure, breaking free from its grasp. The Blood Emperor's expression faltered, fixated on Lin Shun's sword with intense scrutiny. What is the origin of this sword? Come with me. Lin Shun charged forward, hair billowing, his outstretched hand reaching for the figure of Ziqing. However, the violet blue gaze suddenly fixed upon Lin Shun with unwavering determination. Who are you to dare challenge the Supreme Emperor for my sake? If you refuse to reveal your identity, I shall never leave. With a swift motion, she evaded Lin Shun's grasp, refusing to be captured. What manner of person would confront a supreme emperor out of love? Even the esteemed Beijing Temple would not possess such audacity. This individual, whom she had scarcely met, would go to such alarming lengths for her. Do you truly believe it possible to snatch someone from my grasp? The Blood Emperor spoke coolly, his voice, though calm, instilled an undeniable dread in those who heard it. Leave. Lin Chun glared fiercely, transmitting his voice to Ziqing with a commanding shout. If you wish to avoid being seen taken by me, depart immediately. Should you choose to flee, I promise I will ensure Lin Chun seeks you out. Ziqing, momentarily taken aback by his fierce and menacing gaze, nodded solemnly. Her violet figure swiftly shot into the sky. Attempt to flee? The Blood Emperor smirked coldly, and suddenly, countless streams of bloodlight surged from his form. This crimson glow hung above him like a blood sun, enveloping the entire Taiji Miao mountain in its hue. A celestial phenomenon. Beijing Temple and the Duck Emperor were utterly astonished. Could even a supreme emperor, suppressed to the second transformation of the void immortal, wield such terrifying power? While I am here, you shall not capture her. Lin Chun brandished his bronze ancient sword, standing fearlessly before the Blood Emperor. Even though she no longer recognized him, he could not bear to watch her come to harm. The memory of her demise before his eyes lingered as the final moment. Buddhas shall be slain. Gods shall be vanquished. What does it matter if he is a supreme emperor? Chapter 1140. United as one, I am Lin Chun. Hurry and take her away. Lin Chun bellowed at Cece and the others. Damn it. He has stolen all the thunder, the Duck Emperor muttered, gazing at Lin Chun's defiant silhouette, incredulous at his audacity. Stop wasting time. We must swiftly escort Ziqing away from here, Cece huffed, and immediately followed Ziqing, speeding away into the distance. Beijing Temple cast a silent glance at Lin Chun's back, remaining unvoiced, his fists clenched tightly, as he also hurried onward. The bloodlight engulfed the mountain. With a force akin to the might of a celestial being, the Blood Emperor unleashed a punch toward Lin Chun, carrying an invisible power that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as though a child of destiny had descended, subduing all. The might of that punch was sufficient to sweep across the world, obliterating all in its path. The existence of a supreme emperor, even when their strength was suppressed to the second transformation of the void immortal, had an understanding of martial arts that traced back to its very essence. Each movement possessed the power to upheave the cosmos. With a singular strike, Lin Chun unleashed his most formidable technique, merging the three great martial wills into one. The ancient bronze sword, imbued with an aura of divinity, cleaved through the air, descending upon the heavenly sun's divine fist. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of the surroundings. The Blood Emperor, soaring to the heavens, exuded an overwhelming aura. Impressive, yet dare you challenge me with such triviality? If that is the case, you, the fated one, shall meet your demise. All beings bowed in reverence. The heavenly sun commanded the primordial realm. The Blood Emperor launched another punch, a simple but decisive blow aimed directly at Lin Chun's brow. The fist seemed to herald the arrival of the sovereign, guiding the path of righteousness. Instantly, Lin Chun's body was enveloped in a cold sweat, as if his very soul trembled, destined to become a subject of the emperor. Compelled to submit, should the heavenly sun decree his death, he would have no choice but to comply. In a moment of desperation, Lin Chun activated the unity of man and weapon, channeling the might of the Xianshang King Tower to its fullest potential. The essence of the Tao surged forth, bestowing him with formidable power. Yet, with a single punch, Lin Chun was violently expelled from the Xianshang King Tower, blood gushing from his mouth. The tower itself seemed to shatter under the impact, its brilliance dimming, leaving Lin Chun's consciousness reeling. The profound artifact suffered immense damage, and Lin Chun's own body was gravely wounded. It could be said that this seemingly simple punch had sealed his fate. Youngster, you remain blissfully unaware of your insignificance. The Blood Emperor remarked impassively. Were I not restrained, my mere presence, combined with the forces of heaven and earth, could obliterate 100 of your kind in an instant. He approached step by step, bloodlight flickering in his hand, poised to end Lin Chun's life. Coughing violently, Lin Chun expelled several mouthfuls of blood. His gaze locked onto the Blood Emperor. Do you truly believe my abilities are so limited? Avatar, manifest. With a decisive gesture, Lin Chun summoned forth a surge of white light, revealing a duplicate of himself, a young man exuding the aura of the first realm of the virtual immortal stage. Having absorbed an abundance of the blood essence from the slaughtered blood clan, coupled with his own insights, Lin Chen's strength ascended with astonishing rapidity. Now on par with his original form. What sorcery is this? Such a remarkable technique, indistinguishable from the original. The Blood Emperor was taken aback, yet soon wore a nonchalant smile. But what of it? The Avatar's power is destined to falter. He unleashed another punch, causing the heavens to dim and all creation to sink into despair, a fist that threatened to annihilate everything. As the holy breath Lin Chen emerged, he activated the holy court, which consumed countless rays of light, transforming into the primordial essence of existence, and descended with great force. A thunderous clash ensued, propelling both holy breath Lin Chen and the Blood Emperor backward. Lin Chen was pushed back a full mile, while the Blood Emperor staggered 3 steps, a feat sufficient to astonish him. How is it possible that the Avatar's strength surpasses that of the original? The Blood Emperor's face was a mask of astonishment. Though he was an unparalleled emperor, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Lin Chen regarded the Blood Emperor coldly, his body swiftly recovering from its injuries. It appears that the secrets you possess are not merely abundant. The ancient characters of annihilation and the enigmatic ancient sword, along with the mysterious Avatar, spoke the Blood Emperor, who slowly declared, "Acquiring what you possess will greatly benefit me. It seems that heaven is on my side. You, the reincarnation of the purple-blue fairy, will not escape." With a decisive stride, the entire Tai Chi mysterious mountain reverberated, while the waters of the surrounding lakes surged violently. The sky became shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roiled, causing the very fabric of the world to shift. Every move I execute is a pursuit of the original essence. How could you, a mere ephemeral immortal, contend with this? The Blood Emperor once again unleashed his divine fist, descending with tremendous force, roaring, "Break!" This strike transformed into the Emperor himself, intent on dismantling all illusions beneath his dominion. The holy breath, Lin Chen, let out a tremendous roar and once more summoned the holy court, sitting atop it. The ancient intentions surged forth, merging with the holy court, pressing towards suppression. Boom! Under the weight of this fist, the holy court was shattered, and holy breath Lin Chen was forcefully thrust backward, spewing blood, rolling onto the ground, suffering considerable injury. Holy breath Lin Chen was no match for the Blood Emperor. Ants are ultimately just ants. You cannot escape, neither can the purple-blue. The Blood Emperor stated calmly, his form enveloped in an infinite blood light, standing as the sole entity within this sanguine realm, his expression remaining largely unchanged. This was an absolute mastery, one from which no one could flee. Is that so? Lin Chen replied with a cold smile, rising alongside holy breath Lin Chen. A formidable aura surged from both, their eyes radiating a fierce light that enveloped the Blood Emperor. The Blood Emperor regarded them with indifferent eyes. In an instant, an intense white light erupted around Lin Chen and holy breath Lin Chen, completely shrouding them. United as one, I am Lin Chen. 2 distinct voices resonated simultaneously, becoming the sole ancient sound in existence at that moment. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted fiercely from the white light. Lin Chen's figure emerged from within, draped in a deep, dark robe, his chest exposed, revealing grotesque scars that emanated a chilling aura of death. At this moment, the power radiating from him was incomparably stronger than that of the previous Lin Chen. With every gesture, an air of absolute dominion exuded, striking awe into the hearts of onlookers. He had fully integrated holy breath Lin Chen into his being. The Blood Emperor could no longer maintain his composure, his face etched with disbelief as he beheld this scene. This individual had fused with his avatar, enhancing his own strength. What was this phenomenon? I have never slain an unparalleled great emperor. This declaration erupted from Lin Chen's throat like a furious roar. In an instant, his figure shot forth, exuding a killing intent that pierced the heavens. Chapter 1141. A startling transformation, the combined form of Lin Chen emanated an overwhelming aura, significantly more potent than before. With a powerful thrust of his wings, the ebony feathers surged forth, propelling him towards the Blood Emperor with the swiftness of an arrow. He unleashed a punch of unimaginable force. You increasingly pique my interest, the Blood Emperor chuckled coldly, his crimson eyes unleashing 2 beams of blood light, plunging the world into darkness. 2 massive blood-red swords cleaved through the void, descending upon Lin Chen with lethal intent. This strike targeted the very essence of existence. A blood sword aimed at the heavens, The essence of this attack merely hinted at the profound truths of the universe, drawing upon the celestial forces. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted. Bellowing, wings of devour, fanned forth. An overwhelming tide of devouring power swept across the heavens. As his words echoed, his wings trembled, unleashing an infinite tempest of dark, consuming winds that engulfed the realm. The power in this domain diminished in an instant, and the once mighty blood swords lost their ferocity. When Lin Chen brandished his ancient bronze sword, it shattered the air in layers. You possess the sacred vein body. The Blood Emperor seemed to grasp something. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face. No wonder you wield such peculiar techniques. It appears you have comprehended something profound. Long ago, the Blood Celestial Demon Lord was renowned across the ages, known to all. You have realized this too late. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen invoked the heavenly Saint King seal, forming intricate hand gestures. From within the dark tempest of devouring winds surged an overwhelming white light. His aura erupted like a volcano, layers upon layers rising in intensity. His power surged tenfold, each movement tearing through the fabric of space. Ancient Sacred Court, I command you to suppress. As the tenfold King seal activated, the Sacred Court expanded to an immense magnitude, exuding the ancient laws of the cosmos. Lin Chen sat upon the Sacred Court, pointing towards it as he directed its might to crush the Blood Emperor. What does it matter if your power is enhanced tenfold? Even at this level, you remain no match for me. The Blood Emperor roared, his form flickering with countless golden runes as the forces of the universe descended. In that moment, he had fully transformed into the Emperor. From the moment I was born, I am the Emperor. All things bow before me. Every word I utter is a decree of heaven, and all paths heed my summons. When the immortal road opens for me, I shall stride forth and mock the heavens. In an instant, the Blood Emperor unleashed the terrifying divine fist of the Emperor, comprehending its profound essence. In mere moments, he embodied the ancient will of the Emperor descending to the mortal realm, destined for immortality. This was the inevitable conclusion. He was the Son of Heaven, favored by the divine, the only one capable of defying the celestial will and still receiving its grace. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient Sacred Court Lin Chen conjured directly suppressed the Blood Emperor. The ancient will of the Sacred Court clashed violently with the will of the divine fist, sending shockwaves reverberating across the Tai Chi mysterious mountain, shaking the very foundations of the world. The Holy Court was born before the chaos, and the rulers of the four corners trembled. Lin Chen let out a furious roar, and at that moment, countless voices of chanting erupted throughout the Holy Court. Within its confines, myriad shadows emerged, imbued with an ancient fierceness, akin to celestial warriors. Realizing this transformation, Lin Chen bellowed as he tapped into the divine energy birthed from the explosion of Shi Ming's essence amidst his battle against the Blood Emperor. The overwhelming divine energy surged through Lin Chen's mind, causing his golden consciousness to tremble like a mountain within his body. This immense divine energy was harnessed by Lin Chen, continuously coalescing until it forcibly formed a divine root. Upon the formation of this divine root, Lin Chen experienced an enlightening sensation, as if the heavens and earth around him had suddenly illuminated. He could feel the surging divine energy in this land of fallen immortals, akin to an ocean of stars. The miniature figure of sacred breath within his dantian, as anticipated, rapidly coalesced into a perfect replica of Lin Chen, capable of manifesting a clone. In an instant, he underwent a qualitative leap, his momentum surging once more. As he evolved into the celestial warriors, Lin Chen ascended to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, unleashing a powerful roar. At that moment, the myriad figures within the Holy Court solidified into reality, transforming the vast sanctuary into a legion of 100,000 celestial soldiers. These celestial warriors shouted in unison, their collective roar resonating like a primordial tempest, shaking the very foundations of the four realms. In that instant, they overwhelmed the Blood Emperor's divine fist with astonishing force. The power unleashed was nothing short of extraordinary, shattering the will contained within the Emperor's strike, causing it to tremble incessantly. The Blood Emperor, unable to withstand the onslaught, staggered back several paces, his expression reflecting sheer incredulity. How could it be? I am the Supreme Emperor, and though my strength is suppressed to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, how could a mere second transformation dare to challenge me? I am the Supreme Emperor, not a mere insect to be desecrated. Fury ignited within the Blood Emperor, his countenance darkening as the might of the Supreme Emperor summoned the forces of heaven and earth. Provoking the Emperor's wrath could only lead to one outcome: death. The Blood Emperor unleashed a ferocious punch towards Lin Shan, a blow that filled Lin Shan's ears with a deafening roar, causing his entire being to tremble. His spirit quaked, and his legs instinctively bent, as if compelled to submit beneath the overwhelming pressure. This punch embodied the Blood Emperor's profound understanding of the grand principles, delivering a primordial will that sought to shatter eternity. It was indeed a decisive strike, a singular point of origin, within the realm of martial arts. All could be rendered into that singularity. As Lin Shan's eyes abruptly opened, an immense brilliance erupted from within him. He curled his fingers, summoning the three great martial wills: the will of devouring, the will of the holy court, and the will of the hand of heaven, all surging forth with remarkable vigor, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The Blood Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. I have grown from adversity. I have survived in despair. No one in this world can obstruct my pursuit of the path to becoming the Supreme Emperor, he declared. Lin Shan bellowed fiercely, and the point of origin suddenly materialized. This point, no larger than a fingernail, vibrated with an invisible force, spreading like a tempest through the void, causing numerous boulders on the Tai Chi misty mountain to shatter. With a flick of his finger, he launched this force towards the Blood Emperor's mightiest punch. A thunderous explosion resounded across the Tai Chi misty mountain, sending the waters of the surrounding lakes erupting skyward in a cataclysmic display. The very fabric of the void within a mile radius buckled and collapsed, and the Blood Emperor found himself ensnared within this void, shattering, one arm embedded amidst the debris, his disheveled hair framing a visage stained with blood. Lin Shan's aura remained resplendent, though a wave of powerlessness surged within him. Yet, he persevered, suppressing this feeling. To allow his momentum to falter would mean sharing the same fate as the Blood Emperor, or perhaps even worse. What of the Supreme Emperor? At this moment, have I not laid him low before me? Well done. You have indeed impressed me, the Blood Emperor remarked, his crimson eyes fixed on Lin Shan. To defeat a mere ant such as myself is no small feat. Thus, you are commendable, the king amongst ants. Suddenly, the Blood Emperor's countenance twisted in rage. But I am the Supreme Emperor, a divine progeny. No one can vanquish me. With a violent tug, he wrenched his right arm free, only to hear a sickening crack as the remnants of the void tore it asunder, blood gushing forth from the severed limb, imbued with arcane power. He yearned to annihilate the one who had brought him such profound humiliation. Yet, he had reached his limit, collapsing into unconsciousness, his head bowed. Sprawled upon the shards of the void, his breath extinguished. The illustrious Supreme Emperor had been subdued to the second transformation of the void immortal and was nonetheless defeated by Lin Shan. At last, Lin Shan exhaled in relief. This battle had undoubtedly been his most formidable, as he had never before encountered a challenge among his peers at the second transformation of the void immortal. Not even the Supreme Emperor could evade mortality. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Shan's eyes as he strode boldly to stand before the Blood Emperor. The ancient bronze sword erupted with terrifying electric energy, and he swung it fiercely towards the Blood Emperor's head. Suddenly, the Blood Emperor, who had bowed his head, lifted it abruptly, his face contorting into a pitch-black visage, twisted and malevolent. He roared at Lin Shan, resembling a demon caught in a sinister laughter. Lin Shan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 1142. Asphyxiation. The Blood Emperor, now invaded by malevolent energy, let out a sinister laugh. In an instant, his figure flickered, and he unleashed a punch towards Lin Shan with ferocious intent. The forces of the universe surged, boiling with the might of his strike, which was terrifyingly potent. Lin Shan's expression changed dramatically. The Blood Emperor, after succumbing to corruption, had grown even stronger. He swiftly retreated, summoning countless devouring storms that whirled forth, attempting to disrupt the cosmic energies once more. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The punch brutally shattered all the devouring storms, hurtling straight towards Lin Shan's brow. Sanctuary, protect me. Lin Shan bellowed, invoking the sanctuary in an instant, enveloping himself in its power. Countless celestial warriors sang with fury within, shaking the very fabric of the void. With a resounding crash, the punch descended with overwhelming force. Lin Shan's countenance shifted drastically as he witnessed the sanctuary being forcefully shattered by the impact. his body flung into the air by the sheer might. Kill! 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 The Blood Emperor's voice reverberated with supreme malice as he appeared before Lin Chun, his hand morphing into an unparalleled evil blade, striking down fiercely towards Lin Chen's midsection. Ancient 6-character mantra, suppress him. Lin Chun summoned the ancient charm from the mysterious monarch tower, activating the virtuous Buddha seal. 6 golden mountains inscribed with the character for Buddha materialized, crashing down upon the Blood Emperor. With a thunderous roar, the Blood Emperor's visage contorted in agony. Under the pressure of the Buddha's radiance, this malevolent entity was severely impacted. Utilize the extinction charm and suppress this malevolence. At that moment, the Blood Emperor seemed to regain a sliver of consciousness. If he were to be entirely consumed by the dark energy, he would shatter the celestial seals, unleashing a cataclysmic disaster. His expression fluctuated wildly, one moment a sinister grin, the next a visage of torment, followed by furious roars. Lin Chen was taken aback by his words. If fully controlled by the dark energy, the Blood Emperor could indeed breach the celestial seals. Once unleashed, the Blood Emperor would instantly ascend to the rank of a supreme deity. Without restraints, Lin Chen would appear no more significant than an insect before him, crushed under the weight of his authority. Very well, Lin Chen acquiesced decisively. The ancient bronze sword began to emanate unparalleled destructive thunder. With a swift motion, a terrifying torrent of annihilating thunder erupted forth, enveloping the Blood Emperor, who was trapped beneath the 6 golden mountains inscribed with Buddha. Ah! Countless cries of anguish erupted as waves of dark energy were obliterated under the extinction charm, turning to ash. Yet, the vanishing of this malevolence brought excruciating pain, akin to having one's tongue forcibly extracted. The radiance of Buddha continues to illuminate. And after a full half-hour, the destructive thunder finally dissipated, allowing the Blood Emperor to awaken from his state of malevolence. Ultimately, the Supreme Emperor remains unparalleled. Although he was vanquished by Lin Chen, who was beneath his level, he swiftly regained much of his strength. To Lin Chen's surprise, the current version of you is undoubtedly far superior to the Blood Celestial Demon Sovereign of the past. The Blood Emperor gazed at Lin Chen, offering a wry smile, stating that it seems the era of chaos has indeed arrived. A being of the holy pulse body, yet possessing the ancient character of destruction, is fulfilling the heavenly mandate. Lin Chen did not respond to this statement. Instead, he regarded the Blood Emperor and inquired about the matter of the Blood Clan's treachery. What, he wondered, is truly at stake? If I am not mistaken, the Blood Clan from the fallen immortal land has been assimilated by demons, on the verge of becoming slaves to them. Do you intend to ally with the demons, thus condemning your clan? This was Lin Chen's most plausible conjecture. There had been a cataclysm of demons on the sacred spirit continent, and this rebellion of the Blood Clan was likely rooted in that very calamity. You are mistaken. Quite the contrary, the Blood Emperor retorted with a cold laugh. If I desired to fall into darkness as a demon, why would I seek your assistance in annihilating those malevolent beings? It is precisely because the Blood Clan has collectively succumbed to the demons that I have chosen to rebel. Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly. If even one of the 5 great races, the Blood Clan, could be assimilated into demons, what unfathomable power must those demons possess? Furthermore, the Blood Emperor's reasoning was entirely logical and devoid of fault. If the Blood Clan willingly embraced their demonic transformation, they would not be so easily spared. An army would have been dispatched long ago to eradicate them. The demons possess such formidable strength that they can assimilate even the Blood Clan, Lin Chen pondered. Having never encountered any documentation on demons in the human realm, this suggested that demons were not an ancient, fearsome power, but rather a little-known and peculiar race. Their might was unimaginable. The Blood Emperor seemed to have recalled something. Inhaling sharply, they are a race devoid of humanity, their eyes filled only with slaughter and destruction. Even the Blood Clan cannot compare. Lin Chen fell into silence. If the demon race were to unleash a catastrophe, it would indeed spell the true end of the world. The Blood Emperor's voice echoed like a wraith in the darkness, proclaiming that their assimilation of the Blood Clan is an absolute conspiracy. This implies that, in this tumultuous era, the demon race is poised to undertake astonishing actions that will plunge the world into genuine chaos. Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly, for the Blood Emperor's words had touched upon something profoundly terrifying, far beyond what he could presently endure. Regaining his composure, he calmly asked, as the Supreme Emperor, "You must know who leads these demons, do you not? who possesses the power to assimilate the entire blood clan into demons. Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued by this inquiry. The demonic race assimilates the blood clan, but who is that person? Who possesses such formidable power? It is only upon entering this mortal realm that Lin Chen gradually becomes aware of the immense strength of these races. The matters concerning the demonic race are far too overwhelming. It would be more prudent to directly inquire of the individual in charge, after which he could leave the matter to his nefarious master. How it is to be handled would then depend on the old man in the long robe. That person is terrifying. It is he who has made all of this a reality, the orchestrator of the demonic race's current conspiracy. The Blood Emperor slowly spoke. His name is. His voice abruptly halted, for at that moment, an ancient aura surged forth, seemingly emerging from the primordial chaos. The Blood Emperor was visibly shaken by this force, his face betraying immense horror. This is, Lin Chen thought, as the bronze ancient coffin within his mind stirred. At this moment, the coffin glimmered with a cerulean radiance, and a lifeless voice reverberated from within. Lin Dongxi. Each syllable emerged from the ancient coffin, as if forming the singular voice of time and space. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly, and a suffocating sensation surged within him. Lin Dongxi, he is my father. Chapter 1143, Meeting Yet Unable to Love. It is rumored that the sacred body must be accompanied by a treasure. And indeed, the rumors hold true. The Blood Emperor, sensing the earlier aura, felt turmoil within his heart. What kind of treasure resides within this individual? And how extraordinarily powerful could it be? Lost in thought, the Blood Emperor nodded upon hearing the name uttered by the treasure. Indeed, this person is called Lin Dongxi, a recently emerged mysterious powerhouse, whose cultivation is fearsome. A look of lingering dread appeared on the Blood Emperor's face. Lin Chen's complexion turned ashen in an instant. The supreme leader of the demonic race is, astonishingly, his father. How could this be? The demonic race is known for its propensity for slaughter and the annihilation of humanity. How could he possibly be his father? Even if the bronze ancient coffin claims this. Could it truly be correct? No, it cannot be. Lin Chen's voice resembled a feral roar, startling the Blood Emperor. It cannot be my father, at most. It is merely a name shared. Lin Chen's chest heaved violently, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon the Blood Emperor, exuding an indescribable aura of malice. Do you know what that person's Tao is? I do not know, replied the Blood Emperor, perplexed. For I am far from being able to compel him to reveal his great path. Lin Chen took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, his face regaining its composure. He thought to himself, Lin Dongxi, that man cannot be my father. It is simply a coincidence of names. Why deceive yourself? The bronze ancient coffin sneered. Perhaps he is indeed your father, Lin Chen. One must consider all possibilities. Have you not thought? What if he is your father? Enough. Lin Chen interjected sharply, a cold smile gracing his lips. It cannot be. Do not attempt to sow discord and confuse me. If he were my father, you would have long been his possession. The hollow sound of the ancient bronze coffin remains void, for in this world, no one can capture me. Lin Chen, indifferent to the bronze coffin, turned his gaze toward the Blood Emperor, inquiring about the current predicament. Now that the situation has escalated to this point, with no place for you within this realm, what shall you do? The Blood Emperor replied calmly, the land of immortal fall is but an entrance to an ancient battlefield. I have long anticipated this betrayal from my kin. Then why did you not eliminate me before, instead opting to capture Ziqing? What does she involve? Lin Chen posed a question that had lingered in his mind. Ziqing is the reincarnation of the ancient Ziqing fairy, revered in antiquity as a celestial being. A female emperor surpassing even the supreme emperors. She possesses the Ziqing immortal mansion, known to all, yet it requires her reincarnation as the key to unlock it. The Blood Emperor continued, his gaze intense. If I can obtain the Ziqing immortal mansion, then surely there will be a place for me in this world. Is that so? Then what about the world at large? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked the Blood Emperor, is the ancient battlefield perilous? Not merely perilous. Among those transcending the supreme emperors who enter, only 1 in 100 survives. The Blood Emperor gazed skyward, his voice ethereal. Were it not for my current predicament, I would never venture into that ancient battlefield. Lin Chen smirked. Then what shall become of your kin who rebel alongside you? Shall they be annihilated as well? The Blood Emperor fell silent, clearly recognizing that at this juncture, He could only look after his own interests. I have a plan that could turn the tides, Lin Chen stated nonchalantly, and offer you a rebirth. Even if the ancient powers of the demon clan seek you, they will be unable to locate you. The Blood Emperor was taken aback. What method? He, a supreme emperor, wondered how Lin Chen could possibly possess such knowledge. Yet, considering the treasures Lin Chen bore, it was not entirely implausible. A flash of white light enveloped Lin Chen as he summoned his sacred breath once more. His previously overwhelming aura now diminished. The method involves me creating a clone akin to this, which will merge with my thoughts and consciousness. At critical moments, I will also be able to incorporate you into my being. Lin Chen observed the Blood Emperor's changing expression, stating blandly, I can pledge an oath that I will not incorporate you more than 3 times. As for your kin, you may bring them into your own little world, provided your true self remains undetected. Such audacity. Lin Chen's boldness was indeed remarkable, as he sought to transform the Blood Emperor into his own pawn, effectively claiming a supreme emperor as his subordinate. This is too much, the Blood Emperor replied coldly, unable to fathom Lin Chen's audacity. However, after some contemplation, he coldly declared, I can at most agree to assist you 3 times, and we must both swear an oath to keep each other's secrets, to maintain confidentiality and adherence. I am a supreme emperor. I cannot submit to one weaker than myself. Had the circumstances not been so unfavorable, the Blood Emperor would have long since dealt with Lin Chen for uttering such rebellious words. Lin Chen inwardly chuckled, realizing that the bait had indeed been taken. Without a trace of hesitation, he calmly stated, considering the situation, it seems rather advantageous. If a supreme emperor is willing to intervene thrice, then you may as well utilize this avatar. A solemn oath was exchanged between Lin Chen and the Blood Emperor. Should either party betray this agreement, they would face the wrath of divine retribution. Thus, the matter was settled. You may make use of this sacred body, and the ancient bronze sword can assist in severing the malevolent energies within you, Lin Chen declared, propelling the sacred avatar towards the Blood Emperor while bestowing upon him the bronze sword. Having ascended to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, Lin Chen found his earlier predictions validated. Each breakthrough would yield another sacred avatar. The Blood Emperor vanished into the Tai Chi Misty Mountain, enveloping it in a shroud of crimson light. Even the seasonal beasts, residing nearby, were oblivious to the events unfolding within this mystical realm. A strategy meticulously orchestrated by the Blood Emperor from the outset. Come, we have matters to attend to, Lin Chen instructed the sacred avatar, their hands once again clasping firmly in the void. In a contrasting location within Tai Chi Misty Mountain, the Duck Emperor, Cece, and Baijing Temple sat around a flickering fire. Baijing Temple wore a pensive expression, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the Duck Emperor and Cece frequently cast their gazes deep into the mountain, as if searching for something elusive. Ziqing stood atop a large stone, gazing into the ethereal, tranquil lake, its beauty both serene and enchanting. How long must we wait? There's been no sign of activity. Aren't you the successor of the treasure seeker? Show us some of your prowess, Cece scolded the Duck Emperor, frustration evident in her voice. Patience. That old monster is engaged in battle with Lin Chen. I dare not cast my spells, the Duck Emperor replied, his eyes narrowing with a grin, drool escaping his lips. The divine medicine is mine. Do you not care about your friend? Baijing Temple, unable to contain himself, interjected in a hushed tone. What concern is it? He won't die? A violent man's demise would be for the best, retorted Baijing Temple. At that moment, a voice, laced with mirth, echoed through the air. I have returned. Upon hearing this voice, Ziqing abruptly turned, her beautiful eyes locking onto Lin Chen, a glimmer of hope shimmering within her azure gaze. Are you unharmed? Baijing Temple exclaimed upon noticing Lin Chen's somewhat diminished aura, his heart swelling with joy, recognizing that the ordeal with the Blood Emperor had concluded. Yet he was puzzled. If Lin Chen could defeat someone of the Blood Emperor's caliber, just how formidable was his power? It is all well. The Blood Emperor and I have forged an alliance. We shall not provoke him, and he, in turn, will not disturb us, Lin Chen explained the situation, disregarding the Duck Emperor and Cece, as he placed a reassuring hand on Baijing Temple's shoulder, earnestly advising him to remain unperturbed. Baijing Si was taken aback. Before he could finish his words, Lin Chen had already approached Ziqing, his expression earnest as he declared, I have accomplished what I promised you. Ziqing was momentarily stunned, but soon sensed another presence approaching. She turned her gaze to see Lin Chun, clad in a flowing black robe, emerging from behind a large rock. His face bore the marks of hardship and resolve, and the scars on his chest, intricately intertwined and slightly sunken, emanated an aura of mortality. His shoulders seemed to carry an even greater weight, yet at that moment, they appeared to radiate newfound strength. Upon his arrival, both Shishi and Duck Emperor were momentarily struck dumb, unable to fathom the unfolding scene. Familiar faces, familiar forms. Qingro, I have finally seen you again. Lin Chen spoke, his lips and entire being trembling involuntarily. You scoundrel! Ziqing exclaimed, her eyes swollen and misty. She suddenly threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace, her delicate arms wrapping tightly around his neck, the sounds of her sobs echoing through the air. The proud Ziqing found herself unable to contain her emotions upon reuniting with Lin Chen. The longing that had consumed her day and night erupted like a volcano, unleashing all the feelings she had hidden away. Brother, take care, Lin Chen said, looking at the dazed Bai Jingxi. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying little else. Lin Chun then turned, presenting his back to Ziqing and Saint Breath Lin Chun, and walked toward the lakeside. A gust of wind swept through, tousling Lin Chen's hair. Duck Emperor and Shishi were utterly bewildered by the current situation and could not resist rushing forward to seek clarification. They understood that Lin Long was undoubtedly Lin Chun, but how could another figure, identical to him, suddenly emerge? However, their inquiry faltered, leaving their words unspoken. They clearly observed the face, once resolute and unyielding, now etched with profound anguish. A visage that had faced the Supreme Emperor without fear, now filled with a deep, crumpled sorrow. That was indeed Saint Breath Lin Chun, not himself. Why must they meet, yet remain apart in love? Chapter 1144. Divine Medicine, how did you come to know him? Ziqing, regaining her composure, recognized that her encounter with Lin Chun was merely fleeting. She was acutely aware of the significance of the sacred pulse body being exposed in the human realm. In a sense, their meeting was miraculous. Having known him in the human realm, we have endured numerous experiences together, Lin Chen replied, his understanding with Saint Breath Lin Chen profound. He had long since prepared his words and smiled softly. However, your opportunities to meet him are limited. You know as well as I that every additional exposure poses greater danger. I understand, Ziqing replied, her eyes filled with a gentle softness that drew attention. I have time, I can wait. Lin Chen's heart momentarily stuttered, yet he maintained his composure, merely smiling as he continued. I have gathered substantial information regarding the Blood Clan incident. The entire affair is linked to the Demon Clan. At this juncture, Lin Chen's expression turned serious. I must return to the sect immediately to report this matter. Ziqing, with remarkable decisiveness, turned to Bai Jingxi and inquired if he would accompany her. Her interest in divine elixirs had waned, or perhaps this was merely a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Chun. Bai Jingxi, still in a state of stupor, responded with a soft exclamation and nodded. This was the first time Lin Chun had encountered a somewhat valiant man. Yet fatigue and a hint of anguish were now etched upon his features. The emergence of the Supreme Emperor, Shengxi Lin Chun, had inflicted a profound psychological impact upon him. As Ziqing and Bai Jingxi departed, Lin Chun was left in the company of the Duck Emperor and Cece. Haha, they have finally left. Now is the time for this emperor to shine. The Duck Emperor interjected, laughing heartily, then turned to Lin Chun with caution. Lin Chun, I warn you. Should you dare to assault me again, I will truly turn against you. The Duck Emperor emphasized his point thrice. Lin Chun found this amusing. It appeared that this fellow from the Holy Spirit continent had been intimidated by his previous encounter, especially after being thoroughly bested by Lin Chun for an entire day and night. The thought of having pummeled this rotund individual was rather satisfying. Cece, with a look of disdain, declared, against someone as despicable as you, there is no need for my brother to intervene. I, Cece, will handle you myself. The Duck Emperor, unyielding, retorted, what can you do to me, aside from targeting my vulnerable areas? Enraged, Cece lifted her leg and aimed a kick at the Duck Emperor's midsection. However, the Duck Emperor had anticipated this move, swiftly evading her strike and flaunting his behind triumphantly, exclaiming, did you think I was unaware of your penchant for targeting such areas? Enough, Lin Chun interjected, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. We shall now seek the divine elixir. Whoever finds it shall claim it without contention. Agreed. The Duck Emperor responded eagerly, relieved that Lin Chun, the harbinger of doom, was not attacking him. With a decisive gesture, Lin Shun initiated the treasure-seeking technique imparted to him by the Dragon Emperor, summoning 999 golden little dragons that immediately ascended, transforming into a myriad of golden rays that enveloped the Tai Chi Miao Mountain. By the heavens, the Duck Emperor exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. You actually possess the treasure-seeking technique. Cece, unimpressed, scoffed. Do you think you are the only one capable of seeking treasures? Watch this. The might of the sacred beast commands all creatures. With a powerful roar directed at the entire mountain, Cece unleashed an ancient sound wave that reverberated throughout the forest. Instantly, the Tai Chi Miao Mountain began to tremble as countless demonic beasts dashed about, evidently stirred by the overwhelming pressure emanating from within Cece, compelling them to search throughout the mountain. Damn it, these two scoundrels have resorted to such tactics, leaving me, the Taoist of Duobao, in a quandary. This is undoubtedly an act of deceit. The great Duck Emperor, filled with indignation, chuckled lightly, asserting that in this realm, you two fall far short compared to me. With the technique of the heavenly mirror yin-yang treasure-seeking art, the great Duck Emperor unleashed an ancient and enigmatic Taoist spell upon the entire Tai Chi mysterious mountain. A wisp of black and white energy emerged from his hand, coalescing into a single point that shot forth to the summit of the mountain. Instantly, a water mirror materialized in his grasp, revealing an endless array of images within. Countless azure, cerulean, and white orbs quivered in the reflections, some grand and others diminutive. This was the distribution of spiritual treasures throughout the Tai Chi mysterious mountain. The great Duck Emperor proclaimed with pride, divine herbs are born of the heavens and should be golden, while celestial medicines can only be violet. There, a shimmering expanse of gold caught Shishi's eye, unmistakably signifying the divine herb. Without hesitation, Lin Shun propelled himself like a cannonball towards it, leaving the great Duck Emperor aghast. He roared, Lin Shun, I found it first, and quickly twisted his rotund form, racing toward the glimmering golden light. The location where the golden light flickered was nestled within a tranquil ravine, adorned with towering ancient trees and a gentle stream. No monstrous beasts lurked here. The moment one stepped inside, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped the mind, casting aside all worries. This place exuded an ineffable mystique. The divine herb must be here. Lin Shun, influenced by this unseen force, found serenity, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Shishi and the great Duck Emperor followed suit. Suddenly, the trio heard a sound amidst the stream, distinct from the flowing water. It was the sound of splashing. They beheld a diminutive figure, roughly the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, joyfully splashing about in the stream. An unfathomable and formidable energy resided within this tiny being. The divine herb. This was indeed the legendary treasure. The great Duck Emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was said that consuming this herb could manifest one's consciousness into substance, greatly amplifying one's spiritual power, enabling one to harness the forces of heaven and earth, and forming an unparalleled spiritual barrier. This is mine, he declared. Lin Shun was momentarily stunned. A herb related to spiritual consciousness. Without further ado, the great Duck Emperor produced an ancient basin, radiant with mysterious light and imbued with various intentions. The treasure-seizing basin. Bestow upon me the power to seize treasures, he exclaimed with a lecherous grin, as though envisioning a stunning beauty, filled with exhilaration. Channeling his magical energy, the basin emitted a profoundly mystical force, enveloping the divine child with an invisible pull. The divine child sensed the abrupt change and began splashing the water with even greater fervor. With a swift strike, a formidable surge of celestial power erupted, conjuring 3 towering water columns from the stream, which transformed into dragon-like figures. These water dragons, though merely human-sized, were imbued with the essence of the heavens and the earth, exuding an overwhelming force that sent shivers down the spines of Lin Shun and Shishi. The Duck Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He cried out in despair, realizing the extraordinary prowess of this heavenly forbidden child. These 3 water dragons were akin to the celestial arts conjured by a 4th-tier immortal. In response, he radiated countless treasures, his complexion turning a ghastly green as he unleashed a flurry of divine techniques. A dozen magical artifacts soared from his back, activating simultaneously to counter the onslaught of the 3 water dragons. The air was filled with a series of thunderous explosions as the Duck Emperor was forced to retreat, his earlier bravado evaporating. Lin Shun, Shishi, why do you merely stand by? Why do you not take action? He lamented. Both Lin Shun and Shishi crossed their arms, observing the spectacle. The corpulent figure appeared to have become blinded by greed, foolishly believing the divine herb would be easily obtained. The diminutive, translucent figure, witnessing the Duck Emperor's retreat, chuckled gleefully, waving its chubby hand and summoning 10 additional explosive blasts from the stream. A tempest brewed, and 10 more water dragons roared forth. The heavenly forbidden child plopped down upon one of the water dragons, giggling and directing their movements with animated gestures. After expending immense effort to vanquish the initial 3 water dragons, the Duck Emperor felt a fleeting sense of relief. However, before he could catch his breath, he was confronted with the sight of the small creature leading 10 ferocious water dragons charging towards him, his complexion paling further with dread. Yet, amidst Lin Shun and his companions' pursuit of the divine herb, a monumental shift occurred within the Battle Immortal Palace. On this day, a middle-aged man clad in white stepped into the small world of the Battle Immortal Palace, heralding the dawn of a new chapter. Chapter 1145. The Heavenly Forbidden Child, how dare you underestimate me? The Duck Emperor seethed, his flabby body quivering with rage, his narrowed eyes blazing with fury as they fixed on the Heavenly Forbidden Child. The 10 water dragons, manipulating the forces of heaven and earth, unleashed their boundless might in a unified roar. Raising his hand, the Duck Emperor summoned the good and evil Buddha seal, a manifestation of his profound understanding that surpassed even Lin Shen's. The essence of good and evil coalesced into a colossal Buddha mountain, overwhelming in its presence, purifying souls and suppressing all beneath it. Under the command of the Heavenly Forbidden Child, the 10 water dragons transformed into dragon warriors, executing layers of combat techniques that relentlessly tore through the Buddha mountain, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. The Duck Emperor found himself forced to retreat time and again, acutely aware that the divine herb was a product of celestial creation, its power unparalleled. Had it not been for the restraining forces of the Forbidden Realm, he would have already faced defeat. The celestial Forbidden Child, whose origins remain a mystery, suddenly raised its delicate, translucent hand and struck the rotund face of Emperor Duck with a sharp slap. The resounding sound echoed throughout the air, eliciting a pained wail from Emperor Duck, whose ample form tumbled through the sky. By heavens, you struck my face. How dare you provoke my fury? Emperor Duck's indignation reached a boiling point. Despite Lin Shun and Shishi stifling their laughter from the sidelines, he bellowed at the celestial Forbidden Child, if I do not stew you, I shall no longer be called Emperor Duck, but rather Zhang Dainyu. Observing the Emperor's vexation, the celestial Forbidden Child erupted into gleeful laughter, its form darting forward as if to deliver another set of slaps. In a display of power, Emperor Duck unleashed a formidable technique, his eyes transforming into a striking black and white, exuding an eerie sense of Taiji. Beams of light, one dark and one bright, erupted from his gaze, piercing the heavens and striking directly at the celestial Forbidden Child. With a resounding boom, Emperor Duck rejoiced, "Ha! Even if you are a divine herb, you are currently suppressed. I shall see how audacious you remain." However, his laughter quickly turned to astonishment as the celestial Forbidden Child merely displayed a fleeting expression of pain. The dual light passed through its form and vanished, leaving a glimmer of anger on its small face. How is this possible? It should have had an effect. Emperor Duck was taken aback, bewildered by the lack of response despite a direct hit. In that moment of shock, the celestial Forbidden Child charged towards him, relentlessly attempting to strike his face, sending Emperor Duck into a panic as he dodged frantically, crying out, "Brother Lin, save me." Lin Shun and Shishi exchanged incredulous glances, recalling the overwhelming power of the earlier strike. It was inconceivable that the celestial Forbidden Child remained unfazed. Could it be that this child disregards even divine attacks? A realization struck Lin Shun as he watched the child chase Emperor Duck, and he suddenly launched a punch, the sound of a demonic howl accompanying his strike, aimed directly at the celestial Forbidden Child. With a thunderous clap, Lin Shen's fist descended. Yet his eyes widened in horror as it merely passed through the celestial Forbidden Child, as if striking nothingness. Furious, the celestial Forbidden Child retaliated with a swift slap aimed at Lin Shun, who barely managed to evade the blow by activating his wings of freedom. Emperor Duck, in a state of trepidation, remarked, as expected, the ancients say that divine herbs can only be obtained by those fated. We cannot even touch this celestial forbidden child. How can we hope to subdue it? Dejected, Emperor Duck's earlier bravado and enthusiasm had vanished, leaving him in a state of despondency. As Lin Shen listened to the words of the Duck Emperor, a thought surged in his mind. How could he allow the divine medicine to slip away before his very eyes? Such a rare treasure could never be forsaken. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the rotund figure. What kind of power does this divine medicine possess? Lin Shen inquired with urgency. The celestial forbidden child is a creation of the heavens, capable of transforming divine consciousness into substance, invoking the forces of celestial restrictions to form tangible attacks. The Duck Emperor replied. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen erupted into laughter, his gaze fixed intently on the celestial forbidden child, exuding an overwhelming presence. This celestial forbidden child seemed to be prepared specifically for him. Excellent. Could he subdue it and achieve victory in one fell swoop? With a resounding clang, the ancient bronze sword at his back was unsheathed, enveloped in destructive thunder. Lin Shen strode forward, unleashing the might of the thunder with a single sword strike aimed directly at the celestial forbidden child. Foolish Lin Shen, did you not see that my previous attempts were futile? Do you truly believe you can land a blow? What a dreamer! The Duck Emperor scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Even I, a worthy heir of the treasure-seizing Tao, have abandoned any thoughts of seizing the divine medicine. What do you possess to tame it? Cece let out a cold snort, retorting, you, with your lack of understanding, cannot fathom my brother's profoundness. As Lin Shen thrust his sword forward, the celestial forbidden child's small eyes sparkled with a glimmer of human-like wisdom, revealing a contemptuous smile. Standing tall, it seemed to taunt. Come, strike me if you dare. The sword descended, piercing through the air as if it had struck nothingness, the blade forcefully passing through the celestial forbidden child's form. Seeing this, the Duck Emperor immediately placed his hands on his hips and burst into laughter. Ha! You foolish creature. How could your brother surpass me, the illustrious Duck Emperor? In the art of treasure acquisition? Cece's expression darkened with fury, her feet shimmering with a cold light, gritting her teeth in resentment, wishing to deliver a kick to him. The celestial forbidden child cackled mockingly, and as Lin Shen's form passed through it, its small hand swiftly struck towards Lin Shen's face. Restrained heart, vast realm, awakening after millennia. I question the path. Lin Shen bellowed. In that instant, the immense golden sea of consciousness within his mind surged, coalescing into unparalleled seals that slammed into the celestial forbidden child's body in rapid succession, unleashing an invisible force that rippled outward from Lin Shen. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial forbidden child was immediately assailed by layers of impact, as if it were being relentlessly bombarded. The activation of the restrained heart seals, imbued with layers of confinement and suppression, constituted an assault of divine consciousness that struck true against the celestial forbidden child. I am a being of quintuple divine consciousness, the inheritor of the severed restraint. You should swiftly submit. Lin Shen roared at the celestial forbidden child, his every word resonating like the thunderous voice of the heavens. The celestial child of heavenly restraint, suppressed and immobilized, contemplated deeply, its delicate face displaying a hint of reluctance. However, the circumstances were beyond its control. With a shimmering body, it surged into Lin Shen, a youthful voice echoing, I unite with you. The divine essence shall remain within you. If one day you can transcend the formidable powers, you shall condense a corporeal form for me. Is that agreeable? Lin Shen's heart trembled, and he promptly replied, no problem. As long as that day comes. That is reassuring. The voice of the celestial child faded. I have awaited far too long. The crystalline figure residing in Lin Shen's mind now bore a smile. What? This is possible? The Duck Emperor leaped from the ground, shock and tremors evident on his face. How is this achievable? This is absolutely impossible. Ha ha. He laughed heartily, feeling triumphant. You, fatty, should learn from this. Your so-called treasure-seizing Tao is clearly not of high caliber. The Duck Emperor seethed with rage, but could only flush with indignation, unable to retort further. However, a flash of light sparkled in his squinted eyes, and a sycophantic grin spread across his face as he approached Lin Shen, saying, Brother Lin, Master Lin, Boss Lin, this is a divine medicine. If I could seize it, my prowess in treasure acquisition would soar. What do you think? Scram, Lin Shen replied, his patience wearing thin. delivering a kick to the Duck Emperor's chest that sent him flying. Guard me. I shall merge with the celestial child of heavenly restraint. Lin Chen spoke calmly, closing his eyes. As Lin Chen absorbed the divine medicine, a series of significant events unfolded in the War Immortal Hall, with horror ensuing. Chapter 1146. The manifestation of divine consciousness, the celestial child of heavenly restraint, a being birthed from the cosmos, possessed a profound spiritual essence. The birth of such a divine medicine signifies its destined consumption by a worthy individual, aware of its fate. The celestial child presented a request before being refined by Lin Chen. As the celestial child entered Lin Chen's body, an enigmatic white light emanated, exuding a sense of celestial mystery, and was stored within Lin Chen's dantian, indelible. This represented the divine essence birthed from the cosmos. Good, Lin Chen exclaimed. For only after the divine essence departed from its original form could he absorb its power. Refining the essence, Lin Chen's consciousness stirred, and the vast golden sea of divine awareness surged like waves, enveloping the ethereal, delicate figure within. An unimaginable, terrifying power erupted from the small being. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen's entire mind seemed to explode at that moment, the golden sea of awareness expanding like a balloon before bursting, leaving his thoughts blank. The intensity of his divine consciousness struggled to withstand the overwhelming explosion. Once he regained a semblance of awareness, a sharp, piercing pain coursed through his mind like a needle. Before him lay the shattered golden sea of consciousness, now transformed into countless luminous golden specks, scattered throughout his mind like a boundless starry sky. Lin Chen was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of this transformation. His entire mental landscape had evolved into a celestial map, far grander than the previous golden sea of consciousness. Suddenly, he perceived an anomaly within this mental star chart. It seemed as though each golden speck of light was interconnected. Lin Chen abruptly recognized that the billions of golden points bore a peculiar connection, as if they were subtly invoking some hidden power. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen recalled the words of the rotund companion, who mentioned that by consuming the heavenly forbidden child, one could summon the power of the heavens through their consciousness, manifesting divine abilities in a tangible form. This implied that the forces he sensed whispering in the ether were indeed the powers of the universe. A look of astonishment finally crossed Lin Chen's face. During his battle with the Blood Emperor, although the latter's strength had been suppressed to the second transformation of the virtual immortal realm, every movement could still stir the forces of the heavens, unleashing terrifying attacks, powers that could only be wielded by piercing through endless illusions and reaching the very essence of reality. By refining the heavenly forbidden child, Lin Chen had indirectly gained the ability to channel a portion of this celestial power. Incorporate the celestial star chart into my being, merging it with my corporeal form, he thought, his gaze igniting with fervor. The billions of golden specks coalesced into torrents of immense energy, surging throughout his entire body. Golden points of light burgeoned within every part of his being, from his limbs to every pore, subtly linking with the golden light that permeated his body while secretly entwining with the cosmic forces of the universe, granting him dominion over them. With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's eyes flew open, radiating divine light, startling both Cece and the Duck Emperor. As he rose to his feet, an invisible force erupted from him, akin to a hurricane sweeping outward, unleashing an unfathomable pressure that enveloped the surroundings. What is this overwhelming force? The Duck Emperor gasped, his small eyes filled with uncertainty as he scrutinized Lin Chen. I feel as though you have become one with the very essence of the cosmos, exuding the might of mountains, oceans, and the earth itself. Brother, can you now project your consciousness? Cece inquired with curiosity, having never witnessed anyone manifest their consciousness in such a tangible form before. Lin Chen chose not to respond to the words of the two companions. Instead, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. With a powerful gesture, he reached toward the heavens, and an enormous, seemingly intangible golden hand erupted forth. Grasping fiercely at the sky, the golden fingers appeared to claw into the void, and a dense, rich aura of immortality was forcibly torn from the heavens. The scene was so astonishing that both Emperor Ye and Cece nearly jumped in fright. The ability to extract such celestial energy in the realm of fallen immortals was something even the fourth transformation of a virtual immortal might struggle to achieve. This exemplified the formidable power of external consciousness. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips. The projection of his consciousness wielded a force that lay between the ethereal and the corporeal, coupled with the efficacy of the heavenly forbidden child's medicine, allowing him to draw upon the elemental forces of the cosmos. The natural world could be transformed into a battleground advantageous to him. Regrettably, the restrictions of the realm of fallen immortals were immense. Otherwise, he could have swiftly advanced to the third transformation of a virtual immortal. It had been a month since he had arrived, and the Blood Emperor awaited him at the Tai Chi Misty Peak. Cece chuckled slyly, remarking that they could finally venture to the War Immortal Hall, curious about the allure of the maidens therein. Emperor, you scoffed, asserting that such enchanting spirits were beyond the reach of a mere half-demon like him. The War Immortal Hall comprised 10 miniature worlds, surely brimming with treasures. Lin Chun was engulfed in contemplation, wavering on whether to bring these two along to the War Immortal Hall. Having spent a considerable amount of time there, he realized he had yet to truly familiarize himself with its intricacies. He had stirred up quite a few troubles upon his arrival, and now, he was still not fully aware of the current state of affairs within the hall. Over the course of more than a month, it seemed that the monumental upheaval caused by the betrayal of the Blood Clan had settled, and the realm of fallen immortals gradually returned to a semblance of calm. However, beneath the surface of the entire southwestern domain, turbulent currents hinted at an impending storm. Moreover, in recent days, significant changes had transpired within the War Immortal Hall. Are you saying the Ghost Hall has been opened? Lin Chun gazed incredulously at the outer disciple of the War Immortal Hall. Although he was not well versed in the hall's affairs, he had certainly heard of the Ghost Hall, a miniature world sealed for a full 5 centuries. Why had it suddenly been unlocked? The outer disciple, noticing the unremarkable appearance of the trio, waved his hand impatiently, dismissing them as he had other matters to attend to. Let us speak civilly, Emperor, you said with a sly grin, producing a treasure that exuded a potent spiritual pressure, equivalent to a low-grade royal artifact. The disciple regarded the low-grade royal artifact with utter disdain. Flushing with embarrassment, Emperor Yi quickly exchanged it for a mid-grade royal artifact, prompting the disciple to nod approvingly as he arrogantly accepted the item into his possession. Cece and Lin Chen exchanged knowing glances, falling into a comfortable silence. The opening of the Ghost Hall was intended to unveil a battleground, allowing the disciples of the War Immortal Hall to enter and undergo rigorous training. A glimmer of envy flickered across the face of the outer disciple. Only those within the inner sect, the true disciples, were deemed worthy to venture forth. It was rumored that the Ghost Hall was replete with countless rare treasures and numerous legacies of martial arts, promising immense benefits. What is the cause of this? Lin Chun inquired, intrigued by the sudden activation of the battlefield. Some say it is due to recent events that necessitate the tempering of the inner sect disciples and true disciples of the Battle Immortal Hall. Oh, it is said that the various clans in the southwestern region have also sent forth their prodigies to partake. Alas, we lack such fortune, the disciple lamented, seemingly growing more animated as he continued to chatter. Get to the point, Lin Chun interrupted, his patience thinning. Indeed, all these measures stem from the emergence of a new leader in the Battle Immortal Hall. It appears that the former master, who had vanished for millennia, has returned. The disciple prattled on, only to suddenly look up and realize that he was alone, the 3 others having vanished. He snorted in disdain. This is all your good fortune. Just then, a shrill scream echoed. My magical artifacts, my elixirs, what is happening? Why are they all flying away? Chapter 1147. The challenge. Although Lin Chun was not well versed in the intricacies of the Battle Immortal Hall, he was acutely aware of its fundamental aspects. His immediate task was to arrange for Shi and the Duck Emperor to enter the Battle Immortal Hall. The 10 halls represented 10 distinct realms, each operating with its own unique functions. However, the realm of the Battle Immortal Hall, where Lin Chun resided, was an anomaly, lacking any distinctive characteristics, an unfortunate limitation, as he was not qualified to explore other realms. An elder, with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, regarded Lin Chun. Ah, so you are the famed little madman. Lin Lum, you've certainly stirred things up within the Battle Immortal Hall. Lin Chun offered a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The true disciples of the Hall Master possess their own inner disciples under their command. Well, this portly fellow and that young lady now bear your mark, the elder said with a teasing tone. Shishi's face immediately flushed crimson, realizing the elder was intentionally teasing her. Lin Chun and the Duck Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Here, Take this battle immortal token. Off you go to the battle immortal hall. Perhaps something awaits you there, the elder remarked with a double entendre. The three swiftly returned to the battle immortal hall. As Lin Chen stepped into the courtyard, a token shot towards him with great speed. Oh, it is the token left by that old fellow, Lin Chen exclaimed as he grasped the token and read its contents. Ha ha ha, my dear disciple. You have done well on your journey to the land of fallen immortals. Surely, you have acquired the divine elixir. Alas, even the master, with his unblemished integrity, can merely utter a word of congratulations. Remember to proceed to the ghost hall and utilize your identity token to accept the task. During this journey to the ghost hall, do not tarnish my reputation. With a sharp crack, the token was crushed to dust, and Lin Chen, gritting his teeth, muttered about the stingy old miser. I risk my life to undertake perilous missions for him, yet he offers no acknowledgement. Shi and the Duck Emperor expressed their deep sympathy, the latter sighing, Indeed, kindred spirits we are. Damn it. To the ghost hall, Lin Chen said coldly, and immediately made his way to the teleportation array, heading towards the ghost hall. Lin Chen possessed some knowledge of the ghost hall. Each master of the 10 halls was renowned for their formidable power, yet the master of the ghost hall was rather obscure, maintaining a low profile, seldom mentioned. There were no disciples within. It had been closed for 500 years and had only just reopened. Upon entering the ghost hall, an intangible chill surged within the hearts of the three. The Duck Emperor, with his corpulent frame, shivered and cursed. This place feels sinister. Lin Chen looked up to see the entire sky shrouded in a gray haze, seemingly endless, a subtle yet eerie aura enveloping the land, instilling a sense of dread, as if spectral beings were lurking behind them. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in a vast city teeming with countless disciples, including many from various external families. However, these individuals were akin to inner sect disciples, and Lin Chen observed for a while, failing to spot a single true disciple among them. Let us first visit the Battle Immortal sect, he suggested. They soon located the Battle Immortal sect and entered swiftly. The Grand Hall was bustling with over 1,000 disciples, moving to and fro, while a group of white-clad emissaries were engaged in some activities, the atmosphere vibrant and chaotic. Some faces radiated joy, others bore expressions of dejection, and some were etched with worry. It was said that in the eastern region, the Red Palace had discovered a massive celestial vein, igniting fierce competition among the sects and resulting in a bloody conflict. Look at that one, who left with such fervor last time, now returns all alone. I recall he departed with 5 companions, Lin Chen noted. Within the ghost hall, the dangers appeared to surpass those of the restricted zones outside. However, there were indeed numerous treasures to be found, and many who had received significant legacies. This was a true trial of life and death. One must hasten to accept tasks and slay more specters to earn contribution points. The thought of life and death trials caused Lin Chen's expression to harden. Suddenly, a woman clad in white approached them. Her figure was striking, with alluring curves accentuated by a revealing neckline that drew many gazes and elicited sounds of salivation. Yet she remained indifferent, her delicate brows reflecting an air of aloofness. "Are you newcomers?" the woman inquired, her tone dispassionate. "Hand over your battle immortal tokens, and I shall assist you with your registration." With a mischievous grin, Cece inquired, "May I ask the name of this enchanting lady?" "I am often referred to as Lord Shi, a title I find rather distasteful. Alas, the younger ones insist on addressing me thus." Upon his utterance, several inner disciples exchanged glances, sensing that this Lord Shi must be quite esteemed among them. The countenance of the woman in white turned frosty. "Enough with the idle chatter. Just surrender the battle immortal token," she commanded, with a visage so effeminate, it's laughable that anyone would dare to call you Lord Shi. Cece responded with a dismissive huff. "I am merely blessed with striking good looks. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I possess remarkable latent strength." His jest elicited a chorus of laughter from those surrounding him. The white-clad woman's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, she struck at Cece, her hand slicing through the air like a thunderclap, imbued with tremendous force that caused many inner disciples to pale. With a resounding slap, she felt a sudden shift. It was as though her hand had been ensnared by an iron vice, rendering her motionless. No matter how she strained, she remained immobile, her fair complexion flushing crimson. "My friend may have erred, but your strike seems rather excessive," Lin Chen remarked coolly. "That blow could easily have injured an ordinary inner disciple. Let us return to the matter at hand." He released the woman's grip. Now. The woman gritted her teeth, glaring at Lin Chun and his companions. You may revel for the moment, but first, hand over your battle immortal tokens. I shall assist you with the registration. Whispers circulated among the crowd, noting that once the tokens were surrendered, the trio would face dire consequences. Given her connections to Luo Bufan of the Luo family. Without further ado, Lin Chun, Cece, and the others submitted their 3 battle immortal tokens. Such a delicate name, Cece. And yet you dare to call yourself Lord Shi? I shall remember you, the woman in white sneered. The Duck Emperor, calling himself the Great Duck Emperor. How amusing. Laughter erupted around them, as the absurdity of the names combined with the woman's sharp tongue proved to be quite entertaining. By all means, continue your laughter. Both Cece and the Duck Emperor retorted, for soon enough, that name will haunt you. The woman in white seized the tokens, and Lin Lung chuckled. What manner of name is this? So pathetic. Her voice faltered, her demeanor freezing as a flicker of dread appeared in her eyes. The laughter around them ceased abruptly, the hall becoming so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as astonishment marred every face. Lin Lung, the little madman, they murmured. The one who has stirred the entire battle immortal hall in such a short time. Cece burst into laughter, casting a scornful glance at the woman in white. Are you frightened now? What happened to your earlier bravado? The Duck Emperor's jowls quivered as he added, admit your mistake quickly. And perhaps we can overlook this incident if you provide us with a few high-grade royal artifacts. Initially taken aback, the woman's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. Yet a smirk lingered on her lips. And what if you are a true disciple? What does that amount to before me? The 2 prodigies have already issued a challenge. Should you dare to enter this cursed hall, your demise will be nigh. Many have awakened from their shock, engaging in hushed discussions. With 2 formidable prodigies fixating on them and the ghost palace reopening, it seems that Lin Lung has reached the end of his road. Remarkably, it appears that he holds significant influence. Observe that woman, who is now feigning mockery towards Lin Lung. Such figures are certainly beyond our capacity to confront. Lin Chun furrowed his brow slightly. The 2 prodigies had issued a challenge. He did not need to speculate. It was evident that these individuals were Luo Sheng and the son of the Dark Clan. However, what was the nature of this challenge? He refrained from dwelling on it further, simply remarking that life and death are of no concern to you, thus advising her to mind her own business. Each of his words brimmed with pressure, causing the white-clad woman's complexion to pale. After all, she was merely an inner sect disciple, unable to withstand his presence. At that moment, several voices resonated from outside. One individual laughed heartily, proclaiming that Luo Bufan, their leader, was truly wise and valiant. If this momentum continues, it will not be long before we all achieve breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, the white-clad woman's eyes sparkled with delight. The onlookers were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. It appeared that significant events were about to unfold. The Luo family's 3 brothers had arrived. Today, I express my gratitude to Mengge for his generous rewards, and 2 additional chapters will be provided. The following day, 5 chapters will be delivered in full. As the 3 members of the Bloodslaughter clan strode in, proudly, a throng of their inner sect disciples followed, all adorned in the garb of the heavenly sect. The Luo brothers also belonged to this esteemed sect. After more than a month, the brothers exuded a heightened aura, their ethereal presence more potent, indicating substantial growth in their strength. The white-clad woman's gaze was piercing as she called out, "Over here." Her shout instantly redirected the attention of Luo Bufan and his companions, while the inner sect disciples behind them erupted in knowing laughter. Luo Bufan, brimming with confidence, nodded and declared that they had returned victorious and would celebrate that evening. Many inner sect disciples exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of what this celebration entailed. The white-clad woman stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Luo Bufan's shoulders, and playfully exclaimed, "Bufan, I have accomplished a great feat this time. You must reward me well. Look, who are these 3? She gestured towards the Luo brothers, who immediately turned to see Lin Chun and his companions. Upon sighting them, the brothers' pupils constricted simultaneously, and an overwhelming aura of dread emanated from them. With a swift motion, Luo Bufan pushed the white-clad woman away, causing her to stumble to the ground in shock. He then advanced towards Lin Chun with determined strides, a menacing aura enveloping him. "Lin Lung, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." The Luo brothers, upon hearing Lin Lung's name, were momentarily stunned before their expressions hardened with malice. "What brings you here to seek me, Lin Chen?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "I was just about to inquire about the nature of that challenge." Luo Ruan sneered immediately. "You stand on the brink of death. This is not the realm of immortals, but rather the Ghost Palace. Power knows no bounds. The challenge issued by the two prodigies is, in other words, a death warrant. Once one steps into this cursed hall, one's fate is already sealed." "How audacious!" The corpulent visage of the Duck Emperor quivered with disdain as he scoffed. "Your master hasn't even shown his face. Yet you three must dare to bark?" Luo Buqian and Luo Buyao seethed with rage, their fists clenched and eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glow, yearning to charge forward but were restrained by Luo Bufan. With a cold smirk, Luo Bufan warned, "Do not forget that private duels are forbidden within the War Immortal sect. Fat fool, it would be wise for you to keep your composure, lest you find yourself unaware of your demise." Cici immediately interjected, "You can endure this?" "I certainly cannot." The Duck Emperor, his flesh quivering, cast a scornful glance at the trio. "What a farce. You three insignificant wretches dare to provoke us here. Do you have a death wish?" "Indeed, a death wish," Luo Bufan bellowed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "I'm curious how long you three can maintain this arrogance. Brothers, let us depart." He led the way, followed by a menacing throng of bloodthirsty kin, striding away with purpose. The onlookers in the hall exchanged glances, a feeling of unfulfilled tension lingering in the air. The atmosphere was thick with hostility, yet it had concluded rather abruptly. Upon reflection, it was evident that the Luo brothers had acted wisely. Rather than engage in fruitless chatter, it was better to leave post-haste. For private duels were prohibited within the sect. Outside the city, however, the rules would be different. The young woman in white gritted her teeth, rising from the ground, and stealthily mingled with the crowd. The gazes of those around her were filled with pity. "Pray, enlighten me about the current state of this cursed hall." Lin Shun directed his finger toward the earlier mentioned woman in white, smiling. "I've just returned to the War Immortal Hall and am unaware of the situation. Please elucidate." The woman in white was momentarily taken aback, her face shifting through shades of red, green, and white, before she sighed softly, her resolve hardening as she stepped forward. "The sudden opening of the cursed hall is intended for disciples to hone their skills. Currently, only the eastern and northern regions are accessible. These areas are adjacent to the War Immortal Sect's city and a forbidden zone. I will provide you with a map shortly. Disciples are required to accept tasks within the War Immortal sect and complete them to earn contribution points. These tasks mainly involve the extermination of malevolent spirits, which are products of the Cursed Hall's Master's microcosm, wielding formidable ghostly powers. The duration of this Cursed Hall event is 1 year, during which contribution points can be exchanged for various items. At the end of the year, the top 10 contributors will receive rewards from the sect. However, currently, the eastern and western regions are being exploited by the Red Palace, the Heavenly Gate, and the Heavenly Feather, leaving them with most of the benefits. The woman in white spoke eloquently, initially constrained, but soon speaking freely as she adeptly conveyed the nuances of the Cursed Hall's circumstances. Good heavens! Even inferior artifacts can be exchanged for 1 billion contribution points. They can even be traded for supreme celestial techniques. The Duck Emperor gazed at the list upon the jade tablet, saliva flowing freely, his narrowed eyes sparkling with excitement. "This is your Battle Immortal token, which can record contribution points. Disciples may also trade these points amongst themselves," the woman in white remarked. She inquired about the tasks they wished to undertake. Lin Xin pondered for a moment. Currently, the eastern and western regions were being exploited by the 3 major factions, the Red Palace, the Heavenly Gate, and the Purple Feather. Since Ziqing had already met Lin Shun, he could momentarily set aside his worries. However, Hong Ling was aware of his true identity and harbored some reservations towards him. It would be wise to take this opportunity during the Ghost Hall expedition to reclaim her. Lin Xin was convinced that the woman still harbored feelings for him. Thus, he decided to accept the task, to slay the Demon King Ghost Dragon in the eastern region, a formidable entity at the 3rd transformation of the virtual immortal realm. Killing one would yield 5,000 contribution points. The woman in white nodded, promptly issuing the task to Lin Xin. She added that he could freely accept tasks using the Battle Immortal token, a privilege granted to true disciples. Lin Xin nodded in acknowledgement and smiled at her, saying nothing. Instead, he was lost in contemplation regarding the strictness of the Battle Immortal Hall, Could it be related to the recent turmoil involving the Blood Clan's corruption? Before departing, Shishi looked back with a deep gaze and remarked, "If he still treats you the same way, you may come to find me." The expression of the woman in white changed, her teeth clenched, yet she remained silent. Subsequently, Lin Chun and the other two exited the grand hall. The crowd inside felt an unexpected lightness, and their conversations became unrestrained once more. The woman in white glanced around before retreating into a private chamber, where she produced a bloodstone, her face betraying a chilling intent to kill. "A bunch of self-righteous fools. That creature dares to desire me. Even a toad wishes to eat swan meat. When he pushed me aside, he sent me a secret voice transmission. Humph, how dare they be so arrogant? Let them await their doom." With that, she immediately infused her consciousness into the bloodstone. Outside the massive gates, the three Luo brothers stood upon the darkened earth, flanked by a group of inner disciples from the Blood Clan, all exuding a menacing aura. Luo Buffon's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he declared, "Their movement. Lin Lung is preparing to head to the eastern region to slay the Demon King Ghost Dragon. Humph, he knows not the peril he faces. We shall make him pay dearly." Luo Buchuan snarled, recalling how Lin Chun had thwarted him last time, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Luo Biao fell into thought before voicing, "That rotund fellow, I suspect he is deliberately provoking us. I believe he wishes to incite our wrath, making us act against them and fall into their trap." Luo Buchuan, startled, contemplated this before nodding in agreement, gritting his teeth. "That detestable fat man, should I capture him, he would receive 3,000 lashes. Then, a sudden realization struck him. What shall we do now? It is evident that the fat man is intentionally provoking us, though his performance is utterly lacking. He is so crass yet attempts to appear haughty," Luo Buffon declared with a sweeping gesture, exuding confidence. "We shall act decisively, employing overwhelming force to crush the three of them. Kill." Chapter 1149, Desperate Struggle. Ha! What do you think of my performance just now? The Emperor of Ducks laughed heartily, a look of pride upon his face. Shi, however, dismissed him, saying, "A pathetic display. The other party likely saw through your act. You may perceive the other party as a fool, yet Emperor Duck, upon reflection, finds a semblance of truth in this, albeit with a tinge of discontent. He coldly snorts. Aren't you quite adept at charming the ladies? How is it that this time you nearly faced a slap? I wager they shall undoubtedly come for us. The burdens of life are not to be trifled with. The unfortunate stout fellow, you are courting disaster." Shishi glared with fierce brows. "Are you not just coveting the treasures they possess? I am quite eager to see how you plan to withstand the three of them alone. By heavens, it is precisely their treasures that have caught my eye. Does it matter if I am invincible? Unlike your languorous and overly indulgent demeanor, if you dare, come and challenge me." "Enough," Lin Chun interjected with a commanding tone, his face etched with seriousness, prompting an immediate silence from the two. They are three beings ranked in the 90s of the divine rankings, having emerged from numerous disciples of the Battle Celestial Hall. Treat them with utmost caution, Lin Chun sneered. Upon noticing Lin Chun's grim countenance, Shi and Emperor Duck promptly fell silent. They swiftly exited the city, finding the world beyond far more inhospitable than Lin Chun had anticipated. An intangible chill seemed to echo in their hearts, as if unseen eyes were observing from above, below, and behind them. The land was shrouded in an inky darkness, vast and boundless. What kind of sinister place is this? Emperor Duck shuddered. Lin Chun had chosen the task of slaying the king of the underworld. Thus he would embark from the eastern gate. A glance at the map provided by the woman in white revealed that the only viable areas for movement were to the east and the north. "They're coming," she stated gravely. Although they were well concealed, the operation of their divine abilities produced a faint tremor, emitting subtle sounds. Shishi's mastery over sound had reached an extraordinary level, while Lin Chun and Emperor Duck merely sensed a hint of peculiarity. As Lin Chun observed ahead, it appeared to be a desert, enveloped in a thick, dark fog that obscured vision. 3. Shishi furrowed her brow. It truly is them. As if summoned, they indeed arrived. Their approach was marked by stealth. These ruthless members of the Blood Clan were merciless. "Let us await them within," Lin Chun commanded softly, his form vanishing into the desert, cloaked in shadows. Luo Buffon and his companions transformed into a massive glow of blood, moving swiftly across the ground, undetectable in their silent advance. This was an exceptionally profound technique of stealth and tracking. It seems we have been discovered. A cold smile crept upon Luo Bufon's face. Lin Xun, possessing the supreme assassination technique of the Dark Clan, finding us was entirely within reason. They must have laid an ambush for us. Upon our approach, they would undoubtedly strike first with lightning speed to eliminate Lin Xun, leaving the other two to be dealt with later. Very well, Luo Buchuan and Luo Buyao responded. Their murderous intent palpable. The bloodlight on the ground surged forward, akin to a dragon of the earth, dashing toward the fog-enshrouded desert. As they entered the shadowy expanse, 3 streams of bloodlight ascended to the heavens. The bloodlight on Luo Bufon and his companions intensified, celestial radiance swirling as their power surged, and with a unified force, they launched a punch toward the sense location. Lin Lung, come forth. The 3 simultaneously activated their celestial bodies, unleashing divine might, and with a united strike, they created a colossal breach in the enveloping darkness. Lin Chen's voice, which had long awaited their arrival, resonated powerfully. His physique surged with a subtle celestial aura, as the roots of his celestial essence absorbed ethereal energy from the heavens, surrounding him and amplifying his strength once again. The 3 martial wills roared within his fists, coalescing into a single point, the very source of all existence, delivering an infinitely powerful punch directed at Luo Bufon. This attack was terrifying. The 3 brothers of the Luo family had witnessed it before. However, Lin Shen's focus solely on Luo Bufon ignited the furious wrath of Luo Biao and Luo Buchuan. You shall perish, they declared, flanking him with fists shimmering with boundless celestial light, aimed at his sides, an assault that could not be evaded. Hey, wrong target. Cece laughed. As a massive, snow-white claw, radiating an ancient and mysterious power, tore through the chilling light, striking toward Luo Buyao's celestial form. The figure of the stout man also emerged, casting a multitude of talismans that instantly transformed into a stream of divine power, surging toward Luo Buchuan. Luo Buchuan and Luo Buyao were momentarily taken aback, not expecting such formidable techniques from their adversaries. Their attacks were immensely powerful, leaving them no choice but to swiftly twist their bodies, their blood-tinged celestial forms crashing into the divine powers unleashed against them. A thunderous explosion erupted as Lin Shen activated the essence of his primordial point, infusing it into his punch. The ferocity of the blow was akin to that of an ancient behemoth, causing even the imposing celestial body of Luo Bufon to feel as though it had been struck by a hammer. With a resounding blast, Luo Bufon was immediately sent reeling backwards. Impossible. Soon after, 2 more terrifying explosions resounded, and Luo Biao and Luo Buchuan were likewise forced back by the overwhelming force, their faces etched with disbelief at the might displayed by Lin Chen's companions. Those were the 2 who aided Lin Chen that day, Luo Bufon realized, his expression shifting as memories surfaced. When Lin Chen had been oppressed by the 2 prominent talents, these 2 had exhibited remarkable prowess to assist him. Though it had only been a brief moment, it had left a lasting impression on Luo Bufon, now resurfacing in his mind. Are you frightened now? Cece scoffed. The audacity of that woman being harmed by you is truly unjust. Have women nowadays developed such peculiar tastes? The corpulent figure of Duck Emperor chuckled greedily, eyeing the 3. Surrender your treasures, and I shall spare your lives. At this moment, the 3 exuded a formidable aura that should have instilled fear in the masses. Yet the words of this hefty man had transformed their presence into that of mere bandits. Luo Buchuan and Luo Biao were both astonished and enraged. Such arrogance was intolerable. Enough with the nonsense. Luo Bufon barked, his body enveloped in celestial light, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying as a terrifying wave of energy radiated from him. The 3 brothers prepared to strike once more, but Lin Chen was swifter than they could anticipate. In a moment of intense focus, Lin Chen's consciousness erupted, releasing a brilliant golden light that transformed into ethereal chains, seemingly tangible, merging with the very fabric of the universe. These golden serpents surged towards the 3 brothers, ensnaring them with a fierce grip. Before my celestial form, such binding techniques were utterly laughable. Luo Buyao and Luo Bufon exchanged cold smirks, their bodies erupting with celestial light, a torrent of formidable power surging forth. In an instant, the expressions of the Luo brothers shifted dramatically. Luo Bufon exclaimed in astonishment. What force is this that even the power of the celestial body cannot break? The golden chains constricting them felt like sentient entities, tightening their grip, inflicting sharp pain upon their consciousness, causing their faces to pale. "This is something that seeks your lives," Lin Chen declared coldly, as a bronze ancient sword unsheathed from behind him, its cold gleam radiating outward. "This is the power of consciousness. You can actually manifest your consciousness?" Luo Bufan seemed to realize something, exclaiming in shock. Luo Buyao and Luo Buchuan were equally taken aback. The manifestation of consciousness does not belong to the realm of divine abilities, but rather to an entirely different force. Thus, even with their celestial powers, the three brothers found themselves unable to break free. "Duck Emperor!" The rotund figure cried out in panic, his face shifting in horror. "Lin, stop! I haven't taken the treasures from these three yet." The brothers' faces flushed with anger. They hadn't anticipated that this plump individual still coveted their possessions. However, they found themselves ensnared, their minds racked with relentless pain, a torment surpassing even the worst of tortures. "Speed," Lin Chen remarked indifferently. "These three must possess numerous treasures." The Duck Emperor's countenance brightened, and he eagerly approached the Luo brothers, grinning. "You were so arrogant earlier. Now it is my turn to make you kneel and weep." An aura of profound power enveloped him. In that moment, the three brothers exchanged glances, devoid of fear. Instead, they were filled with overwhelming murderous intent. "We can strike now. Regardless of the outcome, we must make a stand." Having suffered a significant blow from Lin Chen's consciousness power, they knew they could not afford to be further weakened. Luo Bufan bellowed decisively, "Forget everything else. We must unite and unleash our secret techniques. Remember, this must be a single strike. Afterward, we will immediately use our blood sky escape to flee. No matter how powerful they are, not even a fourth transformation celestial can capture us." A terrifying aura began to rise from the Luo brothers, transcendent beings of the celestial rankings. In an instant, the golden chains binding them shattered like mirrors upon impact, and a surge of crimson light erupted, akin to a roaring ocean. Suddenly, a dramatic shift caused Lin Chen's expression to flicker. The three brothers of the Luo family astonishingly managed to break free from the confinement of his divine consciousness that intertwined with the forces of heaven and earth. At this moment, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing the previously confident and boisterous rotund man to scream in terror. Chapter 1150, Three Monsters. Bloodbound hearts in unity. In this critical moment, the three brothers of the Luo family erupted simultaneously, their bodies suffused with a blazing crimson light, resembling divine reapers of blood. An enigmatic sensation intertwined among the brothers, their collective momentum coalescing into a singular entity, as if they were summoning the very heavens, transforming into a fearsome blood demon. Lin Chen's chains of divine consciousness were instantly shattered by this ferocious and terrifying force, disrupting the powers of heaven and earth. In this final moment, the brothers unleashed their physical prowess, which astonishingly turned out to be identical, and only by joining forces could they amplify this power to its utmost potential. The intensity of their combat prowess surged, as if their blood essence was on the verge of breaking through the firmament itself. Even the Duck Emperor was rendered utterly terrified. "Lin Long, face the wrath of our bloodbound hearts," Luo Bufan bellowed suddenly. The momentum radiating from the trio coalesced into one, and as Luo Bufan extended his hand, this unified and formidable physical force surged forth. A colossal blood-red palm, like an ethereal apparition, came crashing down towards Lin Chen. This blood palm bore a striking resemblance to Lin Chen's chains of divine consciousness, embodying a similar ethereal force, akin to a mental attack, aimed directly at Lin Chen's psyche, seeking to seal his mind. If his spirit were to be confined, he would be rendered a mere shell of a person. Caught off guard by this mental assault, Lin Chen swiftly recovered, gazing at the terrifying blood palm. He let out a powerful roar, and boundless golden light surged above him. With his hands forming a seal, he seemed to exude an aura reminiscent of the Emperor of Broken Restrictions. Great Seal of the Mind, a dream spans a millennium. Awaken and inquire the path. Lin Chen clasped his hands tightly and thrust outward, as divine golden light surged from the back of his head, transforming into a magnificent golden mountain, radiating brilliance. With a subtle character for restriction flickering upon its surface, the blood-red palm collided with the golden mountain, unleashing an invisible and terrifying force that erupted in all directions. Shi and the Duck Emperor both felt a jarring tremor in their minds, a sensation of piercing pain. The Luo brothers suddenly changed countenance, utterly astonished that their proud divine abilities had been staunchly countered by Lin Chun. Their minds reeled, pondering the extent of his formidable divine consciousness. In the midst of this turmoil, Luo Bufan maintained his composure, his gaze coldly locking onto Shi, as he commanded vehemently, "Luo Yaoshan, Luo Kun, eliminate that male demon. Lin Long cannot be killed now. This brat has designs on my woman. One less is one less." In an instant, Luo Yaoshan and Luo Bufan clasped hands, a powerful surge emanating from both of them. In an instant, as the three of them formed a cycle, the two individuals unexpectedly created their own circular formation. With a surge of physical power, they immediately unleashed a palm strike towards Cici. Although this blood-red palm did not possess the same terrifying force directed at Lin Chun, it was still formidable. The strike sealed the heart, akin to a spiritual enchantment. Even Cici's expression changed dramatically in that moment. "How dare you move?" Lin Chun scoffed. As the resplendent golden mountain trembled violently, an invisible force descended from the heavens, causing the towering 10-meter golden peak to transform into an imposing, majestic mountain that crushed downward with ferocity. The blood palm unleashed by Luo Bufan shattered instantly, and with another tremor, the palm of Luo Yaowu also disintegrated like a mirror. The three brothers were simultaneously hurled apart, and Luo Bufan's face turned ghostly pale as he exclaimed, "The power of heaven and earth! How can this fellow stir such forces? We are being repelled. He is not our match. We must flee." The expressions of Luo Yaowu and Luo Buchuan shifted dramatically as well. The power of heaven and earth is something even true celestial experts might struggle to comprehend. How could Lin Chun possess such capabilities? Realizing the dire situation, they activated their physical powers, only to suffer backlash. "Flee! Blood Sky escape!" The three brothers roared in unison, their bodies engulfed in a fiery crimson glow. Two circles of blood flames erupted from beneath their feet as they shot towards the sky with sudden ferocity, resembling a streak of lightning infused with blood, their speed astonishing. Lin Chun's expression altered as the golden light dissipated. "Such speed! Even with my freedom wings, or the fusion of man and machine, I cannot match it." A sense of dread washed over him. If they managed to escape and summon Luo Shang, it would spell disaster. He had never anticipated that the Luo brothers possessed such terrifying escape techniques. Struggling against them had already proven challenging. What would it be like to face Luo Shang, whose prowess was unknown? After all, he was the 10th ranked on the immortal list. The situation appeared grim, and Lin Chun felt the need to conceal himself. Once confident in his absolute power, he now found himself at a loss. "Damn it! Why are you running? Return my treasure, return my precious artifact." The furious Emperor Duck shouted, exasperated that the cooked duck had flown away. "Lin Chun, you and that fat, human monster hybrid shall await your doom. I will swiftly report to Lord Luo Shang and have him personally obliterate you." Luo Bufan, despite his failure, felt his murderous intent intensify, his maniacal laughter echoing from afar. At that moment, the three brothers' figures could only be faintly discerned as 3 points of blood light in the sky, their speed truly astonishing, to the extent that Lin Chun did not even attempt to pursue them. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of a monstrous beast reverberated through the heavens, filling the air with an overwhelming aura of dominance. A massive white light surged upward, revealing a fearsome giant beast with dark wings. As if it had emerged from the primordial chaos, soaring towards the 3 points of blood light with a powerful flap of its wings. A thunderous roar erupted as a terrifying and violent gale swept through the heavens and the earth. Lin Chun was alarmed to discover that the ground was rent by immense chasms created by the force of the flapping wings. The corpulent figure of the Duck Emperor was caught off guard and hurled into the air. The might of the sacred beast surged, shaking the very skies. In that moment, Luo Bufan seemed to gain insight. Turning to look, he beheld the terrifying sight of Cici transforming into a colossal beast of blinding white light, its wings stirring the cosmos. His expression darkened, and like a man possessed, he charged forward recklessly. Lin Chun suddenly raised his head, and the eye of the demon god at his brow snapped open. In the distant firmament, countless miles away, a vast white light descended as if an ancient battlefield had materialized, enveloping the three brothers of the Luo family. A series of anguished cries echoed sharply from the heavens, as if they were enduring unspeakable torment. The white light beast, having transformed back into a handsome man, flapped his wings, and, with a sweep of his hand, sent the three brothers plummeting from the sky. Cece smirked, expressing his disdain. Three worthless trash. As the brothers crashed to the ground, their screams of agony pierced the air, their faces contorted in pain, eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Cece. Lin Chun and the Duck Emperor exchanged glances, horrified to see a pool of blood forming beneath them, as if some formidable force had violently ruptured them. You beast! Luo Bufan managed to rasp through gritted teeth, struggling to suppress his pain. At least we are proud heirs. You could have given a warning next time. You nearly sent me flying to my doom. The Duck Emperor shot Cece in angry glare, then quickly rubbed his hands together, approaching with a smirk. Weren't you quite arrogant moments ago? Why the sudden meekness? Hee. Now let this emperor take good care of you. Come on, Luo Bufan, Luo Buyao, Luo Buchuan. The three shouted defiantly, their innate pride ignited. With blood-red eyes gleaming, they declared, even under excruciating torture, we fear not. You shall not extract any information from us. If you dare, kill us with a single sword, you worthless fat man. Do you have the courage to slay us? The Blood Clan's death was of no trivial matter. The essence of flesh and blood was not something an ordinary person could extinguish. Thus, the brothers began to seek their demise. What a pity to kill you. The Duck Emperor's eyes glinted with green light. You worthless fat man. The Luo brothers hurled insults, attempting to provoke him. Yet, the Duck Emperor produced an ancient basin. Casting it over the trio, an arcane light immediately enveloped them, and their expressions shifted drastically as they realized their treasures were being uncontrollably drawn away. The legacy of the treasure seeker, the technique of mental manifestation, the terrifying form of a monstrous beast, Luo Bufan's eyes filled with sheer terror. The three brothers are engaged in a fierce battle against three formidable monsters. In Chapter 1151, a shocking transformation occurs. Incredible. Three quasi-Dao artifacts of the heart demon catastrophe level, exclaimed Cece in astonishment. Indeed, the disciples of the Battle Immortal Palace are exceedingly wealthy. Enormous waves of Dao energy surged from the Luo brothers, all enveloped by the mysterious light emitted from the treasure-claiming basin used by the Duck Emperor, which forcibly drew in these three quasi-Dao artifacts. Haha, I adore you all. The Duck Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement as he claimed the three quasi-Dao artifacts. A surge of mystical energy radiating from his body, with celestial essence emanating from every pore, hinting at the profound trend of coalescing into an immortal form. With each treasure he acquired, his strength grew. Three quasi-Dao artifacts of the heart demon catastrophe, perfectly suited, one for each of us, Lin Chun remarked nonchalantly. Cece chuckled. You gluttonous fatso, hand over the quasi-Dao artifacts. The Duck Emperor immediately covered his chest cautiously, gazing at the two with alarm. What are you planning? In broad daylight, under the vast heavens, you dare to rob me? No way, I will never relinquish the quasi-Dao artifacts, he declared resolutely. Once something is in his possession, there is no reason for it to leave his grasp. With a clang, Lin Chun drew his ancient bronze sword, its tip shimmering with a cold light. This sword hasn't tasted blood in quite some time. The sound of cracking bones echoed from Cece's body as she lazily remarked. I just had a taste of stepping on their vital parts, and I crave more. The Luo brothers, engulfed in terror, felt a chilling wave surge through them at her words, their bodies trembling slightly. The Duck Emperor's face turned as dark as coal as he beheld the imposing Lin Chun and Cece, tears welling in his small eyes. Dear brothers, please don't do this. I have been orphaned since childhood and must take care of. A flash of sword light pierced the Duck Emperor's throat as Lin Chun coldly replied. I cannot guarantee I will hold back. Curse it. A true hero does not suffer immediate loss. One day, I shall strip you of every last feather. The Duck Emperor ground his teeth in fury, begrudgingly surrendering the quasi-Dao artifacts of the heart demon catastrophe to Lin Chun and Cece. Upon receiving the artifact, Lin Chun immediately shattered it, transforming it into a dense aura of imperial intent, surging toward the mysterious King Tower in his mind. Haha, Bloodly is utterly invigorated. If we could acquire 5 or 6 more, I would surely break through to the third major catastrophe, and then the power of the King Tower would be truly formidable. Lin Chun's lips twitched. We need 5 or 6 more. I know you can revive your blood clan with their essence, Lin Chun stated, his gaze coldly fixed on the Luo brothers. Destructive thunder rumbled from the ancient bronze sword, instilling a dreadful chill in the three brothers, who sensed that this thunder could very well claim their lives. However, I shall spare your lives as a warning to the one behind you, Lin Shen sneered. Swinging his great sword, which instantly obliterated the Luo brothers into a shower of blood and flesh, 3 essences of blood and flesh dropping from the remains. It appears that the members of the blood-killing clan within the Battle Immortal Hall have not succumbed to demonic infection, Lin Shen observed for a while. He had prepared meticulously to prevent these 3 individuals from suddenly turning malevolent, yet there seemed to be no signs of such a transformation. Strangely, this left him with a tinge of disappointment, for the name uttered by the bronze coffin had cast a shadow over his heart. He refused to accept this reality. Thus he felt compelled to unveil the truth. The domain of the underworld king, the ghost dragon general, resided amidst a vast mountain range. After Lin Shen and his companions dealt with the 3 brothers of the Luo family, they promptly entered the eastern region, making their way toward the lair of the ghost dragon general. This accursed place is truly vexatious. Were it not for my fondness for the prodigies here, I would have turned back long ago, grumbled the Duck Emperor, his face contorted in displeasure. Before them lay an endless expanse of towering trees, each as dark as night, seemingly exhaling a ghostly aura. The forest was rife with chilling winds that sent shivers down one's spine, while within, formidable presences lay in wait, the very essence of the ghost dragon general. They found themselves within the lair of this formidable entity. For a ghost dragon general was comparable to a master of the celestial body realm. If we slay one, we can earn 1,000 contribution points, Lin Shen murmured. I sensed earlier that others are likely here to hunt the ghost dragon general as well. This area is under the control of the Red Palace, and most likely, the disciples of the Red Palace are present. Lin Shen began to grasp the broader context. The eastern and northern regions were predominantly ruled by the 3 major forces, Red Palace, Heavenly Gate, and Purple Feather. However, the conflict between Purple Feather and Heavenly Gate unfolded in the northern region, while the eastern region was largely dominated by the Red Palace disciples. Let us proceed. There is a disturbance ahead. Lin Shen promptly led Shi and the others towards the source of the disturbance. As they ventured deeper, they were met with the deafening sound of explosions and terrifying energy fluctuations, far surpassing the might of the Luo brothers. Who dares? A voice thundered, and from the depths of the forest emerged a man clad in thunderous battle armor, his gaze imbued with a menacing aura. He swiftly scanned Lin Shen and his companions and declared, "The Red Palace is here to purge the Ghost Dragon General. I ask that you 3 make way." This man, a member of the Red Palace, exuded an aura of celestial energy, towering over them like a giant and imposing an overwhelming pressure. Lin Shen and his companions remained motionless. Lin Shen, reaching out with his senses, immediately detected 3 immense fluctuations engaging in battle, with the explosive force emanating from them significantly more potent than that of the Luo brothers. Shi, irked, exclaimed, "Why must we vacate for the Ghost Dragon General? Anyone can slay him. Do you really expect to cleanse the entire lair of the Ghost Dragon General?" Although the 4 from the Red Palace possessed terrifying strength, far superior to the Luo brothers, it was improbable that they could completely purge the lair of the Ghost Dragon General. Their intent to expel Lin Shen and his companions stemmed from a desire to prevent any disruption to their efforts and to guard against potential robbery from these unknown individuals. The term robbery refers to the act of contending for corpses in order to earn contribution points. Li Dong observed that this Shi, unaware of the gravity of the situation, shouted at him, causing his expression to darken immediately. There was little time to engage in idle chatter. They must decide whether to leave or stay. Should they dare to take a step forward, they would not find the Red Palace to be merciful. Li Dong was well aware that the ensuing battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Allowing these 3 individuals to intervene could lead to significant losses, particularly if these unknown figures chose to strike unexpectedly. Lin Shen chuckled inwardly, fully understanding the concerns of his adversaries. With a courteous smile and a bow, he remarked that their objective was not merely to besiege the 2 Hell King Ghost Dragons, but to delve deeper in pursuit of the more formidable Hell King Ghost Dragon. He hoped the gentleman would allow them passage. Just because you say it isn't so, does that make it true? Li Dong certainly did not believe him. To step forward was to stand against the Red Palace, where lethal measures would be taken without hesitation. Li Dong's countenance turned utterly frigid. His duty was to protect the 3 from any would-be usurpers. "Boss, don't waste your breath with them. Just take this guy down." Shi communicated with Lin Shen and Duck Emperor in their minds. They scoffed, finding this obstructionist unbearable and infuriating. Duck Emperor's eyes sparkled with greed as he chuckled. There must be countless treasures here. His mouth began to water at the thought. Lin Chun, however, doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Counting the roadblock and the three behind him, there were 4 in total, each possessing strength surpassing that of the 3 Luo brothers. Did they truly wish to charge forward? Shishi's face was filled with combat readiness. In her lexicon, fear did not exist. Lin Chun cast a glance at the Duck Emperor, who, with a sheepish grin, remarked, "Well, I'm not feeling too well today. I think I'll just observe." "Enough chatter," Lin Chun replied coolly. "I will first cultivate the immortal body and then penetrate the ranks of the Hell King Ghost Dragon. Even if those 4 are exceedingly domineering, they do not inspire fear." With a respectful bow to Li Dong, Lin Chun promptly retreated with Shishi and Duck Emperor. Watching them withdraw, Li Dong let out a cold snort. His eyes still icy. Those who dared to covet the Red Palace ought to reflect on their own worth. "Protect me," Lin Chun commanded, vanishing into a secluded cave, where silence enveloped him, undisturbed. Duck Emperor and Shishi immediately took on the role of guardians. As Lin Chun focused inward, he descended into the depths of his being, where countless pores and acupoints shimmered with a golden light, a manifestation of his spiritual power. Now, his spiritual power had reached an extraordinary level, capable of absorbing celestial energy and forcefully merging it with his body to propel himself toward the celestial body. Lin Chun felt an unwavering confidence. His spiritual power had evolved to an almost monstrous degree, capable of harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, drawing in celestial energy with a mere grasp. Since it is possible to absorb celestial energy, how could one not ascend to the celestial body? Celestial energy surged above Lin Chun's head, transforming into a colossal golden hand that fiercely grasped towards the heavens. This golden hand appeared as if it were merging with the very fabric of the universe, becoming a divine hand of creation. With a resounding rip, Lin Chun forcefully extracted a vast quantity of celestial energy from the sky, which was immediately drawn into his body. As the celestial energy entered him, Lin Chun's celestial root within his mind vibrated intensely, seemingly astonished by the sudden influx of celestial energy. Guided by the celestial root, his consciousness transformed into power, directing the energy into his being. Lin Chun bellowed, his hands forming intricate seals, and instantaneously, millions of golden specks floated above the celestial root, enveloping it. The celestial root trembled and absorbed the immense celestial energy, drawing it into itself. With a sudden expulsion, the celestial root released a force that caused Lin Chun's body to swell like a balloon. He felt an overwhelming surge of celestial energy coursing through his limbs and bones, as if it sought to merge with his physical form. Indeed, this could lead to the consolidation of a celestial body. It appeared that he required an even greater influx of celestial energy to fully refine his celestial form. Lin Chun felt a surge of joy as his consciousness radiated outward once more, conjuring an ethereal hand above him that grasped fiercely at the sky, pulling down more celestial energy. After over 1,000 attempts, the celestial energy flowing within him had reached a terrifying level, emanating an aura of celestial dominance with every movement. "Consolidate the celestial body," Lin Chun shouted, his consciousness surging wildly, merging the celestial energy with his corporeal form to elevate to a celestial existence. A formidable pressure erupted from Lin Chun, startling Shishi and capturing the attention of the Duck Emperor, who marveled at the terrifying speed of his ascension. However, as Lin Chun opened his eyes again, they were filled with astonishment. He sensed that at the moment he sought to unify the celestial energy with his body, an overwhelming power surged from his bones, violently colliding with the celestial energy within. To his dismay, his own demonic tribulation physique began to reject the integration of this celestial energy. Chapter 1152, A Dangerous Situation. Alarmed, Lin Chun's heart trembled. He had never anticipated such a development. If a collision occurred between his demonic tribulation physique and the celestial energy, the one who would suffer the most would be his true self. Channel the power of my consciousness into my being, harmonizing all paths, allowing life to flourish endlessly. Lin Chun roared, golden light surging above him, instantly converging into his body. All his acupoints, pores, and marrow became infused with millions of golden specks. At the moment the power of his consciousness entered his being, it formed an invisible barrier that instantaneously separated the overwhelming celestial energy from the force of his demonic tribulation physique. Having accomplished this, Lin Chun released the tension in his mind, drenched in sweat. Upon observing Lin Chun's expression of lingering trepidation, Shishi raised an eyebrow in response. The situation was evidently not progressing smoothly. Lin Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Within him, three distinct forces were at an impasse. The power of his consciousness could not be summoned, and should he attempt to do so, the celestial energy and the malevolent force within him would likely collide violently, resulting in catastrophic repercussions. At this critical moment, as he prepared to confront the king of the underworld, the inability to mobilize his consciousness severely diminished his combat prowess. I am unable to utilize my consciousness power for the time being. We must proceed with caution and avoid any rash actions. Lin Chun advised the Duck Emperor and Shishi. Upon hearing this, the Duck Emperor's eyes gleamed with a mischievous light, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Chun with an unsettling intensity. His chubby face contorting into a lewd grin, clearly harboring ill intentions. Humph, Shishi interjected, catching the Duck Emperor's gaze. Even if my brother cannot summon his consciousness power, either of us would be more than capable of subduing you, you rotund fool. Lin Chun found himself both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that the Duck Emperor would seize upon his vulnerability so readily, revealing a deep-seated animosity towards him. Do you wish to experience another beating? Lin Chun regarded the Duck Emperor with a cold stare, his eyes sharp as daggers. Knowing well that the rotund fool likely harbored a desire to assuage his grievances by striking him, the Duck Emperor, sensing the ominous energy from Shishi and Lin Chun, feigned indignation, stating, "Am I the type to act in such a manner? What do you imply?" Lin Chun frowned, noting that the skirmish among the disciples of the Red Palace should be reaching its conclusion. Let us move forward. Remember, Shishi, do not engage in conflict with them, he reiterated firmly. As the trio approached, Lin Chun took the lead, bowing slightly to Li Dong, who stood guard, and smiled gently. My good sir, I presume your battle has concluded. Might you allow us entry to hunt the king of the underworld? Li Dong frowned, clearly taken aback by their persistence. He replied coldly, your strength appears to be at the second transformation of the void immortal realm. The king of the underworld possesses third transformation strength, and this entire mountain range is its dominion. I would advise you to leave. Shishi responded with a disdainful snort. This matter is ours. You need only step aside. Li Dong's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such audacity from them. He retorted harshly, today, it just so happens that I shall indeed prevent your entry. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Chun's gaze. Li Dong, ranked 93rd on the celestial ranking, surpassed Luo Bufan by a single position. It was known that Luo Bufan had fallen to Li Dong in the past. However, Li Dong's unyielding obstruction began to chill Lin Chun's demeanor. The Duck Emperor shrank back slightly, eyes darting around as he sensed the tension in the air, contemplating an escape route. Just then, a resonant voice echoed forth, Li Dong, allow them entry. We of the Red Palace do not engage in tyrannical acts, and you need not obstruct them. Li Dong's expression soured. Yet he acquiesced with a reluctant huff, follow me. As he moved with a swift motion, Lin Chun and his companions immediately followed him into the fray. Upon entering, Lin Chun discovered a battlefield, devastated and chaotic, spanning an area of 10 miles. In the midst of this turmoil stood a man flanked by two women. Who are you? Inquired one of the women, adorned in fiery red armor, emanating an aura of menacing crimson light. Her figure was striking and voluptuous, exuding a wild allure, with her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Beside her stood another woman, clothed in flowing blue attire, reminiscent of gentle waters, evoking a sense of delicate fragility that starkly contrasted with the fiery figure beside her. Seeing the two women, Shishi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped forward with grace, introducing himself. I am Shi Yi. We currently lack any allegiance. May I inquire about the names of these enchanting ladies? Is the Red Palace in need of additional members? Meanwhile, the corpulent Dadati stood nearby, drooling as he fixated on the trio, noting the exceptional quality of their armors, which were evidently of an extraordinary caliber. By my mother's grace, such treasures abound. With a playful laugh, the fiery woman replied, you are quite amusing. However, the Red Palace does not accept the inept. If you possess the necessary skills, I, Hua Fengyun, would gladly welcome your addition. As she spoke, Hua Fengyun cast a flirtatious glance at Shishi, her allure captivating. Shishi nearly choked on his breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, the Battle Immortal Palace was unparalleled, teeming with stunning beauties. Yunjia, what are you doing? I sense that this handsome man and the rotund one are not of good character. Their gazes are rather unsettling, the delicate blue-clad woman murmured, seemingly disapproving of Shishi and Dodati. Lanner, be silent, interjected the imposing figure at the center, who appeared to be the leader. Clad in ancient yellow robes, he exuded an air of majesty akin to a mountain, his voice deep and resonant. We are unaware of who you three are. I am Qingshan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Qingshan, what is your relation to Chenghu? Lin Chun inquired, taken aback. He recognized the name Qingshan, associated with Hua Fengyun, a figure ranked in the 80s on the immortal list, known for his formidable prowess. However, the mention of Qingshan inevitably brought to mind the infamous Chenghu. Do not mention him in front of Brother Shan. Li Dong shot Lin Chun a warning glare. Even the alluring Hua Fengyun's smile faltered at that moment, enveloped in an awkward silence. Lin Chun immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. The mere mention of Cheng, who had darkened Qingshan's expression. Enough, Li Dong. That was an unintentional remark, Qingshan said, raising his hand dismissively. I invited you three here merely to convey that our Red Palace is in dire need of a significant number of the corpses of the underworld ghost dragons. Should you manage to procure them, we would be willing to purchase them for 15,000 contribution points. 15,000 contribution points caused the eyes of Duck Emperor to gleam with excitement. He hastily transmitted to Lin Chun and Cici, brother, these four individuals are undoubtedly affluent. Should we not take action against them? Cici and Lin Chun simultaneously rolled their eyes at Duck Emperor. Lin Chun, deep in thought, realized that the opponents desired the body of the Nether King Ghost Dragon General, indicating their potential utility. It was no wonder that with their strength, Li Dong had denied them entry earlier, intent on keeping them completely at bay. Brother Shan, why did you inform them? Li Dong expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that these individuals were rather unimpressive. Fire Phoenix Yun let out a delicate laugh, her alluring figure captivating CC's gaze. If you three possess any skills, perhaps we could negotiate. If not, I kindly suggest you depart post-haste. Brother Shan, Sister Yun, and Brother Dong, let us cease this conversation, a woman named Lanner interjected. We must hurry, Sister Hongling is in urgent need. Qingshan, Fire Phoenix Yun, and Li Dong nodded in agreement, with Li Dong offering a disgruntled snort. The four prepared to turn away, but the lustful Cici and the greedy Duck Emperor were reluctant to let this opportunity slip by. Dear sisters, you wound my heart with such a hasty departure. Cici feigned indignation. Duck Emperor, desperate, called out. We let this group of plump ducks escape. Let us converse. We can assist you, but how shall we contact you? Lin Chun, exasperated, rubbed his temples. However, considering these matters were for Hongling, he chose not to engage with the two embarrassing fellows. Overreaching, Li Dong scoffed, turning away with a derisive expression. Cici, do your best. If you perform well, rewards shall await you. Fire Phoenix Yun winked at Cici, her posture accentuating her enticing figure, prompting even Duck Emperor to steal a glance. Wishing you all the best. We shall remain nearby, ready to communicate through our spiritual senses, Qingshan said with a gentle smile, offering a courteous nod before they prepared to leave. At that moment, an abrupt cacophony of 10 bizarre, cackling voices echoed from afar, causing Qingshan, Fire Phoenix Yun, Li Dong, Lanner, and the others to change countenance, retreating from their advance deeper into the shadows. Sister Yun, seeing my brother angered, you cannot help but feel sympathy for him, Cici smugly remarked. Be quiet. Fire Phoenix Yun shot Cici a stern glare, her expression turning grave as she exclaimed, 10 Nether King Ghost Dragon Generals are approaching in a surrounding formation. We are now encircled. 10 such formidable entities are comparable to 10 beings of the immortal body realm. The combined might of 10 immortal body experts would indeed be formidable. In an instant, even Qingshan and the others retreated sharply. Despite Fire Phoenix Yun's admonition, Cici remained undeterred, thumping his chest, and haughtily proclaimed, What of 10? Should I assist you in overcoming them? How would you express your gratitude? A mischievous grin spread across Cici's face. The great Duck Emperor interjected, inquiring what reward they might offer if he were to assist them. Had anyone here experienced the second great calamity? Hua Fengyun and Li Dong, along with Lanner, were thoroughly incensed by the audacity of the two fools discussing how to confront 10 beings of the celestial body realm, truly a farce. Moreover, they dared to mention rewards. It was a clear indication of their folly. Brother Shan, with your strength, you should be capable of dealing with the 10 ghost dragon generals, correct? Lin Chun queried quietly, as he too felt the immense pressure emanating from the 10 ghost dragon generals in the distance. Cheng Shan closed his eyes, his hands forming intricate gestures, his entire being enveloped in mysterious light, seemingly preparing some incantation. He then relayed Li Dong's thoughts. Li Dong cast a disdainful glance at Lin Long, reflecting that had this fellow not insisted on entering, they would not have been ensnared so stealthily. The 10 ghost dragon generals, though ostensibly not terrifying as they were of the celestial body realm, were inherently ghostly entities. Within the confines of this ghost hall, they were imbued with boundless ghostly powers. In true combat, they would find themselves at a tremendous disadvantage. Li Dong took a deep breath, as if contemplating a possibility, his lips trembling in silence. Hua Fengyun coldly added, even if the 4 of us join forces, we could only hope to defeat 6 of them. And now, there are 10. The expressions of the great Duck Emperor and CC transformed, as they hastily ceased their previous discussions of effortlessly slaying the 10 ghost dragon generals. Li Dong surveyed the 3 companions, feeling a chilling sensation in his heart, accompanied by an increasing disdain towards them. He could not suppress the urge to reprimand them. When suddenly, 10 thunderous roars erupted above their heads, causing Li Dong's expression to change dramatically. The situation was dire. Chapter 1153. The Star Prince. The 10 roars reverberated like thunder, exploding overhead, followed by an overwhelming tide of dark, ghostly energy, akin to a shroud of blackness descending upon them, plunging the world into darkness in an instant. A profound and oppressive force, as thick as ink, bore down upon them, making it difficult to breathe and causing their faces to shift in alarm. You dare to slaughter our kin. You human cultivators truly possess audacity. Ha. Your demise is imminent. We shall drink your blood and devour your flesh. 10 colossal silhouettes emerged from the inky blackness, each exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Their upper bodies resembled armored warriors clad in pitch black, while their lower halves transformed into long, dark tails adorned with claws and scales that shifted rhythmically. The ghost dragon generals were comprised of a ghostly upper body and a dragon-like lower body. At this moment, Cheng Shan opened his eyes, his hand gestures swiftly directed at the 10 ghost dragon generals. Celestial energy cascaded downwards, causing the earth to tremble and crack open, from which surged countless rays of golden light. Mountains erupted from the fissures, hurtling towards the 10 ghost dragon generals. Torn apart, the 10 netherworld demon dragons unleashed their formidable might simultaneously, their bodies flowing with an inky, celestial aura, nurturing immortal forms. With a synchronized flick of their long tails, they struck the numerous rising mountains, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Countless boulders, imbued with overwhelming ferocity, cascaded down upon the onlookers, akin to a shower of meteors. Feng Huiyun made her move, conjuring a fiery red whip that lashed forth with a flourish, exuding celestial energy and resonating with the essence of the Tao. The supreme Taoist power contained within annihilated the falling meteors into mere dust. Kill, kill, kill. The 10 netherworld demon dragons roared in unison, unleashing torrents of ghostly energy that surged towards the crowd. With a grand sweeping gesture, they executed identical celestial spells, summoning boundless specters to engulf the surroundings and consume all. The mighty techniques of the infinite celestial mountain, the eternal flame, the 4 directions waterfall, and the sweeping war spear were unleashed by Cheng Shan and his companions, their immortal forms erupting with terrifying prowess. Each strike ascended heavenward, shaking the very earth, as an array of celestial spells manifested. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with the resounding blasts of cataclysmic explosions. Yet, the overwhelming ghostly energy above showed no signs of abating. Instead, it grew more fearsome, descending like a colossal mountain. At that moment, Cheng Shan and his companions were thrust back by the force of the explosions, their expressions contorted with despair. In this brief onslaught, they were no match for the 10 netherworld demon dragons, who were more than capable of dealing with them. This is truly disastrous, Feng Huiyun remarked, her face slightly pale, yet her phoenix-like eyes bore no hint of retreat. Rather, they glimmered with an intensified killing intent. Li Dong, Lan Er, your physical prowess is suited for a quick escape. Leave this place at once, Cheng Shan commanded in a grave tone. Feng Yun and I will hold them off for a while. We'll create an opening for you to flee, Wait for us at the usual spot. Chen Shan's face bore the weight of foreboding. Li Dong and Lan Er's expressions turned urgent. If they departed, the situation for Chen Shan and Feng Huiyun would undoubtedly worsen. Stop being so melodramatic. If I say go, then go. Feng Huiyun scolded, her whip swirling relentlessly. Flames erupting as she unleashed celestial spells to combat the endless tide of ghostly entities rolling down from the sky. Li Dong and Lan Er's expressions grew even more frantic. At this moment, Cici chuckled mischievously and proposed, "Why not allow me to assist you? If I manage to fend off a couple of foes, what would you say is a fitting reward, Sister Fengyan?" The Duck Emperor, with a lewd grin, interjected. "I too can lend my hand, but I require compensation. Perhaps a piece of a true Tao artifact would suffice." Here they go again, these two rascals. Li Dong and Lan Er's expressions darkened with fury as they glared at the Duck Emperor and Cici. Li Dong exclaimed in indignation, "If it weren't for the two of you, how could we have been besieged by two second-turn void immortals? To speak so brazenly, had it not been for Brother Shan, I would have annihilated you already." Hua Fengyun felt a wave of frustration wash over her, cursing, "If you could truly deal with a couple of hellish dragon kings, then I, Hua Fengyun, would grant you anything you desire." Chen Shan then bellowed, "You three should leave at once. Hua Fengyun and I will hold them off for a while." Yet, Cici did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward with an air of arrogance. "Sister Fengyun, remember your words," he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, Cici unleashed a tremendous roar. A formidable beastly aura surged into the heavens, and a blinding white light erupted from him, charging towards the overwhelming dark energy emanating from the 10 hellish kings. With a resounding impact, the white light collided with the encroaching dark aura, causing it to recoil as if it were terrified of the brilliant radiance. The 10 hellish dragon kings immediately sensed the anomaly and shouted in anger. "That young man's aura is terrifying. It suppresses our dark energies. Old 3, Old 4, swiftly eliminate him." Without hesitation, 2 of the hellish dragon kings surged forth in fury, their celestial energies swirling as their dragon tails lashed out violently at Cici, reminiscent of a horde of vengeful spirits. This was a celestial technique, a divine tail strike. "Watch out!" Lan Er cried out in alarm. Yet, Cici remained unfazed, his form transforming into something fearsome. He unleashed a devastating punch, and a colossal, crystalline paw erupted forth, colliding fiercely with the 2 hellish dragon kings. The ensuing explosion was astonishing. Cici had withstood the assault of 2 hellish dragon kings. Even Hua Fengyun was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated this handsome, somewhat lecherous fellow to unleash such terrifying power. Chen Shan's expression shifted to one of surprise as well. He could hardly believe the magnitude of strength Cici had displayed, his aura overpowering that of the dark creatures. His face lit up with joy, but soon he realized there were still 8 more to contend with. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they could only handle 6 of the hellish dragon kings. "Ha ha, Brother Shan. I possess a supreme Buddhist secret technique that can effectively suppress dark entities. Dealing with 2 of them will be no problem," the Duck Emperor said, his body radiating a golden light as he grinned lewdly. "Just provide me with a true Tao artifact of the heart demon cataclysm level, and I shall assist you." At that moment, Chen Shan, without a second thought, readily agreed, even as Li Dong and Lan Er attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Amidst laughter, the Duck Emperor reveled in the prospect of reaping rewards, envisioning the acquisition of 30,000 contribution points and a potent artifact that had withstood 2 cataclysms. This thought nearly sent him into ecstasy. Once again, the Duck Emperor unleashed the formidable Buddha seal of good and evil, effectively restraining the 2 nether kings, the ghost dragon generals, thereby alleviating the pressure on Chen Shan and his companions. A glimmer of hope for victory brightened Chen Shan's spirits. Fire Phoenix Yin smiled, her beautiful eyes shimmering, yet her earlier words echoed in her mind, causing her to blush despite her bold demeanor. Frustration welled within her. How could she have agreed so readily? She resolved to play coy. The 10 nether kings, the ghost dragon generals, were momentarily halted, while Chen Shan and his allies had already dispatched 2 of them, with Cici and the Duck Emperor each claiming 1. Only 6 remained. One fleeing ghost dragon general let out a desperate howl, realizing the tide had turned, and immediately invoked the art of ghostly escape to flee into the distance. "Brother Shan, they're trying to escape," Li Dong exclaimed fiercely, unwilling to let those who had bullied them slip away. "Do not pursue. Cheng Shan bellowed, his expression grave. With 10 nether kings in play, there is something amiss. We are, after all, on their territory. Pursuing them could lead to our detriment. Everyone has expended considerable energy. Let us withdraw. Brother Shan speaks wisely. There is no need to chase them. Fire Phoenix Yun concurred. Cece approached with an air of elegance, smiling at Fire Phoenix Yun. I wonder if the promise you made earlier still holds true? Upon seeing Cece, Fire Phoenix Yun's expression stiffened, and she huffed, shaking her head. I, Fire Phoenix Yun, am not one to go back on my word. It's merely a matter of timing. We shall discuss it once the task is completed. And what of my treasures? The Duck Emperor interjected, still feeling slightly vexed after the encounter with the fleeing Ghost Dragon General. They shall be yours when we return to the Red Palace. Cheng Shan replied with a smile, his mood lifted. Fire Phoenix Yun quickly turned away, avoiding Cece's gaze, concealing her inner turmoil, and fixed her eyes on Lin Chun. Are you not formidable as well? I am quite curious about who you three truly are. I am not remarkable, Lin Chun shrugged, merely an average individual. While they are the true prodigies. Despite the assistance rendered by Cece and the portly companion, Li Dong's disdain towards them remained largely unchanged, particularly due to the audacity of their requests for help. With a cold smirk, he remarked, their prowess is merely a result of pressure suppression. How formidable can mere second-tier immortals truly be? Fire Phoenix Yun and the others remained silent, aware that while the portly one and Cece were indeed exceptional, they merely took advantage of the situation. The seemingly unassuming Lin Chun, however, raised questions about his true capabilities. We still have a mission to attend to. Once again, I must express my gratitude, Cheng Shan said, clasping his hands together in appreciation. When the time comes, do visit me at the Red Palace. The promised rewards will surely be generous. Hey, we helped you, and you're just going to leave us behind like this? Cece protested, visibly displeased. Upon hearing those words, the seemingly delicate blue air could no longer contain her outburst, exclaiming, Umph. If it weren't for the three of you, would we have encountered such trouble? Do you truly believe yourselves to be significant figures? It is merely the kindness of Brother Cheng Shan. One must possess self-awareness. Li Dong added a remark. At this, the expressions of Emperor Duck and Shishi fell dramatically. Blue Air's words were indeed quite harsh. Enough, Lin Chun said expressionlessly, surprised that the seemingly gentle Blue Air could utter such cutting remarks. And who are you? Blue Air retorted sharply. Do you have the right to converse with me? I am quite irate, and you would do well not to provoke me. Her anger stemmed from her disdain for Emperor Duck and Shishi's attempts to gain benefits. And Shishi's displeased attempt to retain her pride only served to ignite Blue Air's arrogance. Blue Air, you are going too far, Huofeng Yun quickly interjected, intending to say more. However, she noticed that the previously imposing Shishi and Emperor Duck both had their expressions fall as they turned to Lin Chun, solemnly demanding, Brother. Huofeng Yun and Cheng Shan were taken aback, while Li Dong and Blue Air were momentarily stunned. This man who had yet to make a move was their elder brother. One could only imagine the depth of his prowess. Lin Chun nodded, his expression unchanging as he regarded Blue Air, stating coolly, for the sake of Hong Ling, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. Should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences. A subtle, menacing aura radiated from Lin Chun. However, Li Dong, Huofeng Yun, and Cheng Shan's expressions shifted slightly. This fellow was indeed issuing a threat. Blue Air erupted like a volcano, directing her fury at Lin Chun. If I do not teach you a lesson in honor of senior sister Hong Ling, I shall no longer be called Blue Air. She immediately took action. Her jade-like fingers raised as a terrifying energy surged forth, emanating an overwhelming pressure. She was preparing a celestial technique. Cheng Shan and Huofeng Yun frowned, wishing to intervene, but then recalled Lin Chen's earlier words and shook their heads. Perhaps it would be beneficial for this individual to receive some lesson. Shishi and Emperor Duck's pupils dilated slightly, while Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as Blue Air readied her celestial technique. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Oh, is that not Cheng Shan and Huofeng Yun? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of Huofeng Yun, Cheng Shan, and Li Dong changed dramatically. Young Master Xing Huang. What brings you here? At the mention of young Master Xing Huang, even Blue Air's motion to strike at Lin Chun froze, her pretty face shifting. A young man approached, a smile gracing his lips, surrounded by countless golden specks of light, resembling stars, yet exuding an intensely oppressive aura. Cheng Shan's gaze fixated firmly on young Master Xing Huang. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Young Master Xing Huang was of the Tian Huang clan, ranked 82nd on the celestial list, 2 ranks above Cheng Shan, indicating his formidable strength surpassed that of Cheng Shan. Is it not entirely normal for me to be here? Young Master Xing Huang replied with a faint smile, his eyes glancing over Huo Fengyun and Blue Air, a hint of aggression in his gaze causing Blue Air, who had just been furious with Lin Chun and the others, to instinctively shrink back. This is the Eastern Domain. Huo Fengyun let out a cold snort, her phoenix eyes meeting the gaze of the Star Prince without a hint of deference. The 3 major factions had long signed a treaty prohibiting any incursions into one another's territories. You are a member of the Tianxia sect. Do you intend to violate the regulations? The Star Prince chuckled. Yunner, why must you adopt such an aggressive stance towards me? Do you not know who these individuals are? His gaze shifted to Lin Chun and his companions, briefly glancing at them without much concern, merely to open the dialogue. None of your business, Li Dong retorted, his face turning ashen. Star Prince, if you do not leave this place, do not blame us for being impolite. In an instant, the Star Prince's demeanor shifted, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient monarch, emerging from the boundless void, imposing a sense of pressure that made Li Dong's complexion drastically change. The Star Prince sneered. Li Dong, what are you? Are you four so narrow-minded as to harbor animosity towards me simply because you were defeated? Li Dong's countenance paled further, and even the once aggressive Lanner found herself involuntarily retreating a step, her expression darkening. At that moment, Cheng Shan shouted, Enough! Star Prince, what brings you to our eastern domain? If you do not depart and attempt to force your way through, you will bear the consequences. Do not threaten me. The Star Prince replied, dissipating his oppressive aura, rubbing his brow as he spoke nonchalantly. I am a man of my word. However, I have come to your eastern domain to request that you keep an eye on someone. And why should we assist you in this? Huo Fengyun scoffed, her disdain evident. On behalf of the 3 sect leaders, the Star Prince stated calmly. This revelation left both Huo Fengyun and Cheng Shan visibly unsettled. Li Dong clenched his teeth. While Lanner's eyes reflected palpable fear, her previous bravado towards Lin Chun and his companions now evaporating. You speak. Cheng Shan fixed his gaze upon the Star Prince. If it concerns the 3 sect leaders, then it pertains to the issues of interdomain relations. That is understandable. The Star Prince nodded slightly and continued. I have come to ask you to keep an eye on the young madman, Lin Long. Recently, he killed the 3 brothers of the Luo family, and they were defeated in unison. What? Both Huo Fengyun and Cheng Shan were taken aback, astonished by the news of the Luo brothers' demise. Li Dong, however, remained unconcerned, scoffing. The Luo brothers rank only in the 90s. Do they really require our attention? Li Dong, silence. Huo Fengyun said gravely. The Luo brothers are not as simple as you think. Their physical prowess cannot be fully unleashed by an individual. When they unite, their strength surges. Even I cannot contend with their combined might. Neither can I. I fear even the Star Prince may not be a match for them, Cheng Shan added with a nod. Li Dong's expression shifted dramatically, his astonishment evident. Is Lin Lung truly that formidable? His strength must be ranked in the top 80 of the immortal list. In the background, Shi and Emperor Yu exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of incredulity and indignation. The detestable trio of the Luo family, intent on pursuing, seem to have only mentioned the eldest brother. Do they consider the other 2 to be utterly worthless? Lin Chen found himself in quiet distress, as he had anticipated that Luo Sheng would keep such a close watch. This matter, once known, will surely be conveyed. Cheng Shan's expression once again returned to tranquility. Young Master Xing Huang, since the news has been communicated, you must depart from the eastern region at once. Why the haste? There are so many friends here. Why not engage in a pleasant conversation and reminisce? Young Master Xing Huang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the exquisite forms of Huo Fengyun and Lanner, with an unmistakable glint in his eyes. Lanner shrank back, while Huo Fengyun furrowed her delicate brows and retorted, You are not welcome here. There is nothing for us to discuss. Hurry back to your northern region. There's no need to rush, young Master Xing Huang replied leisurely. If Miss Fengyun is so eager for me to leave, I can comply. However, if both Miss Fengyun and Miss Lanner are willing to converse with me privately for a while, I shall depart with ease, ensuring I do not disturb anyone. At this declaration, Lanner's charming face turned pale, while Huo Fengyun's brows knitted in anger. You shameless scoundrel, get out of here at once. Or do not blame us for being impolite. Young Master Xing Huang, do not mistake our kindness for weakness, Li Dong gritted his teeth, glaring at young Master Xing Huang as one would at a sworn enemy. Observing the scene unfold, Lin Chen sensed an underlying animosity between the group and young Master Xinghuang. The tension palpable in the air. Oh dear, what happened to that bold girl Lanner? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant, the Duck Emperor scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Now you appear so pale. I see young Master Xinghuang as a paragon of righteousness, acting with grace and charm. One would think you should feel fortunate to be noticed by such a man. Lanner's complexion grew even more ashen, and Hua Fengyun and Li Dong could not help but share in her dismay, astonished that this obnoxious fat man had chosen such a moment to be confrontational. Chengshan also interjected, "Do not go too far. Lanner is still young and naive. If she has erred, you must show her some understanding. But do be mindful of your manner of speaking." "What manner?" She sneered. "Just because we wish to seek recompense. That girl believes we are the cause of your troubles, and so you turn your disdain upon us with harsh words. Do you not possess any sense? Is it not true?" Li Dong, now thoroughly incensed, shot back. "If you had not interfered, we would have long since departed and avoided danger. Yet you seized the opportunity to extort us. We remained silent, distancing ourselves to execute our mission, and you still found fault with us." At this point, Li Dong was utterly enraged, glaring at Shi and the Duck Emperor, wishing he could flay them alive. "Foolish one," Shi shouted, pointing at young Master Xinghuang. "Do you think he stands here without reason?" This gesture caused Hua Fengyun and Chengshan to change countenance, as if a thunderclap had resonated in their minds, amplifying their previously vague suspicions into stark clarity. "Was it you, Chengshan?" Lin Chen gazed incredulously at young Master Xinghuang. "It seems the truth has indeed been uncovered. This is quite a headache." The young star prince rubbed his brow and revealed a chilling smile to the group of Chengshan. "Indeed, it was my machinations that have ensnared you." Li Dong, Lanner, Chengshan, and Hua Fengyun's expressions changed drastically. The young star prince pondered for a moment. "Since you are already aware, let us speak openly. First and foremost, I must inform you that should you refuse to cooperate, my methods will lead to your demise." Chapter 1155, Terrifying, Part 2. When did you become so astute? The Duck Emperor gazed at Cece with a hint of disbelief. Cece, too, appeared astonished, realizing that he had indeed guessed correctly. At this moment, Chengshan, Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lanner were all tense, their bodies taut, their eyes filled with a piercing coldness and hostility directed at the young star prince. "You four were once my defeated subordinates, and you are not my match now," the young star prince stated dismissively. "Do not engage in futile struggles." Li Dong gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating hatred. "If it weren't for you colluding with that traitor to steal our possessions, you would not be so audacious now." Chengshan shouted angrily, "Young star prince, do you even realize what you are doing?" At that moment, Hua Fengyun suddenly turned to Lin Chen and the others, urging them to leave swiftly. "This matter does not concern you. There is no need for you to get involved." Chengshan nodded in agreement, gravely stating that what transpired was our fault. "And this young star prince is no ordinary foe. You should depart." The Duck Emperor and Cece exchanged bewildered glances, only to hear the former mutter, "Damn it. I have yet to receive my reward. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" The Duck Emperor's expression darkened. Hua Fengyun found it amusing that this fat man was still preoccupied with his belongings at such a moment. Lin Chen nodded slightly, signaling to the Duck Emperor and Cece, preparing to turn away. He had little interest in the conflict involving Chengshan and the young star prince, preferring to take his leave. However, the young star prince let out a cold laugh, declaring that the three of them could not depart so easily, for they had disrupted his plans. If they did not wish to meet their end, they should remain. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Do you truly believe that I, Lin Chen, am so easily bullied?" Chengshan's expression darkened. "Young star prince, this matter concerns us alone. Direct your grievances toward us. What I do is of no concern to you." The young star prince replied with a faint smile. "I have come today merely to inquire about one thing. Hong Ling has sent you here to slay the Nether King Guilong. What do you intend to do with the corpse?" At the mention of this, Chengshan, Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lanner could not help but feel their pupils constrict. Even Lin Chen, who had intended to leave without a care, halted his steps, his brow furrowing deeper. This young star prince was after Hong Ling. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with the Duck Emperor and Cece, signaling them to remain silent, and refrained from proceeding further. Originally, it was for this purpose. The star prince, with audacity that knew no bounds, caused Chengshan's face to instantly fill with malevolence, as though the very earth trembled in response to his wrath. Hua Fingyun's countenance was equally cold, radiating a lethal intent, her battle armor flickering with flames. "We shall not inform you," she asserted. "And yet you dare to conspire against Sister Hongling? Even if your background is formidable, no one can safeguard you." The Star Prince appeared impervious to their furious outcries, his eyes suddenly ablaze with golden light. His body inhaled and exhaled vigorously, summoning a vast golden mist that swirled around him, emanating an overwhelming aura. Cheng Shan and his companions' expressions changed instantaneously. The Star Prince was about to strike. "I shall first eliminate this woman," the Star Prince said with a slight smile, his hands sweeping through the air. A blade of golden light surged forth as if traversing infinite realms, imbued with tremendous power, aimed directly at the pale-faced Lanner. In the blink of an eye, even Hua Fengyun and Cheng Shan could only watch in wide-eyed horror, their minds unable to process the scene unfolding before them, let alone their bodies. The Star Prince's prowess far surpassed their imaginations. Yet, as the Star Prince frowned, a flash of white light appeared, and Lanner's figure vanished in an instant. The terrifying golden blade veered off into the distance, crashing into the forest and resulting in a thunderous explosion. Lanner, her pretty face devoid of color, stood as if bereft of her very soul, momentarily stunned. After a brief reaction, she murmured, I am not dead." Cheng Shan and Hua Fengyun could not help but stare in astonishment, while Li Dong's expression was one of sheer disbelief. How had this handsome young man managed to save Lanner? "I detest two types of individuals above all, those who refer to me as a freak and those who slay women before me, especially beautiful ones," she spoke. His visage grave, reminiscent of a weathered man from ancient times, his voice resonating with strength. Even Hua Fengyun could not suppress her awe at the shock this youth had imparted upon her. "There's still a bit of skill involved," the Star Prince scoffed, seemingly unfazed. "Even if you possess swiftness, what does it matter? Mere second-turn virtual immortals. Even if there are 3 of you, it would be effortless for me to crush you all. Star Prince, descend and lend me your strength," he declared as he formed a seal with his hands. A thunderous roar echoed above, as if the heavens had ruptured, and a brilliant golden river cascaded down, flooding into the Star Prince's body. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into the Prince of Stars, the sovereign of celestial bodies. Cheng Shan's complexion shifted dramatically. "You have actually cultivated the power of the stars within you." This step, Hua Fengyun and Li Dong wore expressions of sheer terror. They understood all too well the magnitude of power this individual would wield upon reaching such heights. Embracing the might of the stars, every action could shatter the very fabric of existence. The Star Prince was no longer the same as before. He had become the embodiment of terror for the 4 of them. "Flee! Quickly take them away!" Fire Phoenix Yun exclaimed angrily at Cece, realizing that they were no longer a match for their opponent. "Use all your speed and escape with them." Cece pondered her words thoughtfully, but did not flee. Instead, she replied with a magnetic tone, "How could I ever bear to abandon you?" Fire Phoenix Yun was momentarily taken aback, but then her anger flared. How could she have encountered such a foolish person? "We cannot escape from a swarm of ants." The Star Prince spoke indifferently, raising one hand. At that moment, Cheng Shan and Fire Phoenix Yun's pupils constricted to the size of needles. This was truly the end. However, just then, an unexpected voice echoed through the air, tinged with a slight distortion. "Star Prince, do not be so hasty in killing them. I have my methods to extract the purpose of this incident from their lips." The voice was chilling, and the Star Prince frowned slightly, but lowered his hand. Nevertheless, his mere presence was akin to a celestial sovereign descending upon the mortal realm, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Upon hearing this voice, Cheng Hu's expression changed dramatically, and amidst the crisis, his face contorted with an intense murderous intent. As soon as the name Cheng Hu was uttered, Cheng Shan's body trembled, as if struck by lightning. Lin Chen could not help but be momentarily stunned. "Cheng Hu, you traitor, how dare you show your face?" Fire Phoenix Yun seethed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with icy fury. Cheng Hu emerged from the shadows, his cold eyes fixated on Fire Phoenix Yun and Cheng Shan, sneering repeatedly. "You dare call me a traitor? Humph, now that I am here, Cheng Shan, you know very well that I possess the means to unearth your secrets. The blood-forbidden technique." Cheng Shan smiled bitterly as he glanced at Fire Phoenix Yun and Li Dong. To use this technique on one so closely related would allow him to extract memories. But the consequence was death for the one subjected to it. Fire Phoenix Yun and Li Dong trembled at the thought. Cheng Hu had become ruthless to such an extent. Haha, well done, Cheng Hu. The Star Prince laughed heartily. Killing your brother to prove your loyalty. Your future is boundless. The faces of Fire Phoenix Yun, Li Dong, and Cheng Shan turned ashen. With Cheng Hu's appearance, the situation was irretrievable, and their secrets would inevitably be uncovered. Were their journeys to end here? Cheng Hu coldly smirked. No matter what, as long as I can kill that Lin Long, I shall be pleased. His icy gaze then swept across the surroundings. Who else possesses the aura of the second transformation of the Void Immortal? Just a few insignificant ants, the Star Prince scoffed. How dare they resist me? As his voice fell, radiant golden light surged from him, transforming him into the supreme Star Prince. With a single hand, he seemed to embody the gaze of the stars. Striking towards the three, an invisible celestial force sealed the heavens and the earth, making it impossible for anyone, no matter how swift, to escape the grasp of this blow. This strike was truly terrifying beyond measure. Hua Fengyun, Cheng Shan, and Li Dong were all struck by a wave of bitterness. Realizing that they had been unwittingly implicated by their own actions, misunderstanding the trio in the process. But now, all of that was over. Suddenly, Cheng Hu let out a fierce scream, like a frenzied beast. Lin Long, how dare you be here? I will kill you. I, Cheng Hu, will tear you to shreds. Cheng Hu, consumed by madness, charged towards Lin Chun. The Star Prince, who had been prepared to strike, instinctively halted, retracting his hand. For he understood that a blow could easily obliterate Cheng Hu along with him. This individual still had some utility to him, yet he was clearly unhinged. As Cheng Hu approached with a twisted expression, Lin Chen's eyes turned cold, resembling the gaze of death itself. With a resounding crash, Cheng Hu felt a jolt to his brain, a primal chill rising from the depths of his heart, rendering him frozen in place. His eyes wide with uncontainable fear as they fixated on Lin Long. This was the dread that Lin Chun had instilled within his very soul. What are you doing? Do you wish to die? The Star Prince bellowed. He is Lin Long, the infamous little madman Lin Long. You must kill him. I will give you anything you desire. Cheng Hu turned, his face contorted in a roar, but his body trembled uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. His shout reverberated like a thunderclap. The Star Prince staggered, while Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, and Li Dong wore expressions of sheer disbelief. The young man who had remained mostly silent was, in fact, Lin Long, the very Lin Long who had slain the three brothers of the Luo family. As it happened, it was also Singles Day. Happy Singles Day. May it become a double day for everyone. I seem to have overindulged today. My apologies for not delivering the promised update. With some female company this evening, I inadvertently lost track of time. Tomorrow, I will make up for it with 5 updates. Chapter 1156. The Will to Kill Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, and Li Dong gazed at Lin Chun with incredulity, momentarily unable to process the revelation. The man before them was none other than the renowned little madman Lin Long, who had proven to be invincible even against the combined might of the Luo brothers. Li Dong inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The individual he had previously underestimated was, in fact, extraordinarily formidable. You are Lin Long, the Star Prince exclaimed, his body shimmering with golden light. You have slain our Luo brothers. Do you realize the enmity you have incurred with Tian Xiaomin? Upon the Star Prince's words, Cheng Shan and the others changed their expressions, suddenly recalling the challenge issued to Lin Chun by Luo Sheng and the Saint of the Dark Clan. In a certain sense, Lin Chun had become an adversary to both the Dark Clan and Tian Xiaomin. Lin Chun nodded slightly and remarked nonchalantly, You wish to kill me? The Star Prince momentarily froze, and even Cheng Shan and the others were momentarily taken aback. A single casual remark was sufficient to amplify the formidable aura that Lin Chun exuded, one that had previously been dismissed. Having decisively defeated the 3 brothers of the Luo family, just how formidable was Lin Chun's cultivation? This was precisely the effect Lin Chun desired. He was currently channeling all his spiritual energy to balance the celestial essence within him, rendering him unable to mobilize it without plunging himself into grave peril. He aimed to intimidate the Star Prince. Arrogant, indeed. Yet, I am merely known as the little madman. However, the Star Prince would not be so easily intimidated. With a cold snicker, he abruptly barked at Cheng Hu, Get lost. How could a paragon of the heavenly imperial clan be frightened so easily by Lin Chun? He refused to believe it. Cheng Hu glared at Lin Chun with venomous eyes and quickly retreated. The moment he stepped back, the Star Prince struck like lightning. Enveloped in a golden mist, transforming into a celestial prince. He unleashed a punch directly at Lin Chun, turning into the most dazzling blow in the vast emptiness. This punch was terrifying, unleashing the full force of the Star Prince's physical and celestial powers. "You are not yet worthy to contend with my master," Shishi sneered, emanating an overwhelming pressure radiating white light, as if an ancient humanoid beast surged forth with a single punch. Boom, boom, boom. Shishi's form was jolted slightly backward. Yet the Star Prince's punch held firm. The Star Prince furrowed his brow, astonished that the previously swift and handsome young man possessed such formidable strength. He suddenly recalled prior intelligence. When Lin Chun had slain the 3 sons of the Luo family, he had been accompanied by a young man and a portly figure. Moreover, the Luo brothers had specifically warned against underestimating the handsome youth and the grotesque fat man. Previously, the Star Prince's focus had solely been on Cheng Shan and the others. Dismissing the rest, a swift glance revealed that the portly figure was staring intently at him, his squinted eyes shimmering with a sinister green light, sending a chill down his spine. Should he retreat or not? The Star Prince pondered. Having come to deal with Cheng Shan, was he to return empty-handed? This Lin Chun had indeed slain the 3 brothers of the Luo family in unison. Furthermore, the handsome youth and the grotesque fat man by his side were undoubtedly formidable as well. "Star Prince, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate Lin Chun. I will give you anything you desire." Cheng Hu roared in resentment. "Silence!" The Star Prince bellowed, his gaze icy, causing Cheng Hu to tremble and wisely fall silent. "I have no time for a spar with you," Lin Chun remarked casually. "And you disciples of the Heavenly Gate should not obstruct my affairs, otherwise." A bloodthirsty smile crept across Lin Chun's face. The Star Prince's displeasure flared, his gaze fixed on Lin Chun, coldly stating, "I detest threats. Today, I shall see just what capabilities the renowned little madman, Lin Chun, possesses that compel 2 esteemed figures to issue a challenge." As his voice fell, the golden light surrounding him surged like a tempest, overwhelming with an immense pressure akin to that of a colossal mountain, bearing down heavily upon Lin Chun, Shishi, and the Duck Emperor. The aura of battle intensified, compelling Lin Chun to brace himself. "This is bad. The young master of the Star Emperor is about to strike," Cheng Shan exclaimed with urgency. However, Huofeng Yun let out a cold snort, remarking, "The young master is courting death. Lin Chun's prowess is evident. How could he be so arrogant?" Li Dong, his expression complex, remained silent. The 3 of them felt a sense of reassurance with Lin Chun's presence, for he had previously defeated the combined forces of the Luo brothers. Even against the young master of the Star Emperor, the outcome was uncertain. Shishi and the Duck Emperor exchanged grave glances with Lin Chun, the seriousness of the situation settling upon them. Lin Chun, inwardly wryly smiling, realized that the young master of the Star Emperor truly was a prodigy within the royal clan. He had failed to intimidate him in the slightest. "Leave this to me and the fatty. You need not intervene," Shishi declared, her fighting spirit rising. The Duck Emperor muttered, "I won't be taking action. I'll merely observe the spectacle. You 2 shall not interfere with my battle against Lin Chun." The young master of the Star Emperor's eyes widened suddenly, 2 beams of golden light erupting from them like thunderbolts, hurtling toward the duo. This attack came unexpectedly, yet was immensely powerful. Both Shishi and the Duck Emperor's expressions shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger igniting within them. The audacity of this individual to take on both of them alone was staggering. Noticing their movements, the young master of the Star Emperor fixed his gaze on Lin Chun. Laughing heartily, "What is this? The renowned little madman, Lin Chun, is not making a move? This is utterly contrary to your character, or perhaps you simply lack the strength." The young master discerned Lin Chun's demeanor. The famed little madman had only engaged in verbal sparring thus far, relying on his companions to take action. Cheng Hu's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, such passivity is not in character for Lin Chun. Both Cheng Hu and Huofeng Yun's expressions shifted as they focused intently on Lin Chun, who maintained a stoic expression, showing no intent to intervene. A sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. If he possessed the rumored power, why did he not act? At that moment, the Duck Emperor and Shishi unleashed their formidable might, each strike and maneuver successfully suppressing the young master of the Star Emperor, causing his countenance to shift dramatically. He had grossly underestimated their capabilities. "Cheng Hu, eliminate Lin Chun. He is not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggest. He must be restrained," the young master bellowed fiercely. To slay Lin Chun would be a monumental achievement, yielding unimaginable rewards. Haha, Lin Chen, I shall end your life. Cheng Hu's aura surged forth. Yet, Lin Chen's gaze pierced through him like icy blades, causing Cheng Hu to freeze in place. His mind flooded with the image of Lin Chen demonstrating his might within the forbidden space. This fellow truly has been restrained, Cheng Hu realized, his hands trembling uncontrollably, rendering him unable to act. The wasteful Star Emperor's son, upon witnessing this scene, instantly bellowed in anger, cursing Cheng Hu for his lack of resolve. Lin Chen, however, felt a slight sense of relief within, for in his current state, should Cheng Hu unleash his fury, he would indeed be a formidable challenge. Cheng Shan and the others, caught in a tumult of mixed emotions, observed in astonishment as Shi and the Duck Emperor displayed their prowess, managing to suppress the Star Emperor's son. Lan Er's delicate visage broke into a faint smile. Regardless of Lin Chen's cultivation, their current situation had undeniably gained the upper hand. After all, the strength of the four of them was substantial. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. From the distant heavens, a streak of blood-red light emerged, akin to an endless chaos, surging forth towards their location. A terrifying pressure descended, as if a ferocious beast had awakened, crushing the earth beneath it. Cheng Shan and the others immediately turned pale, while the Star Emperor's son was visibly shaken. Suddenly, a voice of authority reverberated through the air, akin to an ancient decree. Good, good, good. Lin Long, you have appeared once more. I, Luo Shang, shall obliterate you with this strand of murderous intent. An overwhelming aura of malice began to swirl in the skies, seemingly coalescing into the form of Luo Shang, whose cold gaze bore down upon them from the void. In that instant, Cheng Shan and the others felt a chilling sensation piercing through their backs, a wave of frost enveloping them, deepening the coldness in their hearts. The 10th-ranked Luo Shang of the immortal ranking had actually made his move. Cheng Hu, who had previously displayed fear, now wore a countenance of elation. Chapter 1157. Dread. No one had anticipated that at this very moment, a strand of Luo Shang's murderous intent would crash down upon them. The overwhelming pressure it exuded weighing heavily on the hearts of all present, quickening their breaths. This was merely a fragment of murderous intent, akin to a mere avatar, not the true essence of Luo Shang. If such a killing intent was so powerful, what level of strength must the true body possess? This strand of murderous intent surged directly towards Lin Chen, who was equally taken aback by the swiftness of Luo Shang's intervention. How fervently did he wish to eradicate him? Cheng Hu, having glimpsed the terrifying figure composed of boundless malice in the sky, quickly clasped his hands in respect, his lips curling into an uncontrollable grin as he turned to Lin Chen. Lord Luo Shang has personally intervened. Ha ha, Lin Long, your demise is nigh. Cheng Shan and the others felt their spirits plummet, their eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. Confronted by the provocation of the Star Prince, Lin Chen found himself lacking the strength to resist, especially against the formidable presence of Luo Shang, ranked 10th on the immortal list, who bore an aura of lethal intent. The Star Prince, radiant with golden light, transformed that brilliance into two massive golden orbs, which were launched to suppress Shi and Emperor Ya. Casting a haughty glance at Lin Chen, "You think you can intimidate me, the Star Prince? Such an endeavor is utterly futile. Now that Lord Luo Shang's killing intent has descended, prepare to meet your demise." The Star Prince chuckled coldly within, recognizing that had it been another genius facing Lin Chen, they might have been daunted by Lin Chen's demeanor and past. However, who was the Star Prince to be cowed by someone like Lin Chen? Lin Chen's gaze was heavy, fixating intently on Luo Shang, whose boundless murderous intent manifested in the heavens. "Luo Shang, I never imagined you would go to such lengths to eliminate me," Lin Chen scoffed. "It appears I must have struck down your beloved brother, or perhaps your dear elder, igniting such enmity within you." He bore no grudge against Luo Shang. The latter's desire to annihilate him, especially as a member of the bloodline clan, undoubtedly tied to the affairs of the demon race. As the foe approached, Lin Chen understood that he had no alternative. Thus, as his words fell, he took the initiative, summoning the Xianshang Monarch Tower, merging man and artifact into an endless mountain of shimmering gold, and unleashed it in a violent assault towards Luo Shang. Despite the unison of man and artifact, the fiery phoenix, Yuan, appeared somewhat astonished, yet upon recalling Lin Chen's prior entanglement with the Star Prince, a wry smile crept upon her lips. With Luo Sheng's lethal intent now manifest, it seemed that this time, it was truly the end. The cold, indifferent gaze of Luo Sheng, observing Lin Chen's furious onslaught, was unyielding. With a mere gesture, he summoned a fiery, crimson celestial essence that shot forth like a meteor towards the Xianshang Monarch Tower. Cheng Shan and the others were left in shock. A single thread of killing intent could so effortlessly manipulate celestial energy. Boom. Lin Shan was violently expelled from the Xianshang Monarch Tower, his form repeatedly retreating, unable to prevent the tower from being retracted into his mind. One strike shattered the unity of man and artifact. Damn it, just how incredibly powerful is this individual? A mere thread of killing intent can command celestial energy to strike. Blood Li's eyes brimmed with malevolence. How infuriating! If not for the 4th, 5th, and 6th formations of the Xianshang Monarch Tower not being activated, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Lin Chen's heart quaked as well. Even in the realm of the 3rd transformation of the immortal body, one could hardly see celestial energy to wield as a weapon, and this was merely a fragment of Luo Sheng's killing intent, should his true form descend. The terror of his might would be unimaginable. It seemed that during the immortal fall, he had offended numerous formidable figures. Last time in the land of the immortal fall, you dared to treat me thus. Today, none shall save you, Luo Sheng declared with authority, once more extending his hand into the void. A mass of celestial energy, akin to a small mountain, descended and transformed into a colossal hand, appearing to surge forth from an abyss of blood. An endless, bloodied claw, forged from the gathered celestial energy, lunged fiercely through the heavens towards Lin Chen's figure. In that fleeting moment, the entire forest trembled uncontrollably, the terrifying aura emanating from the blood-red claws causing the very ground to quiver as if it would be torn asunder, plunging into the void. Lan'er gazed upon the horrific crimson hand advancing towards her, her visage paling to a ghostly hue, for no one could withstand such a formidable force. Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, and Li Dong wore expressions of utter desolation. Cheng, whose boisterous laughter rang out, jarringly piercing the air. Lin Long, your demise is at hand. How delightful, how gratifying. You too, kneel and submit to me, and I shall grant you wealth and nobility, sparing you from death. In this moment, the Star Emperor's son, wielding immense power, extended an olive branch to the Duck Emperor and Cece, shaken by the previous battle, suspecting that these two had not yet unleashed their full potential. Whoever perishes, he shall remain unscathed, Cece remarked coldly. A splendid assertion that none shall perish, the Star Emperor's son retorted, fury transforming his expression into a twisted grin. Let us see how Lin Lung meets his end. With cataclysmic force, the dreadful blood claw descended violently upon Lin Chen, gritting his teeth. Lin Chen's eyes ignited with a fierce murderous intent. In an instant, radiant golden light erupted from his being, his hands swiftly forming seals as an immense golden hand materialized from the luminous surge. As the tempest raged and dark clouds swirled, the entire cosmos seemed to shift beneath the might of the golden hand. Cheng Shan, Cheng Hu, and the Star Emperor's son were rendered speechless by this sudden transformation. The golden hand grasped the blood claw with unyielding strength, and with a merciless squeeze, the claw shattered into countless fragments. After dreaming for millennia, I awakened to inquire about the path. Lin Chen's spiritual hand unleashed divine might, obliterating the blood claw into dust, yet he did not halt there. The entire golden hand morphed into an illusory, yet substantial seal, hurtling towards the remnant of Luo Sheng's murderous intent. Luo Sheng's blood-red eyes widened in astonishment. You have mastered the power of spiritual manifestation. The surrounding aura of death was crushed into nothingness beneath the golden seal, which unhesitatingly struck Luo Sheng's form, shattering the vestige of his murderous intent instantaneously. Well done, Lin Long. But do not grow complacent. The day my true self descends will mark your demise. A torrent of murderous intent erupted throughout the heavens, followed by a thunderous crash as Luo Sheng's malevolence was utterly annihilated. The 10th existence on the immortal ranking. Luo Sheng's remnant intent was obliterated in that very moment. The vast expanse of the sky seemed to regain its tranquility, yet Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lan'er stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their gazes filled with astonishment. The scene of the heavens changing color was indeed a spectacle of formidable power. Was it the strength of the elusive celestial transformation? Cheng Hu, not merely astonished, was overtaken by a fresh wave of terror. Even the illustrious Luo Sheng could not vanquish him. Meanwhile, the young master of the Star Sovereign, equally taken aback, felt a shiver as Lin Chen's gaze locked onto him, a chilling dread rising from the depths of his being. Flee, as the celestial stars descend. The young master's countenance shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he transformed into trails of starlight, enveloped in brilliance, and fled into the distance, soaring into the heavens in an instant. Cheng Hu, suddenly awakened, watched in horror as the young master escaped, repeatedly shouting, "Young master, take me with you. I possess numerous secrets. Please, I implore you to save me." With a disdainful snicker, she regarded him with contempt, intent on pursuing the young master. "Let him go." Lin Chen's voice quivered with a hint of menace as he cast a cold glance at Cheng Hu, whose face paled in sheer terror. Both Cheng Shan and the young master had been thoroughly intimidated. Chapter 1158, A Shift in Attitude. Lin Chen, I beseech you, spare me. Cheng Hu fell to his knees, crawling towards Lin Chen, clutching at his pant leg, his face a mask of fear. "I shall reform, if you let me go. I promise to change my ways and never be your foe again. I would serve you loyally. Just grant me a chance at life." Lin Chen regarded Cheng Hu with an icy stare, silent, for within him stirred an incredibly terrifying power that writhed restlessly. He had to exert immense mental effort to suppress it, lest any hint of it surface. Cheng Shan inhaled deeply, taking a bold step that shattered the suffocating silence among their group, approaching Lin Chen with a hint of reverence. "Lin Chen, may I ask you to entrust this man to us? I assure you, we will offer ample reward in gratitude." "What reward?" Didi's eyes, narrowed to slits, sparkled with interest. "As long as the compensation is sufficient, you may take this scoundrel." Lin Chen nodded, remaining silent. Beside him, Shishi languidly remarked, "This wretch can be taken away. I'd rather he not sully our sight." A flicker of joy crossed Cheng Hu's terrified visage as he hastily knelt and bowed to Cheng Shan, his forehead striking the ground repeatedly. "Brother, I am your brother. Cheng Hu, though I have erred, you will surely accept me, will you not?" His words were abruptly cut short as Cheng Shan's fist struck his forehead with immense force, rendering him unconscious. Cheng Shan's normally gentle demeanor darkened as he gazed at the fallen Cheng Hu, a flash of hostility in his eyes. His hand trembled slightly around Cheng Hu's neck. With a mere squeeze, he could extinguish Cheng Hu's life. With a thud, Cheng Shan cast Cheng Hu's limp body at the feet of Hua Fengyun, his voice low and grave. "Bind this beast. I will take him with me to seek forgiveness from Sister Hong Ling." Cheng Shan's face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions, his palm trembling slightly. Ultimately, he found himself unable to act. Despite the grave mistake he had made, he could not forget that he was, after all, his brother. At that moment, Lan Er approached, bowing respectfully to the others, apologizing for having misjudged them previously, and expressing her hope that they would not hold her earlier demeanor against her. Her gaze briefly flickered toward Lin Chen, a hint of trepidation evident in her beautiful eyes, causing her to involuntarily shrink her delicate neck, a gesture that only heightened her air of vulnerability. With a hearty laugh, Shishi beamed a perfect smile and reassured her, "Fear not. We shall bear no grudges against such a beautiful lady." Lan Er's cheeks flushed crimson as she cast a furtive glance at Shishi, hastily retreating. At that moment, Li Dong also stepped forward, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect, his face betraying his reluctance as he stammered, I wish to apologize for my previous attitude." The Duck Emperor scowled, harboring no fondness for Li Dong, whose face turned beet red, fists clenched tightly. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly, and finally interjected, "There's no need for this. It's all trivial." At his words, Li Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He cast a grateful yet odd glance at Lin Chen before retreating, sealing his lips in silence. "To think you all are so formidable," Hua Fengyun remarked, her sparkling eyes surveying the trio before settling on Lin Chen. "I recall that on the very first day you entered the Battle Immortal Hall, you began to pursue Hong Ling. Does this mean we could eventually become family?" Her playful laughter was accompanied by an enchanting allure, prompting Shishi to gaze at her in awe. "What is your purpose in entering this domain of the King of Hell's Ghost Dragons? And how does it concern Hong Ling?" Lin Chen suppressed the turmoil within him, striving to maintain a calm visage as he spoke. "Our situation may not be favorable. Luo Sheng is aware of our presence here, and he will not let this matter rest. It is best for us to depart." "We cannot leave," Li Dong exclaimed, his voice laced with panic. Both the Duck Emperor and Shishi shot him a glance, with Shishi huffing in disdain. Staying here means awaiting death. Chen Dongxi stepped forward decisively, a blend of sorrow and determination crossing his features as he stated, "Indeed, we cannot leave. Last time, due to the betrayal of Cheng Hu, Hong Ling sustained injuries. We must obtain the corpse of one of the 3 leaders of the King of Hell's Ghost Dragons to take back for her alchemical needs. It is an essential ingredient. Hong Ling has been injured?" Lin Chen's mind reeled, his gaze swiftly locking onto the unconscious Cheng Hu with an aura of terrifying fury. This wretch had professed his love for Hong Ling, yet not only had he betrayed her, but he had also caused her harm. Truly a despicable scoundrel. The surge of rage emanating from him startled Hua Fengyun and the others, but upon reflection, they understood that Lin Chen's feelings for Hong Ling ran deep. "What do you mean by the 3 leaders of the King of Hell's Ghost Dragons?" Lin Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. "The 3 Ghost Dragon Generals are the leaders of this mountainous region," Chen Dongxi explained gravely. "Their cultivation surpasses that of ordinary King of Hell's Ghost Dragons, existing at the level of Void Immortals, 4th transformation. We have come for their corpse." Lin Chen cast a cold glance at Chen Dongxi and the 3 individuals behind him, questioning, "Why would you divulge such information to me? Are you not afraid that I might leak it, or are you merely deceiving me?" The expressions of Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lan'er shifted, for if Lin Chen were to speak of this, it would undoubtedly invite trouble from the rivals of Sister Hong Ling. "I am unafraid," Chen Dongxi replied calmly, "for I am the brother of Cheng Hu and thus privy to certain matters concerning the forbidden space. Your actions have made it quite clear." With that, Chen Dongxi fixed Lin Chen with a penetrating gaze. Lin Chen pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. However, the turbulent rage brewing within him was nearly impossible to suppress. A fine sheen of cold sweat formed on his brow as he forced himself to maintain composure. "If that is the case, we shall part ways here. I must warn you in advance that Luo Sheng and his companions will not show us mercy. If you intend to linger here, be prepared for what lies ahead." Chen Dongxi nodded gravely, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with a lethal intent. "Let us depart." In an instant, Lin Chen soared into the air, akin to a ferocious dragon, dashing deep into the mountains. Shishi observed the group, her gaze unabashedly lingering on Hua Fengyun's delicate form before shifting to Lan'er with fervent intensity. "We shall meet again, Hua Fengyun. Do not forget the promise you made to me." "You rogue," Hua Fengyun and Lan'er both muttered under their breaths, their cheeks slightly flushed. Emperor Duck clasped his hands and, with a jovial grin, wiggled his backside, remarking, "Do not forget my reward. We shall have further opportunities for collaboration." The lewd expression on Emperor Duck's face sent shivers down the spines of Hua Fengyun, Lan'er, and Li Dong, as the sight of his flesh jiggling together was utterly distasteful. In an instant, Emperor Duck and Shishi shot forth, and at that moment, their expressions grew serious almost simultaneously. Lin Chen's hurried departure signaled that the situation was dire. In chapter 1159, The Wrath of the King, Li Dong approached, a hint of confusion and concern clouding his face. "Senior brother, why did you inform Lin Long about Sister Hong Ling's injury? If he were to disclose this to the Tianxia sect, what would ensue?" "Lin Long holds a grudge against them. He would never inform the Tianxia sect," Lan'er countered. Li Dong shot her a glare, asserting, "Even if it is not the Tianxia sect, Ziyu could still be informed." Hua Fengyun shook her head, resolutely stating, "When I heard of Hong Ling's injury, the murderous intent Lin Long unleashed was terrifying, directed specifically at Cheng Hu. I trust him. He must hold deep feelings for Lin Long, which is likely why senior brother Chen Dongxi chose to reveal this to him." Li Dong scoffed. He professed his affections for Hong Ling before. At Li Dong's words, Chen Dongxi's expression darkened. "That is enough." His admonition silenced Li Dong immediately. "Regardless of your feelings, among the 4 of us, we are no match for him." Chen Dongxi regained his composure and solemnly stated the matters concerning him and senior sister Hong Ling. "Although you may be unaware, I am fully cognizant of the situation and can assure you that he would never harm her. Rather, he shall assist her." Lin Chen moved through the mountains with the ferocity of a raging dragon, his speed reaching an alarming level. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if there were an active volcano within him, poised to erupt at any moment. Having briefly summoned his spiritual power, which had already consumed a considerable amount of energy, he now experienced a tumultuous clash between the vast celestial energy and his physical prowess within. His spiritual power merely served as a fragile barrier, caught between the 2 forces, attempting to withstand their collision. However, it was evident that this could not persist indefinitely. His elder brother CC caught up, his expression grave, questioning what should be done. You just summoned your spiritual power. Your body is likely akin to an active volcano now. Emperor Ye's eyes were also watchful as he regarded Lin Chun, fearing that if the power within Lin Chun spiraled out of control, his corporeal form might explode like a volcano, resulting in unimaginable devastation. Stay away from me, Lin Chun exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging as he spoke in a low tone. The power within him, stuck in a stalemate, was not a solution to the problem. It appeared that the only option left was to take a desperate gamble. If he could not suppress it. Elder brother CC's expression shifted in surprise. Emperor Ye's demeanor also darkened as he exclaimed in exasperation. You mustn't drag us down with you. I promised the demoness I would look after you. If anything were to happen to you, she would flay me alive. Run. Lin Chun suddenly turned back, his face contorted in a grimace, gritting his teeth as if fighting against some internal struggle. Trust me, I will not perish. You two stay here and wait for me. Once I have resolved this matter, I will come to find you. Blood vessels began to surface in Lin Chun's eyes, emanating an undeniable ferocity. CC and Emperor Ye hesitated, though they were immensely anxious, upon witnessing the unwavering, fiery determination in Lin Chun's gaze. They could only suppress their own agitation, nodding resolutely and remaining in place. I will not die. Lin Chun surged forward into the depths of the forest like a bolt of lightning, his muscles visibly swelling as a terrifying pressure radiated from his form, stirring a tempest around him. This energy was the result of the internal clash and compression of two formidable forces. Lin Chun, uncertain of his destination, let out a resounding roar as the ancient talisman inscribed with the 6-character mantra from the Xian Shangjun Wang Tower was summoned forth. Integrate with me, suppress the chaos. He bellowed, and in an instant, the ancient talisman melded into his flesh and blood, an endless radiance akin to the dawn bursting forth from the abyss, illuminating the two tumultuous forces within him. Bathed in the terrifying radiance of the Buddha's light, the formidable energy surging within Lin Chun momentarily calmed, akin to an enraged individual who, upon receiving the illumination of the Buddha, finds tranquility. The frenzied state, which had threatened to lead to annihilation, began to subside. Lin Chun, this state of yours is unsustainable. The 6-word mantra's ancient talisman cannot endure for long, Xueli remarked, her brow furrowed deeply. The ethereal power coalesced within her celestial form, while the demonic tribulation's essence resisted the influx of this celestial energy. Why would I know the reason? Lin Chun retorted through gritted teeth. Although the Buddha's light shone upon him, its power was merely ephemeral. Soon, the two forces within him would erupt like a volcano once more. Could it be due to the advancement? Xueli's heart suddenly stirred, as she mused. You must understand that transcending to the third tribulation of the corporeal essence is the celestial thunder tribulation. As the name suggests, it entails being struck by celestial thunder. If one condenses celestial energy into the celestial body, it would mean that the celestial energy circulates throughout the entire being, thus forming the lethal force of the corporeal essence. As soon as Xueli's words fell, Lin Chun's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity. If celestial energy penetrates my body, occupying it and achieving the celestial form, then how would I transcend the celestial thunder tribulation? In that case, I could first seal the celestial energy within my consciousness, then forcibly trigger the celestial thunder to undergo the tribulation. Afterward, I could draw this celestial energy back into my body and merge it with my essence. Lin Chun's eyes gleamed brighter, followed by a burst of raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, Xueli, you are brilliant. Quickly ascend. The fusion of the corporeal essence with the celestial body, what a terrifying magnitude that would yield. Xueli, too, seemed to marvel at the potential outcomes of such a combination. With the 5 C's convergence seal, Lin Chun sat upright. Seizing the moment while the Buddha's light remained effective, he clasped his hands together in a seal. An invisible force immediately swept over his entire being, as the shattered remnants of his consciousness converged like a storm, coalescing into a vast net that surged toward the entirety of the celestial energy. Compress, compress, compress. Lin Chun gritted his teeth, trembling all over. The colossal net of consciousness appeared to constrict violently, continuously pressing the surging celestial energy. He aimed to compress this celestial force with his consciousness, ensuring that the corporeal essence would cease its clash with it. Suddenly, Lin Chun's countenance brightened with joy. The overwhelming power surging from his bones began to recede like a tide. If he continued to compress and diminish the celestial energy, he could completely force the corporeal essence to retreat. Compress, compress, compress. Lin Shen roared, his entire consciousness fervently condensing. As Lin Shen exerted his compression, the corporeal essence began to withdraw with increasing terror. Excellent, excellent. Success is imminent. Shueli echoed his enthusiasm. With a mighty shout, Lin Shen concentrated all of his mental and conscious energy, transforming it into the final force of convergence. However, at that moment, a voice of formidable authority, akin to a surging torrent, reverberated through Lin Shen's mind. How dare human cultivators practice within the sovereign domain of the king of the underworld, the ghost dragon general? This mental voice seemed to carry an essence of fury, crashing into Lin Shen's consciousness like a mighty hammer. His pupils constricted instantly as he recognized that the voice belonged to one of the three supreme leaders of the ghost dragon general, the king of the underworld. In that fleeting instance, his mental fortitude crumbled, causing the vast net of divine awareness to tremble slightly, as if the trapped celestial energy was on the verge of exploding forth. Chapter 1160. I did not let you go within the mountains. She idly blew at the leaves before her, and unable to suppress her irritation any longer, she slapped the leaves into a fine powder. Do you think brother will encounter trouble? She asked, her teeth clenched, pacing back and forth, clearly filled with concern. The Duck Emperor immediately huffed in dissatisfaction, his face contorted. Mother, he would never face trouble. I would not believe it even if it cost me my life. Every time I worry about him, it is I who ends up in trouble. You do have a point, but can you even compare yourself to him? She retorted, casting a disdainful glance. In this world, there exists a beast known as the mouse, and an ancient ferocious creature called the sky-swallowing cat. What do you think would happen to a mouse devoid of magical powers before the sky-swallowing cat? The outcome would be fatal, unless I thoroughly cleanse your treasures. I shall not be called Zhang Dainio. No, I shall not be referred to as the Duck Emperor. Come now, I shall make your rotund backside radiate with astonishing brilliance. Meanwhile, Lin Shen's entire being tensed up in an instant. He had not anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, he would be discovered by the king of the underworld. A realization that took him completely by surprise. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Lin Shen shouted vehemently within his mind. The divine awareness net, which had faltered slightly due to his mental strain, suddenly contracted with great force, as if someone had pulled the net taut. The mass of celestial energy was rapidly compressed, shrinking to the size of a fist. The strength coursing through Lin Shen's limbs receded like a receding tide, leaving him utterly drained. Having accomplished this, he felt an immediate release, sweat beading on his forehead, reminiscent of an exhausted cultivator who could not help but pant, overwhelmed by fatigue. He had expended an exorbitant amount of mental energy. Now that the divine awareness had compacted the celestial energy into such a diminutive form, Lin Shen no longer had to worry about a clash between the celestial energy and the physical strength within his body. While his mental energy had diminished significantly, it remained within his grasp. Yet, just as Lin Shen allowed himself a moment of respite, his entire being tensed once more. He abruptly raised his head, and his expression changed dramatically upon witnessing a rolling, inky black fog swiftly spreading from the horizon, shaking the very earth. An aura of terrifying pressure emanated from within, dominating the surroundings without a hint of concealment. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure clad in black armor materialized before Lin Shen. As he descended to the ground, the earth trembled beneath his immense weight. Danger, extreme danger. Lin Shen felt the hair on his body stand on end. This entity, claiming to be the Anger King among the three great leaders, was incomparably more formidable than any ordinary underworld dragon. Notably, his lower limbs were not dragon-like, but rather true legs, having coalesced from a dragon's tail into human form. The Anger King's hair stood erect, and his large, bell-like eyes swept over Lin Shen, piercing him as if with needles. I apologize for the unwarranted intrusion and hope you will not take offense. If I have caused any disrespect, I am willing to atone, Lin Shen said, bowing slightly, his mind racing with strategies. He then declared that he must take his leave and turned to depart without a moment's hesitation. Humans disturb my realm of ghosts, and before the Anger King, you believe you can simply leave? The Anger King scoffed, and in an instant, Lin Shen felt an overwhelming wave of ghostly energy surging toward him like a tidal wave. Rend it apart. Without hesitation, Lin Shun unleashed a radiant golden consciousness from the back of his head, tearing through the encroaching ghostly tide. His wings unfurled dramatically, propelling him forward with fierce intensity. Not my match. Then flee. The Anger King's eyes widened in fury, and the ground beneath him shattered with a resounding boom. He struck out with a mighty fist, a wisp of black light transforming into a lethal punch that hurtled toward Lin Shun. Celestial energy coalesced into a fist, transforming into a ghostly deity. Lin Shun's pupils constricted as he discerned the black point, a drop of water, pitch black and radiating an aura of terror. Within that droplet, it seemed to house an entire realm, nurturing countless ghostly deities. In the fourth transformation of the void immortal realm, liquid celestial energy took form. Once that droplet erupted, it would unleash a scene of overwhelming devastation, leaving Lin Shun with no avenue of escape. This power is too great. To combat these malevolent entities, I must employ it. Lin Shun's frenzied flight abruptly halted, and his gaze radiated icy determination. The ancient bronze sword at his back suddenly unsheathed, crackling with destructive thunder that coursed through the blade. Slay the demons. Lin Shun, wielding the ancient bronze sword and enveloped in devastating thunder, struck fiercely, cleaving through the pitch-black droplet of celestial energy. A resounding explosion erupted, sending shock waves of violent energy in all directions, as torrents of destructive thunder surged into the dark droplet, transforming its endless abyss into a storm of lightning. With a thunderous crash, Lin Shun ascended skyward with his wings unfurled, yet the strike of his sword shattered the dark droplet into fragments. The Anger King, whose face had been ablaze with fury, now stood momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Shun's bronze sword, or rather, on the tempest of thunder it exuded. In the next moment, his body trembled slightly, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes before he regained his composure. Unexpectedly, you are the wielder of that object. In light of this, I shall grant you a reprieve. The Fury King, regaining his composure, coldly proclaimed that this would be the sole instance of leniency. Should he encounter the individual again, regardless of their connection to that artifact, he would not hesitate to execute them. Upon uttering this declaration, the Fury King let out a disdainful snort and turned to depart. Lin Shun was taken aback, not anticipating that the Fury King would actually leave. It appeared as though he had spared Lin Shun due to the ancient symbol of annihilation. Had his peril truly been averted? Lin Shun instinctively lifted his gaze, observing the Fury King's retreating figure, and at that moment, the words of Cheng Shan echoed in his mind. A vivid image surged forth, Hong Ling, exuding a commanding presence akin to a warrior goddess, but when alone, the inescapable pain would return, casting a pallor upon her exquisite visage and darkening her brow with anguish. The Fury King transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, obscuring the heavens as he swept into the distance. Suddenly, a bolt of thunderous light erupted from the sky, akin to a devastating sword of lightning, violently tearing through the massive black fog. A cry of agony resounded, followed by the Fury King's furious retort. I let you go, and yet you dare to provoke me. What is your intention? Lin Shun, with a sinister smile, replied. You may allow me to depart, but I never said I would permit you to leave. Chapter 1161. The arrival of a formidable foe. Let us pursue the Reaper King and the Ghost Dragon. Cheng Shan bellowed, his presence formidable, each word imbued with immense pressure. Hua Fengyun and the others promptly nodded, for their purpose in this venture was to slay the corpse of the Reaper King and Ghost Dragon. Naturally, should they vanquish one of the three supreme leaders, their mission would be deemed a resounding success. Suddenly, Cheng Shan momentarily halted, a look of perplexity crossing his features. What is it? Hua Fengyun inquired, sensing his pause. My Earth Mountain soul body can perceive movements and stillness within 100,000 miles of land. Just now, I sensed a formidable aura traversing the Earth, albeit for a fleeting moment. Cheng Shan furrowed his brows and waved his hand. This matter does not concern us. Let us proceed. The group nodded in agreement, their figures vanishing into the surrounding woods. The vast mountain range, seen from afar, resembled a winding weapon, shrouded in a faint yet immense aura of malevolent spirits. Occasionally, the sounds of fierce battles erupted from within the mountains, the chaos caused by cultivators seeking to slay the Reaper King and Ghost Dragon. Yet at the foot of the mountains, two figures suddenly materialized. This is the dwelling place of the Reaper King and Ghost Dragon. Thus, the rumored little madman, Lin Long, must also reside here. one youth remarked. A hint of trepidation in his gaze, recalling how Lin Lung had single-handedly slain the trio of the Luo family. Brother Chiao, is it wise for us to seek him out in this manner? With a sharp clap to the back of the youth's head. He did not react with anger, but instead regarded the man before him with a mix of fear and respect. The man donned a crimson coat, his chest bared, revealing robust, dark muscles that presented a striking visual impact. Lin Lung was nothing in comparison. The man in the red coat smirked, addressing Shaolin, stating that their mission extended beyond merely dealing with Lin Lung. They intended to capture those insignificant scoundrels from the Red Palace as well. Upon hearing himself referred to as Shaolin, Lin's expression shifted dramatically, his countenance a canvas of fluctuating emotions. After a moment of clenched determination, he nodded, as if having made a significant resolution. With me here, what is there to fear? The man in the crimson coat urged, as he delivered a firm pat on the young man's back and strode confidently into the forest, exuding an air of disdainful authority. Within the woods, two demonic dragon generals sensed an overwhelming peril and began to roar restlessly among the trees. For the sake of Hongling, Lin Shun was resolute in his intent to vanquish this wrathful king, knowing that any leniency shown towards him was not out of mercy, but solely due to the ancient power of the word destroy. As Lin Chen's voice faded, the ancient bronze sword was drawn forth, releasing a radiant arc of intertwined, cataclysmic lightning that surged towards the wrathful king. With a single strike capable of annihilating deities, all malevolent spirits would be obliterated under the might of the destructive thunder. Ah, splendid! The wrathful king observed the incoming lightning sword with a mixture of instinctive dread and seething ire. Infuriated, he laughed derisively, declaring, "Today, you shall learn what it means to wield the power of a fourth-turn immortal." With a thunderous bellow, he unleashed a fist that erupted with terrifying demonic energy, rising like a massive dark cloud that coalesced into formidable spirits, creating a wall of malevolence to intercept Lin Chen's strike. A drop of celestial energy descends into the mortal realm, awakening the ancient demons from their slumber. The wrathful king pointed a finger at Lin Chen, sending forth a jet of obsidian droplets, which surged toward him. This droplet, a culmination of immense celestial energy, echoed with the wails of countless demons, akin to Lin Chen's own elemental strike, compressing vast martial wills into a singular point that hurtled toward him. This droplet surpassed the previous celestial energy and potency, as within it lay the essence of an ancient dream demon sorcery. Once unleashed, countless demons would succumb to a slumber, transformed into invincible warriors driven by a murderous intent, unyielding and indomitable. Moreover, the explosion of this liquid celestial energy would resonate far and wide, a terrifying force to behold. In the midst of a tempestuous storm, Lin Chen suddenly found himself engulfed in a profound crisis, the world around him narrowing to a singular droplet of ethereal energy. This droplet, seemingly capable of annihilating him, was indeed formidable. Yet armed with the ancient talisman of destruction, he declared, "Anger King, your demise is imminent." A surge of lightning erupted in Lin Chen's eyes, and at that moment, the ancient bronze sword unleashed a colossal serpent of destructive thunder, slicing toward the ethereal droplet. Lin Chen appeared to transcend time itself, embodying the essence of annihilation. He became the son of destruction, consumed by an insatiable desire to eradicate all malevolence. With a thunderous clash, Anger King's pupils widened in disbelief as Lin Chen's formidable blade cleaved through the ethereal droplet, shattering it into halves, along with the ancient dream demon's arcane spell contained within. The annihilation was as swift as it was merciless. Anger King lifted his gaze sharply, witnessing Lin Chen wielding the sword, driving it toward his very core. An overwhelming sense of impending death surged within him. Amidst the mountains, Cheng Shan and his companions swiftly maneuvered, having just vanquished a Hell King dragon. Yet, their efforts felt insufficient. "Wait, there seems to be a figure over there," Lan Er exclaimed, her keen eyes having caught a glimpse of a crimson silhouette amidst the trees, though upon a second glance, it had vanished. "Lan Er, perhaps you're feeling a bit fatigued?" Hua Fengyun inquired with concern. "There's no one there." Brother Shan's Earth Mountain soul can sense disturbances within 100,000 miles. If anything were amiss, he would have detected it, she added. Lan Er stuck out her tongue, seemingly reconsidering. "Not quite." Cheng Shan suddenly halted, his expression contemplative. "I can sense Lin Lung's presence, but he has distanced himself from that rotund figure and the handsome youth." Now, he is engaged in battle with another formidable entity. Could it be that Lin Long has encountered someone from the Heavenly Gate? Both Hua Fengyun and Lan Er exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. Li Dong clenched his teeth in anger. What Heavenly Gate? Their audacity grows bolder by the day. We cannot allow them to act with impunity. Cheng Shan furrowed his brow. It is likely that they are indeed from the Heavenly Gate. Since Luo Sheng's malevolent intent was thwarted, he must have dispatched other powerful warriors. This individual appears formidable. We refrained from intervening before, but this time we must assist Lin Long. Hua Fengyun flashed a fiery smile. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The four prepared to head towards Cheng Shan's sense location. Just then, a faint voice resonated. There is no need for you to proceed. For the people of the Heavenly Gate are already here. A man clad in a red coat and a timid youth materialized before Cheng Shan and his companions. How could it be you? Cheng Shan gasped at the sudden appearance, his expression shifting dramatically, mirrored by the shocked faces of Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lan Er upon seeing the red-clad man. The monstrous figure from the Heavenly Gate has sent forth this creature to eliminate Lin Long. Chapter 1162, Tremor. Zui Yingzhan, despite her fiery temperament, now wore a visage tinged with fear. At this moment, the hearts of Cheng Shan and others were tumultuous. They could scarcely believe that such an individual had arrived in their midst. Was the Heavenly Gate truly intent on waging an all-out war against the Red Palace? Or had Luo Sheng's desire to eliminate Lin Long reached a frenzied peak? Zui Yingzhan, what brings you here? Are you aware that you have overstepped your bounds? Li Dongxiang summoned his courage to inquire. Does the Heavenly Gate intend to completely sever ties with the Red Palace? The young man beside the crimson-clad figure, known as Xiao Linzi, recoiled slightly, his eyes reflecting trepidation. Zhugu, these individuals seem quite fearsome. I am somewhat intimidated. With a swift motion, Zui Yingzhan struck the back of his head. Observing the four individuals regarding him with alarm, he smirked derisively. You fear these four? If you continue to cower like this, I might just end your life myself. The young man, now emboldened, declared, I will endeavor to overcome my fear. Nevertheless, he subtly shifted to position himself behind Zui Yingzhan's imposing frame. Upon witnessing Zui Yingzhan's blatant disregard for him, Li Dongxiang felt a surge of humiliation. Yet the fearsome reputation of the man before him stifled any further harsh words. Zui Yingzhan, ranked 78th on the immortal ranking, was a renowned general under Luo Sheng. In the eyes of the true disciples of the War Immortal Palace, he was a figure of immense notoriety, having claimed the lives of at least 3 true disciples. And each time he was merely confined for a month as punishment. In comparison, figures like the Star Prince paled against him. Zui Yingzhan was the true harbinger of death. Cheng Shan, tasting the bitterness of despair, recognized that Zui Yingzhan's arrival boded ill. His thoughts turned to Lin Long, who was currently engaged in combat with a formidable force. Could it be that the Heavenly Gate had dispatched even more terrifying experts? A chill enveloped the 4 of them as Zui Yingzhan raised his left foot, laughing coldly. Cheng Shan steeled himself and asked, Zui Yingzhan, how many powerful individuals have you sent to this place? Do you truly intend to provoke the Red Palace? To this, Zui Yingzhan paused momentarily, then erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth laced with arrogance and disdain. He suddenly lowered his head, casting a disdainful gaze upon the 4 individuals before him, scoffing. Do you truly believe that I require assistance to deal with mere beings like you? Do you think I am insufficient alone? Fire Phoenix Yun, Li Dong, and Lan Er felt their faces flush with indignation, as this was an utter affront to their dignity. However, the reality of Zui Ying's rank as the 78th on the immortal ranking was a daunting presence. It seemed that only Lin Long and his companions could possibly contend with him. Yet, Lin Long's current circumstances were uncertain. Fire Phoenix Yun immediately shifted her attention to Cheng Shan, who wore a bitter expression. If the adversary were not the disciples of the Heavenly Gate, then the implication was clear. Lin Long was engaged in combat against one of the 3 great leaders. At that very moment, the battle between Lin Chun and the Furious King had escalated dramatically. Lin Chun wielded his ancient bronze sword, unleashing countless arcs of lightning sword chi that enveloped the Furious King like an all-encompassing net, obliterating malevolent spirits and growing ever more ferocious. The Furious King found himself irrevocably suppressed. The essence of destructive thunder was not merely about annihilation. It represented the eradication of sinister forces and malevolent spirits. Lin Chun struck again, and the destructive thunder that erupted from his sword tip began to shimmer with a hint of purple, emanating an overwhelming pressure that rendered the furious king's expression one of sheer terror. Lin Shun felt a surge of power coursing through the ancient symbol of destruction, an enhancement that was ever increasing. Suddenly, while meticulously observing the intricacies of the destructive thunder, a flash of purple lightning ignited from his eyes. In the next moment, he distinctly perceived an ancient symbol flowing through the tip of his bronze sword. Within that symbol of destruction, the character for annihilation seemed to morph into a sinuous, twisted purple thunder dragon that resonated with an ancient, world-shattering aura. A fierce and tempestuous will surged violently within Lin Chen's mind as the serpentine, twisted purple thunder dragon appeared to awaken. In the heavens there is thunder, annihilating all evils. These 8 words thundered through Lin Chen's consciousness like a deafening clap of thunder. Instantly, vivid images flashed through his mind. He seemed to glimpse the depths of boundless chaos, where the earth-shattering roar of thunder echoed, and a hazy, world-like thunder pool floated within. Chaos, sacred thunder, grant me the power to cleave. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as he gripped the bronze sword and struck fiercely at the furious king. A massive arc of purple thunder transformed into a crescent moon, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, as if this strike unleashed a tremendous wave of chaotic energy. Lin Chen's sudden epiphany propelled the destructive thunder emanating from the ancient symbol to a new level of potency. In the tumult of chaos, the holy thunder strikes with a ferocious might, shattering the very fabric of disorder, while the divine presence subdues the myriad of evils. What is this phenomenon that instills such dread within me, severing the very ties between myself and this realm of spirits? The enraged king gazes upon the scene with terror etched in his eyes, wide with disbelief, as he unleashes a barrage of fists, summoning countless spectral entities. Yet, these ghostly powers are swiftly torn asunder by the brilliance of the holy thunder, obliterated as if struck by a feral beast descending from the mountains, crashing upon the king with merciless force. With a sickening sound, one of his arms is severed, causing the king to roar in agony, black blood gushing forth. Sizzling upon contact with the ground, the anguished cries of the king resonate. A once mighty leader reduced to a state of utter vulnerability beneath the overwhelming power of the holy thunder. You are utterly defeated. Hope is but a distant memory. Lin Chen states with cold indifference, prepare to meet your end. You have ignited my wrath. The king retorts, his bloodshot eyes narrowed in fury, hair standing on end like a furious sovereign amidst a tempest of malevolent energy. Are you not going to assist me, my fellow rulers? Lin Shun is momentarily taken aback. He realizes the king is summoning the other 2 leaders. Simultaneously, Cheng Shan and his companions are engulfed in bitter despair, feeling as though they have swallowed gall under the oppressive presence of Zui Yingzhan, unable to articulate their plight. The pressure from this individual is an absolute domination. I have no desire to waste words with you. Once I deal with you, I shall then turn my attention to Lin Chun, Zui Yingzhan sneers, a malevolent smile gracing his lips. What brings you 4 here to assist Hongling? The 4 exchange glances, their teeth clenched. This is a truth they cannot divulge, lest they share the same fate as Cheng Hu. Suddenly, Li Dong's eyes widen in shock as an enormous hand, imbued with an incomprehensible force, grips his head with a crushing might, an agonizing pain seizing him as if his very skull might shatter, prompting a horrified scream to escape his lips. Lana pales. While the fiery gaze of Hua Fengyun ignites with fury, her fists clench tightly. I had no expectation that you 4 would provide an answer, Zui Yingzhan declares, his grip unyielding upon Li Dong's head, a chilling aura swirling around his hand, exuding an unsettling pressure that leaves Cheng Shan reeling. The innate power of Zui Yingzhan is palpable, rendering the confrontation with these weaklings a tedious affair, had it not been for the lucrative rewards. He would not have entertained such a trivial task. A derisive smile crosses his lips as the crimson cloak billows around him, emanating a mysterious and oppressive force that leaves Cheng Shan and his companions breathless, their faces flushed yet powerless to act against the overwhelming strength they cannot hope to resist. Senior brother, your dominance is truly remarkable, praises a young man beside Zui Yingzhan, admiration evident on his face. Ha! Zui Yingzhan erupted into a fit of laughter, the innate power surging from his arms growing increasingly formidable. Li Dong's cries seemed as if they would rend the very heavens asunder. Yet, in an instant, the earth trembled, Beasts roared, and a tempest swept through the world, plunging everything into utter darkness. Two immense clouds of ghostly energy swirled violently in the void, and the entire cosmos convulsed, shrieking in anguish, causing the very foundations of the earth to shudder. This sudden upheaval transformed Zhui Yingzhan's mirth into a countenance of grave concern. What could have caused the two great leaders to simultaneously unleash their formidable auras? The laughter that once adorned Zhui Yingzhan's face was replaced with a profound seriousness. For the power of the two leaders was such that even I would not dare to confront them. Who could they possibly be? Cheng Shan and the others were equally astonished, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the overwhelming ghostly energy, a tempest of trepidation swirling within their hearts. The simultaneous emergence of the two leaders raised questions about which cultivators had invoked such calamity. Suddenly, Cheng Shan's gaze sharpened. He seemed to perceive that these two terrifying auras were surging directly towards the location of Lin Chen's presence, causing his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1163. The transformation of heaven and earth in the distance. The once bright sky was engulfed by a dark cloud of ghostly energy that roared ominously, resembling a vast black curtain emanating an imposing and chilling aura that instilled fear deep within the hearts of all who beheld it. Another furious roar resounded, and from the two colossal clouds of ghostly energy, a formidable force ascended, revealing a being with hair standing on end and a serpent-like tail thrashing about, exuding an overwhelming wrath and commanding the ancient ghost's might. At this moment, everything was engulfed in a suffocating blackness. Hua Fengyun was momentarily stunned, her eloquence faltering as she realized that the three great leaders had converged. Cheng Shan's face was etched with shock. What had Lin Chen done to provoke the king of the underworld and summon the three leaders, ablaze with fury? Good heavens! Which prodigious figure had descended to challenge the three great leaders? Zuobai's expression grew even graver, the once arrogant visage now transformed into one of solemnity. The youth beside him, often referred to as Little Lin, was taken aback. He had rarely witnessed this flamboyant man in red attire wear such a serious demeanor. Suddenly, beneath the overwhelming clouds of the three great ghost kings, a streak of purple lightning surged forth as if emerging from the depths of endless chaos, striking fiercely at the pitch-black, ghostly clouds, shattering them into fragments. A young man wielding an ancient bronze sword, his entire being enveloped in violet thunder, ascended like a saint from the chaos. The oppressive aura he emanated, akin to chaotic thunder, instilled no fear of the three leaders' might. Lin Lung, Li Dong, and Hua Fengyun were taken aback, their faces pale with shock. What on earth was this individual attempting? Did he dare to challenge the three formidable leaders alone? Lanner's complexion grew increasingly ashen as she trembled, murmuring that it was disastrous. The strength of the three leaders was unfathomable. And how could Lin Lung possibly contend with them alone? Cheng Shan seemed as if his throat had been constricted, unable to utter a sound. However, Zuobai raised an eyebrow, gazing at the thunderous youth soaring into the sky, a cold smile curling his lips. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. The mere second transformation of a void immortal challenging the three ghost kings was akin to a mere insect in the presence of Lord Luo Sheng. Even Zuobai, with his esteemed status, would not dare to be so arrogant. What prowess did Lin Lung possess to attempt such a feat? The three leaders converged, obscuring the sky and exuding boundless murderous intent, launching a combined assault upon Lin Chen. Their united punches released three droplets of liquid celestial energy that soared into the heavens, splitting apart and unleashing an entire realm of ghostly deities and grand sorcery, descending upon Lin Chen with terrifying force. This strike was sufficient to obliterate any being in the third transformation of a void immortal. Even Cheng Hu and the other three young masters would find no refuge from such an onslaught. Lin Chen, having grasped the essence of the chaotic sacred thunder, became enveloped in its violet embrace, wielding his sword with fervor as he slashed in all directions, creating a tempestuous web of thunderous blades. One thunder shatters chaos. One saint suppresses all evils. This encapsulated the entirety of the chaotic sacred thunder's will. Before the multitude of rampaging ghostly deities, the chaotic sacred thunder proved insurmountable. Wherever the sword light traversed, everything was annihilated, vanishing into the void. The three leaders, despite their simultaneous attack, found themselves unable to overcome Lin Chen. "Oh, there is some skill after all," Zuobai remarked with a slight smirk, though a cold smile lingered on his lips. Aware that the three leaders were about to unleash their utmost fury, Lin Lung could hardly escape death to simultaneously challenge the three leaders, even with countering abilities. Was to court disaster. What is this power? It completely counters our ghostly arts. One leader roared in fury. Unleash the grand art of ghostly annihilation to eliminate this human. The enraged king of anger bellowed. He is the calamity of all in our ghostly realm. This child must die. Must die? The three leaders, having witnessed the terror of the chaotic sacred thunder, simultaneously reached the same resolute conclusion. From the three great leaders, an overwhelming aura surged skyward, their hands forming intricate seals as a fist-sized orb of liquid celestial energy materialized above their heads. Heavenly demons, annihilation, great spell. The three leaders bellowed in unison, their terrifying presence reverberating throughout the entire mountain range, instilling fear in countless underworld kings and ghost dragons. Before them, the fist-sized orb of liquid celestial energy began to bubble ominously, exuding a dreadful aura. Within its depths, a pair of crimson eyes gradually manifested, lurking within the swirling celestial essence. With a series of ominous cracks, thunderous roars shattered the heavens as three colossal, fearsome deities emerged, their scarlet eyes glowing fiercely. Their immense forms loomed over the realm, casting vast shadows, each wielding a blood-red blade that seemed capable of cleaving entire mountain ranges with a mere movement. Panic washed over Huafengyun, Chengshan, Li Dong, and Lan Er, their faces paling, as if their throats were constricted, leaving them helplessly witnessing this terrifying spectacle. Even Zuobai felt a profound shock, sensing an immense psychological pressure emanating from the three monstrous deities. The trio of deities fixed their scarlet gazes upon Lin Chun. With a swift motion, they raised their massive blood-red blades, as if to pierce the very heavens, causing the surrounding space to tremble and dark fissures to appear. In an instant, the three terrifying blood blades descended upon Lin Chun. You three leaders are the ingredients I require. Therefore, you must perish, Lin Chun declared, his eyes ablaze with madness and overwhelming fury, as he gazed upward at the colossal blades descending with divine might. In that moment, his figure appeared diminutive beneath the onslaught of the three fearsome blood blades. Yet, at this very instant, his rage surged skyward, shattering the heavens. Drawing upon the power of the cosmos, he unleashed a deafening roar, as blinding golden light erupted from behind his head, resembling a golden fountain. In an instant, it pierced the sky, forming a golden vortex above, as fierce winds howled and dark clouds rapidly converged from all directions. You dare to channel the power of the heavens. The voices of the three leaders trembled with disbelief. How could this be possible? As the tumultuous black clouds gathered, they seemed to form an immense curtain of darkness, enveloping the vast mountain range in shadows, heralding an apocalyptic tempest. However, the three blood blades continued their terrifying descent towards Lin Chun's figure. Shi, lend me your strength, Lin Chun bellowed, as the wings of freedom unfurled behind him. He was acutely aware that the terrifying scene here had already captured the attention of Shi and the Duck Emperor. Suddenly, a young man's maniacal laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha, just three leaders, and they dare to provoke my elder brother. Then, a fearsome beast's roar resounded, exuding an air of invincibility. A colossal figure dashed through a blinding white light, unleashing a torrent of violent winds. At the moment the three blood-red blades descended with terrifying force, Lin Chun was swept away by the luminous surge. With a whoosh, Lin Chun soared into the air. His wings spread wide, propelling him directly into the vast storm clouds that enveloped an area of 100 miles. His gaze fixed upon the three formidable leaders, as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens. Having missed their strike, the three leaders seemed to gain sentience. Their three pairs of blood-red glows piercing the heavens, aimed directly at Lin Chun. They swiftly pivoted, their crimson blades altering course, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy towards Lin Chun beneath the expansive clouds. Gather the storm clouds, unleash the chaos, Saint Thunder, Lin Chun roared once more, and the thunderous echoes reverberated throughout the vast expanse of clouds. Countless electric serpents writhed within, shaking the very earth, all summoned forth by the power of his divine consciousness. At that moment, Lin Chun swung his great sword, embedding it deep within the heart of the tempestuous storm clouds. An ominous purple lightning erupted from the ancient bronze sword, instantly merging with the raging storm. Boom! boom, boom. It was as if a celestial drum had been struck, sending shockwaves through the air. The immense storm clouds, spanning 100 miles, erupted with boundless purple lightning, akin to wild stallions breaking free, roaring and tumbling through the sky. The chaos Saint thunder of Lin Chen harmonized with the natural lightning, merging into a sea of terrifying thunder. This was Lin Chen's intention. He sought to harness the power of the heavens and earth, creating a tempest of thunder across a 100-mile radius, ultimately merging it with his own chaos Saint thunder to forge a true, cataclysmic sea of destruction. A sense of dread and overwhelming pressure emanated from the storm clouds, enveloping the area. In that moment, Lin Chen transformed into the son of thunder, gesturing grandly as the vast sea of purple lightning cascaded down like a torrential flood. The endless purple lightning descended, ensnaring the three formidable leaders in its relentless embrace, without exception. Boom, boom, boom. The entire realm was consumed by the deafening sound of thunderous explosions. The very earth trembled beneath the mountains, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation that reverberated through the colossal mountain range, causing countless underworld dragons to cower in fear, trembling uncontrollably. This is a true transformation of the world, a deluge of purple thunder cascading down, resembling an apocalyptic thunder calamity. Cheng Shan and Feng Yun, among others, were utterly astounded, their eyes reflecting the fierce spectacle of purple thunder dragons plummeting from the heavens, wreaking havoc across a terrifying radius of 100 miles. The sheer destructive force widens Wabai's pupils, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, as if he were being tainted by this terrifying power of annihilation. Just moments ago, he had boasted about wanting to slay Lin Cheng as easily as one would crush an ant. Yet now, should he be engulfed by this horrifying sea of purple lightning, he would be utterly obliterated. What mission was he undertaking to confront such a monster? Could he truly capture it? At this moment, the renowned war general under the esteemed Luo Shang, Zhubai, found his spirit completely shaken by the man who resembled a thunderbolt. Chapter 1164, A Desperate Flight. A blanket of pitch-black clouds enveloped the area, akin to a vast pool, within which surged torrents of purple thunder. As this pool roiled violently, the immense thunder within cascaded downward toward the earth. The deafening roar echoed throughout the expansive mountain range. Not only were the three great demonic deities and their leaders caught in this maelstrom, but Lin Cheng was also ensnared within it. Lin Cheng, you are utterly insane. Shueli could not help but roar, his voice tinged with a frenzied excitement, astonished that Lin Cheng had conceived such a terrifying method. However, he still felt a twinge of dread, wondering what would have happened had it not succeeded. Lin Cheng, you are far too reckless. I have long harbored this idea. It is simply that the three leaders sought trouble and willingly approached to serve as test subjects. I have no qualms about indulging in this madness, Lin Cheng replied coldly. After consuming the child of the heavenly prohibition, his consciousness could commune with the forces of nature. These forces are the very essence of power in the universe. He could wield his consciousness to invoke the powers of nature, summon great winds, stir the oceans, shake the earth, and conjure thunderous clouds. Such feats were well within his capabilities. Given that the three leaders were specters, they naturally feared the celestial might of thunder. The devastating thunder unleashed from his ancient bronze sword was enough to intimidate the wrathful king. However, Lin Cheng approached this endeavor with a sense of experimentation, hoping to merge the destructive thunder with the thunder of the heavens. To his astonishment, he succeeded, and the power was indeed formidable. The visage of Hong Ling flashed in Lin Cheng's mind, and he found himself enveloped in this terrifying torrent of thunder. Yet, having comprehended the chaos sacred thunder, he was impervious to the countless bolts, instead gaining immense benefits from the onslaught. What is happening? How is my body absorbing this thunderous power? Lin Cheng pondered in confusion, feeling no harm from the strikes. Rather, the thunderous energy flowed joyfully through his limbs and body as if it had found its true source. Amidst the celestial expanse, thunder roared, obliterating myriad evils in a single strike, as a sacred force subdued all malevolence. Lin Chen's mind jolted, as if an ancient gate forged of thunder materialized within his consciousness. Upon this venerable portal, inscriptions of primordial scripture, etched in the chaotic sacred thunder, unfolded before him. From the ancient symbols of annihilation, he discerned that the chaotic sacred thunder was, in fact, a profound technique, a method of physical refinement. Could it be that he could transform himself into the embodiment of chaotic sacred thunder? A wave of astonishment surged through Lin Chun. He had never fathomed such potential. At that very moment, the ancient scriptures upon the gate appeared indelible, seamlessly merging with Lin Chun's memory, as though they had awaited his discovery all along. Thunder. Heed my call. Lin Chun bellowed, emanating an invisible allure that drew the thunder into his being. An exhilarating tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to the soothing warmth of a hot spring, filling him with immense comfort. Alas, the power of this thunder proved too feeble to forge the chaotic sacred thunder body. Observing the absorbed thunder within him, Lin Chun noted it dissipated into nothingness after a brief circulation, failing to stir the cultivation methods of the chaotic sacred thunder body. In that instant, the cacophony of terrifying explosions finally subsided, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The once tumultuous skies, now still, revealed a landscape charred and pockmarked. With smoke billowing from the scorched earth, the bodies of the three leaders lay reduced to cinders. Yet flickers of spiritual light indicated their survival through the use of protective artifacts, albeit they were irrevocably slain. Who are you? The voice of the enraged king trembled with profound fear. You will inevitably attract the attention of the powerful within the ghost palace, who will seek to annihilate you as our sworn enemy. His words abruptly ceased as Lin Chun's sword cleaved through the air, the chaotic sacred thunder slicing through their heads, blood splattering forth, as the various malevolent energies were utterly eradicated. The three leaders had genuinely met their demise. Zhuobai could scarcely believe his eyes. His expression shifted as he murmured, I never imagined this fellow to be so formidable. Had that strike been aimed at me, a shiver ran down his spine. Despite his arrogance, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, and the others remained awash in disbelief, grappling with the reality of the scene before them. Suddenly, a youth, referred to as Little Linzi, cried out in terror, seemingly hurtling towards them. Zhuobai's expression faltered, his gaze instinctively drawn forward. Before them, Lin Chun approached, bearing a leader's corpse aloft, soaring towards their location. At that moment, Zhuobai felt as though his heart had leapt into his throat. Who among you dares to make a sound? I shall eliminate you in an instant. Zhuobai declared, taking a deep breath, his gaze icy and menacing as it swept over Cheng Shan and the others, causing Li Dong to shudder involuntarily. They instinctively sealed their lips, refraining from making any disturbance, and merely watched as Lin Chun approached, their eyes brimming with immense hope. If Lin Chun arrived, how could this fellow possibly threaten them? Suddenly, Lin Chun halted midair, resting his chin in contemplation, before veering off to another direction. Zhuobai exhaled in relief. Yet the expressions of Hua Fengyun and the others transformed dramatically. If Lin Chun departed, would they not face certain death? Who dares to create a disturbance? Zhuobai whispered, his voice deep and ominous like a beast on the verge of wrath in the shadows. Hua Fengyun, Li Dong, and Lan'er felt a chill grip their hearts, instinctively suppressing any semblance of disturbance. Zhuobai's lips curled into a cold smile. He had not anticipated that this individual would possess such strength. In that case, it would be prudent to bring you along, seeking those skilled in dealing with him. His lips curled into a smirk of arrogant disdain once more. Suddenly, Zhuobai's pupils constricted as he swiftly grasped a young man from the group, propelling himself forward with great force. There, where Zhuobai had stood, a bronze ancient sword erupted, crackling with lightning, the blade tearing through the earth inch by inch. Zhuobai narrowly evaded the serpentine flash of thunderous sword light. Go! Zhuobai commanded, his body tense, a surge of black and white divine light enveloping him as he transformed into a being of innate power. Seizing the young man and retreating into the distance, he hesitated not for a moment. Had it not been for the warning bestowed by his own innate strength just moments ago, he might have fallen victim to a treacherous ambush. Zhuobai was filled with astonishment. How had Lin Chun managed to approach him so stealthily? This Lin Chun was far more terrifying than he had previously perceived. Cheng Shan, Hua Fengyun, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, gazing at Lin Chun with gratitude. Hua Fengyun even patted her proud bosom, exclaiming, that was truly frightening. Lin Chun glanced at the four of them, having discerned the nature of the situation, realizing that Cheng Shan had utilized his innate strength to relay the circumstances to him. Has the war general ranked 70-something on the celestial list, Luo Shang, become so deranged as to seek my death? Lin Chun mused. Take this. He tossed the corpses of the three leaders to Chen Dongxi, whose expression was one of astonishment, quickly turning to joy. Thank you so much, Lin Chen. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. Sister Hong Ling will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. This task had initially been a mere endeavor to slay one leader. Yet Lin Chen had presented him with three. Now, Sister Hong Ling's injuries can be healed, Lin Chen remarked, furrowing his brow slightly as he scrutinized the group. I hope you will not disclose to Hong Ling that this was my doing. That is all I ask. At this moment, all four of them wore expressions of astonishment, including Chen Dongxi, who was equally perplexed. Was this not an opportune moment for Lin Lingming to express his affections for Hong Ling, whom he clearly cherished? Why then? Did he refrain from articulating his feelings? I hope you can manage it, Lin Chen remarked nonchalantly before turning to leave. Hua Fengyun and Lan Er could not help but gaze at Lin Chen's retreating figure, only to realize that this man, whom they had previously overlooked, possessed an unexpectedly commanding presence. Chapter 1165. The earthly thunder spirit Pil Li Dong could hardly believe his eyes. The impact of the words spoken by this man was profoundly staggering. The corpse of one of the three-headed leader was equivalent to 1,000,000 contribution points. Hua Fengyun inhaled sharply. Disregarding all else, this alone amounted to 3,000,000 contribution points, sufficient to exchange for 3 pieces of quasi-Dao artifacts of the Heart Demon Catastrophe level. Chen Dongxi took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Since he has requested that we keep this matter confidential, we must do so. Even if Senior Sister Hong Ling inquires, we must safeguard this secret. His intentions are undoubtedly significant." Li Dong, Hua Fengyun, and Lan Er all nodded in unison. Their hearts had already been captivated by Lin Chen. In other words, they would instinctively follow his words, as the astonishment he had instilled in them was simply too profound. Elder brother Cici approached with palpable excitement, looking at Lin Chen with admiration. The crisis has been averted. That last strike was truly formidable, obliterating everything within 100 miles. Did those 2 girls not succumb to your charm? Not interested, Lin Chen replied with a slight shake of his head, his brow furrowed. Emperor Duck scanned Lin Chen from top to bottom, his beady eyes making Lin Chen feel a chill run down his spine. Casting a cold glare at Emperor Duck, he inquired, "What are you looking at? What kind of gaze is that?" "Ah, Brother Lin," Emperor Duck rubbed his hands together, chuckling with a face full of jollity. "Did they not offer you some form of reward?" With no hesitation, Lin Chen delivered a resounding slap to Emperor Duck, who then wore a look of deep grievance, while Cici burst into uncontrollable laughter. Enough. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. This is not the time for jest. The individual ranked 10th on the immortal list has set his sights on me. Our situation is perilous. Cici glared defiantly. If he dares to provoke us, I shall simply swat him away with a single palm. With your eerie demeanor? Emperor Duck scoffed dismissively. The two immediately became incensed, glaring daggers at one another. "Now, listen to me," Lin Chen commanded, and upon seeing his grave expression, they promptly quieted down. He continued, "We must split our forces into 2 groups. The Eastern Domain and the Northern Domain. Given Luo Sheng's recent actions, something significant is bound to occur. I need the 2 of you to investigate matters in the Northern Domain." "You want us to go to the Northern Domain?" Cici and Emperor Duck exchanged incredulous glances. "Indeed. You 2 shall collaborate. As it is your first visit and your reputations are not yet well established, you are less likely to face pursuit in the Northern Domain." Lin Chen remarked calmly, "You 2 must investigate thoroughly for me. According to the map I just examined, deep within the Northern Territories lies a mountain range inhabited by demonic beasts. With your combined strengths, one as a sacred beast and the other as a practitioner of the Buddhist path, you will undoubtedly thrive in that region." "I would rather perish than collaborate with this insufferable glutton," exclaimed Duck Emperor and Cici in unison. However, a faint smile played on Lin Chen's lips as he clapped his hands, pleased with the burgeoning camaraderie. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze grew solemn as he focused intently on the 2. "Above all, you must remember this. No matter what transpires, regardless of the challenges you face, it is imperative that you survive." He then parted ways with Cici and Duck Emperor, having observed Chen Dongxi and the other arrivals, including the Star Prince and Zhubai. It was evident that significant movements were afoot among the Hong Palace, Tianxia Gate, and Xiu, particularly given the injuries sustained by Hong Ling and the hostility from Luo Sheng. He knew he had to act swiftly. As for the capabilities of Cici and Duck Emperor, Lin Chen held complete faith in them. With one being a sacred beast, and the other a successor valued by the treasure-seeking Taoist, should they join forces, they would undoubtedly encounter no small measure of success. He began to examine the map for regions rich in thunderous energy, but upon surveying the terrain, he felt a twinge of disappointment as he found nothing that met his needs. Through the battles against the three leading figures, Lin Shun had gleaned insights into the chaotic sacred thunder body from the ancient symbol of destruction. To cultivate this body, he needed to locate a place abundant in thunderous power for refinement. Within him resided a mass of celestial energy, and should the two energies within him not be separated by consciousness, they would have erupted long ago. Thus, Lin Shun's immediate goal was to transcend the third layer of the Great Tribulation, the Celestial Thunder Tribulation. However, his physical strength was insufficient to initiate this tribulation. The cultivation method for the chaotic sacred thunder body would enable Lin Shun to rapidly enhance his physical prowess, not only allowing him to overcome the third major tribulation, but also to forge the chaotic sacred thunder body. The combination of these two powers would yield formidable strength. At that moment, the voice of Shengxi Lin Shun echoed within his consciousness. When can I venture out and strive for myself? Since returning from the Bloodkill clan, Lin Shun had kept Shengxi Lin Shun confined within. With a smile, Lin Shun replied, "Patience, my friend. I am currently situated within the Ghost Palace, a realm entirely under the dominion of its master. If I were to release you now, it could inadvertently draw his attention." Lin Shun's gaze subtly scanned the boundless, shadowy sky. He pondered whether the reopening of the Ghost Palace, sealed for 500 years, was connected to the corruption of the Bloodkill clan. Furthermore, he wondered if the master of the Ghost Palace could observe their every action. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun recalled the last encounter with the Bloodkill clan, when the ominous sense of a great calamity had suddenly arisen. Why have I encountered two significant tribulations, and what impending calamities await me? I find myself anxious. Yet there is an undeniable fervor within me. Saintly breath, Lin Shun remarked, "I was born from your will. I can sense your current predicament. Have faith. This is inevitable." Lin Shun took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Saintly breath, Lin Shun, do not be hasty. The time of your emergence will only arrive amidst true chaos in the world. Should you appear before such turmoil, I fear you would be swiftly discovered. However, these concerns are of a distant future. In the present moment, it is imperative to refine the chaotic holy thunder body expeditiously. Once the chaotic holy thunder body is solidified, I shall not only transcend to the third transformation of the void immortal, but also wield the power of the chaotic holy thunder body alongside the destruction ancient talisman and the manifestation of divine consciousness to create a cataclysmic sea of thunder. Yet, from where shall I source the power to refine the chaotic holy thunder body?" Just as Lin Shun pondered this, a realization struck him, and his eyes sparkled with insight. The contribution points. During this journey to the Ghost Hall, with sufficient contribution points, even inferior Dao artifacts can be exchanged. Lin Shun promptly retrieved his identity jade token and began scouring the extensive list of contribution items. He discovered the Earth Core Thunder Spirit Pill, a celestial-grade elixir forged from the essence of thunder within the Earth's core. Consuming it would unleash a torrent of formidable Earth Core thunder throughout one's being, not only inflicting immense damage but also greatly benefiting practitioners of thunder-based techniques. Lin Shun's eyes gleamed. He had heard of the Earth Core Thunder, a primordial existence birthed from the heavens and earth, making it an ideal substance for refining his chaotic holy thunder body. He continued to examine further, musing to himself, "This item shouldn't require too many contribution points, right? Other celestial pills only demand around 2 to 300,000 points, and a single king ghost dragon can be exchanged for 10,000 points. Slaying 20 or 30 should suffice." His gaze locked onto the required amount, and his face instantly paled. 101 million? The annotation stating 1 million plus 1 million raised his apprehension. Was it truly necessary to hunt down 200 king ghost dragons? Chapter 1166, Reunion. What on earth? Why is the Earth Core Thunder Spirit Pill so exorbitantly priced? Lin Shun's expression darkened, for it was inscribed with a staggering 2 million contribution points. Even a king ghost dragon, comparable to the third transformation of the void immortal, could only be exchanged for 10,000 points. The leader level, however, astonishingly commanded a value of 1 million contribution points. Lin Shun's face grew even darker upon realizing the worth of the leader level king ghost dragon. He had previously given Chengshan 3 in total, They had initially sought only one, but his impulsiveness led him to provide three, effectively squandering 2 million contribution points, equivalent to the cost of a single Earth Core Thunder Spirit pill. The leader level corresponds to the fourth transformation of the Void Immortal. Lin Chun furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of pressure. Although he had triumphed over 3 leader-level foes, much of the credit belonged to the power of the Destruction Ancient Talisman. However, slaying a fourth transformation Void Immortal is no trivial task. The power of the liquid celestial essence is indeed terrifying. Within a single drop lies the encapsulated essence of celestial techniques, ready to erupt with a force far surpassing that of the third transformation of the illusory celestial. However, Lin Chun possesses the ancient talisman inscribed with the character for destruction, enabling him to unleash his ultimate move capable of vanquishing 3 fourth transformation illusory celestials. This move represents Lin Chun's most formidable attack. Determined to delve deeper into the eastern domain while simultaneously surveying its depths, Lin Chun pondered before selecting a task from the Identity Jade token. The mission concerning the insect clan caught his attention. The notification revealed that the entire race consisted of merely 3 beings, each at the fourth transformation of the illusory celestial realm. The bounty for slaying one of them was a staggering 150,000 contribution points, and completing the entire task would yield 5 million contribution points. Remarkably, the value of the insect clan's bounty exceeded that of the Demon King Ghost Dragon significantly, indicating that this race's existence was indeed more formidable than the 3 leaders of the Demon King Ghost Dragon. Thus, Lin Chun resolved to accept this task. As he contemplated, he recognized that the journey to the Ghost Palace was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Take, for instance, Luo Sheng, ranked 10th on the Celestial Leaderboard. Had he not already stepped into the realm of true Celestials? A glance at the tasks for true Celestials revealed rewards of a full 100 million contribution points. If one were to hunt 100 of them, it would equate to a low-grade Dao artifact. 100 billion contribution points would suffice to exchange for such an artifact. The mere thought of the majestic presence of the Holy Spirit City, which once lay prostrate upon the earth, ignited a fervent passion within Lin Chun for Dao artifacts. With determination, Lin Chun unfurled his wings and prepared to soar swiftly towards the eastern domain. However, just as he was about to take flight, a terrifying beam of cold light suddenly erupted from the void, resembling a great dragon of chilling radiance, surging silently towards him with lethal intent. Even Lin Chun could not suppress a tremor of surprise at the sudden emergence of such a fearsome killing intent. Instantly, he harmonized his essence with the Xianshang Monarch Tower, unleashing a torrent of wind and fire, as well as the force of his heart's demon, which collided with the chilling light. The Xianshang Monarch Tower was sent reeling, and Lin Chun found himself atop it in an instant. His gaze icy as he extended his hand forward forcefully. Dark Clan, shatter the heavens, envelop me. At that moment, the surrounding realm descended into darkness. Infinite cold light rising to form Lin Chun's domain, asserting his dominion. In an instant, amidst the enveloping darkness, a ghostly figure darted swiftly above, moving like lightning. This was one of the Dark Clan's members. As Lin Chun unleashed his celestial technique, the manifestation of this supreme dark art immediately captured the elusive shadow, which had been hidden from detection. Seeking death, Lin Chun exclaimed as he locked onto the figure, the vast expanse of cold light transforming into a colossal tempest, descending upon the swiftly fleeing shadow, momentarily halting the Dark Clan assassin's escape from the realm of his manifestation. In a flash of brilliance, Lin Chun soared into the air, seizing the moment when the celestial phenomenon of shattering the heavens unfurled. The 3 martial wills coalesced instantaneously at his fingertips, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that struck down upon the Dark Clansman like a bolt of lightning. To Lin Chun's astonishment, the Dark Clansman, undeterred by the impending onslaught, brandished a pitch-black dagger. From the blade erupted a torrent of celestial energy, and fierce slashes resembling a black dragon's wrath spewed forth, roaring defiantly into the fray. The dance of the blade dragon unleashed its fury, shattering the chilling light of shattering the heavens into countless fragments. The black dragon of blade energy continued to roar, surging forth to meet Lin Chun's formidable attack. With a resounding explosion, chaos engulfed the surroundings, and Lin Chun's expression shifted. The dance of the blade dragon had indeed countered his strike. This revelation underscored the Dark Clansman's formidable prowess in direct confrontation. It is known that the Dark Clansman possesses an innate ability to merge with shadows, their physical form inherently frail. Once revealed, they would typically falter against even the first transformation of a celestial immortal. Yet, this particular clansman, at the level of the third transformation, astonishingly withstood Lin Chen's assault. Though Lin Chen's attack was not at its peak, it should have been more than sufficient to annihilate a third transformation celestial immortal. As the celestial phenomenon shattered, the Dark Clansman, like a flash of lightning, vanished from sight, prompting an immediate change in Lin Chen's demeanor. He could not allow this adversary to escape. Employing the ancient art of the hidden immortal, he invoked the powers of concealment, rendering himself invisible in pursuit of the elusive figure. At that moment, a scarlet black eye opened at his brow, revealing all within the realm beneath its terrifying gaze. "I have found you," Lin Chen declared, as he discerned the Dark Clansman, now merged with the earth, his essence indistinguishable from the ground itself, rendering him nearly undetectable. The mastery of his concealment had reached an alarming level. With a swift motion, Lin Chen summoned the Xianzhong Royal Tower, channeling the forces of wind and fire and the might of the Heart's demons. The three formidable arrays converged, transforming into a resplendent glass formation that thundered toward the ground below. A startled cry erupted from the earth as the Xianzhong Royal Tower unleashed its overwhelming might, crashing down with a cataclysmic roar that reverberated across the land. Such a blow would render the Dark Clansman utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a clarion voice pierced the air, revealing a figure clad in black robes wielding a dark dagger, commanding a colossal, fearsome blade dragon that charged toward Lin Chen's chest. The tremors from below had been a mere trap, a ruse to lure him in. The Dark Clansman, employing advanced stealth and lethal techniques, unleashed a devastating counterattack in an instant. In the realm of the ordinary, how does one evade the grasp of fate? Yet, the target is not an ordinary individual, but Lin Chen. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of golden light enveloped Lin Chen, as if forming an immense, intangible barrier. Surrounding this golden radiance, a tempest of wind began to swirl, and a strike akin to a deadly dragon's dance of spells thrust violently against the abruptly materializing golden light. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, yet movement became impossible. Who would have thought your assassination technique to be so exquisite, nearly deceiving the heavens themselves? Nevertheless, you still cannot slay me, Lin Chen remarked coldly, fixing his gaze upon the cloaked figure before him. Indeed, you remain unscathed, a chilling voice responded. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the dark-clad individual before him had retracted the menacing aura that surrounded them. Lin Chen hesitated momentarily, a sense of familiarity washing over him. "Is that you?" Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically, filled with suspicion as he inquired, "Are you Lu Qingyue, that knife-wielding lass?" The realization struck him. This voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qingyue. "Is it truly you, Lu Qingyue? What did you call me?" Lu Qingyue retorted with a cold snort, her blade gleaming with a chilling light as she gestured toward Lin Chen's groin, causing him to instinctively draw his legs together, a shiver running down his spine. Her icy demeanor and readiness to draw her blade at the slightest provocation confirmed it. She was indeed Lu Qingyue, the saintess of the Dark Clan from years past. A radiant smile involuntarily emerged on Lin Chen's face. "Lu Qingyue, it has been far too long.